By then many cultivators will come to Misty Plain to seek their fortune. Let's go join the fun. Yun Shi suddenly thought. Yun Ting Gage, who is Qi condensation, has also been here and harvested a top-level grade 3 immortal binding vine, which was refined into a superb immortal binding cord, then secretly lamented. 6 revolutions of golden core can also be captured. Suddenly, a group of girls came over and surrounded Shen Tian, praising him one after another. This young master is so handsome. I wonder if this young master has a Tao companion yet. Whose heavenly being is this? Yun Ji, seeing this scene, was incredibly angry. The girls, noticing this, turned to each other and whispered, "Who is that woman? So fierce. Can't mess with her. Can't mess with her." Then they left. Seeing the scene just now, he smiled secretly with satisfaction. Taking senior sister Yun Shi out for cultivation experience this time was the best decision. But suddenly she turned her head and glared at him with sharp eyes. Meeting that gaze, Shen Tian was a little scared but still sighed in relief. Anyway, it's better to be pestered by one senior sister than to be surrounded by a bunch of chattering girls. The 5 people continued to move forward. Arriving in front of a huge building, Shen Tian exclaimed in surprise, "This tavern is truly magnificent." Then he stood there with his arms crossed and commented, "However, there are so many people coming to Misty Cloud City these days, this tavern is probably already packed." Yun Shi turned back and informed him, "It's okay, this tavern is run by the Shenxiao Holy Ground. Disciples of the Shenxiao Holy Ground can enter directly." Hearing this, he raised a thumb and sighed quietly. That's what happens when you have a strong background. Suddenly, a cursing sound rang out, attracting everyone's attention. "Damn it! You damned bastards." The image that appeared was of a ragged man being held down on the ground by 2 people, yelling, "What the hell do you want to do?" Before he could finish, 2 burly men tossed him out. And here I was, treating you guys to countless rounds on my tab before. The man sat sprawled on the ground, pointing at the tavern and yelling, "Now that I've lost all my cultivation, you won't even let me buy 2 gins of spirit brew on credit." Even though the 2 men ignored him and turned to head back inside, he kept hollering, "Damn it! 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, bullying a fallen young master." Then he raised a hand and declared, "A day will come when you'll regret this." The 2 bouncers from the tavern's face darkened. 30 years east, 30 years west, my ass. You think we're gonna wait 60 years for you to pay for 2 gins of booze? Meanwhile, a crowd of onlookers began buzzing with chatter. Isn't that Zhao Hao? Is he trying to mooch drinks at the Red Moon Tavern again? Who else could it be? He used to be such a promising young prodigy. What a shame. Someone else chimed in, sounding sympathetic but not really. Well, what can you do? The path of cultivation is like that. A former genius can become a nobody in the blink of an eye. Just bad luck, I guess. A woman sighed. Is that really the son of Fen Tianhao of our Wu Ying kingdom? The man beside her replied, Don't even mention it. If Fen Tianhao hadn't disappeared on the ancient battlefield, Zhao Hao probably wouldn't have gone mad from cultivation deviation and lost all his power. He continued. Rumor has it that the rest of the Zhao family snatched up all his assets, leaving him with nothing. Plus, since he's a cripple now, his engagement got called off too. Shen Tian watched Zhao Hao's drunken antics and sighed under his breath. Parents gone, cultivation gone, fortune stolen, and dumped by the princess. And he's still drowning his sorrows in booze, chasing that buzz. Shen Tian perked up, sensing something special about this guy. This discarded waste is about to start his counterattack, reversing his fate. He glanced at the halo above the man's head, and thought, not bad. This guy's halo of fortune is unusual. He scrutinized the man's aura of fortune. It turns out to be half black and half gold, and the black part is slowly being covered by gold, and continued to wonder, what does this halo of fortune represent? Could it be bitter comes before sweet? This is the first time I've seen such a special halo. I have to study it carefully. Then he made up his mind. This miserable brother wants to drink. Shen Tian is gonna foot the bill. Shen Tian walked over to Zhao Hao, patting him on the shoulder. Bro, let's go. Drinks are on me. He flopped backward, startling Shen Tian. Shen Tian hastily shook him, calling out, Bro, what's wrong? Shen Tian kneeled over the drunk man on the ground, saying, Bro, don't lie on the ground. Then he leaned in and offered, Bro, how about I treat you to a drink? To which the man agreed. Alright, from Zhao Hao's blurry, inebriated perspective, a pretty girl was saying, Brother, how about I treat you to a drink? And he exclaimed in excitement, What a beautiful girl. Seeing this, Shen Tian frowned in annoyance. This guy is so drunk he can't even tell the difference between men and women. Suddenly, a pair of hands landed on his shoulders, making him jump, a little frightened. Zhao Hao, his face flushed, slurred. Thank you, beautiful fairy, for your generosity. Yunji, witnessing the scene, grew irritated, clenching her fists and growling, Giba, you're going too far. Shen Tian turned around, waving. Bro, don't misunderstand, I'm not messing around with your Dao companion. Hearing that, Yunxi froze, not expecting that at all. What did you say? Ignoring her seething anger, Shen Tian supported him, saying, let's go, bro. Internally, he thought, I have to go. If I let this guy start calling Zhang Yunxi brother, and the tigress loses it, who knows what'll happen. As he walked, he gloated inwardly. These two, one with a golden halo of a peerless warrior, the other with a half-black, half-gold protagonist aura, both darlings of destiny, blessed by the heavenly Dabio. Even if gods fight and mortals suffer, no matter the outcome, it'll all benefit me. He smiled self-importantly, saying, Fairy, please have some self-respect. Although Zhao has cancelled the engagement, I'm not a frivolous man. Then he asked, Fairy, where are you taking me? Annoyed inside, he cursed. Fairy, my ass. Want me to knock you awake with a 1 yuan heavy water? At the entrance of the tavern they were stopped by 2 bouncers, one of whom spoke up, presenting a golden badge and announcing his identity. I'm the new holy son of the divine firmament Holy Land, so can you hook me up with the best room you've got? Those 2 quickly took the order. Ah, so you're His Highness the Holy Son, yes sir. Then he turned around and ordered, oh yeah, and grab me a cup of tea to sober up, will ya? Looking at the booze hound next to him, Shen Tian thought, he's so wasted he's gonna be stumbling all over the place. 1 cup definitely ain't gonna cut it, so he quickly added, nah, get me a whole pot of tea to sober up. Inside a wooden house, with meticulously carved patterns, Shen Tian poured a whole pot of tea down Zhao Hao's throat. He chugged it all down. Yunxi, looking disgusted, said, he's gotta be sober after all that, right? I'll take it from here. After Zhao Hao's belly swelled up like a drum, Shen Tian asked him, how are you feeling now, buddy? The reason for Zhao Hao's problem is because of him. Respectfully came over to offer wine. This humble one is Shen Tian. Toasting you, brother, Zhao Hao said while smiling. Great, my name is Zhao Hao, I'm so touched immortal. He enthusiastically poured wine. Ever since Zhao Mu completely lost her cultivation, you are the first woman to invite me to drink. Shen Tian was angry, and let Zhao Hao know that I am a man. He was frightened, but still enthusiastic. Shen Tian immortal is joking, how can a person be a man? Causing Yunxi to feel jealous. Zhao Hao was shocked. How can there be such a handsome man in this world? But he still happily poured the wine and said, Immortal, don't worry. Wait until Zhao Mu rises up successfully and will definitely return today's alcohol money to you. Not missing a single coin, Shen Yun then requested. Xiao Gao Bao, Xiao Er, bring a pot of sobering tea here. He respectfully replied, yes, that's the story. After drinking the pot of tea clean, then Zhao Hao happily, Immortal can't drink anymore. Shen Tian angrily punched him in the stomach, causing him to beg for forgiveness. Immortal, please spare me. Zhao Hao was starting to feel nauseous. He immediately met his sister Hui in their disgust. When Zhao Hao had finished talking to his sister Hui, Shen Tian asked him, this time, brother Zhao feels better, right? Zhao Hao happily. I feel better, thank you brother Shen. He suddenly jolted awake, despite having sobered up. Zhao Hao still looked at Shen Tian and thought, how can there be such a handsome man in this world? It's really unreasonable. He said, brother Zhao, although life is a bit hard, you still have to keep going. You definitely can't give up. Zhao Hao said seriously, brother Shen, you wouldn't understand my suffering. I'm now Qi deviation, and lost all my cultivation. I'm just a cripple. Suddenly, Shen Tian smiled and said, you want to compare who's more miserable, brother Zhao? If we're comparing that, I've never lost. He assured him, I won't lie to you, I'm Shen Tian, the 13th Prince of the Great Yan Empire. I wonder if you've ever heard of me. Shen Tian let Zhao Hao know, you've only had Qi deviation once and lost all your cultivation. As for me, I've had Qi deviation since I was a kid. He slammed the table and shouted, 13th Prince Shen Tian of the Great Yan Empire, you're that legendary jinx. The words legendary jinx immediately changed his expression. Shen Tian asked Zhao Hao, what's wrong? You've heard of me. He recounted, my father once went to the Great Yan Empire's palace and heard of you. At that time, Zhao Hao was only a small child, and at that time he saw Shen Tian sitting and crying. Recounted by Zhao Hao, if compared to you, then I can't be considered as miserable. After recounting, he asked him, brother Shen, you've lived so miserably for so many years, how exactly did you get through it? Zhao Hao was all dramatic. Only now do I realize how awesome you are. I'm truly suffering. Shen Tian, hearing this, was like, I get it bro, I got you. He turned and yelled, Xiao Lizi, could you bother the kitchen to whip up a pot of chicken soup? Zhao Hao was confused. How's chicken soup gonna help me? Shen Tian shot back, Zhao bro, you ever heard of chicken soup for the soul? Wink wink. Soon enough, Xiao Lizi came out with the chicken soup. a piping hot, fragrant bowl of goodness. Shen Tian casually took a spoonful, slurped it down, and gave his verdict. Not bad. Not bad at all. Zhao Hao was like, Shen bro, wasn't that chicken soup supposed to be for me? Shen Tian set the bowl down and explained, Zhao bro, you misunderstand? This is chicken soup, but what you need is chicken soup for the soul. Then, he patted him on the shoulder like a wise sage. Your bro here's been around the block. I got some words of wisdom that might just help you out. Zhao Hao clasped his hands together respectfully. Zhao here is all ears. Shen Tian laid it down. First, failure isn't scary. What's scary is letting failure beat you. Zhao Hao immediately agreed, which kinda surprised Shen Tian. That's right, Shen bro. Your fate's been a disaster since you were little, a lone star of death. You even go berserk during your daily cultivation, and a regular at the imperial physicians, Zhao Hao continued. But even then, you never gave up on cultivation. So compared to you, what's one little Q deviation to me? Shen Tian was speechless, thinking, what do you mean regular Q deviation every day and imperial physician's guest star? Did you really have to put it all on the table? But Shen Tian recovered and continued. Second, you never even tried going all out. How do you know you can't defy destiny? Hearing this, Zhao Hao went, defy destiny. Zhao Hao, accepting this, said, that's right, I just damaged my dantian, lost all my cultivation, that's all. It's not like I lost everything. I can find a way to repair my dantian again. Zhao Hao added, if that doesn't work, I can switch to demon god body cultivation and strive to become strong. If the unfortunate Shen bro is still trying his best to defy destiny, why shouldn't I? Hearing that, Shen Tian was feeling salty. You can't say anything without throwing a jab at me, can you? Shen Tian took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and offered the last nugget of wisdom. Third, endure the humiliation of being dumped today, and you'll soar as a dragon and shatter the heavens tomorrow. Zhao Hao stood up and shouted, endure the humiliation of being dumped today, and you'll soar as a dragon and shatter the heavens tomorrow. Zhao Hao was stunned. Why does this sound so embarrassing, but it makes my blood boil? Suddenly Zhao Hao declared loudly, it's like this sentence was born for me. My whole life, I'll fight against fate. A metamorphosis from a caterpillar into a butterfly. He kept praising, Shen Tian is amazing. Every sentence and word of yours, Shen bro, is like a pearl. Zhao Hao suggested, Shen bro, we've hit it off right away. I was wondering if Shen bro would be willing to. When he heard sworn brotherhood, Shen Tian was so shocked, he spat the chicken soup right in Zhao Hao's face. Shen Tian was gaping. Sworn brotherhood. The halo above this guy's head is so weird. Half black, half yellow, messy and chaotic. Who knows if that represents bitter come sweet or allies sacrificed to heaven, boundless magic power. Shen Tian's face went green as he pondered. The protagonist got dumped at the beginning and slashes his way through everything. That's way too dangerous. Looking at Zhao Hao and then thinking about his own fate, Shen Tian thought, his father, Fen Tianhao, disappeared in the ancient battlefield. Who knows if becoming brothers would be beneficial or detrimental? He immediately rejected. No way. Hanging out is fine, but becoming sworn brothers is absolutely out of the question. Zhao Hao said, Shen bro, don't blame Zhao for being so abrupt, but with my situation right now, how am I worthy of becoming sworn brothers with you? At this time, Shen Tian was scared to the extreme. This is the main character's plotline of being looked down on, isn't it? Thinking about how, according to the normal plot, if the main character is looked down upon, ridiculed, he will reverse the situation later, Shen Tian thought, damn, will this Zhao Hao kid put all his effort into preparing to slap this saint's face because of this? He turned his face away and said to himself, no way. Can't let him slap my face. Shen Tian turned to look at him, said coolly, if you think that way, you are indeed not worthy. You have disappointed me so much. He looked out the window and said, Shenmu's brothers must have great ambitions. How can the so-called Jin Lan be an ordinary thing in the pool? Once we meet the wind and clouds, we will transform into a dragon. If you look down on yourself, how can others respect you? Seeing Zhao Hao silent, Shen Tian continued, Brother Zhao, a true chosen one, doesn't need to care what others think of you, nor do you need to live based on other people's expressions. Then he finished with, so what if everyone in the world laughs and mocks? My heart is like iron, unbreakable, forever steadfast, and passionately striving. I can definitely make them choke and stare in disbelief. After hearing this, Zhao Hao was stunned, then instantly enlightened. He vehemently agreed. Brother Shen is absolutely right. Zhao Hao is ashamed. Brother Shen's heart is like gold, his body like fire, tempered 100 times over, while I, Zhao, have been so weak, I've been so naive, Zhao Hao praised. Shen Tian. Hearing your words, Brother Shen, is like cultivating for 100 years. Today I've been so kindly taught by you. Zhao Hao will remember it in his heart. never daring to forget. He humbly said, "Brother Zhao, no need to be so polite." Shen Tian reassured him. "Actually, the problem of you losing all your cultivation isn't that hard to solve," Zhao Hao excitedly asked. "What, could it be that Brother Shen has a method to help me cultivate again?" He smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare to hide it. I once cultivated the art of heavenly divination." Shen Tian gave Zhao Hao good news. According to Brother Zhao's fortune, it's the bitterness ends, sweetness comes hexagram. It must be the latent dragon rising from the abyss right before your eyes. He excitedly grabbed his hand and said, "Really? If Brother Shen knows something, I beg you, you must tell me," making Yun Shi behind him want to crush the cup in her hand. Zhao Hao sadly said, "Zhao Mo lost all his cultivation and is looked down upon. These days are truly unbearable." He boldly declared, "I want to restore my cultivation, reclaim everything from my family. I must become strong, go to the ancient battlefield, and find my father." Then Zhao Hao angrily shouted, "That's right, and that princess? She clearly despised me for losing all my cultivation, so she broke off the engagement, and even made up an excuse." He resentfully recounted, "She said that when she was on a diplomatic mission to the Great Yan Kingdom, she saw a peerless, handsome man, and since then she can't love anyone else, and that me losing all my cultivation really doesn't matter." Remembering the criticism, too ugly, made Zhao Hao furious. "The important thing is, compared to that guy, my appearance really is too ugly." Zhao Hao slammed the table and yelled, "Humiliation, utter humiliation. Breaking off the engagement is one thing, but she even insulted me like that. I, Zhao Mo, cannot tolerate this kind of grievance." Hearing this, Shen Tian also fearfully shook his head. Yun Shi asked him, "Are you sure it was in the Great Yan Kingdom?" He replied. "Yes," Zhao Hao shouted. "She said that the handsome man was met at the Great Yan Kingdom's Wanling Garden, called some Shen Aoshan Immortal Master. Because he didn't know who it was, he said, 'What a coincidence, Brother Shen. This person's name is very similar to yours, and he's also in the Great Yan Kingdom, and he's also proficient in heavenly secrets.'" Qin and Qin Gao, standing next to him, covered their mouths to laugh because they knew who he was talking about. As for Shen Tian, he was so frightened that his face turned green, and he finally realized something. Zhao Hao loudly cursed, "Oh, SHT. He pointed at his face, gaping, and said, "Don't tell me, it's you, isn't it?" Suddenly, a girl brought out food. Easing the tension, she announced, "The food is here." Placing the plate of food on the table, she cheerfully introduced, "Young Master Shen, Zhang Immortal, this is our wine shop specialty, peeled shrimp stir-fried with pig heart." Looking at the plate of peeled shrimp stir-fried with pig heart on the table, Shen Tian thought, with a green face, "This dish came at just the right time. Peeled shrimp stir-fried with pig heart. As if this holy sun doesn't have enough aggro already." Yun Ji on the side kept picking at it, and praised, "So delicious." He spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. "Brother Zhao, you're mistaken. Although we both come from the Great Yan Kingdom, I really don't know who this Shen Aoshan you're talking about is." He ate some food and said, "I know that Brother Shen is just being considerate of Zhao Mo and doesn't want to hurt my self-esteem. I appreciate your intention. But if Brother Shen really is that handsome man in the princess's words, then I, Zhao Mo, would be convinced." Zhao Hao continued, "After all, in terms of appearance, Brother Shen is much more handsome than Zhao Mo, not to mention having the steadfast will of 100 times tempered hero. If I were the princess, after meeting Brother Shen, my eyes wouldn't be moved by anyone else." Making Shen Tian stunned, he asked himself, "Why is this guy so rational? This isn't good." Then Shen Tian was frightened when he thought, according to the plot, shouldn't a main character like Zhao Hao go crazy and coldly tear up the heavens? "Zhao, being this calm isn't your true self." Seeing him hesitate, Shen Tian's buddy probed Zhao Hao. "Zhao bro, you're not really mad, are you?" he replied. "Just a little girl, that's all." Picking up food, Zhao Hao explained, "Zhao is not really into that lovey-dovey stuff. I was just pissed about being dumped before." He let Shen Tian know. "Just like Shen bro said, I'm a heaven-defying genius. I should aim for the sky. Zhao is not the kind of guy who holds grudges." Hearing that, Shen Tian got up from his seat, patted Zhao Hao's shoulder and praised, "Zhao bro, you're so understanding. If that's the case, Shen is going to lay it all out on the table." Shen Tian proudly announced, "That's right, I am Shen Aoshan." He angrily shouted, "So it really was you?" Shen Tian, feigning fear, said, "You said you weren't mad, Zhao bro. Doing this ain't very manly." Remembering words like, "not good enough," made Zhao Hao incredibly salty. "Damn it, Shen bro, you humiliated Zhao so badly I was straight up roasted as ugly by the princess." Now he was furious. "And now you come here and say Zhao is not good enough. You're going too far with the bullying." Seeing Zhao Hao so worked up, Shen Tian tried to calm him down. Alright, Zhao bro, eat. Eating awkwardly, Shen Tian tried to defuse the situation. This shrimp peeled and stir-fried with pig heart tastes pretty good. He was also annoyed. I already promised Shen bro I wouldn't get angry. If I get angry now, it really is like I'm admitting I'm not good enough. Zhao Hao sighed and whined. Zhao is so wronged. Zhao won't say anything. He suddenly asked, Shen bro, I heard you're skilled in the art of spiritual ore detection. Shen Tian, pretending to be scared, answered while picking up food. I wouldn't dare hide it. I was once given a heavenly secret by a true master, receiving the heavenly secret Dalo scripture. The art of spiritual ore detection is just a chicken feather. Shen is best at face reading and fortune telling. Shen Tian smiled and said, Zhao bro, don't rush. The setbacks you're experiencing now aren't a bad thing. Zhao Hao clasped his hands and happily invited, Shen bro, please guide me. If Zhao encounters such a situation, can something good still come of it? Shen Tian replied, Heaven will bestow great responsibility upon you, of course. Before that, you must suffer in mind, strain your muscles and bones, starve your flesh, and your parents must die. Hearing that, Zhao Hao was extremely shocked. Shen Tian held his head and blamed himself. I blurted it out, so he had to try to justify it. Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Just now, a dark force prevented Shen from speaking. This is a warning, he warned Zhao Hao. You can't try your best to say, you can't say everything. The time isn't right. Shen can't speak carelessly, or I fear disaster will strike. For some reason, he agreed. Shen bro is right. Because Zhao Hao remembered his life, except for the parents must die part being a bit nonsensical, the time he spent in this life of ups and downs after seeing the warmth and coldness of people's hearts, his Dao heart really had changed. After remembering, he started angrily. Cultivators change in their state of mind, which is more important than changing their physical bodies. Spirit stones can't replace it. Shen bro's talk just now made me more determined with my own immortal path. Is this roughly a type of growth, perhaps? Not long after, Zhao Hao angrily stood up and shouted, According to Shen bro, heaven bestowed great responsibility upon me, Zhao Hao. Everything I've encountered is the hardship heaven is putting me through, so I am actually someone favored by heavenly mandate. Shen Tian was also confused by the situation before him but was also happy because he had successfully scammed him. Shen Tian said, The fact that I can meet Zhao bro here is fate for both Shen and Zhao bro. Shen Tian suggested, If Zhao bro doesn't mind, we can travel together for the next few days. He promised Zhao Hao. When the time is ripe, Shen can help Zhao bro rise up from the depths once again. Hearing rise up from the depths, he excitedly slammed the table and stood up. Zhao Hao is grateful to Shen bro. I'm so touched, you're so good to me. He lowered his head and said dramatically, No, I must recite a poem at this moment. Zhao Hao turned away and asked everyone for permission. Please allow Zhao to step away for 7 steps first. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, Got it. Then, Zhao Hao began reciting poetry. Talk about bad luck finding me. The princess wanted me to break off the engagement. Good thing. Shenxiang bucked fate and blessed me with a second spring. After reciting his poem, he proudly said, Great. What a poem, Shen Tian muttered. Great how? Where's all this confidence coming from? After acting like a clown, Zhao Hao poured a drink for Shen Tian and said, No arguments. Today I gotta get wasted. All the gratitude I have for Shen Xiang is in this wine. Shen Tian thought in dismay, This guy's not gonna get brainwashed by me, is he? A moment later, he collapsed on the table. Looking at him, Shen Tian thought, Not bad. Drunk already. Waking up, Zhao Hao clutched his head and asked, Where am I? Seeing Shen Tian, he embarrassedly said, Beautiful young lady. Shen Tian, enraged, grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it over Zhao Hao's head. As a result, a huge bump formed on his head. Shen Tian, holding the broken bottle, thought, This kid can't even tell the difference between men and women when he's drunk. Guess I gotta knock him senseless, no negotiation, not even needing a memory-wiping pill. But then he laughed heartily. Feels so good. This hit was so satisfying. Turns out, releasing all that pent-up hate feels awesome. Not long after, the mist cleared in the capital, a place where many gathered. A story was told that after the once-in-12-year tide of Qi began on misty plains, what was originally a small, bleak, and uninhabited town became bustling and prosperous. As for cultivators, countless flocked here to train, hoping to encounter a major opportunity. While wandering through the city, Shen Tian heard a vendor's call, Don't miss out. Best healing medicine right here. Rotting flesh and white bones brought back to life. Can replenish yin and fortify yang. Intrigued, he stopped. The vendor pulled out a bunch of flowers and said, Mist grass harvested from misty plains, top-tier second-grade spiritual herbs, processed perfectly, buy 2 get 1 free while supplies last, Harmonious spirit chrysanthemums, a Misty Plains specialty, grinded up and mixed with water, can promote harmonious relations between Dao companions. You're good, she's good. As he approached the vendor's stall, the vendor said to Shen Tian, fellow cultivator, "You want to buy an immortal binding vine? I happen to have a 7th grade immortal binding vine seed. You're fated with me. How about a 20% discount?" Suddenly, girls appeared and exclaimed over his looks, "What a handsome little brother." More girls appeared and swarmed Shen Tian, constantly saying, "Handsome brother, such a gorgeous face. Can I be your Dao companion? How old are you, brother?" Making Yunji, standing to the side, furious to the point of combustion, she pounced on the girls, and everyone, including Shen Tian, screamed, "So scary." While Yunji was dealing with the girls, Zhao Hao asked Shen Tian, "Shen Xiang, you really want to go into Misty Plains? I heard it's incredibly bizarre," Shen Tian asked in return. "Does Zhao Xiang know a lot about Misty Plains?" Zhao Hao replied, I have a friend who carelessly entered Misty Plains before and saw a stunningly beautiful woman inside," he recounted. "That beautiful woman used illusions to seduce my friend. My friend almost couldn't resist and hastily turned to leave," Zhao Hao said with a frustrated look. But the moment he left, that beautiful woman suddenly turned into a monster, half human, half tree. He told me shamefully. The rough and large cloud-patterned vines grabbed his body, and crazy, thrust it into my friend's mouth. Zhao Hao managed to escape thanks to someone's help. He said that, if not for a peerless expert lending a hand, he might have died. Hearing this, Shen Tian thought, this guy's not suddenly going to start making random friends, is he? He started to ask Zhao Hao, if your friend encountered danger in Misty Plains, why didn't he send a message to everyone? He didn't quite understand, so he asked back, what good would sending a message to everyone do? Which cultivator going out to train isn't taking risks? However, Zhao Hao continued the story. For thousands of years, the world only knows that entering Misty Plains to train can yield great benefits, but they don't see how many corpses lie beneath that mist. Knowing the story would be long, so he summarized. In short, I heard that white-bearded peerless expert say that we absolutely can't let the mist envelop us. Those huge cloud vines are like a foggy zone that you can't leave. So as long as you don't enter the foggy area, you won't encounter danger. Zhao Hao tensed up thinking about that tree. But once you enter the foggy area, even a nascent soul stage honored one can easily lose their way, get trapped inside, and their chances of survival are slim. Hearing this, Shen Tian wondered. Even a nascent soul stage honored one gets choked. He replied nervously. At least from what I know, in the past few hundred years, all the cultivators who were enveloped by the mist due to greed, none of them successfully survived and returned. Hearing that, you were like, you're talking like you're not even human anymore. Zhao Hao said, I maintained composure even while sitting there, and received the appreciation of a high-level expert who came to my rescue. Otherwise, I would have died a long time ago. Shen Tian continued to tell him his story. That high-level expert probably passed on some profound cultivation technique to you, right? And told you not to tell anyone you'd met him. Zhao Hao was shocked. Shen? Senior brother Shen? How did you know? He didn't believe it. No, it wasn't me. It was a friend of mine. I never met that high-level expert. Seeing that, you chimed in. Right. You didn't say it. Your friend met that high-level expert. However, Shen Tian asked Zhao Hao a question. Senior brother Zhao, did you suddenly suffer a cultivation deviation and lose all your power because of that cultivation technique? Hearing that question, he panicked. Shen Tian asked Zhao Hao, Senior brother Zhao, did you suddenly suffer a cultivation deviation, losing all your cultivation because of that cultivation technique? He sighed and replied, that day, Qianyang Sword Sovereign saved me. He was a rogue cultivator who inadvertently obtained a damaged copy of the Grandson Emperor scripture. That person, according to Zhao Hao, combined it with his own swordsmanship knowledge, spending thousands of years, and finally created the peerless immortal scripture, heaven-burning sword fire art. He talked about his cultivation journey. To cultivate this sword art, before each breakthrough, you have to use fiery sword qi and temper the dantian in your body, which is extremely dangerous. Even so, after each successful tempering, the body and dantian become extremely strong. You can be said to be a dual cultivator of qi and body, far surpassing cultivators of the same level. Zhao Hao said that this cultivation method was called Sword Fire 9 Revolutions by Qianyang Sword Sovereign. At that time, he recounted, when I was cultivating the second revolution, I suddenly received news that my father was missing in the ancient battlefield, his life or death unknown. At that time, Zhao Hao described the situation. Unable to control my mind, sword fire scattered inside my body, the dantian was injured, leading to the loss of all cultivation. After finishing his story, he praised Shen Tian. "Senior brother Shen, you are truly amazing," you said. "Do you really need to guess this kind of dog-blood plot? Isn't the long Aotian's trademark the all-powerful master who descends from the heavens?" Then Shen Tian thought about stepping into Mistown. Above the heads of these few people, images of opportunities appeared, especially Zhao Hao's. Looking at Zhao Hao, he said, "I didn't expect this guy to have integrated with his great-grandfather. This really is the protagonist's treatment," Shen Tian stated. "It's just a pity. That talented senior was clearly a super powerhouse. But according to the image of the opportunity above Zhao Hao's head, it seems he's about to go and collect his lunchbox." He sighed and said, "It really fits the saying, 'Master sacrifices to heaven, magic power is boundless.'" Looking at him, Shen Tian revealed the information of an event, that is, the remnant soul of the great-grandfather carries a brightly shining fireball that hangs on top of Zhao Hao's head. Thinking of this, he was furious. After so many years apart, the two grandsons start reminiscing about the old days, and Zhao Hao is forcibly dragged along, truly making people envious to death. He's a foolish long Aotian. Then Shen Tian made a sinister face and thought, "I have to try to grab some of this kind of big opportunity." He touched Zhao Hao's shoulder and said, "Senior brother Zhao, the time has come." Shen Tian put on a cool face and said, "This poor Taoist braved danger, suffering the backlash of the heavenly Dao, and finally peaked at a path to survival for you." He panicked. It's said that divination of heavenly secrets is all about defying the heavens. Even the most basic or vein detection art will suffer backlash from the heavenly Dao. Because Zhao Hao worried about the consequences, he could even pretend to be deaf and turn to stone. Or vein detection gets backlash, let alone peaking at destiny. Saying it like this, "If it weren't for the true brotherly friendship like hands and feet, who would dare to admit to suffering the heavenly Davio's backlash to change your fate?" He started crying. "Senior brother Shen, how is my crippled body?" Zhao moaned. "Worth you defying the heavens to divine for me." Shen Tian comforted Zhao Hao. "It's okay, senior brother Zhao. Your forehead is full and round, your chi and demeanor are impressive, and around you vaguely appears a heavenly dragon dharma form, great power shaking. In the future you will certainly become an absolute heavenly genius, valuable beyond words," he continued. "Today your loss of cultivation is just a dragon trapped in shallow water. As long as you enter the vast sea, you can certainly roar madly for 9 days, bringing 10,000 miles of huge waves." Shen Tian shook hands with him and requested, "Senior brother Zhao, I've calculated the location of the person who can change your fate against the heavens. Follow me." Yun Shi, seeing this, was furious. "Wasn't the original plan for junior brother to take me out for training this time? What's with dragging along this big dude?" Yun Di's all excited though. As expected of senior brother, not only is he proficient in the grand Tao of yin and yang, water reversal, but he's also a master of divination. Gao Di happily chimed in. "With such talent and aptitude, no wonder even the Holy Lord believes he can lead the Holy Land and help our sect rise again." Qin Gao, meanwhile, let out a relieved sigh. Qin Gao remembered the time Shen Tian invited him to sleep in the same bed. "Little Gao, come here." Back then, Qin Gao refused in fear, saying, "This servant wouldn't dare," but Qin Gao still thought proudly. Although His Highness doesn't have a Dao companion yet, he seems very close to Zhao Hao, and that's great too. Gilba, standing beside him, muttered, "No wonder His Highness's every word and action has been so strange lately," suddenly discovering that the Sunflower Manual in the study can even see spirit ore. It turns out His Highness is cultivating the art of heavenly secrets and divination. He thought back to Shen Tian's training. I wonder which great master he learned from. Could it be that Lanxin Palace is secretly hiding a peerless expert? That's why even if His Highness goes into Qin deviation 88 times, he's always protected by this expert, turning bad luck into good. Giba was so overjoyed he almost cried. With the protection of this peerless expert, even Consort Lan Fei will smile from the 9 springs of the underworld. One sunny day on a rocky mountain slope, Shen Tian and Zhao Hao arrived at a grave, he thought. The image of opportunity showed Zhao Hao paying respects to his mother in the eastern mountain fort of Misty City. As a result, he just happened to be blessed by the heavens with a meteor shower, and he touched the tomb and asked, "Brother Shen, how did you know my mother was buried here?" Shen Tianbao replied, "Brother Zhao, your 5 elements are fire, and you have the fate of the Crimson Dragon. You need the vitality of wood to flourish." The following words are based on divination. This place and Brother Zhao are inextricably linked by karmic blood ties, so it is blessed land, helping Brother Zhao escape his predicament and ascend to heaven. And the last words are, "Your mother was proficient in wood-based magic and always loved mountains, flowers, and plants." Zhao Hao was already teary-eyed and said, Therefore, when alive, I had requested to be buried here. He knelt down, bowed his head, and said, "Mother, your unfilial son has failed your expectations." Zhao Hao kowtowed again. "If you and the underworld know, I hope that you will bless your son to recover my cultivation as soon as possible." Shen Tian came to reassure him. "Brother Zhao, the way of heaven is 50, and only 49 can be defined, leaving one thread of life." He continued to give information. "Your chance of revival lies in this mountain valley. You only need to guard your mother's grave here for 3 days and 3 nights, and told him that within 3 days there would definitely be a heaven-sent opportunity, which can help you trap the flood dragon into the sea, the latent dragon out of the abyss, nirvana of the divine phoenix, and the phoenix dances for 9 heavens. Zhao Hao exclaimed in shock. 3 days, he said. Even without such an opportunity, doing my best to show filial piety to my deceased mother is also Zhao Muyu's duty. Not fully understanding, Zhao Hao asked Shen Tian, "But Brother Shen has said something a bit too imaginative. As long as Zhao Mu kneels here for 3 days and 3 nights, there may be a heaven-sent opportunity to restore my cultivation," he replied. "Of course not," he said embarrassedly. "If Brother Zhao feels that he can't bear to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights, he can also stand." But he refused. "How can that be? Would the spirit of my deceased mother in heaven still bless me? How can I be disrespectful to her?" Zhao Hao, resolutely. "Kneeling for 3 days and 3 nights, Zhao Mu, you can do it. I hope Brother Shen won't try to persuade me, just let me do my best to show filial piety," Shen Tian revealed. His image of opportunity shows that on a full moon night, which is likely to be the 15th, he thought, today is already the 14th. Based on my time calculations, he'll encounter his heaven-sent opportunity within these 3 days, most probably. Meanwhile, the others have also arrived. Shen Tian began to take something out for Zhao Hao and said, "Since Brother Zhao is so filial, Shen Mu won't try to persuade you anymore." He handed it to him and said, "Brother Zhao, kneel here and don't move. I'll leave these dry rations and this cushion for you." Shen Tian encouraged. "Persistence is victory. Keep going. Well done." Zhao Hao took it and was moved. Brother Shen not only disregarded the backlash of heaven to help me out of my predicament, but also thoughtfully considered everything for me. He looked at him and secretly appraised him. Handsome, with an aura of defying fate, and also kind and considerate of others. Such a person is too perfect. Zhao Hao shed tears. No wonder Princess Shui Wuxia fell in love with Shen Scum. Zhao Hao is truly convinced by the people in your hands. Shen Tian felt awkward seeing him getting so worked up, and he asked for permission. "Brother Zhao, we'll take our leave first." Shen Tian thought, I already said he could stand in front of the grave to watch over it, but this guy insists on kneeling, and won't even let this holy son dissuade him. He left, thinking to himself, though my filial piety is touching, I feel like I, this holy son, am scamming people. But Shen Tian didn't care. Because, well, whatever. Even if that guy lost all his cultivation, his physique is still there. Kneeling for 3 days and 3 nights won't hurt him. Thinking about Zhao Hao one last time before leaving, he thought, at worst, after he recovers his cultivation, I, this holy son, will slowly compensate him and the divine firmament Holy Land for their losses. Anyway, Shen Tian thought, forget all that. I'll go harvest the super opportunity above Zhao Hao's head first. Before leaving, he said to everyone, the opportunity is probably deep inside the misty valley. Now that the sun is up high, it's the time when the fog thins out the most during the day. The grass below, which had been still, suddenly moved violently. Turns out, they were jumping up and leaving. As he flew, Shen Tian thought, even though this place's special formation field affects energy, making it impossible to fly on a sword, I must seize the big opportunity before the fog closes in. Yun Shi asked him, Junior brother, is there really an opportunity in making that Zhao Hao kneel before the grave? Shen Tian happily replied, based on the divination results, it can't be wrong. Moreover, I also found that if senior sister goes straight southeast, she might also find an opportunity. Hearing this, she said, opportunities are secondary, junior brother. It's too dangerous for you to enter the misty plains. Yun Shi shyly suggested, Junior brother, I should stay by your side and protect you. Hearing this, he was delighted. Senior sister came to protect me. Although it sounds very touching, why do I feel like I'm a bit lacking as a man? But then Shen Tian thought, wait, maybe I really do need senior sister to protect me. After moving for a while, he thought, this misty plains tide this time seems extraordinary everywhere. But Shen Tian remembered Zhao Hao. First, in Zhao Hao's vision of opportunity, I saw that mysterious Chen Yang sword venerable fall and transform into a meteor. Then he remembered everyone else, Then there's the opportunity above Zhang Yongxi's head, a rank 4 binding immortal vine. Even Gi Gonggong and the others have that kind of opportunity. Shen Tian made a judgment. Generally, in past misty tides, cultivators rarely found more than 10 binding immortal vines. As he landed, he thought. This time, Giba, Qin Gao, Zhang Yongxi, and Xin Yundi all have a full 4 vines on their heads. Shen Tian seriously remembered. Adding in the visions of opportunity above the heads of other Shinguxian cultivators in Misty Town also showed binding immortal vines. This misty tide might have more than 50 vines appearing. As a diehard fan of novels who has read countless Xuanhuan novels in his previous life, I know that when things are abnormal there must be a reason. He looked at Yun Shi worriedly. This misty tide is dangerous if handled poorly. What if Zhang Yongxi wasn't by my side? That would be a bit scary. But then Shen Tian said, "Let's strike quickly and win quickly." He planned. After finding the opportunity above Zhao Hao's head, I'll immediately gather everyone and leave the misty plains. The further the better. But, Shen Tian sped up, also thinking. A gentleman must stay away from dangerous places. Safety first. The interior of the misty plains has tall mountains close to each other, and dense fog obstructs the vision of all living things. Shen Tian stood on the top of a mountain, his eyes looking forward as if searching for something. Yun Shi stood behind, wondering. We've entered 800 lying into the misty plains. Do we want to continue? He seemed too focused on thinking and didn't hear her. The vision of opportunity above that Fang Chang's head is still there. We must go deep into the fog. Looking ahead at the mountains, he thought. If I want to harvest the opportunity, I must risk entering the forbidden area covered in fog, or continue waiting for the fog to retreat deep into the plains. Seeing the environment here, he worriedly thought. But now it's past noon. The range of the fog has reached its limit, and is starting to release again. Thinking about that, he seriously said. If we can't make it back in time, it would be very dangerous if we get trapped by the fog. Then, he turned around to look at everyone behind him and sighed. My opportunity hasn't arrived yet. Let's take them to find their opportunities first. After speaking, he began to worry. Although opportunities are important, I can't mooch off Fang Chang. At worst, I'll mooch off someone else later. I only have one life. It's impossible to trade my life for an opportunity. As he walked forward, someone asked him, Your Highness, where are you taking us? But Shen Tian calmly said, Follow me for a while. Stopping halfway between the two cliff faces, he exclaimed, We're here! He noticed a massive vine stretching from the mountain peak to the base, shimmering with light. Someone couldn't help but wonder, Your Highness, this. Even though he was surprised, he still reminded them, this binding immortal vine is at least a rank 4 demonic beast. After saying that, he turned to Yun Shi, pointing at the binding immortal vine with concern. I reckon even a nascent soul cultivator could get wrapped up by this thing if they're not careful. Zhang Yunxi remained calm, her face unwavering, and said, Leave it to me. Golden lightning crackled around her. Yun Shi drew her sword, and at that moment, the pressure she emitted was terrifying. It was like a phantom of an old tiger was lurking behind her. She charged forward with full force. The binding immortal vine, seeing someone attacking it, retaliated. Its tendrils shot out, aiming to surround her. She easily dodged the incoming vines. But Yunji didn't show any fear. Analyzing its movements as she looked around, waiting for her chance, she easily sliced through its vines. Even after being cut, the vines could still act as independent entities. They immediately attacked everyone behind her. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in surprise, What? This vine can still move even after being cut? Despite the shock, no one was slow to react. Everyone pulled out guns. Shen Tian reminded them, Yun Di, Xiao Gao, Giba, let's attack its roots from a distance together. The sound of gunfire erupted loudly. As everyone focused on the attack, Yun Di stood out the most, not just using one gun, but conjuring many guns around him to attack. Explosions occurred continuously. After shooting for a while, Shen Tian stopped. He quickly pulled out an yin-yang armor-piercing grenade. Let's try this. He threw the grenade towards the binding immortal vine's tendrils. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing its vines in a sea of fire. As the flames subsided, looking at its sorry state, he thought to himself, This rank 4 binding immortal vine has been blown to smithereens. He happily thought, If we keep this up, we can completely get it in less than half an hour. But then he looked around in shock. Crap. The spirit mist is approaching. At that rate, it'll cover us in half a quarter of an hour at most. Seeing the limited time, he seriously reminded everyone, Time's running out. Everyone, attack quickly. Meanwhile, Yun Shi was still focused on attacking the binding immortal vine's main body. It attacked her with relentless frequency. but she was able to dodge it with ease. Even so, she began to feel annoyed. TCH, what a clingy one. She rushed straight to the most crucial part of the binding immortal vine to strike, determined to end this quickly and get rid of it for good. Getting close, she raised her sword, channeling all her strength, aimed at the root, and unleashed a full-powered strike. The sword aura she unleashed formed a mighty golden tiger that charged forward. Ha! It pounced and bit into the vine, pulling it up with all its might as if trying to uproot it. The binding immortal vine was uprooted, its tendrils suddenly trembling, as if losing power and then unable to move. The severed binding immortal vine was still struggling for a bit. The vines gradually lost their vitality and withered away. Everyone was super hyped and happy, cheering. Finally down. Senior sister is awesome. The tiger kept biting and holding onto the vine. Yunxi wasn't letting go of the main body of the tree either. She raised the ring she was wearing towards the sky. This complete, prickly immortal vine root is the perfect material to refine a binding immortal rope. A strong green light radiated from the ring, wrapping around the vine. The prickly immortal vine was absorbed by the ring until it vanished. Finishing the job made her feel relieved. Phew, take it, all done. After everything was done, Yunxi collapsed, exhausted. Shen Tian, seeing this, worriedly asked, "Senior sister, are you okay?" But she calmly replied, "I'm fine." He went over, sat down, and helped her up, anxiously saying, "Quick, the spirit mist is coming, let's hurry back to the city." Suddenly, he was startled, and looked ahead, completely freaked out by the scene. The spirit mist was spreading super fast. This experience, his face turned pale. Thinking to himself, it was like feeling the urge to survive desperately when playing PUBG. Everyone ran out of the place they had just fought. On the way, Yunji turned to Shen Tian and said, "Junior brother, this root is pretty thick, I'll give it to you." Hearing this, he was surprised, but still refused. "Hey, how can I do that?" "This is a chance that senior sister risked her life to get," she calmly replied. "With a rank 4 binding immortal rope for protection, junior brother will be much safer." Shen Tian just smiled. "Senior sister, don't say that." He turned back to persuade her gently. "In my heart, senior sister's safety is the most important thing. Among us, only senior sister has the highest cultivation. If we really refine a binding immortal rope, of course, senior sister will put in the most effort. The stronger senior sister is, the safer will be in the mist plains." Hearing him say that, her face suddenly turned red. She smiled warmly and said, "What junior brother says makes sense. I'll take it back and refine it." The more she thought about it, the happier she became. She cupped her cheeks with her hands and started daydreaming. "So, junior brother really cares about me the most." Just hearing someone say senior sister's safety is the most important thing, he was over there, and she started simping hard but stayed silent, not knowing what she was imagining. But he didn't ask. Instead, he pondered, who wouldn't like a rank 4 binding immortal rope? But this is senior sister Yunxi's opportunity. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat, scared. If I steal her opportunity, her luck will also drop. And then who will protect me? After running for a while, he raised his hand, turned around, and shouted, "Yundi junior brother, Giba, Qin Gao, I'll lead you to find your opportunities." The 3 people running behind were surprised. "We have them too." Then, Shen Tian followed the image he saw above Yundi's head, and quickly found a binding immortal rope, and quickly subdued it. Among them, the rank 3 binding immortal rope was Qin Yundi's opportunity, and the rank 2 binding immortal rope belonged to Gigao's 2 people. Everyone was happy to get their opportunities. Qin Chu met such a treasure, making everyone's expression when looking at Shen Tian a little strange. He didn't know how to explain, so he remained silent. On the way, everyone happily chatted. Yundi exclaimed, "Senior brother Shen Tian can really peek into the secrets of heaven, the ability to know everything in advance." He began to ponder. Before, the entire mist plains couldn't even find a second prickly immortal vine root in a month. Saying this, he couldn't help but admit his luck. With senior brother leading the way, we've found 4 roots in just a few short hours, and 2 of them are extremely precious. Rank 4 prickly immortal roots. Qin Gao next to him also nodded in agreement. "That's right. I heard that a rank 4 prickly immortal vine hasn't appeared more than 3 times in the mist plains in thousands of years." He happily started to imagine. If those nascent soul stage venerables saw this, I bet they would be drooling with envy. Yundian's eyes lit up as he spoke. It's clear that these precious prickly immortal vines were found with senior brother Shen Tian's help, but senior brother didn't take a single one, he gave them all to us. Senior brother Shen Tian's generosity and temperament are something we can't match. Shen Tian, walking in front, was startled upon hearing this. Sweat dripped down his face, and he thought, "Of course I can't take your opportunities. In this kind of situation, luck is more important than opportunity." Then, he took out the mirror and started looking at himself. No one knows what will happen next in the mist plains. The best way is to quickly increase his luck. Using force to break. Looking into the mirror, he just thought, as long as I keep making the top of my head greener and greener, I'll get way luckier. Gotta be a bit more cautious when taking risks, you know? That way, no matter what dangers lurk in the misty plains, I won't end up failing miserably. Seeing the halo above his head getting brighter, Shen Tian grinned. After getting 4 immortal vine tendrils for Zhang Yongxi and the others, his originally light green halo has deepened. But then, he snapped back to reality, not letting himself get carried away. Can't get cocky just 'cause of a little green. It's still not enough. If this place is really dangerous, I need even more green, maybe even red. Shen Tian started seriously thinking about how to get even greener, maybe even turn red. Yun Shi saw his expression while he was looking in the mirror. How to get even greener, even turn red. Why is junior brother suddenly staring at himself in the mirror? After a while, as if an idea struck him, Shen Tian suddenly realized, I got it. The more he thought about it, the more perfect it sounded. If this saint can help people in the 10,000 spirit garden find spirit mines, why can't I help people find spirit herbs in the misty plains? He nodded, happily agreeing with his own idea. After all, if those people really have destiny, this saint can totally see it on the top of their heads. Then I'll just use my divine sense map to send them the location so they can find it themselves in the misty plains. People are rushing over in a hurry. Hearing Zhao Hao said that the fog is very strange, I don't want to go deep inside. Though he was thinking hard, Shen Tian's steps didn't slow down at all. He kept running straight ahead. The next day dawned. A cool and refreshing morning. Yun Shi woke up in her simple nightgown, which still managed to show off her charm and gentleness. She threw on an outer robe and prepared to head out. Just as she opened the door, she heard a greeting. Good morning, senior sister. Yun Shi was surprised to see Shen Tian standing outside waiting for her. Junior brother, why are you dressed like this? Shen Tian was wearing the mask she usually wore, feeling pleased with his super disguise skills. Because today I have to continue cosplaying. Oh no, I plan to help destined people find spirit herbs here. After greeting her, he turned and walked out. I'm going first. Seeing the mask he was wearing, Yunji was stunned, thinking, it's the mask I used to wear. Her face flushed, feeling embarrassed. Junior brother is actually wearing it on his face. She stared intently at his face. My lips have touched that position. Her face turned red as she thought of the image of Ming and Shen Tian, feeling like she and her junior brother were kissing. She happily thought to herself, so embarrassing. Over on Shen Tian's side, he had already headed out. As he was walking, he suddenly sneezed. Gi Ba, walking beside him, asked worriedly, has your highness caught a cold? Wiping his nose, Shen Tian thought, which young lady is missing me again? Misty city, with houses close together. In a certain part of the city, the place was packed with people. They were yelling and scrambling to get to the front. Those with destiny get it for free. A young man was sitting in the center. That was Shen Tian. He was wearing Yuan Xi's mask, and there were several notices around him. Everyone around was suspicious. Is that for real? The papers had announcements. Those without destiny pay 10,000 gold. Those with destiny get it for free. No Dao companions doing good deeds. Shen Tian just sat there calmly, smugly thinking to himself, this phoenix tail mask can hide my aura, conceal my sensory abilities, and prevent people from peeking. It's truly the ultimate equipment for faking godhood. If I sense any danger, I can just run away. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. You guys won't see me wearing a mask. Bet no one knows who this saint is. At this time, an older man in the crowd spoke up. You give it for free to those with destiny, but charge 10,000 gold for those without. Not a bad idea, but how come there's a swindler here? The man moved closer and advised, brother, if you want to be a fortune teller, you have to take off the mask. Otherwise, if you cheat us out of our money and run, how will we find you? A young lady next to him chimed in. This Taoist has an otherworldly aura. Even though half of his face is covered, you can see from his mouth and skin that he must be a peerless beauty. Taoist brother, can you see if you and I have destiny? Can you take the mask off a little bit? But Shen Tian just shook his head, gesturing his refusal. As the two of them were talking, a beauty pushed her way between them. This Taoist, if you take off your mask, this older sister is willing to reward you with spirit stones. This was a person with a hot and seductive figure. She moved closer to Shen Tian, intending to seduce him. Or, how about letting older sister reward you with something else? She suddenly seemed to sense something while she was saying it. A bolt of lightning suddenly shot up from behind, attacking her. It was Yun Shi. She'd been there the whole time, watching everything. Man, even I was surprised she showed up. Yun Shi's face was as cold as ice, and her body crackled with lightning. Seriously, everywhere. She snapped her fingers. Zap. Anyone standing too close got fried by a lightning bolt. Stay away from him, she said. Even Shen Tian felt a chill watching her go all out like that. One dude, all crispy and blackened by Yun Shi's lightning, stammered, "The hell? This girl's gorgeous but has zero chill." Another agreed, "This is messed up. I didn't do anything to you, lady." As for that chick, the temptress, she was practically shaking. "Little sis, all I wanted was a peek at this handsome Taoist bro. No need to get so worked up, right?" But Yun Shi just glared at her, eyes blazing like she wanted to explode. Seeing everyone cowed by her attack, a freaking tiger materialized behind her. Adding to the pressure, "What's all the commotion? You're not laying a hand on him." Someone recognized the phantom beast and gasped. A white tiger phenomenon. So powerful. Such terrifying pressure. Could that be the white tiger's roar that shakes the heavens? Disciples from the Shenxiao holy ground overheard and cried out, "White tiger's roar that shakes the heavens! It's from the Shenxiao Five Thunder heavenly decree. You can only learn it if you are a direct descendant of the holy ground." Can it be that this female cultivator is a genius direct descendant of the Shenxiao holy ground? Some were in awe, others trembled in fear. So young, yet so powerful. Truly a heaven-blessed prodigy from a holy ground. Let's rewind 5 minutes. Xiang Meng and his crew were already there, enjoying the show. Xiang Meng, stoked by the buzz, exclaimed, "This place is packed," the guy next to him replied. "The fog tide is always like this. If senior brother Shen Tian wasn't in closed-door cultivation, and we didn't feel so bored, empty, and lost without him, we wouldn't be here either." Meanwhile, Shopkeeper Song started scheming. "There are tons of spirit herbs here. Maybe we'll get lucky. If we could get our hands on a vine of immortal binding to offer to the immortal master, he'd be thrilled." Suddenly, lightning bolts started striking near the crowd. The same guy gaped and pointed. That's senior sister Zhang Yunxi's white tiger's roar that shakes the heavens? Shopkeeper Song was skeptical. No way, could she be here for the same reason, looking for treasures? The guy agreed. "Let's go check it out." And so, the four of them started shoving their way through the crowd. "Make way. Coming through, excuse me." As they got closer, Shopkeeper Song suddenly blurted, "Holy crap." He'd spotted Shen Tian and Yun Shi up ahead. "It's the Holy Son, senior brother, and Zhang Yunxi, senior sister." What are the odds, the other guy wondered. Is Holy Sun's senior brother trying to find a spirit ore for someone fated to receive it? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "This place is Misty City. There's no way you would find a spirit stone. Immortal Master must be offering guidance to someone destined to obtain spirit herbs and treasures." And then, the four of them ducked out of the crowd and huddled in a nearby alley, plotting. Shopkeeper Song spoke first. "If Holy Sun's senior brother is wearing a mask, he definitely doesn't want to be recognized. We shouldn't go say hi. Instead, we should help him out with a little behind-the-scenes support." The guy nodded enthusiastically. "Senior brother Song is right. We need to cover for Holy Sun's senior brother, especially since he's wearing that mask, and no one around would be able to tell it's him." He crossed his arms, grinning smugly. "We might not be able to beat Zhang Yunxi, senior sister, in a fight, but we're masters at providing backup, clearing the way, and raking in the benefits and fame." He chuckled gleefully. 10 senior sisters couldn't outsmart us. From his ring, he pulled out a few sets of clothes and shouted, "Let's go! Let's put on our Shenxiao Holy Ground intersect disciple robes and get ready to play our supporting roles." Meanwhile, Shen Tian was slumped over his stall, completely bored. Suddenly, a voice boomed from afar. "It really is you, Immortal Master Ao Tian." The four of them rushed over, bowing low, and putting on the most touchingly emotional faces. "Are you here again? Divining fates for someone lucky enough to meet you." Shen Tian was stunned. "Oh crap, it's them again. What are the freaking odds?" Then, Shopkeeper Song pushed the other guy aside and said, "Immortal Master, I've never forgotten you since we parted ways at the Wanling Garden," he said emotionally. His face twisted into an expression of gratitude, and he burst into tears. "If it weren't for your guidance, this old fool never would have had the chance to enter the Shenxiao holy ground." He slammed his hand on the table, making Shen Tian jump, and declared sincerely, "You've come here to set up a divination stall. You want to choose a new person, someone worthy of a heavenly opportunity?" Watching their antics, Shen Tian thought, utterly bewildered, "Are they trying to help me?" Shopkeeper Song and the other 2 disciples shoved and elbowed each other, eagerly shouting, "Me first! Me first! Me first!" They all bowed and scraped before the masked Taoist, showering him with praise and vowing never to forget the Immortal Master's great kindness. "We came to Misty Plains to train, and were so lucky to meet the Immortal Master again." The Taoist was, of course, Shen Tian. He stared at the scene, eyes wide with disbelief. He clasped his hands together, tears streaming down his face as he begged, earnestly pleading, Esteemed immortal master, please allow us to follow you as attendants, serving by your side, at your command. Xiang Meng rushed towards the immortal master. His massive frame, combined with a pleading expression, made Shen Tian grimace. I missed you so much, I'm also willing to serve by your side, I'll do anything you want. And just like that, one tossed, one caught, they began fighting amongst themselves, clamoring to serve the veiled Dacio companion before the gazes of so many. Immortal master, I am willing to serve you for life, I was here first, don't push. It seemed that some people had recognized the identities of the burly men and storekeeper Song. She exclaimed in shock, "No way! Shenxiao Holy Land is the supreme ruler of this endless territory. Even their inner sect disciples must be respectful before this person." Another girl chimed in with a terrified look. "These guys, every single one of them is like a dog wagging its tail before its master, having no integrity, and not afraid of losing face for the Shenxiao Holy Land." Another girl pointed towards Zhang Yongxi, who was completely indifferent, her face pale as she shouted, "Look at that true disciple, yet she doesn't care at all," a man replied. "It's like these four guys are flattering them all day long." After brainwashing each other, the young ladies all fell for the mysterious Tao companion. Could this Taoist really be a peerless expert with heaven-defying cultivation? Even the Shenxiao Holy Land has to pay respects. Shen Tian's face darkened as he raised his hand to his forehead, sighing. Why do I run into these four wherever I go? Although they're all talented and talk so sweetly, they're just too clingy. Shen Tian saw the glowing halos above their heads. He mused to himself, explaining, the key is that there really are opportunities above their heads. It's no wonder. After all, they are lucky to have the divine lightning origin in their crown chakra, so their luck has greatly increased. Shen Tian couldn't stand it anymore and had to speak up to quell the chaos. You fools, you bunch of idiots, he continued to comment on them. His attitude made the four of them stop showing off. Meeting here today can also be considered fate. Even in the entire Misty Town they are considered the ultimate existence. Shen Tian's gaze became serious. Entering the Misty Plains, experiencing trials and searching for treasures, obtaining opportunities is normal, he continued to think. If the opportunity is already at the door, how can I not take advantage of it to live up to their expectations? With that thought, Shen Tian pointed and called out, Song Fugi, step forward. Storekeeper Song respectfully stepped forward and said, This humble one is here. In his heart he thought, Holy Sun Senior Brother is telling me to step forward. Could it be that he wants to guide me to find opportunities? As he spoke, Shen Tian pointed at Storekeeper Song's forehead, smiling gently as he replied, Today you have a destiny with me. This poor Taoist will use his divine sense to guide you on a path, follow the instructions, and you may find an opportunity. Suddenly, he used 2 fingers to cast a spell into Storekeeper Song's head. In Storekeeper Song's head, a majestic mountain landscape suddenly appeared. Shen Tian's words rang out as guidance. Song Fugi, follow the small map I gave you, go forward, seek and ye shall find that opportunity. He gushed that he saw an arrow pointing the direction he needed to go. He grabbed Shen Tian's hands, tears of emotion flowing. Thank you, Immortal Master, please rest assured, if this old one finds the opportunity, I will be eternally grateful, and will not forget the Immortal Master's guidance. Shen Tian heard the thanks and waved his hand, looking reluctant. This poor Taoist has said, For those with fate I don't take a penny, for those without fate I don't count 10,000 gold. Storekeeper Song heard the prediction and couldn't help but feel excited. Shen Tian continued, Your opportunity has arrived, leave quickly after obtaining it, don't linger for too long. This poor Taoist observes the constellations here, the stars are shifting, dragons and snakes are rising, I fear there will be a great change. Finally, he concluded with a dangerous smile. Fate cannot be forced, greed cannot be forced, that's all I'll say, remember it. Storekeeper Song clasped his hands in thanks and replied, Immortal Master, rest assured, after this old one obtains the opportunity, I will stay by your side at your command. He smiled in his heart, thinking about the thorns. I won't be leaving. The Immortal Master casually gives a little guidance, and immediately there is a great opportunity. The thorns are still small. With the Immortal Master's guidance, why bother searching for treasures on my own in Misty Town? Shen Tian flashed a dangerous smile, putting his hand to his chin, calculating in his head. Once I find the origin of this thorny vine, I will immediately bring it to the Immortal Master. He imagined the scene of himself bringing the vine back to Shen Tian, and watching him look at him with admiration and satisfaction. He clasped his hands together, his face gently smiling, thinking, As long as I stroke the Immortal Master's mane smoothly, will I still be afraid of not getting a bigger opportunity in the future? Shen Tian looked at Storekeeper Song's face turning black. He had to raise his hand to cover it, grinding his teeth. This two-faced guy writes everything he thinks on his face. I'm worried that something unstable will happen in Misty Town, reminding them to leave this place of trouble quickly. But why are they determined not to leave? Shen Tian had no choice but to ignore storekeeper Song and switch to another target, Xiang Meng. Step forward. Xiang Meng heard his name called and respectfully stepped forward to answer. I'm here, finished Shen Tian, immediately pointing to the other person's forehead. You also have a powerful. He had already seen the image he desperately wanted to find. His eyes could not hide his surprise. This is diamond grass. The immortal master directly told me the location of the diamond grass. Popularizing knowledge. Shen Tian lectured on the precious herb, diamond grass, one of the main ingredients for refining the golden body pill and golden body fluid, which can greatly strengthen the body. Xiang Meng cheered with joy, shouting, "Thank you, immortal master, 10,000 years." Shen Tian calculated. Xiang Meng is a good material for cultivating the divine demon body refining technique. If he can obtain this diamond grass, it will be of great help to his cultivation of the lightning body refining technique. Xiang Meng ran away sobbing, not forgetting to shout back, "When I find the opportunity, I will definitely listen to the immortal master in everything." The other two disciples also asked, "Immortal master, do we also have one?" Shen Tian continued, "You also have fate with this poor Taoist today." As soon as Shen Tian finished speaking, they jumped up with joy. The girls behind continuously shouted, "Immortal master, why don't you see if I have a fate with you, immortal master? What about me, immortal master? Please take a look for me." This scene made Shen Tian break into a sweat. Suddenly, Zhang Yongxi appeared behind him. She crossed her arms, looked at Shen Tian's smiling face, and frowned slightly as she warned, "Junior brother, if you divine and reveal the secrets of heaven to so many people, you will be envied by the heavens." Shen Tian comforted her. "It's okay. This poor Taoist is born with divine eyes, and can eliminate the backlash of the heavenly Taoist, as long as this poor Taoist does not forcibly calculate shocking opportunities, and does not seize the fortune of those who have fate. Then nothing will happen." Yongxi heard this and realized a lot of things, and thought to herself, "No wonder junior brother clearly did not use his divine sense to investigate those Zhu Wen ores, but was able to conclude that there was a Shen Shao dragon and tiger pendant inside." Yun Shi felt like she was seeing a whole new horizon. Her eyes lit up. At this moment, Shen Tian in her heart became even more amazing. Turns out junior brother wasn't using some basic spirit detecting technique, but a high-level peeking skill. Shen Tian saw Yun Shi's strange reaction, chuckled to himself, and thought, "What's senior sister thinking about now?" Shen Tian thought about it, and put a big question mark in his head. Shen Tian looked into the distance, and suddenly saw a familiar figure, thinking, "Oh, Zhenzhijia, I already transferred the image of the opportunity to him, but why isn't he going to find the treasure?" Shen Tian continued to say to himself in his heart. Looking at his posture, he seems to be waiting for something. Sure enough, Zhijia was leisurely sitting on a chair by the roadside, legs crossed very comfortably. He sat watching the bustling line of people in front of him. Shen Tian just smiled faintly, not saying anything, so he had his own calculations. He laughed slyly, thinking, "Now that shopkeeper Song isn't here, this is truly a once-in-a-millennium opportunity." Zhenzhijia stood up abruptly, stretching his body to loosen up. "I must continue to stay in front of the immortal master's stall, popularizing the organization's rules to those new people of destiny." He recalled the old rules and made a look of extreme determination. Although the Immortal Master sect has changed its name to the Heavenly Fated Organization, these 5 years of sect opening still have this kind of good tradition. Absolutely cannot let these new believers break it. Opportunities can be found any time. The opportunity to exclusively enjoy the Immortal Master's grace is more important. With this thought in mind, Zhenzhijia, with his golden blade, sat on the long bench in front of the small town, waiting for the first person of destiny to return. From afar, the figure of a man in green clothes approached. After half an hour, the first person to obtain the opportunity returned. Zhenzhijia had an extremely serious expression, his hands clasped at his nose, and when he heard footsteps approaching, he said, "He's here." The man happily held a bouquet of golden chrysanthemums, radiating a shimmering light. The first person to return with the opportunity wasn't Shopkeeper Song's group, but a new person of destiny discovered by the Immortal Master. The man happily hugged the bouquet, his eyes clearly showing happiness as he said, "According to the instructions of that Immortal Master, I really did discover nearly 100 harmonious spirit chrysanthemums. These spirit chrysanthemums are all second grade, and can be used to refine harmonious union elixir, which Tao companions love." Now the man muttered, calculating. A second-grade harmonious spirit chrysanthemum can be sold for at least 100 spirit stones. Nearly 100 is nearly 10,000 spirit stones. I'm rich. Zhen Zhijia, sitting on the side, spoke up and asked, Dado friend, are you planning to pretend to take this opportunity directly back home? The man heard the voice and turned back curiously. Zhen Zhijia stared at the man holding the bouquet, confused. Dao friend? Are you confused? You really have limited vision. The man couldn't help but be curious upon hearing this. Zhen Zhijia suddenly sternly scolded. Have you forgotten what the immortal master said? The heart cannot covet too much? Who do you think this is being said to? It's you. He continued to ramble about the principles he had realized. The immortal master doesn't need it, but we can't not give it. The immortal master doesn't need it is because of his noble character of not seeking rewards. We not giving is not knowing how to distinguish gratitude from ingratitude. Suddenly he lowered his voice and asked, Dao friend, I, Zhen, will only ask you one question. Do you feel good or not good following the immortal master? Hearing this, the man nodded repeatedly. Zhen Zhijia asked again, do you hope to be destined with the immortal master, always feeling so good? Or is feeling good just once enough? He pulled the man down to sit on the bench with him. I, Zien, am an experienced person. Come, Dabio friend, don't rush. He put his hand on the other's shoulder, pointed his thumb at himself, and gave a proud smile. First listen to my old story that can't be left unmentioned with the immortal master. The man saw this, and a hint of tension flashed across his eyes. After a period of recounting, Zhijia concluded the story. This is the old story of me and the immortal master. The man's eyes became firm after listening. Originally, I planned to find the immortal master to thank him, then take the opportunity back home and cultivate in peace. But after hearing the story of Brother Zen, I have awakened. The immortal master is deep and unfathomable. With a heroic spirit, even if he wears a mask, his whole body exudes a kind of incomprehensible charm. He spoke of Shen Tian with a soul full of worship. Having such a demeanor, one can tell at a glance that he is an otherworldly expert. His hand tightened, his voice growing louder and louder, extremely determined. Moreover, even the disciples of the divine firmament Holy Land are flattering the immortal master, which shows that the immortal master's absolute ability to ascend to the heavens is enough to shock the world. He looked down at his flowers, his voice becoming somber. People pray to gods and worship Buddhas, but they may not be effective, and they still have to offer enough money for incense. Today, the immortal master has helped me obtain so many treasures. If I take all the treasures and leave without offering anything, wouldn't it be too rude? Zhen Zhijia turned to look at him with a complicated expression. He suddenly seemed to see the truth of life, raised his fist into the air, and excitedly declared, Brother Zen is absolutely right. If you don't share today's opportunity, you won't have a part in creation another day. The man couldn't sit still anymore, immediately abandoned Zhen Zhijia, and jumped off the stone bench. I must go and offer my sincerity to the immortal master. After persuading the man, Zhen Zhijia was tearful, sighing with pride. The immortal master sect, the heavenly fated organization, is about to rise. Back at Shen Tian's stall, the man holding the golden bouquet had arrived, and called out, Immortal master. Shen Tian curiously looked up. The man bowed his head and burst out a string of words. The immortal master guided me to find the opportunity. I am extremely grateful. Making Shen Tian gasp in astonishment, wondering, what's going on now? He then respectfully presented the big bouquet of flowers to Shen Tian, and said, I heard Brother Zen introduce the immortal master's great virtue, not seeking rewards, but I cannot let the immortal master work for nothing. This junior, based on the results of the immortal master's guidance, found 96 harmonious spirit chrysanthemums, and is willing to offer half to the immortal master. Zhang Yongxi saw the bouquet of chrysanthemums, revealing a clear look of fascination. Meanwhile, Shen Tian refused. What's the need for that? Shen Tian's eyes turned as dark as ink as he mused. The numbing and hallucinogenic properties of this euphoric spirit chrysanthemum can be used to refine euphoric prolongation elixirs, but the problem is, this medicine is for Daku companions who overindulge in intimate activities. What does this kid mean by giving so much to this holy son? He was so pissed his face turned black, and he said to that idiot, This spirit chrysanthemum? This pennant doesn't need. But the guy thought he was being polite, scratching his head and chuckling. Senior immortal, no need to be so formal. He looked like he was truly grateful for Shen Tian's help. If it weren't for Senior Immortal guiding me, I would never have been able to get so many spirit chrysanthemums. You deserve this, Senior. Shen Tian waved his hand, his face still pitch black. This pennant really doesn't need it. He continued to persuade Shen Tian, Senior Immortal. It's just a small token of my appreciation, no need to be shy. On the surface, Shen Tian was speechless, but inside he was raging, wanting to smash everything. He screamed internally, Who's being shy? Does this holy son need this? You're hilarious." Finally, Shen Tian had to compromise. "Fine, since it's your kind intention, this pennant will reluctantly accept." Zhang Yongxi, standing behind, saw Shen Tian accept the gift, and her eyes became even more affectionate. Her face had already turned red when she saw him accept the gift. The young man happily thought, "According to Zhen Xiang's advice, I should be able to successfully form a bond and continue to cling to Senior Immortal's powerful thighs." Then, he asked, "Senior Immortal, can you continue to point out my mistakes?" Shen Tian looked at the guy. Wait a minute. His fate aura, which was originally just a faint cyan color indicating that he had obtained a fortuitous encounter, had now upgraded to a dark cyan color. He made a judgment. If you continue to collect things at this level of chi luck, you will inevitably encounter danger. Staying in Mistown is a wise choice. Shen Tian hesitantly asked, "Are you sure you want to listen?" He affirmed firmly, "I implore Senior Immortal to point out my mistakes. I am all ears." Shen Tian immediately put on an unwilling expression, clasping his hands together, his voice laced with a hint of warning. "Very well. This seat accepts the heavenly Tao's backlash to reveal a sliver of life. Listen carefully. Do not take what you cannot. Do not force what you cannot get. Your blessings are low. Obtaining this opportunity is enough." The surrounding atmosphere suddenly turns several degrees colder. If you are greedy and continue to enter the misty plain to search for treasure, you may encounter a great disaster. Shen Tian continued to earnestly advise, "This place may have major changes. If you believe this pennant, leave after obtaining the spirit chrysanthemum." Hearing every word of the Senior Immortal, the chrysanthemum-loving man couldn't help but be bewildered. Senior Immortal said, "My blessings are still low now. What does that mean?" He suddenly realized. Could it be that the spirit chrysanthemum I gave to Senior Immortal is not enough? In the depths of his heart he roared in panic. Or is it that the quality of the spirit chrysanthemum is not good enough? Then the young man scratched his head, gradually understanding. That's right. The allure of the opportunities in the cultivation world is extremely high. How could it be easily abandoned? They all say that cultivators struggle against the heavens. It's normal for someone to be reluctant to leave. He scratched his head. Shen Tian wanted to ignore him, but couldn't bear to abandon him. Who told you to have a connection with this holy sun? Moreover, repaying kindness is a must. It's worth a return gift. Shen Tian pulled out a stack of pre-drawn talismans and shoved them into the other party's hand. Idiot! Go away, you idiot! If you can't bear to give up that opportunity on the misty plain, then go yourself. These thundering talismans will be by your side. Shen Tian spread out the talismans, carefully instructing. If you encounter danger that you cannot resist, these thundering talismans may be able to help you create a path to survival. With that said, Shen Tian threw the talismans into the air. They hovered in the air, emitting golden light. Then the talisman exploded into a large flame, causing everyone around to gape. Such powerful might! The young man held the stack of talismans he had just been given, his face pale. This explosion talisman had extremely high power, and the price of this top-grade thundering talisman on the market was also extremely high. At least 400 to 500 spirit stones. He began to calculate in his head. Senior Immortal taking out 10 of these thundering talismans is no different from spending spirit stones to buy them, and must have cost 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. The look in his eyes as he looked at Shen Tian became even more respectful, his eyes filled with emotion. The spirit chrysanthemums I offered to Senior Immortal were not worth the luxury of Senior Immortal's action with these thundering talismans. Telling me not to go find opportunities myself must not be lying to me. It seemed that all of Shen Tian's efforts to persuade him had worked. The chrysanthemum-loving man clasped his hands and bowed. Senior Immortal's kind teachings, I will remember them all. In the next few days, I will not enter the plane again. He turned and left, humming cheerful tunes, thinking to himself, Senior Immortal said that there may be major changes here. Staying here might even bring new opportunities. Shen Tian watched him leave, feeling relieved. While Shen Tian continued to sow good karma with everyone, he thought to himself, this misty plain definitely has something strange, but I can't convince everyone after all, so let it be. If they are destined with me, a word of reminder is enough. If they don't listen to advice, giving 10 life-saving thundering talismans is considered my best effort to help. He imagined the scene when the man used the talisman he had given, and said, if that guy encounters danger and successfully escapes using the divine firmament thunderstorm talisman, the next person to be consulted by Shen Tian also seemed to have found a bright spot in his life, grabbing his hand and thanking him profusely. As for him, he was still pleased with his thoughts, unable to hide his smile. It can also be considered as expanding sails for the divine firmament thunderstorm talisman, and can also create satisfactory results. An aura of pride sparkled in the surrounding atmosphere. Shen Tian propped his hand and praised himself in his heart. It can't be denied, this holy sun is indeed a genius. In the southern border, Heaven Rock Ridge, huge rocks interlocked, reaching high as if touching the sun. A huge golden bird stepped forward, loudly cursing. Damn humans, damn it! This was the Golden Divine Rock, the third elder of the Heaven Rock clan, one of the absolute overlords of the Heaven Rock Ridge. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the image of Bilian holding 2 large chicken legs in both hands, chewing and swallowing, his voice even louder, expressing his madness. Bilian Tianzun killed my son, and dared to roast and eat him in front of everyone. Since I took power, I have never endured such humiliation. The Golden Divine Rock immediately stomped on the stone pillar, spread its long wings, preparing to fly up, uttering the call to action. My people, follow me to the divine firmament holy ground in the eastern wilderness. I must use the flesh and blood of the divine firmament elder to pay respects to the deceased in front of everyone. All the remaining birds below cried out in unison, expressing their sympathy. With that, the divine rock took off, leaping off the cliff, followed by a series of other birds from the southern border soaring valiantly in the sky. In just a moment, the divine rock had crossed endless territory, flying directly to the eastern wilderness. The golden divine rock flew in the air, recognizing that the territory ahead was the eastern wilderness. Suddenly, something caught its attention. It was another bird, but its body was surrounded by a blazing red flame. It swooped past Shen Peng, setting him ablaze. Flapping its wings wildly, it shrieked, "Holy Empress, this old one is avenging my son, please don't stop me." The bird with the fiery red aura spoke. Getting in its way was none other than the embodiment of the immortal demon Empress, the #1 powerhouse of the southern border, who controlled the nirvana of the Forest Emperor tribe. The immortal Empress, born in ancient times 10,000 years ago, swept through the Holy War, rising to prominence, surviving 100 battles, and achieving sainthood through nirvana. Seeing the Holy Empress, the remaining birds followed suit. During that holy war, countless mighty warriors greatly damaged the Forest Emperor tribe's vitality, but under her leadership, they grew stronger with each battle. However, they didn't dare to fly recklessly, instead perching on nearby branches, folding their wings, and silently bowing their heads. 10,000 years had passed since the Holy War, and Nirvana had even grown into a powerful force throughout the entire southern border demon race. And the immortal Empress, after becoming the uncrowned king of the entire southern border demon race, commanded the immortal royal family, controlling more than half of the southern border. The Holy Empress opened her eyes, her pupils looking like golden jade, with a purple glow radiating from them. 10,000 years ago I said, rest and recuperate. The sages of the southern border cannot leave the domain. Are you questioning me now? Hearing the question, Shen Peng's eyes turned stern, and he replied respectfully. This old one would never disobey the Holy Empress's will, but the grudge of killing my son is irreconcilable. Seeing that Shen Peng didn't understand reason, the Holy Empress lectured him. Your son used his strength to bully the weak, attacking the divine firmament holy maiden, and was killed by that Bilian of the same level. What's there to be unwilling about? Today you are entering the eastern wasteland alone to take revenge, unless you think you can rely on your insignificant cultivation to destroy the divine firmament holy land? The Holy Empress lost her patience and said bluntly, don't forget, humans also have supreme beings. The demon race has been resting and recuperating for 10,000 years and won't harm their vitality for your sake. Shen Peng flapped his wings repeatedly, protesting. But Holy Empress, this old one is not willing. The grudge of killing my son must be avenged. Holy Empress, please forgive me. After I return from taking revenge, I will come to Nirvana to ask for punishment. With that, he spread his wings and flew in the opposite direction, ignoring the Holy Empress. On the way, Shen Peng thought to himself, after thousands of years of rest and recuperation, the overall strength of the southern border demon race is much stronger than it was at the end of the Holy War. He had his own plans. The long years of peaceful life had made many extreme powerhouses of the demon race unable to suppress the desire for slaughter in their blood. He deluded himself and blamed humans. They wanted to disobey the immortal Empress's orders and show the other forces at the border the power of the demon race. Shen Peng was very firm in his own ideas. This time he broke through the domain with the support of many powerful demon race experts, and when necessary, they would lend a hand. Shen Peng's head was now full of evil plans. Ahead is the territory of the Eastern Wasteland. As long as I successfully escape the southern border and break through the Eastern Wasteland continent, the immortal Empress's authority will be threatened. In his mind, he saw the terrifying landscape of the Eastern Wasteland, where countless magical treasures were guarded by mysterious forces. At that time, the demon race patriarchs hiding in the dark will send powerful figures above the Foundation establishment stage to gather and force the royal family to break their oath. Seeing that Shen Peng dared to defy her orders, the Holy Empress couldn't help but be angry. It seems that because I haven't taken action for thousands of years, you have underestimated my authority. The Holy Empress flapped her wings, causing flames to spread, covering the entire sky, and shouted, "Foolish!" causing the other birds to scatter and flee. The golden Shen Peng was hit and struggled in the flames, unable to help but cry out, "Holy Empress, this old one is not convinced. Humans oppress us like this. Why can't we take revenge?" The Holy Empress explained. "Saints cannot move. It is a covenant between humans and demons. How can we break our oath and start a war for your sake? If you want revenge, the powerhouses below the saint stage of the collateral branches will do their best to fight the humans of the same level in the divine firmament Holy Land, and life and death will depend on fate." As she spoke, the Holy Empress controlled the flames to form a cage, trapping all the birds inside, and lectured them. "If any human powerhouse uses their strength to bully the weak, even if a human emperor appears, I will personally fight them to the death. But today you have violated the demon race's rules. I will punish you by sealing your cultivation for 1,000 years. Face the wall and reflect." The birds were shocked by the sudden punishment, gaping and unable to speak. The Holy Empress finished her business and spread her wings and flew away, the red birdcage breaking through the sky, heading towards the deepest part of Nirvana in the southern border. At this moment the entire southern border held its breath, and no powerhouse dared to stop the blazing red light from slowly rising into the sky. An incarnation immediately suppressed Shen Peng, as if he were catching a chicken. After thousands of years, the Empress's methods had become even more powerful. She was still the ruler of the southern border. The scene shifted to the divine firmament Holy Land, also known as Azure Dragon Peak, where mountains overlapped and lush greenery covered everything. Feng Chang's hair was messy, his face was covered in black ink, and he held a thick stack of paper. "Even though I invented the copying artifact, copying once is like copying 3 times. Suddenly he burst into tears, holding a self-made pen made of 3 pens taped together to copy the punishment faster. "But the rules of our Holy Land are too long. Copying 5,000 times is really trying to kill someone." He rolled onto the floor in front of Zhang Yunting, thrashing among the stacks of copied papers. "Second senior brother, I can't copy anymore." Zhang Yunting sat and couldn't help but laugh, resting his chin on his hand and advising, "Eldest senior brother, don't stop, keep going, it's not enough yet." Feng Chang raised his 2 hands, black with ink, and roared, "If you make me copy again, I'll definitely have a chi deviation. Copying the rules is harder than fighting a nascent soul venerable." Suddenly, Feng Chang seemed to realize a truth. That's right. He sat up with renewed vigor. "Although Master told me to copy the rules as punishment, he didn't specify when I have to finish. Finishing in 3 days is still copying, and finishing in 30 years is still copying." He kept coming up with reasons to justify himself. "The longer the period, the fewer words I have to copy each day. I'm so smart." He clenched his fist, a bright smile spreading across his face. "If I manage to break through to the 9th revolution of the Golden Core realm right now, Master will definitely be overjoyed. Maybe then, Master will have a moment of compassion and waive the rest of my scripture copying punishment." Feng Chang thought about it and slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming, "So all this copying I've done, isn't it just a huge loss?" Zhang Yunding was speechless at the scene. He jumped up, urging Yunding, who was sitting next to him, "Junior brother, let's go into closed-door cultivation first. After I successfully break through to the 9th Revolution Golden Core, I'll come back and continue copying these sect rules." Feng Chang was brimming with enthusiasm, decisively saying, "Senior brother, I feel like I've never been this strong before. I can definitely break through." In Mist City, in a place decorated in a magnificent style, Zhen's Hijia was standing on a high platform, raising his hand to the sky, and saying blankly, "This Heaven's Favor organization is to establish a connection with the Immortal Master." Under the watchful eyes of the people below, he continued, "Maintain the connection with the Immortal Master, and become a person favored by the Immortal Master. Then your opportunities will be endless." Zhang Meng, raising his hand to his forehead and looking into the distance, he said, "Senior brother, look ahead." The guy with the hat opposite him continued, "Phew. Following the Immortal Master's guidance, we quickly found our opportunity." The 2 guys following Shopkeeper's song couldn't help but be stunned, helpless, at this recruitment scene, while he was sweating bullets, saying, "Heavens, Zhen Zhijia didn't go find his own opportunity, but he's here sucking up to the immortal master. His face turned pale, and he said irritably, "Let's go too. Let's promote the Heaven's Favor organization with those guys." Shopkeeper Song started squeezing through the crowd with his 2 followers to get deeper inside. Hurry, hurry, we can't let Zhen Zhijia hog all the opportunities to suck up to the immortal master. After squeezing through to the high platform, he and his 2 followers struck impressive poses with Zhen Zhijia, attracting the attention of the people. Under the arrangement of Shopkeeper Song and the others, more and more people joined the immortal master's big family. On Shen Tian's side, who was disguised, a line of people were waiting to meet him. The guy at the head stepped forward, bowed, and presented a bouquet of golden spider lilies with respect. "Thank you for the immortal master's great kindness." Before he could think, a pile of golden spider lily bouquets were presented to him. Faced with the situation, Shen Tian revealed surprise and some confusion at having so many flowers. And these people, having obtained all kinds of spirit herbs, mist grass, and chrysanthemum spirit flowers from the mist plains, also shared half of them with Shen Tian. He turned to Shopkeeper Song and saw him and 3 others striking poses in front of the crowd. Frustration was written all over his face, and in his words, "WTF, what are those 4 doing? Why are there suddenly more people?" Returning to his main job, even though he received everyone's herbs, Shen Tian didn't take the opportunities of the favored ones for nothing, and gave them some exploding talismans in return. He happily gave them out one by one. Everyone got a talisman. As far as Shen Tian was concerned, these exploding talismans were cheap products. Giving them away was no big deal. The key was that he felt that something might happen in the Mist Plains, and these exploding talismans might save lives. It was because of this premonition, and knowing that the talismans would save people, that he had this thought. Moreover, if the effect was really good, this would also be a good opportunity to advertise exploding talismans in the eyes of these favored people. Shen Tian not only guided them to find opportunities, but also gave them exploding talismans. Even though he felt a little guilty, that was all he could do. So everyone admired Shen Tian's noble character even more. However, there were still some exceptions. Those who were told they had no affinity were naturally unwilling. No matter what they did, they couldn't find any opportunities. And they didn't find even a trace of opportunity in the Mist Plains all day long. Seeing that the favored people not only found opportunities but also received top-quality exploding talismans, they felt psychologically unfair. They felt frustrated and uncomfortable. But there was nothing they could do but swallow the bitter pill. There were also some who had other thoughts. "Immortal Master, my ass. He said he wouldn't take a single coin from those with affinity, but now he's charging a fee." Another agreed. "That's right, he said he wants half, or he won't point the way. It's really shady." He rested his chin as if he was thinking about something, and continued. "What's with saying that there will be major changes in the Mist Plains? How could that be? It hasn't been like that for thousands of years." Continuing with that thought, he added, "In my opinion, this immortal master is probably a fake, trying to trick us into leaving the Mist Plains to monopolize the opportunities." Suddenly, a few older sisters popped out from behind, disagreeing with his opinion. When did the immortal master ask for half or he wouldn't point the way? That's slander. They continued to complain. "We're completely willing to share with the immortal master, okay?" Not stopping, the girl pointed directly at his face and shouted, "The immortal master refused 3 times every time, and even gave us a lot of top-quality exploding talismans to make up for it." The girl got even angrier and continued, "The immortal master peeked at the secrets of heaven and reminded us to be careful. It's clearly for our own good. You're judging a gentleman with the heart of a villain. The immortal master is so hardworking, so kind, and most importantly, so handsome. You're not ashamed to speak ill of him." Not only that girl, but other girls nodded in agreement with dissatisfaction. "Have your consciences been eaten by dogs?" In an instant, Shen Tian's reputation became unprecedentedly famous. Because of such recognition, more and more people protected him from bad rumors. "You dare to slander the immortal master. We won't allow you to tarnish the immortal master's reputation." Thanks to everyone's love and favor, the light blue halo of luck above Shen Tian's head gradually turned green after a day of fortune-telling and rubbing of opportunities. At the main city, which has been shrouded in mist for thousands of years, the misttide would never reach the main city during each misttide period. Therefore, many cultivators in the main city who were surrounded by thick mist were not worried. Shen Tian was leaning against the window thinking about something. But seeing the constantly rolling mist, Shen Tian always felt his heart beating fast. And at night, when the guards were standing guard on the city gate, streams of mist were rising from below. Seeing the mist, one of the guards showed a clear look of panic. One of them recognized it and said, "Ah, This is the mist reaching the city gate." Before he finished, he suddenly saw something appear in the mist from behind his colleague, which made him even more frightened, and he shouted, Be careful behind you. Hearing that information from his teammate, the guard gritted his teeth. When that thing appeared, before he could react, he was wrapped in those green vines and pulled down from the city. The guard, who was pulled down, could do nothing but shout for help. Save me! Save me! Not only could he not save his teammate, the other soldier became the next target for those vines. Don't come over here. Even more vines sprouted from behind, terrifying him completely. Without any warning, the vines shot out at an incredible speed, and in a flash, they coiled around his arms and legs, immobilizing him. They started to tighten their grip, dragging him away. The city gate was now deserted, with nothing but a few scattered leaves and the slowly dissipating fog. Meanwhile, in a lavish and grand building known as the Hongyu Tower, inside, Shen Tian was in the middle of qi refining, his red-colored qi radiating all around him. In his left hand, he held a purple hammer, while his right hand was channeling energy. He focused the energy from his right hand and merged it into the hammer, fusing the 1 yuan heavy water of his raging water divine thunder with the purple gold hammer. Once he saw they had successfully fused, Shen Tian raised the hammer to check it out. He figured that even a golden core stage cultivator would get one-shotted if they weren't careful. He mulled over the weapon's power. Alright, with my current cultivation level, strength, and providence, if the foggy plains is really as dangerous as they say, this should be enough to get by, right? But even after thinking it through, Shen Tian still felt a bit uneasy about the risks. Nah, this doesn't feel safe enough. And so, he decided to gear up a bit more. Just in case, I'd better properly equip myself. He whipped out a thick stack of shiny, brand new talismans. Next up was an exquisitely designed, reddish-brown gun. On top of those two, Shen Tian also strapped a few grenades to his belt, completing his fully armored Shen Tian look. Once he was kitted out to his satisfaction, he thought smugly to himself, yeah, now this feels way more secure. Suddenly, a loud scream from outside the window caught his attention. Shen Tian quickly reacted, throwing open the window to see what was going on. That blood-curdling scream, what's happening out there? Peering out the window, Shen Tian saw wisps of fog creeping in. Holy crap, you've got to be kidding me. The fog has reached the city. Suddenly, a huge chunk of rock hurtled down from the sky, wreathed in flames. It was followed by more rocks, crashing down like meteors and smashing the city's magnificent structures to pieces. This fog, as one of the rocks hit the ground, it began to crack, a green light glowing from within the fissures. Suddenly, thorny vines burst out from the massive rock, and the rock rapidly transformed into a monster, with a single, giant eye surrounded by a maw of razor-sharp teeth. Seeing this, Shen Tian was so stunned and horrified he had to grab the windowsill for support. What the hell? Aren't the immortal binding vines supposed to stay put underground? Why'd they sprout legs and start running around on the streets? The flaming rocks continued to rain down, setting the city ablaze, each one mercilessly obliterating houses, leaving nothing but rubble in their wake. Just then, an immortal binding vine was chasing after a terrified citizen. As its vines closed in, the man screamed in absolute terror, "Help! Save me!" But despite his desperate cries, the vines swiftly wrapped around his body, stopping him in his tracks. Before he could even process what was happening, a vine shot straight into his mouth and began to suck out his life force. MMPH. After draining the man completely, the vine tossed his body aside like a piece of garbage. The scene descended into absolute chaos and horror as more and more monsters appeared. They were snatching people up to drain their life force, and soon, the ground was littered with the shriveled, lifeless husks of their victims. Seeing that horrifying scene, Shen Tian could only grit his teeth and bear it, watching innocent people get implicated. No way! Is this the true power of the immortal binding vines? Everything before was just scrap. He grew even more worried when something happened to Miss City. Danger really appeared. Even Miss City was breached. A group of people appeared from behind him. They said, flustered, "Your Highness, this is bad, Miss City." Monsters appeared. Qin Yundi showed up from afar, calling him senior brother. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Shen Tian quickly took out his tools and prepared to fight. "Everyone, the mist is flooding the city. We have to retreat quickly." Just as he ran, Zhang Yongxi caught up and announced, "There's something strange about this mist. I just checked. Except for the western outer city, the other city gates are all surrounded." Shen Tian paid attention to what she said, and she continued, "Because of it, all divine sense scans within the city are affected, and flying with swords is impossible." Hearing that information, he made a decision to break the siege, while Qin Yundi and Gibao followed behind. "Senior sister, let's avoid these immortal binding vines first and find a way to get to the western city gate and break the encirclement." From his previous deduction, he warned everyone about the mist. This mist actually knew to surround the main city first, then infiltrate. There must be a strong cultivator plotting something. While moving, they were stunned and had to stop immediately. Because of the scene before them, those vines had surrounded them, leaving them with no way to go, forcing them to get closer to each other. Everyone, stick together, be careful. Without hesitation, the monster immortal binding vines rushed to attack them. They opened their mouths as if to eat them, but with their strength, someone used their cue to cut it in half. The next monster that attacked suffered the same fate, but this time it was clearer. Someone flew up and chopped it in half with terrifying power. A nascent soul cultivator. After destroying that monster, he stood on the roof to defend. This seemed to reassure Shen Tian, and he continued to run towards the west gate. With them here, maybe they can defend Miss City, but first, we should save our lives and get out of here, then we can talk. They hadn't run far before they were blocked by another monster, and had to go on the defensive. What? Seeing its shape, Shen Tian and his group couldn't help but feel confused and exclaimed, "Holy crap, this one's huge!" While everyone was frozen, Zhang Yongxi stepped forward and drew her weapon, declaring in a clear voice, "Leave it to me." With swift speed, she charged at it without hesitation, with a golden aura surrounding her body. With just one slash, she cut it into many pieces, thanks to her absolute overwhelming power. Without stopping, Zhang Yongxi continued to tear the monster apart, making Shen Tian exclaim, "Senior sister is so awesome! What a display of power!" And that monster was destroyed, making him even more confident in his senior sister's power. Taking Yongxi's senior sister out for training was the best decision. I just need to be around to pick up the corpses. Triumphantly, he approached the corpse of the monster and sneered, "Heh, these immortal binding vines are good stuff, and they even know how to walk. It's like a precious treasure falling from the sky." This only further confirmed his belief. Top-grade mutated type, it'll be so worth it to refine them into immortal binding ropes later. Before they could have peace, a pile of vines emerged from the ground. A bunch more of them appeared and surrounded Zhang Yongxi. Not only her, but the others in Shen Tian's group were also being surrounded, with vines wrapping around them tightly. Seeing the situation, Xin Yongdi took action. He controlled many guns and fired at the monsters. "Damn it, let me show you my power." Each bullet hit accurately, piercing through each monster. Although injured by many bullets, these monsters didn't seem to care at all, and charged forward. This seemed to make him even more annoyed by their stubbornness, and he frowned. Suddenly, a golden round bead flew towards Zhang Yongxi. While her back was to the bead, sensing it, she turned her face towards the bead and managed to dodge it. As if knowing who did it, she turned and yelled at Qin Yundi angrily, "Hey Qin, aim properly, will you?" Seeing her expression, he felt a little scared and stepped back. Sweating with helplessness, he scratched his head and complained, "Ah, why is it like this?" Shen Tian was holding a gun, but quickly explained his confusion. "Junior brother Yundi, don't use your divine sense to control the yin-yang demon-piercing cannon, just hold it in your hand and throw it directly," he added, as if reminding Qin Yundi. "When we start moving to fight, this mist will make our divine sense unable to control the direction accurately, which could hurt our own teammates. It's very dangerous." Suddenly, the people from Shopkeeper Song's group appeared from behind and shouted, "Immortal Master, this is bad. The people in the city are in chaos." Noticing everyone, he called out to them, "Quick, come over here." As soon as they got closer, he smiled slightly and handed them the guns he was controlling. "You guys came at the right time. Here, each of you take 3 guns with you for self-defense. Don't lose them." Zhen's Hijia quickly agreed. "Yes, senior brother." As soon as they were equipped with guns, Shopkeeper Song's group couldn't help but marvel at how cool they were. "Wow, is this the newest weapon from the Holy Land?" They also exclaimed, "Oh, awesome." After they got the guns, Xin Yundi grabbed another bunch of guns and handed them to Shen Tian. "Senior brother, I'm keeping 10, that should be enough, here's 8 for you." With all the preparations and equipment complete, they were ready to face the danger, and Shen Tian reminded everyone, try to stick close together, don't get separated. Look, the fog is getting thicker and thicker." Shen Tian couldn't help but think, the fog's density inside the city is getting insane. Visibility is dropping like crazy. Gotta keep my weapon ready and watch my surroundings. If we get split up, it'll be impossible to find each other even if we're only a few dozen steps apart. Just then, he realized Yunji wasn't there, and got a little anxious. "Crap, where's senior sister Yunji?" Hearing this, Xin Yundi replied between coughs, "Senior sister Yunji is fighting 3 entangling vine demons. She went deep inside." Everyone present started shouting worriedly, "Senior sister Yunji! Senior sister Yunji!" In the chaos, Shen Tian calmly tried to reassure everyone. "Don't panic, everyone," he said with a determined look. "With senior sister Yunxi's strength, she'll be fine." He thought to himself. Anyway, Senior sister's got a golden halo on her head. It's hard to die even if she wants to. It's my dark green halo that should be scared shitless." Immediately, he raised his hand and pointed in the opposite direction, calling out to the others, "Let's head to the west gate first. If senior sister Yunxi gets away, she'll definitely come to the west gate to meet us." They listened to him and readily replied, "Okay." After running like hell through the fog for a while, they finally reached the city gate. Ahead was the west gate. Shen Tian, covered in sweat, panted heavily and reminded his teammates, "Almost there. Hurry up, everyone." Xin Yundi still felt uneasy and said to him, "Senior brother, the west gate is too quiet. I have a bad feeling about this." Suddenly, a man appeared out of nowhere. He shouted anxiously, "Let me through! Let me through!" Without any hesitation, he ran straight out of the city gate, finally escaped, made it. He stopped under the city gate, panting. After running for so long, he raised his hands to the sky in joy, yelling, "Phew! Finally escaped that damn place. Too good to be true." Suddenly, a vine covered in thorns shot out from above, directly ending his life. Shen Tian's group was horrified by this scene. Xin Yundi said in a panic, "We're screwed. The last way out is blocked." A terrifying monster with a thorny vine body appeared from the sky, looking like two giant eyes watching and waiting to attack its prey. Finally, they realized and shouted, "This is the Death Gate." Death Gate. Shen Tian observed the monster, sweating bullets. At this moment, he suddenly remembered seeing Fang Chang's opportunity. Although the foggy city had changed, it hadn't completely become a dead place, so things could still be turned around, as long as we could create a path to survival. After figuring out a plan, he turned to the others and decisively ordered, "Don't be afraid, Hongyu Pavilion has a defensive formation. Follow me back." Seeing his determined aura, Yundi couldn't help but admire him. As expected of Saint Child Senior Brother, fearless in the face of danger, everything is under control. Shopkeeper Song couldn't help but exclaim, "Can't deny, being by Senior Brother's side gives you a sense of security." Suddenly seeing the scene, everyone present was scared shitless. In front of them was an enormous meteor plummeting down at a terrifying speed. Immediately, the meteor crashed right where they were standing. Fortunately, both Shen Tian and Yuandi dodged it safely. Then, from inside the giant meteor, some strange vines appeared for some reason. Seeing the danger, Yuandi quickly reminded him, "Saint Child Senior Brother, this is an entangling vine at the nascent soul level. If we let it complete its transformation, we're in trouble." Hearing him say that, Shen Tian didn't hesitate for even a second and directly pulled out stacks of talismans. His body was enveloped in huge flames without saying a word. He immediately threw all the talismans at the meteor in front of him. He didn't forget to mock in his heart, transforming so slowly, "Watch me cut you off." The talismans he threw were now stuck tightly to the meteor. Without waiting for it to react, he raised his hand and silently summoned his weapon. Up here, black tortoise armor, black tortoise, with a sturdy body. Shen Tian was clad in a emerald green armor and holding a shield that looked like a turtle shell. This was the wind defense armor form. Black tortoises, the talismans on the meteor that he threw out just now, began to activate, emitting light. Then they directly detonated in a shattering explosion, smoke billowing to the point of suffocation. The others didn't have time to react and were directly blown away by the huge explosion. The meteor was now completely broken, revealing the tangled vines inside. Although it was damaged by his talisman explosion, it hadn't been completely destroyed. Shen Tian was totally taken aback too, jaw-dropping at the scene. He gaped and shouted, "It exploded that hard and it's still not dead." Right then, a giant vine came whipping down from above, aiming right for him. After dodging that attack, he finally realized everyone else was gone, and wondered, where'd everyone go? Did they all get blown to bits? He panicked so hard his face went white as a sheet, and he broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. "No way am I the only one left." Now he finally realized how serious things were, and started running like crazy. He cried and regretted it all, thinking, "I messed up, I never should have come here in the first place." Daring to snatch the fortune of someone with great luck. Now look, it's a citywide disaster. Thinking about other people's high luck, he couldn't help but cry, feeling sorry for himself, snot running down his face. He thought, even if this danger won't wipe out the whole city, Zhang Yungxi and the others can survive thanks to their luck. But I'm done for, I'm just not green enough. He just kept running as fast as he could, desperately dodging the vine's attacks. Seeing he had no chance of fighting back, he had no choice but to use his last resort. Alright, time to play my trump card. No sooner thought than done. Shen Tian quickly pulled out the Swordmaster token. Instantly, Kang Lan's super cool figure appeared, wreathed in flames. But it was just a simulation of him, not like he actually summoned the real deal. The vines, covered in sharp thorns, shot towards him. Kang Lan wasn't flustered at all. calmly closing his eyes to wait for the right moment. With his terrifying power, he immediately pulled out a dazzling sword, directly stabbing it into the giant vines, pinning them flat to the ground. Unable to escape, Shen Tian collapsed on the ground to the side, muttering in awe. That immortal binding vine is terrifying. If it wasn't for the Swordmaster token, I'd be toast this time. After the figure of Kang Lan summoned from the Swordmaster token attacked the giant vines, he gradually dissipated. Seeing the giant vines no longer moving, Shen Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. He cautiously approached it, raising his hand to create orange laser beams, thinking, "Time to rest, Viney. Among my enemies, I'll gladly call you the strongest." As he thought, he stored the dead vines into his space ring. "Even though you're dead, I'll refine you into the best immortal binding rope, so you can follow me. You'll become my badge of honor." After collecting the vine's corpse, he started calculating. There are already 10 immortal binding vines in the Shangming ring, right? Plus, each one's top-notch, their market value is incalculable. Swish. Suddenly, a vine that wasn't dead shot out of nowhere towards Shen Tian. Wrapping tightly around his arm, Shen Tian was caught off guard by this and exclaimed, "What?" Not only that, another vine appeared, wrapping around his leg, directly yanking him down flat on his face. Shen Tian couldn't help but panic, thinking, "Crap." Without thinking twice, he turned and threw an explosion talisman at the vine. "Eat my explosion talisman." The vine took the full force of his talisman and was mangled, shaking violently. But unexpectedly, more and more vines appeared, rushing towards him. Shen Tian was utterly panicked and cursed, "Damn it, why are there so many?" The vines appeared more and more, wrapping tightly around his whole body, making him unable to move at all. Even though Shen Tian was wearing a super strong armor, he was still worried, thinking, "What do I do? Just relying on the Xuanwu helmet definitely won't let me escape the immortal binding vine. Plus, the Xuanwu helmet needs a constant supply of spirit energy to maintain. Whether it can hold out until reinforcements arrive is hard to say." But at this moment, a flame suddenly appeared on his body. He thought in surprise. Did it sense the dangerous situation? Looking at the flame appearing from his body, he was surprised that the Shin Fire Sutra in his body was operating on its own. Suddenly he freaked out as if he saw a ghost, shouting, This is!" He imagined delicious food, his face lighting up. Why does this blue-black vine look so appetizing? Even though now's not the right time to think about food, I can't help but think. Like sugarcane, I can almost smell a faint fragrance. Shen Tian suddenly sobered up, bewildered by his own thoughts. That's not right. I'm a proper Chinese foodie. Why would I be eyeing this cooking ingredient? Especially since this thing can't be put in your mouth. The more calmly he thought about it, the more scared he became. Not understanding what was wrong with his taste. Wait, why do I feel like this is a cooking ingredient? It's clearly a vine monster. Plus they're sucking my essence. Shen Tian wasn't about to become monster vine food, so he angrily gnawed and bit. Damn it, these entangling immortal vines can suck me dry, so why can't I suck them dry? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and the more enthusiastically he ate, muttering to himself, "Since I'm tied up and can't move anyway, and you won't let me leave, then I'll bite you to death, eat you clean." Shen Tian ate so happily that his face glowed, praising, "Wow, this taste is sweet and sour. Not bad at all." Seeing that this monster was edible, and even strangely to his liking, he didn't hesitate to lower his head and devour it ravenously. And just like that, the situation was completely reversed. Brimming with power, Shen Tian devoured, bit the vines, and sucked down mouthfuls of vine fluid. The divine flame scripture in his body rapidly circulated, drawing in, absorbing, and digesting the vine fluid, which flowed into his limbs and bones, as the monster vine's power was absorbed by him, bit by bit. Because its vitality was rapidly being drained, the vines constantly contracted, and finally, they withered. Without a trace of spiritual power, the withered vines released him, dropping him to the ground with a thud. Shen Tian, having eaten his fill, was now overflowing with power, declaring with great gusto, "I can feel my cells and muscles being replenished with a pure energy. The fatigue from before has completely disappeared." He gave a thumbs up to the lifeless monster vine, praising it endlessly. "Entangling immortal vines taste amazing. Among my enemies, I'll gladly crown you the sweetest." Whether it was because the fog was dissipating, or for some other reason, his vision became clearer than before, and furthermore, his divine sense, which had been affected by the fog, had now partially recovered. "I can see things within 20 meters. Seeing this, he couldn't help but suspect and speculate. Could it be that the entangling immortal vine's fluid is the bane of this fog? At this moment, the monster vine high above saw what had happened, and was terrified, retreating backward without stopping. Seeing that the vines that had been tightly wrapped around his hands were now slowly releasing him, he was surprised and wondered. "They're actually untying me." Shen Tian observed the monster, wondering inwardly, "Are they afraid of me?" Thinking this, he took advantage of his position to bully it, rushing towards it and shouting, "I'm still not full, hurry up and get into my bowl." Now the monster vines saw him as if he were a ghost, and desperately fled, crying out for help. "Help! Ah, someone's eating the vines!" Shen Tian took the opportunity to chase after them, shouting, "Hey, don't run!" With a terrifying expression, he pulled out a gun from who knows where and said with a laugh, "You want to run now? Too late." He pointed the gun at them and roared like a savage, "Obediently enter my mouth and offer all your essence to me." Finishing his words, he stood on the ground and relentlessly massacred them. "Crush the demons, subdue the violent, annihilate the frenzy. My gun is as clear as a mirror, watch the shooting star." The monster vines desperately dodged, questioning their very existence, and asking each other, "Didn't Mother Vine tell us to come hunting? Why is there such a terrifying human in the fog city who dares to suck us dry instead?" They wept tears of pain, crying, "Help! Big bro, second bro, third bro, fourth bro, fifth bro are about to die." His face looked no different from a villain terrorizing innocent people, evil creatures, daring to run amok and harm humans. Today Shen Tian will eliminate this scourge for the people. At this moment, something gradually appeared behind the pitiful monster vine. A group of larger monster vines suddenly appeared, shielding the small monster. Shen Tian stared blankly at the large group of them for a few seconds. Then he decisively raised his hand, feigning generosity and saying, "Little Viney, I'll let it slide this time, don't be naughty like this again." Before he could take another step, a giant vine lashed down in front of him. He ran while screaming in his heart, but still had to pretend to be compassionate, saying hastily, "I already said I'd let it slide this time. Why are you still hitting me? Ganging up on me, shameless." Shen Tian stopped acting and directly cried pitifully, "Haven't I already whitewashed myself?" He lamented his fate, yelling, "Could it be that the halo above my head isn't green enough, so I've attracted so many monsters with a single word?" The vines had no time to listen to his lamentations. They directly launched a series of vines towards him. Immediately afterward, they tightly wrapped around his waist, preventing him from running. Shen Tian was hung upside down and struggled constantly. He was now a little regretful, thinking, "I was too impulsive just now, irresistibly attracted by the delicacies." He was wrapped so tightly, no different from a cocoon. Faced with a group of monsters with such high strength, he could only cry for his fate, unable to do anything else. This time, he was thoroughly surrounded, 3 layers inside and out, by entangling immortal vines of the golden core stage. He vowed inwardly in despair, "Too careless. If there's a next time, I'll definitely not be negligent." Suddenly, a voice, from who knows who, spoke unexpectedly. "I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful young man in the Midas city." Shen Tian was totally helpless, tied upside down, when out of nowhere a voice boomed, "Hehe, ethereal and otherworldly, like a banished immortal, truly worthy of this deity." He struggled, trying to get free, while the voice kept going, "You lot, bring him back. Tell them I'm relying on him to survive my tribulation and become a saint." Hearing that voice, he couldn't help but wonder whose feminine voice it was. That woman's voice did not stop, and kept going, wanting to make him a Tengnu, own him, whip him, and suck him dry. Hearing that, Shen Tian got even more confused and bewildered, complaining, "Hey, is that how you treat a handsome guy when you see one?" He kept thinking about what that voice was saying. "Okay, owning me is one thing, but what's with the whipping? Even worse, after owning me and whipping me, you want to suck this holy sun dry?" He got even angrier, then just mumbled in despair, "That's going a bit too far. So heartless. As expected, demons are just demons, no humanity whatsoever." Even though he was complaining, he quickly remembered his situation and yelled, "Help! Save me!" He tried to wiggle, shake, and cry out for help. There's an old 1,000-year-old monster harassing a minor. Meanwhile, in Misty City, the imperial palace of the foggy hidden kingdom was surrounded by tons of monsters and their vine creepers. For the past hundreds of thousands of years, every time the foggy tide comes to the misty plain, a large number of cultivators enter to find vine creepers. Even so, there are still barriers to protect the city from them. Except for the fog disorienting cultivators, there's no other danger. Although if you meet high-level vine creepers and can't beat them, just leave their attack range and you're good. But today, these vine creepers are beyond everyone's imagination. The cultivators had to use all their energy to stop them with all their might. Like a seed falling from the sky, the roots move and twitch just like humans, sucking the essence of any cultivators they encounter. What's more, vine creepers, at the nascent soul stage, which are rarely seen in 100 years, have appeared more than 10 tonight. All the people who are using their energy to stop the vine creepers are trying their best. Although they are very tired and difficult, their health is limited, they are about to not be able to hold on. Every cultivator is gritting their teeth and enduring to be able to stop them all and protect this place. Even those powerhouses worshipped in the imperial palace feel like they're still far behind when facing them. Meanwhile, inside the courtyard of the city, everyone was just as busy. Zhang Yongxi and the foggy hidden kingdom's ruler were talking. This time we're lucky that the divine immortal sanctus is helping, otherwise the Misty City's imperial palace would have been destroyed long ago. The Misty Plain has been peaceful and normal for the past few days. Why is this foggy tide cycle such a terrible disaster? She asked coldly and calmly. Without a trace of worry, he replied in confusion. I don't know either, but it can be confirmed that, as the foggy hidden kingdom's ruler continued, behind these vine creepers, there is an expert manipulating them. Then, Zhang Yongxi turned around to face the vine creepers, as they were being blocked by the barrier created by the cultivators' efforts. Even though there was danger in front of her, she couldn't help but worry about her junior brother. I don't know if junior brother Shen Tian is safe, but she quickly put that thought aside, and understood the situation. Then calmly announced to the foggy hidden kingdom's ruler, the imperial palace's formation of Misty City won't be able to hold on for much longer. Without hesitation, she pulled out a shining disc like a weapon, and shouted with a determined voice, I need all the venerable grandmasters to fully cooperate, only by concentrating all of everyone's strength into the divine firmament mountain. Protecting Thundergrand formation, can we have a chance to survive? Hearing the order, all the cultivators present clasped their hands together, and said in unison, Understood. After taking out all the formation plates, Zhang Yongxi began to guide and distribute them to each person. One formation plate to each person. First, place these formation plates at the formation eyes of the formation. Hurry. Meanwhile, inside a room in Misty City, the Song clan's shopkeeper Giba and Qin Yundi were gathered and waiting for something. Suddenly, someone finally spoke and broke the silence. I really regret not listening to the Immortal Master. These past few days, the Immortal Master had predicted that something big would happen to Misty City, and advised everyone to leave. He sat down on the ground and continued. Unfortunately, we were all blinded by the so-called opportunities, and didn't listen to the Immortal Master at all. Someone seemed to agree, and was a little annoyed thinking about the past, and replied, Some people even fabricated that the Immortal Master was plotting to monopolize the great opportunity. Shen Tian's image flashed in his mind. My time has come. Two women in the group trembled, hugging each other in fear as if trying to comfort each other, while the man who spoke earlier continued. And the result of the fog in the Misty Plain suddenly spread. The vine creepers mutated, invaded Misty City, and treated everyone as nutrients. Those cultivators who stayed here must have been wiped out. Although we stayed in Misty City, we are now surrounded. Another man took out a few exploding talismans that were given to him this time, and told his story. Luckily, the cultivating master gave me exploding talismans. He continued to talk about the power of the exploding talisman when he used it to escape. The power of these exploding talismans is very strong. Even a golden core stage vine creeper can be injured by the explosion, so I was lucky enough to escape. Otherwise, the girl who spoke earlier agreed with the person who had spoken, as the exploding talisman helped save her life. That's right. I also relied on the exploding talisman the Immortal Master gave me to cut off the vine creeper that was chasing me, and successfully came here. Thank you for the Immortal Master's reward. If it weren't for the Immortal Master's reminder, and the reward of the talisman, I would have died long ago. They couldn't help but feel grateful to Shen Tian, and knelt down together, leaving him like a god. We are so dead! The Immortal Master did not hesitate to endure the heavenly backlash, begging for us a way to live. But we did not believe in him. Others in the group also bowed down to thank him. We are so dead. The Immortal Master did not hesitate to endure the heavenly backlash, begging for us a way to live, but we did not believe in him. Next, another person confessed and was grateful before the helplessness of the Song clan's shopkeeper, Guiba, and Qin Yundi in the back. Immortal Master, we know we were wrong. Please quickly manifest your holiness and destroy those karmic obstacles. My family still has an 80-year-old mother to feed. Meanwhile, Qin Yundi turned around and asked the other four people about Shen Tian's whereabouts. Brother Song, Brother Zhen, Brother Liu. Hey brothers, aren't you the newest members in our organization? Do you know where the Immortal Master went? The Song clan's shopkeeper scratched his face and hesitated when answering his question. All of them were speechless and cried. When they really didn't know Shen Tian's location, I don't know where the Immortal Master is either. We and the immortal master have scattered." Suddenly, Zhang Yongxi appeared from behind and said, "Junior brother has entered deep into the misty plain alone." Hearing that familiar voice, the Song clan's shopkeeper immediately turned around and called, "Senior sister." She moved closer to them and said with a firm voice, while her hand was on her waist, "You must have seen that there must be a mastermind behind this heavy fog. He must have gone ahead to fight this time," she added, but her face became more serious and grave. "Just now, at this moment, we must choose to trust him, and at the same time defend the last stronghold of the imperial palace." With newfound determination, they all raised their hands to the sky as she declared, "Right now, everyone who doesn't want to die needs to hold strong, fully cooperate with me, and set up the formation." They immediately chorused in obedience. "All right, Holy Maiden, just give the orders." On the front lines of the battlefield, Zhang Yongxi and the other cultivators joined the fight, resolute with the thought, "That's right, the immortal master didn't even need to risk himself, yet now he's fighting like crazy. How can we surrender?" As if fueled by this renewed motivation to fight, they had more positive thoughts, boosting their courage. "We absolutely must hold our ground. We cannot let the defensive line be breached. As long as we wait for the immortal master to kill the demon behind all this, we'll survive." Meanwhile, Zhang Yongxi, wielding her sword, was radiating resolve, strength, and courage on the battlefield, making everyone admire her, as expected of senior sister Holy Maiden, a female war goddess who's no less than any man. Not only is her strength profound, but she's also brilliant and decisive. Shopkeeper Song saw this and gave a thumbs up, praising Yongxi immensely in his heart. In such a dangerous moment, the most important thing is always to stabilize the morale of the troops. Only then can everyone's full strength be gathered to create a miracle. Yongxi, seeing his look, shot him a glance. "What are you gawking at?" Everyone had no idea that the immortal master they were so worried about had actually ventured deep into the misty plains at this very moment. Meanwhile, Shen Tian was still tied up in mid-air, even trapped in a cage made of vines, unable to return to the myriad people, chasing down some terrifying demon. He was practically wailing because no one was coming to rescue him, trapped here all alone, tied up by several immortal binding vines, like a rice dumpling being offered as a pet to the vine mother immortal concubine. Completely helpless and unable to do anything, he could only shout loudly, "Help!" Even though the defense of this mysterious turtle helmet is unparalleled and the immortal binding vines can't do anything to me for now, Shen Tian, still bound and caged by those vines, practically resigned himself to fate and sat still. "But these things clearly want to offer me up to that old demon hag they call the Vine Mother." He recalled the scene where he was tempted by that immortal binding vine demon, and it sent shivers down his spine. A being that could casually wave its hand and summon 10 mutated immortal binding vines of the nascent soul level. The more he thought about it, the more he shuddered at its terrifying power. That cultivation base is truly unfathomable. My mysterious turtle helmet definitely won't be able to hold out. Thinking further, to the scene where he'd be permanently bound and have his life force sucked dry by that creature using its vines, by then, the Vine Mother would... SHT. He grew even more anxious and flustered by his current predicament. "Just one move, and I'll be hollowed out and sent off to get my bento box." Shen Tian, looking at the chaotic scene outside, full of immortal binding vines, while he was completely helpless, a spark of determination suddenly appeared in his mind. He couldn't let this happen. He absolutely couldn't just sit here and wait to die. He had to break through this predicament. He tried to think of more ways to escape, surprisingly calm. Immortal binding vines are notoriously tough, nothing can compare to them. Even top-grade Dharma artifacts would have a hard time cutting through them. Right now, the strongest weapons I have are the chain-shot divine spear, the golden chisel swordmaster token, and the azure water sword. Shen Tian thought about all his weapons, trying to figure out which one would be best to help him escape. He thought about using his purple gold hammer to break these vines, but quickly shook his head and moved on to the next idea. Then there's the chain-shot divine spear, but that didn't seem right either. If he wanted to cut through these plants, he definitely needed a sharp weapon. The purple gold hammer definitely wouldn't work, and the chain-shot divine spear was better for long-range attacks, not direct close-quarters combat. The swordmaster token is currently absorbing spirit stones to replenish its spiritual power. Needing at least another hour to fully recharge, Shen Tian gritted his teeth and thought harder, desperately trying to find a way out of this messy situation. By the time it finishes recharging, if I run into the Vine Mother, it'll be too late. Feeling completely passive, he decided he had to use the only weapon he could at the moment. Looks like I'll just have to try the azure water sword. He used his abilities to summon the sword. The moment the sword was summoned, Shen Tian immediately gripped the sword, ready to act with all his might. He tried to stand up. Although it was a bit difficult, Shen Tian still managed to swing the sword while still tightly bound. He tried to swing the sword and used all his strength to chop at a nearby vine. But he was quickly disappointed by the results. The azure water sword cut into the vine, but only managed to slice off about a fifth of it. Shen Tian tried again, this time also using all his might to cut the vine. But it yielded an even more unexpected result. Although he'd cut off a part, he couldn't cut any further, and strange glowing patterns appeared on the vine. These are divine runes. The immortal binding vine actually has a divine rune innate ability. He was even more shocked and surprised to see those divine runes carved onto something as ordinary as this vine. No wonder it was incredibly tough. Even a high-quality weapon like the azure water sword couldn't cut through it. Plunged into despair, helpless, without any hope or idea of how to escape, Shen Tian could only swallow his bitterness and endure being bound as he looked out of the vine cage. What should I do? These demon creatures are too hard to deal with. Even so, Shen Tian didn't give up and tried to think of another way to escape. He focused on finding a way to enhance this sword. How can I increase the power of the azure water sword? Suddenly, a very unique idea popped into his head. What if I try that previous idea? It was none other than a modern cutting machine that could slice through countless things, the extremely terrifying cutting tool of the 21st century, the water jet. Utilizing extremely high pressure on a stream of water, making water flow through tiny nozzles to form a powerful stream, this tool could easily cut through many things, even steel, without fear of failing. The speed of these water streams was incredibly fast, so their enormous kinetic energy could easily cut through earth, stone, and steel. Shen Tian recalled that he had once tried to build something similar before. Although it wasn't as modern as the real thing and still had many flaws, it could be considered a successful experiment. I've tried using this method before. Even though One Origin heavy water doesn't have high hydraulic pressure or high speed, its high quality is still quite terrifying. However, he was still worried about the technique required to make it, remembering how much trouble he'd had when first experimenting with this homemade cutting device. But if I want One Origin heavy water to condense into a blade-like state, the difficulty is really high. Shen Tian pondered further about other uses for One Origin heavy water when applied to other weapons to enhance them. On the other hand, if I want One Origin heavy water to attach to the surface of the purple gold hammer and proceed with an attack, a simple explosion is actually quite easy. Not thinking that far ahead, Shen Tian tried not to overthink and focused on the immediate situation, escaping this vine cage. With a fierce determination erupting within him, he decided he had to save himself through his own efforts. At this point, he definitely had to break through his own limits to save himself. Despite his firm resolve, a moment later, Shen Tian quickly realized the situation wasn't good. He worried, profusely sweating, and shook his head in exasperation. No way. Even though I'm completely bound. He was still trying to fuse with the Yi Yuan heavy water, but it didn't seem to be very effective, and he complained. What's still missing? I've clearly completely fused with the Yi Yuan heavy water, but I can't fully control it. Shen Tian tried to circulate his qi again to continue the fusion, determined not to give up and escape this deadlock, because he believed he could do it. I remember before, when I was circulating the Thunder Emperor body tempering art, the Yi Yuan heavy water could be activated. He recalled how much effort and hard work he had put in to master this skill and condense the heavy water over so much time. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't condense the heavy water on the sword's edge into a sharp blade, adhering to the azure water sword. Suddenly, a clear thought appeared in Shen Tian's mind as he pondered more carefully about his training. But after I switched back to the new fire body tempering art, the Yi Yuan heavy water returned to normal. This time, Shen Tian truly came to a conclusion and found a way to perfect the Yi Yuan heavy water, which he had been struggling to fuse with for so long. In other words, the Xinhuo Sutra can conquer the Yi Yuan heavy water. He gradually realized the crux of the problem. If this holy sun cultivates the Xinhuo Sutra and breaks through to the body-forging realm, will my control over the Yi Yuan heavy water increase as a result? Shen Tian imagined using the Xinhuo Sutra to conquer the Yi Yuan heavy water and couldn't help but wonder. Even so, he had found a solution. After thinking it through, he decided to risk it all and try what he had just learned, betting on this life-or-death gamble by using his vitality to create a bag full of spirit stones. Alright, anyway, I'm already surrounded by these freaks, and there's no escape, so I might as well take a gamble. So the spirit stones in that bag were slowly taken out one by Shen Tian, using his vitality. Thinking of this, Shen Tian took out spirit stones from the Merchant Alliance's bag, frantically devouring a large amount of spiritual qi. The spirit stones surrounded his body, covering him with a large and rich layer of vitality. While he absorbed it, Shen Tian closed his eyes and slowly felt, receiving the spiritual qi from the spirit stones, helping to increase his own strength. After absorbing a large amount, Shen Tian seemed to explode with power, erupting it with a loud shout. Absorbing the liquid of the entangling immortal vine before caused great changes in my body. The amount of vitality radiating around him increased. Meanwhile, Shen Tian lowered his head. He bit the vines that were binding him, and a liquid flowed out, and he tried to absorb it. These liquids are a great help to my breakthrough. Sensing the rich vitality surrounding Shen Tian inside the vine cage, the entangling immortal vines noticed his strange behavior. Those entangling immortal vine monsters gradually withered and dried up as Shen Tian focused on sucking up all their vitality. That made the demoness standing aside gasp in amazement. The entangling immortal vines were drained of their spiritual qi, leaving only a dry skin. She even added, "This human is too scary." Not long after, Shen Tian had completely sucked up the vitality of the entangling immortal vines, causing them to die from withering. It made the demoness even more worried. I must quickly hand him over to Vine Mother to deal with, otherwise I have a feeling that I will be eaten alive by him soon. Shen Tian sat cross-legged. Nirvana began refining qi, and a fiery red light surrounded his body. Firm Yuan breaks the body, cleanses the enemy's whole body. 100 meetings. After a while, Shen Tian began to make his move. Stones flew up along with the engulfing flames, his eyes firmly looking at the target in front of him. Yi Jing cleanses the marrow, transcends the mundane. He continued to close his eyes and refine qi. The surrounding flames seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Try this extraordinary position, a true illustration of the human body when it begins refining qi. Foundation establishment is the first step that qi refining golden core cultivators must take, and starting to transcend the ordinary is the turning point of the divine demon body tempering art. The flame of power when refining qi surrounds the body of the practitioner. They can only condense out of the body's qi and blood, and only then will they truly be a divine demon body tempering cultivator. This kind of qi and blood is extremely strong and masculine, and can restrain all kinds of demons and ghosts. Shen Tian's face darkened, his eyes turned red, and the surrounding power also became noticeably stronger, condensing out of the body's qi and blood. Firm Yuan. Divine demon body tempering cultivators can also control the world with combat tactics. Although not as good as foundation establishment stage cultivators who can fly with their swords, they can kill enemies hundreds of steps away. Right after, Shen Tian jumped up. He gathered his strength to make his move, attacking the target in front of him. 2 fiery red dragons rushed out to attack the enemy, and his body could also raise his hands and feet, with qi and blood transforming into dragons within 3 feet. With me there are no enemies. A clear illustration of the power of refining qi on humans. Ordinary divine demon body tempering cultivators who break through to the mortal stage, their qi and blood firm yuan is about 1 zhang high. Body tempering geniuses with profound internal skills, their qi and blood firm yuan can probably reach about 2-3 zhang. That kind of power can allow those who practice them to destroy and eliminate all obstacles. Only true body-tempering disciples who are cultivated by major forces in the Holy Land Grotto heavens, their qi and blood firm yuan, can break through 5 zhang. The red dragon curled up from the flames refined by Shen Tian, aggressively preparing to attack the target in front of him. At this moment, Shen Tian's qi and blood firm yuan had already burned through 5 zhang. Shen Tian smiled with satisfaction at what he had accomplished. That kind of power can allow those who practice it to destroy and eliminate all obstacles, and it is still increasing very high. Shen Tian thought back to the memories of fighting with others. He thought to himself, "Too good. With this feeling, I can defeat a nascent soul stage venerable with 1 punch." Suddenly, Shen Tian raised his hand. A liquid-like substance floated, wrapping his hand. Shen Tian looked at it intently. After the strength of the new Fire Sutra body tempering was increased, my control over the Yi Yuan heavy water also increased a lot. Thinking for a moment, Shen Tian immediately reached out and touched the liquid to probe. Before, I could only barely hold the Yi Yuan heavy water in my hand, or borrow the profound water divine lightning to break the body and injure the enemy. The liquid-like substance floating in the air split into 2, with the movement of Shen Tian's hand. Now I can easily control the Yi Yuan heavy water. Seeing this, he firmly held the sword with both hands. The red flames enveloped Shen Tian's body, while the liquid now surrounded the sword. He was gripping tightly. Shen Tian reminded himself, "Don't think too much. Get out of here quickly." Thinking this, his hands gripped the sword even tighter. Shen Tian looked straight ahead, resolutely making his first sword strike. The ultimate realm of the divine demon body tempering art. The only way is to fight desperately, burn one's own qi and blood firm yuan, and increase one's strength. Suddenly he closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. Although burning so much of his life essence would deplete him, in this critical moment of survival, he couldn't afford to care so much. With that thought, his will intensified, and he relentlessly attacked, causing the surrounding flames to burn even brighter. His sharp sword relentlessly sliced through the clinging thorny vines. This daddy is willing to burn his chi and blood to fight this demonic creature. The plants, sensing the overwhelming power, froze in fear, while Shen Tian stood there, astonishing them. Moments later, Shen Tian rushed forward, leaping into the air. The sword transformed into a hammer. Shen Tian flew over the plants. The hammer grew larger as it approached the monster. The enlarged hammer clearly terrified it. Shen Tian stared at it with unwavering eyes and shouted, "Feel the wrath of this holy sun." With that, he mustered all his strength and slammed the hammer down on the monster, crushing it into pieces. After successfully eliminating the monster, Shen Tian turned to the plants. With a sword in one hand and a hammer in the other, he descended slowly. The hammer in his hand also disappeared. Shen Tian's expression was terrifyingly cold. He raised his sword high and shouted, "Now it's my turn." With that, Shen Tian struck the plants with each swing. As he attacked, black blood splattered everywhere. Shen Tian slowly landed after the attack. The plants were cut in half. Shen Tian stepped forward, grabbing a thorny piece, and thought, "Burning chi and blood is such a waste of essence. I reckon I can't last more than 3 minutes before I'm completely drained." He brought it to his mouth and took a satisfying bite, thinking as he chewed, "Good thing this tethering vine liquid is sweet and sour, replenishing my essence." A plant that had fortunately survived watched Shen Tian devour its comrades with relish from afar, thinking in terror, "Oh heavens, this human is too scary." It imagined Shen Tian holding the vine and eating it right in front of it, warning it with a menacing look, causing it to sweat profusely. Devouring essence is a special move taught to us by the Vine Mother to terrify other cultivators, but this little human cultivator dares to bite the vine. In its imagination, Shen Tian was a terrifying two-horned demon. Our roots are hard to cut even with immortal swords. Why are they like chewing on candy in his mouth? With that thought, the plants broke out in a cold sweat, looking at Shen Tian, who was standing in the blazing flames, in fear. "We can't beat him in a fight. We can't bite him. We used to rely on having many vines to tie him up, but now we can't even tie him up." Shen Tian stood silently in the flames, clearly only a foundation establishment cultivator. But how could his speed, strength, and defense be so monstrous? Then, it remembered the equipment on Shen Tian's body and trembled in fear. And that's not even counting the gear he's wearing. Each piece is more badass than the last. A total whale. Is he trying to bully us? Vines or what? At that thought, they all cried out in fear and ran for their lives, screaming as they fled. "Run! Vine Mother, save us!" Shen Tian stood for a moment, then suddenly turned around. As soon as he turned his head, he was stunned by what he saw. The plants were bursting open as if they were attacking him. Shen Tian yelled, "These days, can plants run this fast too?" But the surprise didn't last long, and the confidence returned. Shen Tian took out his gun, aimed it at the plants, and declared with a smirk, "Wanna run? Obediently let this holy sun eat you up." Suddenly realizing something was wrong, Shen Tian paused for a moment. Is it because I absorbed too much of the tethering vine liquid that I can see as far as 100 meters in this spirit mist? Shen Tian stood still, lost in imagination of scary monsters. He thought to himself, should I chase after those 3 little vines? Or maybe not. What if a nascent soul-level vine elder jumps out? Suddenly, he thought about his impending demise and scratched his chin, thinking, anyway, there are countless paths on the immortal road. Safety is number 1. If I'm not careful, my loved ones will be shedding tears. With that, he threw the gun on the ground. This misty plains is too strange. First, I need to find a safe place to protect my life. Then, he stepped right on it. Flying on the gun is the best way. Using the gun as a skateboard. Shen Tian stepped onto the gun and thought, as long as I leave the mist, I can use the Holy Sun token to notify the elders of the Shengxiao Holy Land. Shen Tian smiled as he imagined a group of people surrounding and attacking the plants. Dangerous. When the powerhouses of the Shengxiao Holy Land are mobilized, I don't believe that the mastermind behind the scenes, no matter how strong he is, can resist an entire Holy Land. Shen Tian was riding his gun and flying in the sky, the night sky already covering everything. As he flew, he thought in confusion, strange. I must have flown a few hundred miles by now, right? Why haven't I flown out of the fog yet? A black cloud was swirling in front of him. There's even a black cloud in the sky. What kind of toy is that? Suddenly realizing something, Shen Tian screamed in horror. That's a cloud tribulation. A minute of information sharing, Shen Tian pointed to the blackboard and explained, what is a cloud tribulation? Only cultivators who reach the peak of the nascent soul stage can trigger a heavenly tribulation. The cloud tribulation is the carrier of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation can cleanse the cultivator's true body, temper their foundation, and generate immortal energy. He stood in the night sky, looking up at that dark cloud. Why is there a cloud tribulation in the foggy plains? And why is it covering the Holy Son's head? He trembled as he thought of the scene of being struck by lightning until only his bones were left. Could it be that I, the Holy Son, am a rare genius of the cultivation world? Foundation establishment stage wanting to undergo tribulation? This setting is too hard. Seeing the danger, he landed on the grass below. He thought to himself, could it be that I, the Holy Son, am so devastatingly beautiful and have such ancient talent that I'm being targeted by the heavens? Thinking this, Shen Tian conjured a halo of light from his palm and shone it on the items he was carrying. To avoid being struck by lightning, I have to stay away from metal objects, and I shouldn't stand in open spaces. Then, he strode off towards the smoke in the distance. Don't be too nervous. What if this heavenly tribulation isn't for me? The urgent thing now is to take the time to find a shelter, otherwise it will be very dangerous. He entered a small cave. After looking around, Shen Tian sighed. This small mountain cave isn't bad, I'll just hide here. After thinking for a while, Shen Tian plopped down on the ground and sat cross-legged to rest. Thinking it over and over, he was still apprehensive about the dark cloud outside. This tribulation definitely can't be mine, no way. Even if a foundation establishment stage cultivator wanted a heavenly tribulation, it wouldn't be this weak. He squinted and gazed at the dark cloud, thinking, if a nascent soul stage cultivator was hit by that tribulation cloud outside, they would probably turn to ashes. Shen Tian's eyes narrowed. If it's not mine, then whose is it? Is there some great power nearby? Suddenly he was startled, and he blurted out in horror, wait a minute, no way. Could it be that Teng Mu wants to undergo tribulation? Thinking of this, Shen Tian's face turned ashen. I seem to remember hearing Teng Mu talking about ascending to sainthood or something. He remembered that plant and thought to himself, so the heavenly tribulation in the sky is actually the lightning tribulation of Teng Mu's binding immortal vine becoming a saint. But why did it appear above my head? Imagining her rushing over with an unfriendly expression, Shen Tian's face turned green. No way. Could it be that Teng Mu is nearby? He hugged his shoulders and began to tremble. I, the Holy Son, chose the wrong direction when flying on my gun earlier. Did I just run into the demon's lair like this? Shen Tian spread his palm and stared at it. Didn't I, the Holy Son, get rid of my bad luck? Why am I still so unlucky? After trembling for a while, Shen Tian took out his mask and put it on, his face revealing fear. Can't think about it. Take advantage of the fact that I haven't been discovered yet, and quickly run. Flying on my gun is out of the question. If I'm discovered, it would be better to jump straight down from mid-air. If I'm caught by the binding immortal vine in its home base, the ending will definitely be tragic. That's right, quickly put on the mask! Even at this moment Shen Tian was still sweating cold sweat. I don't know if the phoenix feather mask can completely conceal my aura, so that the old demon woman won't discover me. Suddenly, a voice rang out, sending shivers down his spine. Hee, you've finally arrived. He clenched his fist, calming himself down. This voice, it's exactly like the voice of Teng Mu I heard before. I, the Holy Son, am being so careful, but you still discovered me. Are you a dog or something? Thinking of this, he reluctantly gritted his teeth and blamed himself. Could it be that I'm really going to be bound, possessed, and drained dry by that thousands of years old demon woman? He closed his eyes in despair, reminding himself, I'm not willing. I, the Holy Son, swear I will never submit, even if I die. Suddenly, light streamed in, shining on Shen Tian, causing him to turn around involuntarily. A dark purple vortex appeared right above his head. Lightning bolts shot out, and a voice echoed, Lu Xun, you violated our previous agreement. Do you want to fight me? Hearing this, Shen Tian secretly reached up and patted his chest, breathing a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. Turns out the old demon woman wasn't talking to me. He jumped to the side, crouching behind a nearby rock. It's not surprising, compared to the nascent soul stage. Teng Mu, I'm as small as an ant right now, so it's hard to be discovered. 2 nascent soul stage seniors. I'd better run. Crouching behind the rock, he thought with a pensive expression, I'm a rock, you can't see me. Suddenly the ground shook, causing him to panic. OSHT, an earthquake. Then, the scene showed verdant sprouts emerging from the cracks, after which they grew so quickly that they could touch the sky. From that sprout, a verdant hand reached out as if to grab something. Turns out it was Lu Ji. She stood twisting and posing, also not forgetting to comfort Shen Tian with a sentence. Xian Yang, no need to be so angry. Lu Ji bent over, playing with thorny vines, slowly saying, we were old flames, don't make a scene. Having said that, Lu Ji created a small tea table, and even conjured 2 small cups for drinking tea, looking extremely relaxed. Pouring wine, Lu Ji reached out and moved a cup forward. This is immortal wine. I spent 500 years brewing it. I know you like this the most. The cup of wine floated gently towards a giant golden ball, inside which seemed to contain something. Then from inside the golden ball, a man gradually appeared. He was Qin Yang. The cup of wine gradually floated towards him. Qin Yang raised his hand to block the cup. Qin Yang looked down from above and said, "Lu Ji, no need to use this kind of toy to bribe me." Seeing Qin Yang say that, Lu Ji reached out and rubbed her chin, exclaiming, "Oh, then why didn't some guy say that in the beginning?" After saying that, she rested her hands on her cheeks, thinking about the image of Qin Yang as a child eating with his cheeks flushed red with shyness. Back then, the little swordsman saw me and said my fruit juice was the best, and he could never get enough of it. Then she turned to ask Qin Yang, "What's wrong? Now that you've become a great figure of the human race, you despise me as a monster, and want to slay demons and eliminate evil." Qin Yang blushed crimson upon hearing this, but still had to put on a cool appearance, raising a hand to cover his mouth and pretending to cough. Ahem, Lu Ji, those things are all in the past." Qin Yang's expression turned serious, and he reminded Lu Ji, "Human cultivators are infiltrating the misty plains to explore. Their greed will never be satisfied even if they die. I will not stop you." Qin Yang suddenly burned with determination, and he said, "But why did you release the mutated binding immortal vines today to surround Misty City like this? Could it be that you want to oppose the human race?" Seeing Qin Yang putting on airs, Lu Ji immediately launched a preemptive strike, reminding him, "It was those people who trespassed into the misty plains, hunting binding immortal vines. Am I not allowed to kill them?" After saying that, she also became fierce, her eyes blazing red as she looked at Qin Yang. "Today, this immortalist wants to suck dry all the people in Misty City. What are you going to do about it?" Seeing this, Qin Yang gritted his teeth. "Since you've said that, then we have nothing more to say." Hearing this, Lu Ji immediately said to Qin Yang, "Who says there's nothing to say? Today is the day this immortalist undergoes a holy tribulation. Once I pass the 49 heavenly tribulations, I will officially transform into a human, and from then on I will be free and unrestrained in the world." Lu Ji was like a chameleon. Just a moment ago she was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, but now she was coquettishly striking a pose. Gentle in front of Qin Yang, Lu Ji shyly said, "Qin Yang, didn't you like this immortalist before? After this immortalist transforms, I will become your Dao companion. How about it?" Lu Ji thought of the scene of Qin Yang happily putting his arm around her shoulder, joking around by the wine cups, and couldn't stop smiling, causing Qin Yang to feel helpless and hold back his laughter. "At that time, this immortalist will pour wine for you and travel with you all over Donghuang, Xiamo, Nanchang, and Beihai, having fun all over the world. Wouldn't that be great?" Shen Tian, hiding behind a rock, had heard the whole story. His face was covered in sweat, and he trembled with exclamation, "Oh my God, I didn't expect Zhao Xiang's cheap master to have such a strong taste." He kept remembering the scene of his master clinging to the mother vine when he was young, and he shed tears of emotion. When he was young, he actually fell in love with a mother vine and never forgot it. Suddenly he panicked, his eyes about to explode, thinking, "Isn't their love affair a very normal thing?" "Oh, damn." Shen Tian shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts. "Well, all right. In such a tense situation I shouldn't think about irrelevant things." But after a while of ideological struggle, Shen Tian didn't know what to do. He could only continue to eat dog food. "But I don't want to think about it. Hiding here and there, I can only continue to sit here and watch the show." Qin Yang glared and pointed at Lu Ji's face, reminding her, "Impossible. Your hands are stained with the blood of the human race. I cannot accept you." Lu Ji didn't care in the slightest, she said coldly. "It's because I killed those greedy bastards. Are you looking down on me? Don't forget, you humans even kill each other. Why is it that you can't accept it when it comes to me? Every sprout grows from the ground. In the end, it's just because we don't share the same ancestors, so of course our hearts are different. And you're not used to seeing other races, right?" The wild plants began to surround Qin Yang. Lu Ji stood high above, shouting down, "Qin Yang, you are too foolish." Lu Ji's eyes were now filled with murderous intent. "Since you don't like this immortalist killing people, then I will kill for you to see. Today, this immortalist is undergoing a tribulation to become a saint, and I want to use the human race as a sacrifice. I want to see how you stop me." Qin Yang was not to be outdone. He grabbed his sword and rushed up. "If you are still so stubbornly wrong, then today I will subdue you." On one side, Lu Ji was surrounded by blue flames and thorny vines. On one side, Qin Yang, surrounded by crimson flames and wielding a sword, charged towards, preparing to attack Lu Ji. Shen Tian, standing below and seeing the clash of green and red, was caught off guard. "Oh crap, they're fighting!" he sighed, bummed out. After listening for ages, turns out a little swordsman met a little creeper vine when they were kids, fell head over heels, and decided to be together forever. He immediately started imagining the backstory, like the little swordsman's parents, or maybe his master, didn't approve of his love for a demon, so they forced them apart. Shen Tian's mind went to Lu Ji. Later, the little creeper vine, fueled by love, turned to hate, also developed hatred for the entire human race, turned into a big bad demon, and started messing things up big time, massacring humans and whatnot. After fantasizing the whole story, he clutched his head, thinking, holy crap, is the plot really this melodramatic? What kind of bird-brained writer could come up with this kind of script? He peeked out from behind the rock, watching the flickering lights in the sky, and said, if I wasn't so outmatched by these two, I'd go out there and have a heart-to-heart with them. Shen Tian's face darkened, thinking, love in the cultivation world is such a tragedy. Who knew the people in Misty City were just collateral damage? Did you ever consider the feelings of us innocent single dogs? Curbing his emotions, Shen Tian told himself, don't get worked up. Even though this arrogant demon is twisted about love, she's still a peak-stage god transformation expert who could turn me into dust with a flick of her wrist. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. What if that old demon woman thinks this saint is handsome and charming, and instead of killing me she gets all love-struck and clingy? At that moment, Qin Yang unleashed the power of his sword, shattering Shen Tian's thought. It was a fierce battle between Lu Ji and Qian Yang. Boundless azure skies and heaven-splitting sword chi clashed, neither side willing to give way. Qian Yang slashed at the vines with his sword, but they wouldn't break, thinking in his heart, my sword ki couldn't cut through the vines at all. Lu Ji pointed at Qian Yang's face, smugly saying, you ungrateful, heartless jerk, you actually dare to hit me. Her eyes were red as fire, radiating rage. From now on, our relationship is over. While looking up to the sky to cultivate kiss, she told Qian Yang, I want you to watch me blood sacrifice the entire Misty City. With that, a barrage of vines surged forward to attack Qian Yang. While attacking Qian Yang, Lunji said, there's something I've never told you before. As her vines attacked, she questioned, you thought this immortal was just a normal creeper vine. As she tightened her grip on those she was binding, she revealed, you're wrong. I am actually the immortal devouring vine, ranked 9th on the spirit wood list. She sucked the life force out of those she held captive and told him a truth. From our very first meeting, I was always holding back. Lu Ji wiped her mouth as if she'd just finished a delicious meal, and said, today, I'm not pretending anymore, I'm going all out. She chuckled dismissively, proclaiming, in my eyes you won't be able to withstand a single blow. Then she commanded the thorny vines to attack Qian Yang. He quickly dodged. As Qian Yang retreated, the thorny vines followed closely. Seeing him struggle, Lu Ji sneered, is this all you've got? You plan to use this ridiculous strength to protect the human race you keep talking about? Then, she pointed forward, commanding, go. Overwhelmed, he was tightly bound by the thorny vine. Because he was bound too tightly, Qian Yang spat out blood. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Lu Ji taunted, let me tell you, Lu Yang, you can't protect anyone. Approaching and touching Qian Yang's face, Lu Ji said, this immortal is the 9th-ranked immortal devouring vine, a supreme immortal plant. Devouring you, you thought I couldn't defeat you, that I would be suppressed by you for thousands of years in misty plains. Finishing her sentence, Lu Ji laughed a strange, mocking laugh. This immortal was merely hiding my strength, not wanting to be discovered by true human experts. You were just a cover for me to hide. Qian Yang's face gradually changed color. Because her face had become incredibly obsessed, Lu Ji said, after today, this fairy can officially transform completely, breaking free from this confinement. Since you don't want to become my Dafio companion, then I'll suck you dry and go find someone else. Recalling Shen Tian, suddenly her face became less scary and turned shy, saying, just right, not long ago, this fairy discovered an absolutely gorgeous pretty boy. After I finish transcending this tribulation, I'll capture him and do whatever I want. Lu Ji continued to provoke. I want you to see if you can still make things difficult for me. Shen Tian hid behind a rock, terrified. That absolutely gorgeous pretty boy isn't me, is it? The next scene was Teng Mu Lu Ji, standing proudly between heaven and earth. At this time, the cloud tribulation had begun to release thunderbolts. Following that was a terrifying tribulation, carrying the secret power of heaven and earth. The more powerful a living being, the more terrifying the power. The first lightning tribulation was the legendary Gangmetal White Tiger Divine Lightning. It is known that this kind of Gangmetal White Tiger Divine Lightning isn't the divine lightning that disciples of the Shengxiao Holy Land can condense, but is condensed by the heavenly Tao. It is the innate Gangmetal White Tiger Divine Lightning. When she saw the tiger, Lu Ji planned to attack it, but alas, Gangmetal restrains wood-based spiritual energy. It rushed straight into her, causing Lu Ji to painfully fall down and cough up blood. Getting up, she wiped the blood from her mouth and said, "Heavenly Dao is indeed excessively biased towards you humans, born close to the Dao. While us other races want to transform, I want to transform. The power of the heavenly tribulation is more than 10 times stronger." Lu Ji suddenly looked at Xianyang and laughed wildly. "In that case, I'll use humans as a sacrifice to help me transcend the tribulation." She regained her initial disdainful appearance, saying, "I want to see if heaven and earth can destroy me." After speaking, Lu Ji cast a spell. Thousands of vines appeared in the sky, covering the area around her, shouting, "Come on, kids, offer up your essence." Yun Shi's group was surprised. Did they stop attacking? The carnivorous plants attacking them suddenly stopped and lit up, making Yun Shi confused. "What do you guys want to do?" Those towering carnivorous trees suddenly fell down. Her group wondered, why have they all fallen? The energy of those carnivorous trees was sucked away by Lu Ji and absorbed into her body. Not long after, Lu Ji felt extremely refreshed by the energy and yelled. She pointed to the sky, and a red cloud appeared. Lu Ji shouted, "You human cultivators always say you want to act on behalf of heaven, vanquish demons and eliminate devils. Today, I want to see if this heavenly lightning tribulation can take my life." Sitting below and witnessing the events unfolding, Shen Tian's jaw dropped. "Holy crap, is this old hag planning to directly smash the lightning tribulation? Don't tell me I transmigrated into a female lead novel." Looking at Lu Ji, he commented, "Feels like a typical long A ocean. My art style doesn't fit this. Respect, respect." Then Shen Tian wondered again, saying, "Isn't the heavenly Tao angry?" Looking at the lightning, he concluded, "Indeed, it's angry." That lightning, known as the second lightning strike to descend, was like a flock of fiery vermilion birds, blazing brightly. Lu Ji said, "These people are all greedy cultivators who entered the misty plains." The souls of those absorbed by her were trapped in the vines. Luanji, while controlling the vines, said, "Come on, I want to let the souls of these people die in lightning fire." Qianyang angrily warned her, "Lu Ji, you're going too far." He began circulating his firepower, saying, "You only know you are the phage fiend vine, ranked 9th on the spirit wood ranking. You have shown mercy many times to me." Qianyang burst into flames and shouted, "But little did you know that this venerable one had long since mastered the Nanming Li fire, ranked 10th on the strange fire chart, and never intended to kill you." The thorny vines rushed forward, preparing to collide with the fire phoenix. When they collided, creating a massive explosion and forming a giant fireball with the point of impact at its center, Lu Ji was furious and horrified to see her beloved vines burn to ashes. Qianyang, his spirits ablaze, declared, "Forget it, now that things have come to this. There's no right or wrong between you and me, only battle." Finishing his words, he channeled his power and proclaimed the match. "Today, you die, and I live. If there's an afterlife, and you reincarnate as a human, or I fall into the demonic path, only then can we clear this karma, or perhaps continue our previous life." As his powers surged, a massive, flame-covered sword appeared behind Qianyang. He proclaimed, "The Golden Crow Lingju manifestation, known as the Solar Nine Heavens Illumination Sword, burns away 10,000 demons. Heaven shall not be reborn. A brilliant sun endures for all eternity, as if it were the longest night." His eyes blazing red, he declared, "I offer myself as a sacrifice to this sword, to cleanse the universe." Then, Qianyang turned the colossal sword towards Lu Ji. She angrily screamed, "You weakling, too afraid to face me? This immortal only cultivates this life, not the next. Who would want to continue a past life with you? This potent Nanming Li fire is wasted in your hands." But Lu Ji accepted the reality. "Today, this immortal will sever our past ties and attain the holy Tao." Finishing her words, she controlled many more thorny vines to attack. They combined into an even stronger vine and stabbed straight at Qianyang's massive sword. The thorny vines were so powerful that they shattered the sword and flew straight towards Qianyang, piercing his abdomen. The blow was so powerful that his soul force was knocked out of his body. Before fainting, Qianyang could only shout, "Lu Ji!" The earlier explosion caused Shen Tian to be greatly shaken, even though he was far away and hiding behind a large rock. Witnessing the battle, Shen Tian sighed. It seems Qianyang's sword saint's cultivation is a step below that of Vine Demon, and he didn't intend to draw his sword earlier. Looking at Lunji, he commented, "Vine Demon may seem alluring, but she's resolute and decisive." Shen Tian sighed, thinking about the past. As a swordsman, if your will isn't firm, your sword path will naturally never reach its peak. You're bound to lose. This Vine Demon is truly a tragic couple. A ball of fire began to fall from below. Watching the fireball streak past, Shen Tian, munching on watermelon, thought, Qian Yang Sword Saint's remnant soul is flying over here, and the other side is the direction of Brother Zhao," he happily exclaimed. "Zhao Xiang's lucky chance has arrived." The story goes that, after Qian Yang Sword Saint was defeated, the second heavenly tribulation lightning also fell towards Lu Ji, and the body of Vine Demon Immortal didn't defend, being struck by the third Bing Fire Vermilion Bird Divine Lightning. What followed was because there was no resistance. The divine lightning directly pierced through the body of the immortal devouring vine. Then, the moment the thunderbolt shattered, it flew towards the valley. When the fireball was about to rush towards him, Shen Tian retreated, terrified. "Holy crap, a shard of divine lightning is flying towards me." But he couldn't dodge in time, and it hit him, causing him to scream in pain, collapsing onto the ground. Shen Tian thought, "This heavenly tribulation lightning is too enthusiastic. Heavenly tribulation master, I'm just a bystander eating watermelon, please don't hit me." On Zhao Hao's side, he knelt down, dejected. Having lost all his cultivation, he had only been kneeling for a day and a night and was already on the verge of collapse. Zhao Hao was still determined. "There are still 2 days left. As long as I persevere for 2 more days, I will definitely be able to recover my cultivation." Suddenly, a flame appeared in front of him, startling him. Could this be the lucky chance that Brother Shen spoke of? The fireball shot straight towards Zhao Hao, so powerful that it knocked him to the ground. Lying on the ground, Zhao Hao was puzzled. But didn't Brother Shen say it would arrive in 3 days? He sat up and deduced, "I get it now, Shen Xiang wants to encourage me, to give me more fighting spirit, so he said 3 days. But in reality, the opportunity has already arrived on the first day. This is a pleasant surprise that Shen Xiang intentionally prepared for me." Zhao Hao was filled with enthusiasm. "I can feel the spiritual power in my body starting to activate. This flame can actually circulate the heaven-burning swordfire art within my body," he said. "I can feel that this flame is very gentle and obedient, as if there's a spirit protecting it deep inside. Shen Xiang must have seen through the heavenly secrets long ago. Shen Xiang is truly a divine being." A voice rang out. "What pleasant surprise! This is the last bit of power I'm using to save you," startling Zhao Hao. When the image of Qin Yang appeared, he realized that the voice belonged to his master. "Master?" he wondered, looking left and right. "Why is Master here?" The voice continued. "You foolish disciple. Stop looking. I'm just a remnant soul inside your body right now. Close your eyes, and you can see me." Qin Yang appeared in spirit form. "I knew you were indeed the Nine Suns battle physique. The first time I met you, I felt you weren't simple, and unexpectedly you are the legendary Nine Suns battle physique," making Zhao Hao surprised. "Master, why are you like this?" he earnestly advised him. "The misty plains are extremely dangerous right now. You must leave here immediately, the further the better." Qin Yang left with the reason, "My soul is very weak now, and needs to go into deep sleep immediately." Zhao Hao only managed to call out "Master" before he vanished. Sitting there, he wondered, "Master, is Master still here? What exactly happened in the Misty Plains?" But Zhao Hao thought, "Master said the Misty Plains are extremely dangerous, but Shen Xiang and the others are still in Misty City. No way, Shen Xiang has done me a favor, I can't just leave like this." So he stood up and decided, "I must go to Misty City and inform Shen Xiang, so they can leave as well." The carnivorous trees that were rushing towards the others suddenly withered, confusing the people there. Those evil creatures have all withered. Could it be that the immortal master has successfully subdued the evil creature in the Misty Plains? It must be. The immortal master is indeed invincible. He subdued that powerful evil creature so quickly. Some of them cheered and cried, saying, "We are ungrateful if we don't repay this debt. The immortal master saved our lives. We must remember this kindness. In my opinion, let's donate some money and give it to the immortal master as repayment for saving our lives." But some others were doubtful. No. The immortal master said that he wouldn't take a single spirit stone from someone who has a predestined fate with him. He definitely won't accept this money. Giving money is too cliché. Why don't we? Suddenly those two people were excited. "Why don't we sculpt a golden statue for the immortal master?" Very reasonable. Very reasonable. The immortal master is a divine strategist. Moreover, he can subdue demons and vanquish evil. He saved everyone in Misty City. It's not excessive to sculpt a golden statue for him. They suddenly cheered happily. "Let's go. We'll ask His Majesty the King to suggest that Misty City present the immortal master with a golden statue." Everyone shouted in unison, "I agree. This humble one agrees too. Me too, me too." Then everyone started chattering and discussing animatedly. An elderly man stepped forward and shouted, telling them, "Everyone, be quiet." The others thought, not to mention the profundity of this immortal master, who can perform miraculous divination. Just the holy maiden of the divine firmament's attitude towards this immortal master shows how much she values him, and he was happy. Because being valued by the holy maiden like that, even the people following her might get promoted. He suddenly thought of Shen Tian. Do you think you can? How could you mere cultivators curry favor? After pondering for a while, he excitedly shouted, "The immortal master saved Misty City, and also saved Yuyin Kingdom. How could one golden statue be enough? I decide to sculpt a 9,000-kilogram pure gold statue in the middle of the city, and in addition, at the 4 city gates of East, West, South, and North, we will also sculpt a 9,000-kilogram pure gold statue." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Starting from today, everyone in Yuyin Kingdom will set up memorial tablets to worship the immortal master. As a member of the Yuyin Kingdom's royal family, you must never forget the immortal master's great kindness. The people below were gaping, because even the emperor knows how to suck up to the immortal master. He turned around to ask the holy maiden Yunxi, "What do you think?" She replied, "This holy maiden has no opinion, but we should wait until the mist has completely cleared before discussing it." She thought dejectedly, how to deal with such a big shot. Completely abandoning the dignity of the monarch, moreover, he knows about gratitude. It's not unreasonable for this guy to ascend the throne. Thinking of Shen Tian, Yunxi became happy again. Being grateful to by a large number of cultivators is also very beneficial to Shen Tian, junior brother. Finally, she spoke. "Before the mist dissipates, everyone must not leave the formation. What if this is a trick used by the evil creature to deceive us? Wouldn't going out at this time be courting death?" Suddenly, Yunxi knelt down, making the man worry. "Holy maiden, are you all right?" she explained. "In order to maintain this formation, I just exhausted too much spiritual power. I just need to rest for a while." After speaking, Yunxi began to meditate. She said in her heart, "Junior brother, where are you? You must be safe. After I finish resting, I will leave Misty City and inform the reinforcements from the divine firmament Holy Land to come and rescue." Back at Shen Tian's place, red lightning continuously struck down. He was scared, hiding behind a rock. The entire valley was flashing with sparks. "I'm afraid I won't be able to escape in time." Shen Tian grabbed a piece of armor, but it was for women. Looking at it, he hesitated. This armor was an extreme-grade spiritual item he got from the Heavenly Water Immortal Abode. Its defensive power definitely surpassed that of a high-grade spiritual item. The Xuanwu armor, if I remember the plot correctly. This is the treasure Shen Tian obtained in Chapter 25. Shen Tian looked at it and thought, "If I wear this armor, my life-saving abilities will definitely increase." However, Shen Tian is a 7-foot-tall man, the holy son of the Shengxiao. How could I wear such an outfit? He imagined the scene of being discovered wearing it, with everyone pointing and cursing him. "You pervert!" Thinking of that, he said, "If people see it and it gets out, how will I ever live this down? In this eastern wilderness immortal sect, the Shengxiao Holy Lord and the elders might think I'm disgracing the Holy Land, and just obliterate me." Shen Tian blushed and made a decision. "No way. This holy son can't. This kind of womanly thing is absolutely impossible. I'd rather die than wear it." As soon as he finished thinking, a red bolt of lightning struck him, causing him to scream, "I'm clearly not a black aura anymore. Why am I still so unlucky?" Lying on the ground, twitching, Shen Tian muttered, "That green halo must have been a fake." Lying on the ground, he thought. However, the primordial chaos divine lightning essence in my forehead seems to have encountered a tonic, merging crazily with the lightning in my body. After a while, still twitching, Shen Tian sat up and started meditating. But this is a saint tribulation lightning ordeal. With my current strength, even if I desperately use my cultivation technique to devour the lightning, I can't completely eliminate the energy of the heavenly tribulation. If this continues, I'll turn into roast-suckling pig. Leech shrieked as she was struck by a bolt of lightning. "Damn it, this isn't the 4-9 heavenly tribulation, it's the 6-9 heavenly tribulation." A question popped into her head. Could it be because I'm a phagocytic immortal vine, an exceptional phagocytic immortal vine, with heaven-defying innate talent and strength surpassing human cultivators of the same level, that my tribulation to become a saint isn't just 4 trials, but a more powerful 6-9 heavenly tribulation? Now that she's exhausted, an electric beast is rushing towards her, preparing to devour Li Qi. The previous happenings have unleashed 4 lightning tribulations: metal, fire, wood, and water. The 5th is at the 5 elements, earth, lightning. The power of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation is so much stronger than the previous 4, that electric creature, described as a Qilin, probably has the strength of a genuine divine beast. Even a saint with slightly weaker strength encountering this lightning would probably be unable to defeat Li Qi. Manipulating the thorn vines, she declared, "It's just that the 5 elements counteract each other. Wood overcomes earth, Do you think you can cause trouble for me? The vines rushed towards the electric creature and wrapped tightly around its neck. Thorns dug deep into its body. The creature tried to fire electricity to attack Li Qi, but missed. Enraged, she decided to tighten her grip. As Ling Qi clenched her fist, the vines tightened even more. Under the immense pressure, the electric creature exploded. Seeing that scene, Shen Tian thought, "Holy crap, the sky is filled with earth god lightning. Oh heavens, is it really trying to kill this holy sun?" Then he grabbed the face-losing armor and made a decision. "I can't care anymore, my life is more important." The scene opened with a burly man wearing a short piece of armor. His lower half was covered with a cloth to cover up his private part, and he was wearing a mask that looked really feminine. The armor only covered his upper and lower body, exposing his well-defined abs, and his face was full of shame, he thought. "This is so embarrassing. Life is more important. I can't care about such things." Shen Tian looked at the shield, appearing somewhat doubtful as he mumbled to himself. The Xuanwu shield is considered the first line of defense, used to block the aftermath of the lightning, barely able to withstand it. Holding the shield, he began to think very seriously. Next is using the 5 Thunder Orthodox Heaven Decree that the heavy water Xuanwu armor condensed to make the second line of defense. He raised his head high with a confident air, and even further inside was the extreme-grade spiritual artifact Divine Water Battle Armor that could block a large amount of divine lightning. Wearing the armor over Shen Tian's massive, sturdy body, he began to calculate in his head. If the first 3 lines of defense are broken, there's still the 4th line of defense, the high-grade spiritual artifact Xuanwu armor. 4 lines of defense. I guess there aren't many cultivators in the entire cultivation world who wear armor as crazy as I do. Shen Tian looked at the lightning tribulation pouring down from the sky. Not afraid, he bravely thought. No matter what, my defense has reached the strongest realm. I'm not afraid of the lightning tribulation. Come at me. However, what he didn't expect was that the dense, white gold divine lightning actually didn't hit Shen Tian. Most of the earth and divine lightning mainly struck several zang away from him, with only a little bit getting close. He was completely bewildered, a massive question mark popping up over his head. He wondered to himself, "It's not hitting me." For a moment, he even hoped the lightning tribulation would be a bit stronger, just to test out the armor. Shen Tian, hands on his hips, grumbled in his head, disappointed. "This lightning's got no pressure at all, man." His face went pale, devoid of all life. Could it be? Wearing women's clothes, is this amazing? Suddenly, his face flushed red, and the space around him turned a magical pink. With his hands on his head like he's dancing, he exclaimed in his mind, "But why do I feel so light? Like I'm floating. It feels like I'm not wearing anything at all." Something felt wrong. He slapped his cheeks hard. "Wait a sec, that's not right. Why would I feel so good wearing women's clothes? I'm not a woman." Suddenly, Shen Tian remembered a past experience, thinking, "Right, I've felt like this before. It's the feeling when my luck is increasing." Shen Tian gazed at himself in the hand mirror, thinking, "Could my luck have gone up again?" Looking at his reflection, his jaw dropped in disbelief. No way. Didn't the halo reach dark green when this saint went around fortune-telling for other people's opportunities? How'd it turn cyan now? This saint didn't just randomly lose luck. His eyes widened and he broke out in a sweat, recalling a certain power he had cultivated. Could it be the breakthrough in cultivating the Xinhuo Jing? The immortal cultivation world considers the Xinhuo Jing a cursed cultivation technique. Shen Tian recalled the image of Elder Bialian, a senior. With an extremely serious expression, he said in his heart, "Those who cultivate it are cursed with increasingly bad luck." I was only half believing it when I saw a black tinge mixed into the halo above Elder Bialian's head before. Now I finally believe it. Shen Tian slapped himself, filled with self-reproach. No wonder this saint, who clearly wanted to go back to the city, ran off to this valley for no reason, forced to squat behind a rock. It's all the Xinhuo Jing's fault. And now my halo's not green enough anymore. As if prompted by someone, he looked into the mirror, surprised. Why did it suddenly turn dark green again? Shen Tian, his face blank, stared at the ring above his head, thinking that it was even more intense than before, practically dark green and full of boundless vitality. With a suspicious look, he put his hand to his chin, analyzing in his head. I can understand losing luck when breaking through with the Xinhuo Jing, but why would it increase my luck? After thinking for a while, Shen Tian's expression started to change, his face gloomy as he speculated. Could it be? Wearing women's clothes can increase luck. Suddenly, an image of him wearing women's clothes and acting cute flashed through his imagination. His face went dark, his jaw dropped, as if he'd taken a massive hit. This isn't scientific at all. Are you telling me the heavenly Daddio is a cross-dressing fanatic who likes to see this saint in women's clothes? He sat down hard, his face red, propping his chin up and looking away, and thought, if it really can increase luck, wearing them every day wouldn't be so bad. What the heck am I even thinking? Shen Tian, he told himself as he propped up his chin, recalling a scene in the past. This increase in luck isn't because of wearing women's clothes. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably because Zhao Hao's cultivation has recovered. He recalled the image of Zhao Hao kneeling on the ground, and continued thinking. Just now, the Qianyang swordmaster was defeated by Tengmu, and his remnant soul was taken away by the nameless fire. Judging by the timing, Zhao Hao has probably met his esteemed master. Looking at the powerful image of Zhao Hao, Shen Tian said in his heart. The remnant soul of the Qianyang swordmaster entered Zhao Hao's body with the nameless fire, restoring his cultivation, awakening his physique, and increasing his opportunities. So based on the feedback from the opportunities, my luck and Zhao Hao's are both increasing in parallel. He breathed a sigh of relief, looking up at the lightning tribulation, thinking, thank goodness it's not because of wearing women's clothes, otherwise, wouldn't this saint be forced to wear them all the time? He raised his fist high in the sky, shouting with determination, as long as I can escape, I'll take off these women's clothes immediately. This is a dark history to be kept hidden deep in my heart. Too embarrassing, it can't happen a second time. Back to Lu Ji fighting the lightning tribulation. She was seriously injured, clutching her stomach, trembling all over, thinking, damn it, that Qianyang's last move carried the sword energy of the nameless fire and struck the Vine Mother. Now the nameless fire's sword energy inside my body and the divine lightning tribulation's power are keeping my wounds from closing. Before me are the 5 thunder grand righteous seal and the primordial chaos divine lightning. They were arranged in the shape of an 8 trigram formation, but the heavenly tribulation still wasn't over. The strongest, 6th tribulation was beginning to gather. Shen Tian, hiding behind the rock and watching the fight, saw the sky filled with lightning bolts. He began to assess. This is the 5 thunder, grand righteous seal, and the primordial chaos divine lightning. These ancient characters are performing a ritual on the 8 trigram formation of the heavenly constellation divine firmament lightning emperor scripture. In the end, it's the forbidden art of using one's body to transform into the tribulation. The reason it's called using one's body to transform into the tribulation is for cultivators who cultivate the 5 thunder grand righteous art to condense the primordial chaos divine lightning. Shen Tian raised his hands. People exude fire-colored lights, and his hands pointed straight to the sky. It seems that the supreme divine firmament lightning emperor scripture passed down from my family is a cultivation method comprehended from within the heavens. The strength he unleashes is becoming stronger and stronger, and with an extremely determined face he thought to himself, daring to accept the heavenly tribulation, plotting to control the heavenly Daio's punishments, and actually succeeding. The divine firmament lightning emperor's talent and skill are unmatched. The power that he exerts now seems to be absolute, and he continues to think in his heart. No wonder the divine firmament Holy Land topped many Holy Land inheritances tens of thousands of years ago, and now it is indeed terrifyingly powerful. Not every tribulation transcending cultivator can encounter the primordial chaos, 5 elements lightning tribulation. This is a perfect opportunity to understand Taoism. Feeling that he was about to succeed, with determination. I just happen to have cultivated the 5 elements divine lightning, and the 5 aspects of my Tao foundation also correspond to the 5 thunder divine beasts, extremely similar to the 5 thunder seals in the sky. I must take advantage of the fact that my Tao foundation is still repairing itself. The 5 thunder seals, even the divine cloud mark, are exactly the same. It seemed that he had never been so determined before. 5 seals appeared on his body. I vaguely feel that my body is the same as the heavenly tribulation lightning, as if they are from the same source. Shen Tian hid a sigh, stealthily activating the secret technique of using one's body to transform into the tribulation. Using the divine cloud mark to temper his Dabio foundation, he thought to himself. Shameless and despicable. Vine Mother Lu Ji saw that power, and was constantly preparing the 5 thunder seal, her face full of despair. He stood up with a surging aura, unafraid of anyone, thinking that in the Tao 5 thunder seal, the strength of each divine beast aspect could be compared to the earthen Qilin from before. Shen Tian looked up to the sky again, beginning to calculate in his head. If the 5 thunder seal strikes down, even Tengmu at her peak wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand it, much less now, when she's so seriously injured. Lu Ji pointed straight at the sky and shouted, "The heavens are unjust," she calmly said. Whatever. This time the 4 immortal chances failed. But it won't be easy for the heavens to destroy me. She summoned a dozen sharp tree spikes rising from the ground. Awaken, immortal devouring vines. They all gradually appeared, and at this moment the entire misty valley began to collapse, revealing the giant immortal devouring vine, hidden deep underground. It towered into the sky, its ordinary jade-green vines shimmering with a beautiful, glossy light. At the top were bright green, pointy balls. The vines secreted a liquid, and after releasing it, they began to decay. Then the luminous object floated in the air, condensing into droplets, shining brightly in the sky. Shen Tian below spoke up. "This is," he exclaimed excitedly in his heart, "so touching, I can't help but shed tears. This liquid is the opportunity I saw on Fang Chang." He thought, Fang Chang just randomly strolled in the mist plains and found this stuff. Fang Chang scratched his head, puzzled. "I just got lost. Where did this come from?" Shen Tian thought about that panic situation, while he, the Holy Son, almost lost his life. He suddenly roared, "All European emperors in the world deserve to die." From one of the vines, that liquid was released, forming a giant ball. The vine split open, revealing Lu Ji, looking terrifying, who said, "Heaven and earth don't just treat all things like dogs. Why does it favor the human race again and again? The heavens are unjust." She continued, "This immortal chance is not convinced. Today, even if I die, I will definitely return." Facing a powerful force aimed directly at her, Lu Ji said, "When that time comes, I will achieve immortality through the nirvana of extremes. Let's see how the heavens make things difficult for me." She smirked, the laughter coming from the site of the explosion. Shen Tian watched, thinking. The Vine Mother actually chose to self-destruct with her true form after undergoing destruction transformation, willing to pay such a price to contend with the heavens for justice. Was it necessary? A formation formed from 5 spiritual objects, the 5 Thunder Seal, actually cracked. Originally, the 5 Thunder Seal was a cycle of mutual generation, with profound inner harmony, extremely obscure and difficult to understand. Shen Tian sat down on the ground, starting to gather his power. But after the 5 Thunder Seal broke, a flaw immediately appeared. "Let me perceive the wonder of the 5 Thunder Seal's operation." He opened his eyes wide, circulating his energy. "I can feel my own Dakio foundation resonating with the 5 Thunder Seal." Thunder and lightning from the sky fiercely struck down, surrounding Shen Tian. "The lightning around me is closer, but it doesn't hurt me at all." He focused his energy in his hands, thinking, "Primordial chaos, divine lightning." His brow began to absorb the 5 elements of divine lightning. The secret scrolls appeared above Shen Tian's head. The most important inheritance of the divine firmament Thunder Emperor scripture has 3 parts. The 5 Thunder Orthodox Heaven Decree is mainly for professional technique cultivators, condensing divine lightning to carry out Thunder Law attacks. The Thunder Emperor Body Refinement Decree is mainly for professional body cultivators, strengthening the body for close combat. Everyone seemed to be gathering strength with him. Successfully cultivating the Thunder Emperor Body Refinement Decree can condense the 5 elements lightning spirit body corresponding to the 5 yang elements: Jia wood, Bing fire, Wu earth, Geng metal, Ren water, and the 5 yin elements: Yi wood, Ding fire, Ji earth, Jin metal, Gi water. After condensing the 5 elements lightning spirit body, cultivators can double their Thunder Law skills. He remembered Zhang Longyuan and the others. However, the 5 elements lightning spirit body is not the ultimate of the Thunder Emperor Body Refinement Decree. Cultivating the 3rd part of the forbidden inheritance, the divine firmament Thunder Emperor scripture, using the body as a tribulation, can simultaneously condense the 5 yang divine lightning, or the 5 yin divine lightning, into the 5 elements yang lightning divine body, or the 5 elements yin lightning divine body. The divine firmament holy master Zhang Longyuan cultivated the 5 elements yang lightning divine body in the past, far surpassing his contemporaries, and becoming the holy master. Thinking about how a person began to radiate a dazzling halo. If one could condense all 10 types of divine lightning, that would be the supreme 5 elements yin-yang primordial chaos lightning divine body. From then on, the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth could not harm the body, and the thunder and lightning of the world would all respect that person as their master, and that person would possess the ultimate power of thunder and lightning. Legend has it that when the divine firmament Thunder Emperor received that supreme position, his will was the will of thunder and lightning, acting on behalf of heaven. He clasped his hands, focusing intently. Shen Tian originally wanted to absorb the divine firmament dragon tiger jade in the primordial chaos divine lightning, but today he used the Tao foundation of the 5 elements divine lightning to resonate with the heavenly tribulation, absorbing most of the energy of the 5 thunder. The Yangshin fire body refinement technique in his body was resonating with the secret technique of using the body as a tribulation. Shen Tian closed his eyes, clasping his hands in front of his chest. His physique was evolving towards the 5 elements yang lightning divine body. Everyone was protected within a boundary erected. Zhang Yongxi thoughtfully sat and pondered. The mist has lessened. I wonder how senior brother Shen Tian is doing. She got anxious, The longer it takes, the more dangerous it is for junior brother. No way, I can't just keep waiting like this. She stood up and ordered, "All venerable strong experts, stabilize the formation, no messing around. This holy maiden is going out to scout around and see if all the entangling vines have retreated. Before I get back, nobody is allowed to leave the yellow silk canopy." Zhang Yongxi decisively shot straight into the sky, observing from above. Damn it. Even though the Midas concentration has decreased a lot, it still affects divine sense and vision. Zhang Yongxi summoned a fire tiger that could only fly up high. She rocketed even higher. She flew high up, looking at the whole scene. Zhang Yongxi held the command token in her hand and said, "Father, can you hear me? Jingshare has something to report." She thought of Shen Tian, muttering, "Junior brother, hold on a bit longer. I'm coming to save you right away." In a high-reaching palace, built on a rocky peak, Zhang Longyuan watched Bilian nagging, "Junior brother, I feel like you're plotting against me. Why did I suddenly lose my memory? Hey old man, hands off." "What does your memory loss have to do with me?" Bilian said unhappily. "Don't play dumb. I've cross-referenced my memories. The day I lost my memory was the day I brought that little brat Shen Tian. Moreover, I asked, senior sister Jin Lian also happened to be at Holy Lord Peak that day. You guys must have done something." Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if he realized something. He thought about the wicked, scheming image of Zhang Longyuan and the others. "I got it. Wasn't that water-reversing yin-yang divine lightning invented by yours truly? You guys saw the money and got greedy, so you joined forces? See, my invention?" Zhang Longyuan helplessly sat and watched. "He knew you were shameless. But you shouldn't throw your face away to this extent," Bilian pointed and shouted. "Good job, Zhang Longyuan. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. All this time I've considered you my own brother." Zhang Longyuan glared sternly and said, "Everything needs evidence. If you don't have proof, how can you insult someone's innocence?" Bilian continued to ramble about those pills. "Yours truly insulted your innocence. The only thing that can make me lose my memory is a Tier 6 memory interception pill." He continued to accuse Zhang Longyuan. "In our holy ground, who else likes to carry that kind of stuff besides you?" he kept saying harshly. "Furthermore, great uncle junior brother, what did you say about yours truly losing the dragon tiger jade pendant? Yours truly also believed what people said, and deliberately cross-referenced the memories. If nothing unexpected happened, then the dragon tiger jade pendant was also lost on that day." Bilian pointed directly at Zhang Longyuan and said, "Good job, Zhang Longyuan. I treated you like a brother, but you deceived me." He clutched his chest in anguish and lamented, "You hurt senior brother's heart. This can't be overlooked without 10 spirit peaks to compensate for the loss." Zhang Longyuan sighed and said, "Alright, if you insist on regaining your memory from that day." He projected a light, creating a large screen in front of Bilian. "This seat will grant your wish. Let's watch what happened that day," he said confidently. "If I regret it, then I'm your grandson." Everything was replayed in great detail, Zhang Longyuan said. "Try calling out Grandpa for me to hear," Bilian followed fearfully. "Grandpa," Zhang Longyuan held out his hand and said, "The benefits can be shared, but you must agree to 3 conditions. If you refuse to teach Tian your body-refining techniques, consider the deal abandoned." Bilian watched with his mouth agape. "I'm not in the mood to teach him any body-refining techniques right now," he once said clearly. "If I regret it, then I'm your grandson." The projection disappeared. In front of him, Zhang Longyuan became amiable and said, "You see, this seat did not violate the oath." Bilian angrily rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "That Zhang guy. This old man is going to fight you to the death." From a command token, an image of Zhang Yongxi appeared, saying, "Father, Jinair has something to report." She said, "Father, the misty plains are undergoing a change, with many nascent soul-stage immortal binding vines besieging the main city," he replied. "Nascent soul-stage immortal binding vines, I'll inform Fang Chang and Yun Ting to come and assist you." Zhang Yongxi became anxious and shouted, "I'm afraid that's not enough. This incident is very difficult to resolve, and I feel that it's not simple. Junior brother Yun Di and those junior brothers who possess the primordial chaos divine lightning are all trapped in the misty city." Zhang Longyuan continued speaking to her through the image from the command token. "All trapped? Fine. I'll have senior brother Bi Lian make a trip." Zhang Yongxi thought of Shen Tian and said, "Not only that, junior brother Shen Tian is also in the misty city, and he's been separated from us for a day and a night." Zhang Longyuan's eyes widened with gravity. He stood up abruptly, saying, "The misty city, is it? Wait there, I'm coming immediately." A dragon and phoenix simultaneously appeared, along with 5 other creatures, forming the 5 spirit animals around Zhang Longyuan. Longyuan was bursting with fortune, and had a steely gaze. Bilian watched him, saying, "Hey, didn't you say that little rascal Shen Tian was the son of fortune, favored by destiny, and that nothing would happen to him?" Zhang Longyuan asked back. You wouldn't be stupid enough to think that I'm going to rescue Tian Qier, would you? Bai Lian curiously asked. If not, then why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Longyuan said wearily. You need to read more books, you really do. He became more agitated and roared, Second bro, I've been putting up with you for a bit too long, stop embarrassing me. Bai Lian also raised his voice, admitting, I admit, this kid is a bit clever, and he can even create exploding yin-yang talismans. But he's cultivating the new flame scripture, so his fortune will definitely get worse and worse. You see, this time everyone is fine, except for him who's missing, Zhang Longyuan seriously said. I believe that Tian Fire's disappearance this time is not a bad thing. If you study the life stories of 1,000 people with great fortune, you'll discover that for those with great fortune, the greater the calamities and misfortunes, the more significant the opportunities. The two of them fought, creating a huge disturbance, what with saints fighting and destroying a region, causing suffering to the people. In the end, their weapons were taken away by someone else, and they both perished together, with a person of great fortune picking up their legacy. Or the creature is targeted, what with the peerless demon, exhausting all its energy to undergo nirvana and level up, with higher bloodline power. As a result, at its weakest moment it's subdued by a person of great fortune. Beautiful girls are no exception either, what with a chaste saintess being seriously injured by a great devil, infected with cruel spring poison and leaving, meeting a person of great fortune and falling in love. Zhang Longyuan listed each thing, one by one. They sounded nonsensical, without any logic, but they were all true legends. He sat firmly on his chair, explaining in detail. You think that this time there's a change in the misty plains, and Tianyi is the only one who's missing because he's unlucky? Haha, you're wrong. This completely shows that he's a person of great fortune, he affirmed confidently. I dare to guarantee that Tian Sher has definitely encountered a great opportunity right now. Bai Lian angrily said loudly, You're saying that the reason this kid is missing is because he encountered a great opportunity. Do you take this old Taoist for a fool? If he could encounter a great opportunity, Zhang Longyuan interrupted. Okay, I'm begging you, in the future, if you have nothing to do, read more books. This time I'm going to the Misty City to be his backing, to boost Tian Sier's prestige. He thought of Shen Tian, saying, From the time Tian Gear joined our sect, he helped our sect retrieve Yu's body as sword sacrifice, and also helped our sect research and invent the yin-yang reversed water divine lightning. Bai Lian panicked when he saw Zhang Longyuan looking into the distance, saying, This time, Tian Shir's disappearance is a once-in-a-millennium good opportunity, giving me the chance to let Tian Shir feel the warmth of the sacred ground. This time, I must let Tian Shir feel that the sacred ground values him greatly, so that he becomes more intimate with the sacred ground. Zhang Longyuan opened a teleportation gate. Even if this time he doesn't encounter danger while missing, I must let him see the attitude of the sacred ground. He continued seriously. Tian Gear is the holy sun, and the sacred ground will protect him with our lives, even if we have to oppose the whole world. Bai Lian followed behind him, saying, What are you saying that's so hard to understand? This old Taoist doesn't believe that this kid has such weirdly great fortune. He kept muttering as he stepped into the gate. Was it all a coincidence before? How can someone with great fortune cultivate the new flame scripture? This time, this old Taoist will go to the Misty City with you. Zhang Longyuan arrived to meet Zhang Yongxi. In mid-air, she clasped her hands and said, Greetings, father, greetings. Senior Uncle Bai Lian. Zhang Longyuan stood in the gate and said, Explain everything. She recounted the matter to him. Zhang Yongxi began to recount the encounter of the Misty City. Bai Lian was bewildered, saying, Shen Tian was in the small town of the Misty City, giving directions to those people, so that those people could find precious opportunities. What kind of immortal skill is this? Zhang Longyuan secretly assessed Shen Tian. Tian Jie must be the son of fortune. Is he not the son of the Tao of heaven, divining heavenly secrets, giving directions to others, whose peeking at heavenly secrets isn't considered a secret forbidden technique, using this kind of supreme secret technique to help others find joyous union spirit chrysanthemums and mistgrass? He looked at Bai Lian. This way of speaking can only deceive ignorant fools who haven't experienced the world. This holy master can confirm that he must be relying on fortune. He clutched his head in panic. How can it be so divine? Zhang Longyuan thought of Shen Tian sitting upright, secretly thinking, Tian Nair is definitely a person with great luck, rarely seen in 1,000 years. What purple mansion Holy Land, holy sons and daughters. Standing in front of Tian Nair, Xuan isn't even worthy to be a little brother. As long as I can keep Tian Nair's heart, the rise of the Holy Land is within reach. When the three arrived, the area quickly turned into mist, Zhang Longyuan explained. This is a special type of bewitching magic. The caster's cultivation isn't bad, having stepped half a foot into the saint level. Their strength is probably on par with a normal saint. Zhang Yongxi looked worried and said, Father, junior brother Shen Tian is still missing. Do you have a way to dispel this mist? Zhang Longyuan channeled his power and blew the mist away. A dazzling light burst forth, shooting straight into the sky. He said, It's just that this city is close to the mist. It's not impossible to dispel it. Everyone saw the sunlight again and gasped in surprise, exclaiming one after another, It's the Holy Lord. Seeing that myriad of lightning bolts, It's the divine firmament Holy Lord. I didn't expect the divine firmament Holy Lord to come here personally. Everyone knelt down respectfully, paying their respects to the divine firmament Holy Lord in unison. Giba also shouted loudly, Greetings, Holy Lord. He cupped his hands and reported, Holy Lord, His Highness has been missing for a long time. Please save him. Zhang Longyuan raised Giba up. Loyal and devoted, protecting the master wholeheartedly. Tian Pointer is lucky to have an old servant like you. Zhang Yongxi asked, Father, can you sense where junior brother Shen Tian is? Zhang Longyuan looked at the command token and replied, Don't worry, Tian Qian is probably not in danger right now. He continued seriously. Indeed, as I predicted, the Holy Sun token's sensing was interrupted upon entering the Misty Plains. Perhaps Tian Wei has gone deep into the Misty Plains. But rest assured, with me here, no one in this Misty Plains can harm a single hair on Tian Wei's head. Giba tearfully clasped his hands and said, That's great. The divine firmament Holy Lord has appeared and is willing to do everything to ensure His Highness's safety. His Highness is cared for by such an important figure of the Holy Land. If the madam knew in the afterlife, she would definitely smile from the 9 springs. Zhang Yongxi asked her father, Today the Misty Plains are shrouded, blocking divine sense. Can we even enter? He stroked his chin and replied, This Misty Plains has been refined by that evil fiend into its own domain. It is very difficult to deal with. Suddenly he frowned and continued, If we want to enter its domain to save someone, we must first completely defeat this evil fiend's domain. If Tian Tir wasn't in the Misty Plains, I could break the domain in an instant. Zhang Longyuan tossed out several flags. But right now, Tian Yer is in the Misty Plains. If I act, I'm afraid I'll hurt Tian Yer. I'll use the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags to set up the Divine Firmament Refining Heaven-Earth formation, dispelling all the mist in the plains. These flags will fly high in the air. At that time, without this mist blocking our divine sense, we can quickly find Tian Kaier's whereabouts and rescue him safely. They formed a formation that surrounded the area, everyone exclaimed. So he's refining all the mist in the plains. This is the mist that hasn't dissipated for thousands of years. Zhang Yongxi worriedly asked, Father, will setting up the formation to dispel the mist hurt junior brother Shen Tian? Zhang Longyuan looked at her and replied, I'll personally control the formation, ensuring that Tian Qian won't be hurt. Although doing so will consume a lot of my magic power, and may even greatly injure my origin Qi. He smiled in the sunlight and said, But once a teacher, always a teacher. Shen Tian is my disciple, and I will do everything to ensure his safety. I'll try my best to dispel all the mist as soon as possible. After we rescue Tian Bier, you're not allowed to say anything to him. Giba and the others expressed their gratitude, saying, To think that a holy lord would not hesitate to greatly injure his origin Qi for a disciple, this selflessness is beyond repayment, a spirit of dedication, immeasurable merit, he added. This is the true spirit of our divine firmament Holy Land. How truly touching. Billion got angry, thinking, For a dignified holy lord, he really doesn't care about his reputation. He got even more grumpy, muttering, You need to set up the divine firmament refining heaven, great formation to dispel the mist. Why do you have to greatly injure your origin Qi? Can't you save a little, and try your best to dispel the mist and save Shen Tian? And after saving him, don't allow anyone to tell him. He clenched his fist and continued to speculate. With that little kid Li Yunfeng here, it'd be a miracle if these guys can keep it a secret. If that little kid Li Yunfeng accidentally blurted it out, wouldn't the entire Holy Land know? Billy Lin scratched his head, thinking, Are you planning to pretend to be an aloof and detached figure, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, so that Shen Tian will accidentally discover it, huh? So he'd be moved to tears. This title of Holy Lord is really something, clearly doing something shameless, yet no one sees his faults, and instead everyone thinks he's a noble saint. He darkly observed Zhang Longyuan. Should I read more books? I have to read a lot of books to be able to do something shameless to such a wonderful degree, so that no one can see my flaws. This second brother's method is truly enviable. Scene changed to a stone cave. While Shen Tian was sitting, focused on cultivation, he suddenly opened his eyes, recognizing this feeling. Shen Tian sat gathering power between his hands, finally absorbing it all. He focused on the lightning symbol on his forehead. I feel like the primal chaos divine lightning at my brow is now extremely obedient and can be controlled at will. Shen Tian looked at his arm, sparks crackling. Now not only has my speed and strength increased a lot, but my attacks can also carry a paralyzing effect. He sat down next to a large rock. Right before him was a huge pit. This scene was exactly like the one in Feng Chang's Heaven's Opportunity vision, except Feng Chang only arrived here a few days after the immortal binding vine finished its work. He decisively jumped down, thinking, the Vine Mother probably turned to ash under the heavenly tribulation, right? Shen Tian recalled the vision of Lu Ji and Gan Yang being all lovey-dovey. Who asked you guys to dish out dog food in front of this saint's son? The more you dish out, the faster you die. Cultivating for thousands of years, and you still don't even know this basic truth. He landed on the ground, thinking, to be safe, I shouldn't rush into the valley first. Better observe from the outside for a bit. He continued observing and calculating. After all, it was a tribulation transcending Grand Elder. Who knows if there are any hidden tricks left? Better safe than sorry. Suddenly, Shen Tian's eyes widened as he realized something. A thorny branch lay right beneath his feet. He exclaimed, This is the southern brightling fire. He saw the flickering flames on it, and propped his chin, wondering, why can I see this flame? And I even have the thought of devouring it with the power of the new fire scripture in my body. How could I possibly devour it? Shen Tian released a box from the ring on his hand and thought, although it's a good thing that the cultivation technique I practice can devour the southern bright light fire, the crucial point is that I also have the one origin heavy water in my body. He worried he might get burned. If I devour the southern bright light fire now, will the water fire incompatibility cause this Saint Son to explode on the spot? He opened the box, and a surge of power flowed towards the branch. Can't risk it. Safety first, only then can I cultivate longer. First, I should still put away this southern bright light fire. Shen Tian looked into the distance and muttered. There was no movement around the valley, so he began to move forward, telling himself, let's go deeper inside and see. Shen Tian stopped behind a large tree, looked into the distance, and exclaimed, This is a sparkling lake. Before his eyes, he remarked, the water in this lake radiates an incredibly rich source of life, as if just one drop could transform a person completely. Shen Tian was startled, thinking, could this be the essence water that the Vine Mother accumulated over thousands of years? He stood, looking at the lake, continuing. That immortal binding vine must have been over 1,000 zang tall, its roots occupying the entire valley, and it must have sacrificed 90% of its body's essence to form this spiritual spring lake. Shen Tian remarked, this is absolutely an priceless treasure. Wait a minute, something feels off. He recalled the image of Feng Chang standing before a small spiritual spring in Feng Chang's Heaven's Opportunity vision. Clearly, there was only a small spiritual spring there, at most about half a square meter. Shen Tian kept staring at the sparkling lake, thinking, but what's in front of me isn't a small spiritual spring at all. This is a whole pond. In other words, it's dozens of times bigger than the spiritual spring Feng Chang encountered. He shook his head vigorously, wondering, where did all that spiritual spring water from the Heaven's Opportunity vision go? Could it be that someone else got here before Feng Chang did? Suddenly, bubbles started gurgling up to the surface of the water, and something purple and spiky shot out, startling Shen Tian. A purplish, spiky creature appeared. Shen Tian stammered, wondering, This little vine's color is clearly that of the immortal devouring vine. He turned pale, thinking, could it be related to the Vine Mother somehow? Who knows how strong this guy is? What if it's a nascent soul or deity transformation stage being? Wouldn't I be dead in an instant? It happily slowly approached him, then spat out a stream of water. Shen Tian's eyes widened as he confirmed, as expected, it's attacking. He immediately deployed his defenses, forming a turtle shell shield. The stream of water merely gently splashed against the shield. Shen Tian immediately wondered, is that all? This power is, at most, equivalent to an attack from a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Shen Tian faced it, confidently declaring, even if you're scared of me, I'm not afraid of you. The creature quickly darted back into the water, as he swiftly lunged towards it, shouting, little demon, submit to this Saint Sun's divine might. There's no escape. Quickly, run into this Saint Sun's bowl. Shen Tian easily grabbed onto its body. Then he strained with all his might to pull it up. Figures. A peerless immortal plant. You're actually holding your own against me. And you just transformed into the yin-yang 5 elements form. He pulled it up with everything he had and thought, This is a priceless treasure, even more valuable than the 7-treasure immortal gourd. Bringing this back to the sacred land would totally be a huge gain, right? Even if I just sell it for cash, I won't be losing out. Shen Tian smiled and thought, or maybe I should take it home and raise it myself. Then he remembered what Lu Ji had said. Nah, forget it. What if this thing is really the Nirvana Vine Mother's true body? And after I raise her big, she sucks this Saint San dry. Then what? He finally got his foot onto the bank and pulled with all his might. Man, with my luck, I don't dare hope for anything too out there. Like, how great would it be if a peerless demoness, raised by her master, actually had a gloomy, devoted maiden's heart, right? He muttered to himself. As soon as I catch this little imp, I'll immediately seal her up and sell her to the sacred land. No matter how strong the Vine Mother is, can she really be stronger than the Venerable Saint Lord? A piece of its body was slowly tearing off. Once it falls into the Venerable Saint Lord's hands, he'll definitely have a way to deal with her. It finally snapped off completely, but the other part still tried to plunge back into the water. Shen Tian grumbled, thinking, so it even knows the lizard trick of cutting off its tail and running away. He stood in the water, holding the severed piece, thinking, I wonder if that other half of the immortal devouring vine that got away will cause any trouble. This is a bit tricky now, he mused thoughtfully. But this Saint Sun is wearing a phoenix-tailed mask that doesn't just cover my face but also completely hides my aura. Plus, this Saint Sun is even wearing female battle armor. How on earth could that immortal devouring vine possibly think this Saint Sun is a guy? Shen Tian smiled faintly, thinking like this Saint San feels much more at ease now. He sat in the middle of the pond's water, thinking, this stuff seems even tastier than the southern bright departing fire. Holy cow! The fire advancement scripture inside this body is starting to go wild again after sensing this stuff. Shen Tian held the creature's severed body in his hand, thinking, I'll stash it away first, and eat it later. Right now, this Saint San has more important things to do. Suddenly, the ring on his hand started glowing. He used every bucket and basin he had to scoop up all the water from the pond. First, I have to bottle up all the water from this pond and take it home. Even though I don't know what this Nirvana spirit spring is actually for, it's definitely a treasure. Shen Tian used a spell to funnel the water in, thinking. But these bottles and jars are all made from refined spirit jades, and they're originally meant for storing spiritual herbs. The water flowed steadily into the containers. The great thing is that they can preserve medicinal properties, so they're perfect for storing the Nirvana spirit spring. He raised his hands high, laughing. I'm gonna be loaded this time. Loaded, I tell ya. Man, if I could just shove all these bottles into a spatial formation, the storage capacity would multiply several times, but even then, it'd still take hundreds of bottles to clean this place out. Shen Tian held a clump of earth in his hand, with a mischievous grin, thinking, this wet spirit spring-soaked mud is probably a treasure too, HMPH. After all, this is spirit spring mixed with the decaying body of the immortal devouring vine. It's definitely the most fertile and nutrient-rich soil in the world. He planned to take them back to grow plants, bringing this soil back to Saint San Peak to plant some flowers, herbs, ginseng, spiritual Ganoderma, and all sorts of things. Wouldn't that be amazing? Then Shen Tian cast a spell to create a few shovels, scooping the dirt into his containers. A while later, he sat on the ground and sighed, saying, ugh, this is killing me. I finally finished storing everything. He sat in front of the dirt-filled containers, smiling as he spoke. This time's haul ain't bad at all. Suddenly, Guillemot spoke up. Master, there's some resentment nearby, Shen Tian asked back. Resentment? Shen Tian shot up, saying, who else could be holding a grudge around here now? Could it be that other half of the immortal devouring vine still? He chuckled softly, with a challenging tone. Little demoness, so you're still here. Well, if that's the case, don't blame this Saint Sun for being cruel. Shen Tian glanced at Guillemot, saying, Joubert, there's a wild immortal devouring vine here. Quietly tell me where that resentment is coming from. She said, Juicer senses it. That vine is behind the rock southeast of Master's current position, he quickly replied. Good. The purple creature was still lurking behind the rock, as if eavesdropping. Then it quickly scurried away. Shen Tian held out a command token. Li Kanglan, appear, Swordlord's decree. He blew a powerful flame forward. Shen Tian asked, Julier, is there still any resentment? Guillemot replied. I can't sense it clearly now. It seems to have dissipated, or maybe it just ran off. Shen Tian looked down, a worried expression on his face. The creature was lying there, knocked out and dead. Oh, you're back, you little rascal. Seriously, why do you keep coming back here? Shen Tian clasped his hands in front of his chest and said, I don't know if you're a rebirth of the Vine Mother Nirvana, or a descendant of her bloodline. Maybe after I intruded into the mountain valley, I formed a karmic connection with you, so I can only try my best to end this karma. And you. I'm not gonna gamble with my life, keeping you around for revenge later. He picked it up and sniffed it, saying, "Smells great. This thing might even be tastier than the vine of binding immortals." Shen Tian, drooling with desire, said, "I ate so many vines of binding immortals before and they weren't poisonous. This guardian vine probably isn't either. Heh, let's try a bite." He immediately chomped down, thinking, sweet and sour, with a faint milky aroma, kinda like yang yogurt grass. Shen Tian's face lit up with satisfaction, and he exclaimed, This is packed with a thick, pure, life-giving wood energy." Immediately, glowing lines appeared on his body. Although this body can now cultivate and has successfully reached foundation establishment, the internal injuries from his 88 times of qi deviation are still there. These internal injuries are a pain, even medicine can barely treat them. Shen Tian looked at his arm, thinking, "This vine's juice is the source of life energy, so powerful that it can heal all internal injuries. Awesome." Shen Tian continued to devour the creature, then said, "This tastes much better than the vine of binding immortals. And eating it gives you a feeling of comfort." He raised his hand high into the sky and shouted, "So good." He took out a set of tables and chairs from his ring and said, "It's been a tiring half day. Let's take a break and eat something." Shen Tian set up the grill, barbecuing meat and thinking, grilling beast meat with nameless divine fire, sprinkling it with cumin, chili powder, and other spices. Smells so good. Then he used his long sword to cut fruit, slicing spirit fruit like cold cuts with his blue water sword, then squeezing the juice into a glass and pouring out the 82-year-old vine water. Shen Tian relaxed on the chair, enjoying his meal, and said, "A piece of meat, a piece of spirit fruit, and a cup of vine juice. Life is too good." Others spend all their effort to get a vine of binding immortals, who wouldn't treat it as a treasure and dedicate themselves to cultivation. He enjoyed each item with satisfaction, thinking, if they even want to eat it, they'd combine various exotic treasures to refine an excellent pill. Instead of directly squeezing the juice to drink it like this holy sun, I bet even the venerable would feel the heartache. Shen Tian stretched and thought, "The wood-type spirit energy in my body is incredibly abundant now." Suddenly his hand trembled slightly, and he said to himself, "My hand is itchy. Something's moving." Suddenly, his hand automatically pointed forward, and then something shot out. Shen Tian was extremely panicked, and his face turned pale. Then a sharp tree trunk shot out from Shen Tian's wrist, rushing forward, shattering the boulder. He exclaimed in his head, This unconscious move? It feels like a full-strength attack, could crush a peak foundation establishment cultivator." The vine was still connected to Shen Tian's hand, and he thought, if I cover the vine with first essence heavy water, the power might be even stronger. He sat down and reached out his hand, circulated his energy, and two vines immediately shot out, launching forward, creating a huge explosion right in front of him. Shen Tian's eyes widened, thinking, this casual attack is probably enough to seriously injure, or even kill, a golden core true person. In Zhao Hao's situation, I am facing giant monsters. He rubbed his face, thinking, so miserable. I wonder how senior brother Shen and the others are now. A voice sounded, "Help! Someone save me!" Zhao Hao suddenly wondered, are there still survivors in this small town? He looked down at the saber stuck in the ground, thinking, this heavy saber isn't bad either. He strapped the heavy saber on his back and quickly rushed away. Wuxia panicked and kept shouting, "Help! I don't want to die yet." A giant beast roared in front of her, and she trembled, saying repeatedly, Don't come any closer." Zhao Hao swung his Cao Qing blade and charged forward, shouting, "Audacious demon beast, taste my blade." He slashed directly at the beast's body. It cried out in pain and quickly fled. Zhao Hao stood in front of Wu Jia, saying, "Miss, don't worry, I've scared the demon beast away." Suddenly her face flushed red, and she pointed at him, blurting out, "Why you? It's you!" He was also surprised and said, "Wuxia, Princess Wuxia." Wuxia's face was flushed as she secretly thought, bashfully, "It really is him, that young man I rejected. Back when I rejected him, he said some nonsense about 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Didn't expect him to actually make it happen so quickly." Zhao Hao awkwardly asked, "Princess Wuxia, are you alright?" She looked at him, thinking about his earlier skills. He's probably regained his cultivation. Wuxia carefully explained the situation. "I and my guards entered Misty Town, but we didn't expect to encounter a binding immortal vine riot. The guards desperately used a hidden formation to protect me, but they were all killed by the binding immortal vine." She recalled the sight of facing a pile of monster corpses. "I saw that the mist had dissipated, and the binding immortal vine had withered, so I came out of the hidden formation. Then I collapsed. when I encountered that giant beast. Just now, I was preparing to return to the imperial palace, but I unexpectedly ran into a purple wolf demon. Wu Xia respectfully bowed her head to Zhao Hao. Luckily, I met you, otherwise, Zhao Hao sheepishly said. You disregarded our past grudges to save me, he replied. It's nothing. He turned away, his face darkening, saying, It's nothing. If I knew the one being chased was you, I might not have saved you. Wu Xia blushed, timidly saying, I was wrong to call off the engagement back then. Let me apologize to you. From now on, this princess owes you a life. She thought of Shen Tian, and explained, A life-saving grace must be repaid. But Wu Xia's heart has long been given to the immortal master, so our fates are not intertwined in this life. If we have the chance to meet again in the next life, Wu Xia is willing to be your slave to repay you. Zhao Hao teared up, remembering Shen Tian's handsome appearance. Don't even mention a woman named Wu Xia. Even if it were me, if I were a girl, I'm afraid I couldn't resist Shenjiang's charm. Princess Wu Xia not wanting to marry me according to our ancestors' arranged marriage after seeing Shenjiang's appearance is understandable. The fire inside him burned fiercely, he told himself. Moreover, my cultivation was restored with Shenjiang's help. I owe him a great debt. These grudges are all in the past now. Zhao Hao turned back to face Wu Xia. If we can't be husband and wife, then let's be good friends. After all, we're both die-hard fans of Shen Xiang. He asked her. Princess, have you ever seen Shen Xiang? Wu Xia asked back. You also know the immortal master. Zhao Hao scratched his head and explained. Of course. To be honest, I was able to restore my cultivation, thanks to Shen Xiang's guidance, Wu Xia said with sparkling eyes. I've always been in Misty Town. I haven't seen the immortal master, but I've heard people say that the immortal master foresaw this foggy plains disaster long ago. I guess at this time, the immortal master has already entered deep into the foggy plains. To quell the rioting demons, Zhao Hao immediately imagined Shen Tian bravely facing a giant monster, he thought. Really? Worrying too much is chaotic? If Shen Xiang could predict that my mother's grave had the opportunity to restore my cultivation, then the demon vine riot can't possibly be a threat to Shen Xiang. Zhao Hao turned to say, Princess, this Misty Town doesn't seem very safe. Let me escort you back to Misty City. Wu Xia followed, replying, Thank you. She gave a bright smile, saying, Zhao Hao, you really are a good person. You will find happiness. He winked and grunted in response. Zhao Hao asked her, I heard that when the princess met Shen Xiang in the Great Yan Kingdom, can you tell me some stories about him? Mentioning Shen Tian, Wu Xia became cheerful, saying, What do you want to know about the immortal master? This princess is the most devout member of the immortal master sect. She happily held up 5 fingers and introduced. Or, should this princess recommend you to the elder? Do you also want to join the immortal master sect? Zhao Hao asked with interest and delight. Is that even possible? Shen Tian suddenly sneezed. He suspiciously rubbed his nose, muttering, I don't know what's been going on lately, but I keep feeling like someone's talking bad about this holy sun behind my back. Golden light emanated from his hand, enveloping the items around him. He proudly thought. This time, training in Mist Valley was a bit risky, but the harvest was extremely rich. It can be said to be a super harvest. He closed his eyes, thinking quietly. Not only did I obtain a large number of binding immortal vines, all kinds of treasures, nirvana holy liquid, but my cultivation level also suddenly increased sharply. Shen Tian thought about the image of the golden stone statue enveloped in rays of light. The Tao foundation in his dantian began to transform. From grasping the power of the divine cloud in the tribulation clouds, I've completely mastered the origin of divine lightning in my body. The power of the 5 elements divine lightning has also been greatly enhanced. He imagined himself surrounded by a huge flame, with divine beasts behind him, and smugly thought, now I can simultaneously condense the 5 elements divine beasts phenomenon, and they'll be huge, majestic, and super badass. With a determined and fierce expression, standing amidst the flames, he mused, not only has my chi refining golden core system been enhanced, but my god devil body refinement technique is progressing even faster. My body is being transformed into a Yang 5 elements lightning god. Plus, I've unlocked a ton of new combat forms. The flames around him blazed intensely. Shen, Super Saiyan, heavenly form. Shen Tian imagined himself wearing green armor, shield in hand, all heroic. Shen, Captain America, heavenly form. Then he pictured himself hanging from a vine with one hand and launching more vines with the other. Shen, tentacle vine, heavenly form. Next, he imagined himself smiling flirtatiously. Shen, cross-dressing expert, heavenly form. Shen Tian grinned with delight as he thought, These are all my hidden trump cards, hard-earned after all my struggles. If anyone thinks I'm too strong at range and wants to close in for melee, they're gonna cry big time." He looked at his clenched fist, turning serious again. "The reality is, I'm still a noob." He imagined himself standing before a man, calculating. "If I only display my foundation establishment stage combat power, the ones causing me trouble will only be golden core cultivators." The man angrily cracked his knuckles. Shen Tian panicked, thinking, "But if I reveal my full strength, the ones causing trouble will probably be nascent soul reverence at the very least. Then I'll be in deep trouble." He worriedly thought, "If I ever get an opportunity like this again, I definitely won't go out in person. Too dangerous. Better to be cautious." Suddenly, Shen Tian felt dizzy. He was confused. "Why do I suddenly feel so dizzy? Spinning around and around." He hallucinated vines wrapping around him, making him panic, feeling like he was turning into a vine. Standing in a foggy haze, completely bound by vines, he thought. But as long as I wish, I can summon thick fog around my body, completely concealing my figure. My entire body can freely tunnel through the earth, even faster than a demonic beast. The vines stretched out far into the distance. Am I dreaming? Or what? Shen Tian angrily slapped himself in the face. Wake up, wake up. He examined his body and speculated, "Just now, I felt like I suddenly turned into a devouring immortal vine. Is this a memory passed down in the unique bloodline of the devouring immortal vine?" He looked at his hand, full of panic and suspicion. "Could it be that I can release fog to conceal myself, and also tunnel through the earth at will?" He launched a vine into the ground, shouting excitedly, "This is amazing, I have to try it out." Golden mist emanated from the thorns on the vine. He shouted with excitement, "This is the first special ability I've absorbed from the devouring immortal vine. Releasing mist. The vine is spewing out mist." Whoa! The mist spread everywhere, Shen Tian calculated happily. Even though the mist I'm releasing isn't as vast as the mist in the plains, the essence is exactly the same. It can conceal cultivators' detection and completely hide me. He looked at his hand excitedly. Awesome! The devouring immortal vine combined with primordial heavy water is already a super strong combo. Now, with the added spiritual mist, the vine's already weird, and unpredictable attacks are going to be even scarier. Shen Tian chuckled darkly to himself. The second special ability, Enhanced Earth Evasion, the ultimate escape skill. This is an escape technique that many Earth-type cultivators choose to cultivate. A green light emanated around him. He thought seriously. Risky business is the worst. Protecting myself is the right path. He suddenly disappeared from the air. He rushed under the ground excitedly. So powerful, I really can fly freely. It feels like swimming in water. Mud, sand, and rocks aren't any hindrance at all. The immortal cultivation world is indeed vast and full of wonders. He thought of Mother Vine, smirking. If Mother Vine hadn't encountered her tribulation stage and had to go out to transcend into sainthood, there really wouldn't be many people in this entire eastern wilderness who could threaten her. Even if she couldn't win, she could always find a way to escape. Suddenly, a dazzling light radiated from the distance. He realized something and turned his head. The newborn flame scripture in his body seemed to sense something. There's something good over there. From a piece of land next to the mountain wall, Shen Tian laboriously poked his head out of the ground. He turned his head in wonder, thinking, "This place is," he shouted in horror. "Oh my god, it's a massive spirit stone mine." He stepped excitedly towards the stones. Although it can't compare to the spirit stone mine of the divine firmament Holy Land, it's definitely extremely valuable. Mother Vine was able to grow for thousands of years and finally reach the tribulation stage because she had the support of enormous spiritual energy. Shen Tian touched the stone in panic. If I could take this spirit stone mine with me, I'd be rich beyond my wildest dreams. But even a transformation god stage cultivator would barely be able to move this mine. He thought of a radiant man, his eyes widening in panic. If I can't keep this a secret and someone else with good fortune discovers it later, wouldn't that be giving it away to someone else for nothing? He rested his chin on his hand, pondering in confusion. Right, I'll just report this directly to the Holy Land and have the great Holy Land Elder teleport over. That should be good for me too. This Holy Sun has never been short on money. Safety is the most important thing. Shen Tian quietly entered a dark cave. Following the secret passage underground, Shen Tian slowly made his way forward and soon discovered another room. There weren't even any restrictive formations. Tengmu wouldn't have dreamed that an outsider could enter this place. He looked at the hundreds of wine jars before him, shocked to realize there were at least several hundred jars. An entire room full of booze. This is wine. He grabbed a jar, took a few sniffs, and praised, "Smells amazing. Could this be what Teng Mu was talking about? The stuff even the Qianyang sword saint loved to drink? Made from the devouring immortal vine's essence into immortal wine? He sat down next to the wine jars, thinking. This immortal wine essence contains rich spirit power, very beneficial to cultivators. Even though this holy son doesn't like drinking wine, and gets drunk after just one cup, it's still good stuff to pack up and take. Light emanated from his hand, sucking the wine jars inside, and he said, After all, this is essence produced from the devouring immortal vine, a top-ranked spiritual wood. So majestic. In the entire cultivation world, I bet not many can afford this. Shen Tian imagined giving the wine away as gifts, and happily thought, this will be amazing for gifts. And treating guests in the future, Tian Kier is so thoughtful. He excitedly knelt on the ground, shouting, Sure enough, the greener my luck aura gets, the better my luck becomes. Even found such a great treasure in some remote mountain area. An angry voice came from deep underground. You detestable, ugly woman. Don't think that concealing your aura means you're off the hook. This immortal maiden remembers you. Lu Ji, transformed into a pink monster, thought of Shen Tian and resentfully cursed. Blue battle armor, golden mask, daring to steal my nirvana holy liquid. She stomped her foot in frustration, yelling, This immortal maiden will remember this grudge. Divine beasts flew around. The shield wrapped around people, cheering with joy, shouting. As expected of the divine firmament saint, he refined the spiritual mist that had condensed for thousands of years in just one day and one night. Divine firmament saint is mighty, saint is mighty. Zhang Longyuan and the others flew in the sky and said, Deep within the misty plains, a great demon vine that had become a demon was not a secret to a large holy land like the eastern wilderness. He thought of Lu Ji's appearance and said grimly, This earth demon has been cultivating in the plains for thousands of years and has already refined the plains into her domain, able to control it at will. He widened his eyes worriedly as he imagined Lu Ji being entangled by vines and the mist she released. Even the divine senses of many saints were affected. Moreover, she possessed the divine talent of earth escape, allowing her to traverse the plains at will. Therefore, even if a human saint took action, they would not be able to subdue her. A flag floated in his hand, which was why the eastern wilderness Holy Land didn't take action this time. Even though I brought the Thunder Emperor banner, it would still take 3 days and 3 nights to refine Teng Mu's formation. Zhang Longyuan turned his head and said to the others, But only 1 day and 1 night have passed, and the mist has been refined, which can only mean that this mist formation is no longer under the control of a strong person, and has become an ownerless formation. He thought of Shen Tian subduing Lu Ji and continued. Didn't you see, I said before, no need to worry, that unlucky guy in the misty plains must have been killed by Tian Kier. Zhang Longyuan solemnly arranged. Now we must hurry and find Tian'er, so that he can feel the care of the Holy Land. Bai Lian angrily thought of Shen Tian and cursed in his heart. Everyone said that cultivating the new fire scripture would bring more and more bad luck, so I pushed this disciple named Shen Tian away. But the truth has proven that Shen Tian is a son of luck, and moreover this trial has led to a great opportunity. Aren't you trying to make me regret it to death? Zhang Yongxi asked respectfully. Longyuan, the mist in the plains has disappeared, can we go now? He quickly ordered. I have sensed the specific location of Tian'er. You guys wait here. Bilian glared at him resentfully. According to him, this kid might have obtained a great opportunity. But he left me, this old Taoist, here to wait. Nice one, second brother. You want to take all the benefits for yourself. He awkwardly bowed and said to Zhang Longyuan with a smile, Junior brother, you arranged the formation and greatly depleted your vital energy. In my opinion, you should stay in the Misty City and recuperate peacefully. Let me go find our disciple, he replied indifferently. It's okay. He turned his head solemnly and reassured, Although I have depleted my vital energy, it will only take a few years of recuperation to recover. Saving Tian'er is worth this small matter. You don't need to tell Tian'er, so he doesn't worry. Zhang Longyuan quickly flew away. I'm going to pick him up. Zhang Yongxi eagerly followed. Father, I'm going too. Bai Lian shouted in a panic. Wait for this old Taoist, he cursed angrily in his heart. You old fox, don't even think about leaving me behind. The crowd behind saw this, and said admiringly, The immortal master is indeed an immortal master, venturing deep into the misty plains alone, and coming out unscathed. Qin Yundi cheerfully added, As expected of the Holy Sun's senior brother, he can make the Holy Lord spare no effort to save him. The Misty City was liberated, indeed thanks to the Immortal Master's strategy. Truly an eye-opener. Qin Gao cried with joy. Guba rejoiced. The Holy Lord himself took action. His Highness is saved. Lan Fei would smile in heaven if she knew. Shen Tian stood silently, looking at the fire in the distance. While the divine firmament saint was working hard to refine the spiritual mist for a day and a night, Shen Tian was not idle either. He scoured the misty valley, leaving no place untouched, and then began to collect the southern blazing fire. He sat on the ground, carefully looking at the flame in his hand, and thought, "This is probably the last fragment of the original source of the southern blazing fire." The flame in his hand burst into flames. Unexpectedly, even in the situation where I have one element heavy water, I can still absorb the southern blazing fire, and the phenomenon of water and fire incompatibility did not occur. He focused on feeling. After refining the southern blazing fire, he felt the energy of the new fire scripture becoming hotter and hotter, and after his heart was tempered by the southern blazing fire, his blood became much stronger than before. The flame burned an object inside, continuously bursting forth. From within the flames, a strange fragment appeared. The flames vanished, and the fragment fell into Shen Tian's hands. He tossed the fragment into the box, thinking, "All right, got both femurs of the Qianyang sword saint now." With one arm cradling the box, he controlled the shovel. Soaring upwards, hugging the box, he faced the pit. After all, I inherited the nameless divine fire of Senior Qianyang sword saint, so it's only right that I help him gather his remains, bury them, and build him a grave. He placed the box into the hole, musing, "Taking your legacy and burying it with your grave, this saint isn't in your debt anymore." Shen Tian used his power to write words on the wooden plank, "Grave of the Qianyang sword saint, erected by the destined one, Shen Tian." Suddenly he remembered the scene of him getting chased and panicked. "Wait a sec, this is too sus. How can I leave my name here? What if this Qianyang sword saint had beef with someone, and they see the grave?" He hastily wiped the wood with his hand. "They might think this saint inherited the Qianyang sword saint's legacy and come after me. Wouldn't I be taking the fall for that little Zhao Hao brat? No way, too dangerous, maybe I should replace it with Zhao Hao." He looked at the tombstone in his hand with satisfaction. "Grave of the Qianyang sword saint, erected by the destined one, Zhao Hao. Yeah, that looks way better." But Shen Tian suddenly thought again. But doing this, wouldn't this saint be tricking Brother Zhao? Suddenly, he noticed something strange, and was startled. An angry tiger spirit rushed towards him, yelling, "You audacious fiend!" He quickly jumped aside, dodging the blast of power. Feng Toi's Zhang Yongxi angrily held the Qing sword in her hand, glaring at Shen Tian. He looked at her cheerfully. "Oh my! It's senior sister Yongxi." Her face darkened, and she angrily questioned, "You fiend, daring to steal the mask I gave to junior brother? What have you done to him?" She swung her sword, a tangible power manifested, and the tiger pounced towards him. She angrily threatened, "Hand over my junior brother now, or you'll face the wrath of this saint." He panicked and dodged. "Holy moly, I can't let her recognize me." He looked at her in embarrassment, thinking, "A Shengxiao saint as a crossdresser. My heroic reputation would be ruined right here and now." Zhang Yongxi swung her shining sword towards Shen Tian. He was attacked, and put his hands up to defend himself. In the explosion, he was startled, and glanced at her rushing toward him, thinking, as expected of the Kim Dan expert who is 7th grade golden core, this strength is terrifying. He frowned sternly, and raised the Xuanwu shield. Zhang Yongxi was stunned and shouted, "This is the Xuanwu shield that father gave to junior brother." She was furious. Flames surrounded her, and she attacked him. "You despicable fiend! You dare steal my junior brother's Xuanwu shield!" She launched a beam of light at Shen Tian. The shield disappeared. "Where's junior brother Shen Tian? Hand him over now." He was pushed backward. Yongxi was startled, and realized. She looked at the pile of dirt in front of her with grief, guessing the tomb. Could it be that junior brother has met with misfortune? She painfully shed tears. Biting her lip, "Junior brother, I'm too late." Zhang Yongxi was surrounded by a sphere of light. Thinking of this, Zhang Yongxi's heart surged with grief. An unprecedentedly massive energy poured out of her body. Hunyuan divine lightning flowed throughout her body. A golden core in Zhang Yongxi's body flew up, piece by piece broke off from the golden core, revealing the bright golden light. She sternly held the large sword in her hand. Zhang Yongxi broke through on the battlefield. She took a big step forward from the 8th grade Kim Dan golden core realm. At this time, in terms of strength, Zhang Yongxi was completely no less than Fang Chang. She furiously swung her sword backward and shouted, "Even stronger! Damn you, demon woman! Pay with your life for my junior brother!" Bi Lian and Zhang Longyuan stood intently, watching the massive explosion in the forest. Bai Liwen clutched her stomach, laughing her head off, then asked, "Do you think that's him?" Zhang Longyuan coughed awkwardly a few times. "No way that could be Tian Sher," he sneered continuously. "Stop talking nonsense. You think that Phoenix Tailmask can block my divine sense?" Longyuan glared angrily at him, stammering, "That demon woman isn't Shen Tian," he scoffed. "You can't tell that's a top-grade spirit rank battle armor." Zhang Longyuan looked at Shen Tian before him, and said sternly, Tianke must be in danger to have to change into this battle armor. We can't force him to reveal himself at this time. Bilian asked in surprise. Grandpa, even a child of destiny will be in danger. He spoke coldly. Can't you sense it? There are more auras in Tianxier's body. Bilian was startled, and he rested his chin, lost in thought. This kid's auras are uneven. He looked at the valiant Shen Tian and realized in alarm. Holy crap, this kid just disappeared for a few days and is already sweeping through this holy land. He thought of Shen Tian's appearance and was stunned. Why does he suddenly have an extra aura of spirit wood and strange fire in his body? It feels like the quality of that strange fire is even higher than the azure sea-clear sky flame in my body. Bilian gasped in shock. Moreover, this kid's physique has also changed. It's the Yang 5 Elements Divine Lightning body. I remember his physique was normal a few days ago. He looked at Shen Tian, surrounded by red flames, swinging his fists in admiration. He's only been gone for a few days, and this kid has directly transformed into the Yang 5 Elements, Lightning God body. Considering all the geniuses in the Shenjiao Holy Land for the last 10,000 years, how many have had the Yang 5 Elements Lightning God body? You can count them on one hand. Zhang Longyuan said disdainfully to him. What? I told you Tianke is a child of destiny. Do you believe me now? He stared blankly and said, The Misty Plains Master is missing. He probably ran into him. Before someone with great destiny, cultivation is like fleeting clouds. He looked at Zhang Yongxi fighting with Shen Tian and continued, Jin Xie is too reckless, directly attacking Tianxie. But from what I see, Tianxie's strength now is no joke. He can completely avoid getting hurt. He turned his head to glance and instructed Bilian, Just stand on the side and relax. Leave it to me. You must not act rashly. Remember, you must pay attention to Tianxie's self-esteem. Shen Tian held the shield, thinking to himself, Heavens? He frowned, pondering. I can't fight, but I can't not fight. What should I do? He raised his hand, releasing vines from his palm. That's right. I'll use this saint's final trump card. The vines shot toward Zhang Yongxi. She raised her sword to block, angrily scolding. Using these petty tricks to show off your axe-wielding skills. Thorns began to release mist. She looked at the mist surrounding her and panicked. This is that damn mist. My eyes are covered. I can't see anything around me. Shen Tian flew backward and said, Watch me, Earth Escape. Zhang Yongxi angrily cursed, Damn demon woman, you dare use Earth Escape. She turned her head to look at Zhang Longyuan and Bilian and said loudly, Father, great ancestor, this demon woman is using Earth Escape to run. Please take action to subdue her. Shen Tian, underground, heard this and panicked. No way, Master is also here. That's a tribulation transcending saint. Even stronger than Teng Mama, Earth Escape is probably useless in front of him, right? He thought of the embarrassing scene of being stared at by everyone. Clutching his head in panic, What should I do? Will this saint's lifelong reputation be ruined today? Zhang Longyuan said sternly. Heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. I see that you are constantly cultivating, and I really can't bear to ruin your foundation. I'll give you half an hour. Please hand over my disciple, Yongxi said angrily. But father? Junior brother might be. He stood on the ground angrily. If Tianhe loses a single hair, I'll blood sacrifice the Misty Plains. Remember to prepare an apology for Tianhe. Throw away all that face-saving nonsense. Shen Tian fearfully covered his mouth, squatted on the ground, and sighed in relief. Phew. I didn't expect even Master couldn't see through this saint's identity. Lucky. I'll change into another set of clothes, and then come out to make acquaintances. He picked up the mask in amusement and wondered, But can the effect of the phoenix tail mask hide even from a saint? The setting of this mask is too unreasonable, Shen Tian thought in his head. But being able to hide is a good thing. This saint needs face too. He unconsciously sighed, still fixing his clothes. He then took out a mirror from his clothes and scrutinized his face in it. Thinking about it, I can't leave any traces while dressed as a woman. Over here, Zhang Longyuan stood motionless, his face thoughtful. He thought of Shen Tian. After Tianhe obtained the first essence heavy water, he could refine both types of heaven and earth wonders, the different flame and spiritual wood. Thinking of this, he recalled the moment Tianhe was cultivating. These wonders on the heaven and earth wonders ranking were the creation of the heavens themselves, incomparably powerful, and also extremely stubborn, unwilling to submit to ordinary cultivators. Even if one obtained these wonders, it would be extremely difficult to refine and use them for oneself. Then he turned his head to the side and saw Binalian's face wet with tears. Helpless, he spoke. That person over there relied on merging and refining the azure heaven's green jade vine to increase his strength several times, but even in his current state, Giving him another heaven and earth wonder might not make it easy for him to refine it. Thinking of this, he hesitated and stopped thinking. After a while, Long Yuan remembered someone, but fell into deep thought for a long time. He remembered that legend has it that 3,000 years ago in the eastern wilderness, there was an unparalleled expert who cultivated body-refining techniques, forcibly merging 3 types of wonders. The image of that person flashed in his mind, and he continued to ponder. As a result, during the refining and merging process, the power of the heaven and earth wonders erupted, directly causing him to suffer a qi deviation and become possessed. His divine body was thus destroyed. Secretly calculating, Zhang Longyuan thought of Shen Tian, a proud and expectant look on his face. Tianer's cultivation is only at the foundation establishment stage, yet he can easily merge 3 great wonders. An ordinary physique simply couldn't do it. The more he thought about him, the more expectations he had for him. This body is clearly blessed by the heavenly Tao. Our sect has hope of rising again, and the responsibility falls on Tianer. Long Yuan approached Bi Lishan, who was crying her eyes out, and placed his hand on her shoulder, saying, "I've already said what needs to be said. This seat has already said it. Tianxia is the child of destiny. Are you going to form a good relationship or not?" Before he could finish speaking, Bi Liwan, who was sad and dejected, interrupted him with a gesture. "Let me observe a little longer. No rush, no rush." Seeing his hesitant but pretentious attitude, Long Yuan was speechless. Even now, he's still dying for the sake of face. Bi Lian appeared sad and tearful, but in his heart he was filled with heroic spirit, imagining himself struggling. "If I regret it, I'm your grandson." Thinking this, tears fell and his hands clenched. "That Shen Tian is really enviable. I shouldn't have said those things back then." Bi Lian was regretting and blaming himself for having to suck up to the child of destiny and take him as his grandson, rather than being a stubborn poor guy. One is taking in Shen Tian. "Tian here, I want to take you as my disciple." After asking, he turned his head and looked over. "Will calling me grandpa be okay?" The other is letting Shen Tian follow Long Yuan, and I'll regret it to the core. His mind was in a mess, and he cried even harder, holding his head and thinking, "What should I choose?" This old Taoist is still a celestial venerable. I need face too. At Long Yuan's side, Zhang Yongxi approached from afar, saw him, and called out, "Father." Hearing her call his name, Zhang Longyuan, who was in deep thought, suddenly glanced at the mound next to him, but Long Yuan slightly turned his head, looked behind him, and said, "Jingger, don't overthink it. The person buried in this grave is not Tianger. Tianger is probably still safe." Hearing him say that, Zhang Yongxi's whole body was slightly excited, and she quickly exclaimed excitedly, "Really? Then I'll go save him now!" Long Yuan knew that she would be excited after hearing that, and a helpless look appeared on his face. He quickly said in a somber tone, "Don't rush, with me here, that fiend won't dare to play tricks." Hearing this, she was slightly unwilling to answer. "I can sense Tiangir's aura. He's been released by that fiend and will be here soon." As Zhang Longyuan and Yongxi were talking, unexpectedly, a foot and a voice appeared from behind a large tree. "Master, Uncle Master, Senior Sister." After calling out, the person approached the two of them from behind the tree. Shen Tian, with a confident look on his face, completely relaxed, radiating a swaggering aura, stepped forward and said, "That fiend has released me." After taking a few steps, he had to change his gait so he wouldn't be recognized. After taking a few steps, his face became extremely worried, sweating profusely, keeping the smile on his face, his heart uneasy. "I definitely can't let them discover that the person wearing women's clothes is this holy son." At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. "My walking posture has to be more manly." On the side of these 3 people, Yongxi, having seen and heard that it was Shen Tian, showed great joy on her face and quickly called out. Junior brother, Zhang Longyuan, on the other hand, had a look of disbelief on his face, staring intently in his direction, thinking, "This kind of aura? I am invincible alone, proudly standing in the world." Seeing Shen Tian's radiant aura, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in satisfaction as he commented, "That's right. This is the arrogant spirit that the holy son of the divine firmament Holy Land should have." The more Long Yuan looked at Shen Tian, the more he remembered what he had read, thinking, "The books are right. Tianer is indeed the fate of a latent dragon ascending to heaven. Today, Tianher joined our sect and obtained such a great opportunity. He can clearly ride the wind and transform into a dragon." At this point, he couldn't help but become even more determined. "In the future, our sect will rise, dominate the eastern wilderness, and the responsibility falls on Tianyer." Seeing him approach, Zhang Longyuan called out, wanting to ask, "Did that adorable Tianyer not make things difficult for you? Did she hurt you?" Shen Tian, who was leisurely walking, was suddenly startled by his call. His face covered in sweat, he approached him and cupped his fist in salute. "Of course not. Who would dare to hurt me?" This disciple merely told that demon that I am a disciple of the divine firmament Holy Lord, and that fiend was immediately scared out of his pants. Very quickly Shen Tian resorted to flattery, still in the form of a saluting report, flashing his eyes and continuing, "Why not do anything else but go to the top of the building? Master intentionally ran thousands of miles to save this holy son. This favor this holy son accepts." After listening to his report for a while, Zhang Longyuan suddenly stepped closer to him and said, "If Tianxie is safe, then this seat should also discuss the Tao with this demon king." Hearing the words discuss, he was shocked. As Longyuan finished speaking, a region of movement appeared in the sky, and thunder and lightning appeared from nowhere, creating a loud noise. After another bang, a bolt of lightning flashed and struck Zhang Longyuan directly, enveloping him. Surrounded by thunder and lightning, his eyes revealed a cold and cruel look. He became even stronger than before, and said angrily, "Just a half-saint demon king, daring to attack this seat's beloved disciple. You don't know the meaning of death." At this moment, as Zhang Longyuan finished speaking, the mound on one side suddenly moved violently. Soon after, it rose up from deep within the earth. Lunji appeared, angrily shouting, "This immortal will not submit." Lujin's face was annoyed, her tone full of resentment, and she repeatedly shouted loudly, "The heavenly Tao is unfair. I must become an immortal through cultivation, reversing destiny against the heavens." As soon as she finished speaking, the transformation from Longyuan in the sky was not yet over, and two earth-shattering sounds rang out, causing Luji to fall silent. Seeing this scene, she burst into tears, her heart full of resentment, and began to complain, "This immortal only said one sentence, and you want to hit me." Shen Tian stood to the side, observing everything, glancing over at Longyuan's side, and couldn't help but comment with a, "Holy moly. Shizun seems really unwilling to let this go. Is he really gonna drag Mother Vine Luqi here for a showdown? But, I already ate the leftover bit of her vine though." Thinking of that, Shen Tian's face paled, his heart wavering, and he started calculating. What if Shizun searches the whole Misty Mountain Valley and can't find the culprit? Wouldn't they, suspect that this holy child is actually that cross-dressing demon? After a moment of thought, Shen Tian quickly cupped his hands in a respectful salute and called out, "Shizun, calm down, calm down." Hearing him call out, Zhang Longyuan turned his head back slightly, looking at him in surprise. "Tian Tier, don't worry, I'll definitely stand up for you." Noticing his unyielding intention, Shen Tian hesitated slightly but still spoke to dissuade him. "Shizun, let it go please. Although Mother Vine Luqi captured me because of a misunderstanding, she didn't actually hurt me. How about we spare her a path to survival?" Standing behind, Zhang Yunxi's face showed dissatisfaction as she stared at Shen Tian, asking, "Shidi, are you sure you want to spare her a path to survival?" Hearing that it was Yunxi asking him, he suddenly became shy, quickly waving his hands and chuckling. "When that wisteria released me, she said there was a spirit stone lode in front of the valley, and she was willing to give it to me as compensation." After a moment of silence, Billion heard that he had spirit stones and got excited, asking endlessly, "A spirit stone lode? How big is it? Is it thick? Is it heavy enough?" Seeing him so interested and excited, Shen Tian scratched his head and replied, "It's probably not small. After all, it could withstand the cultivation expenses of a bigwig like Mother Vine Luqi." Hearing them discuss it, Longyuan approached quickly, asking suspiciously, "That load, she really willingly gave it to you?" Seeing his suspicion, Shen Tian stammered a bit, quickly replying, "Maybe she just felt guilty." His quick mind suddenly sparked an idea, and he cupped his hands in a respectful salute, saying with determination, "This disciple is willing to offer this load to the holy ground, to thank Shizun for saving my life today." Hearing that he wanted to give him the load, Zhang Longyuan became slightly cold, speaking in a deep voice as he glanced over. "Since it's an apology gift for you, of course it's all yours. The holy ground doesn't need it." Hearing his decisive refusal, Bailian felt even more regret. "You don't need it, but I do." Remembering Shen Tian's words about wanting him to spare Luqi, Longyuan had no choice but to say, "Forget it. Since this demon has sincerely apologized, I'll give it another chance. I'll spare its life for now." He raised his hand, retracting his protective technique as he said, "If this fiend dares to do anything harmful to heaven and reason in the future, I will definitely not spare it." Seeing that he had spared Luqi, Shen Tian awkwardly smiled. Behind him, Zhang Yunxi watched his demeanor, her face filled with curiosity. At that moment, the sky was clear, and the scenery was bright. Luqi, having witnessed Zhang Longyuan almost taking her down, couldn't help but sweat bullets, thinking, That scared this immortal. I thought the heavenly Tao was going to blast me with lightning again. Soon after, she burst into happy laughter. As expected, the heavenly Tao can't focus all its efforts on this immortal, haha. It can only stop there. In her cheerful state, she suddenly became annoyed and irritated, the image of Shen Tian cross-dressing flashing in her mind. This immortal has successfully achieved nirvana, although the nirvana spirit liquid was all taken by that detestable woman. This immortal's essence and bloodline are still here. As long as I still have the spirit stone load, I'll be able to cultivate back to my previous state sooner or later. Leech quickly regained her cheerful demeanor, placed her hands on her hips, and said, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Wait until I rebuild for 3,000 years, and reversing fate will be in my grasp." In her relaxed state, Leech's face suddenly filled with panic, turning pale as she started yelling, "Oh crap! Why is it shaking so violently?" Suddenly, a figure appeared in the air, its whole body shining blindingly. Leech tried to see who was up there, but her eyes couldn't open. Too bright, so bright, who is this? She couldn't see who the person was, but she clearly felt that this person was not ordinary, thinking, although their appearance is completely obscured, and I can't see clearly, I can feel it. This guy is strong. Even I, before my nirvana, might not be his match. The light became so blinding that it almost made Leech's eyes go dark, her mood becoming increasingly irritable as she snapped, "Damn it, human saint! Why are you barging into this immortal's misty plane, bullying a vine so much? Just wait until I rebuild for another 3,000 years and I'll drag all of you down to the Yellow Springs." After a while, the light gradually faded, and the ground suddenly began to shake violently, causing the panic she had just calmed down to rise again, her whole body trembling with suspicion. "The ground is still shaking. I have a bad feeling." Just as she was pondering, suddenly, boom! A loud explosion rang out. Leech was terrified. After the earthquake subsided, a large number of sparkling spirit stone loads appeared in the air, suspended in the sky. Shen Tian, Zhang Yongxi, and Bi Lian witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, standing there stunned, thinking, This is too big." Bi Lian's face twisted in excitement. He was so stunned by the sight of such a large load that he stammered, "This pair of spirit veins smells so good, I really want to suck it dry." As soon as he said those words, he began to feel regret and questioned himself, "Why didn't I accept this kid Shen Tian as my disciple?" The more he thought about it, the more heartbroken Bi Lian became. "If I had, 3/5 of this spirit stone load would be in my hands. Oh my God, I regret it so much." Suddenly, he burst into tears, regretting not accepting Shen Tian and feeling saddened by the sight of the load right in front of him, but unable to touch it. At this moment, the old Taoist felt like he had been squeezed dry, every inch of him sour. Leech was no different from him, wanting to cry but unable to make a sound, her soul scattered by the previous scene. Of course, she wasn't the most emotionally devastated person, not the one whose entire body was as green as a fly, lifeless, with tears streaming down her face, constantly complaining, "It's all gone, the entire spirit stone load is gone, not even one stone left." At this point, she began to feel angry and exclaimed, "You humans are so detestable." In Leech's heart at this moment, there was both pain and boundless anger. She gradually cried out loudly, shouting, "You stole my nirvana holy liquid and my immortal wine, and now you even want to take my spirit stone load, standing alone in the empty land." She began to cry tragically, full of reproach. "This immortal is really unlucky, but you guys are really dogs. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Leech cried louder and louder. "Heaven is so unfair. In this situation," regardless of what Leech was doing on that side, or the gloomy resentment emanating from the small vine's entire body, on the other side, Shen Tian, Yongxi, and the elder were all busy paying attention to Bi Lian's antics. Unfortunately, no one knew about its resentment, because Zhu Kar had left far away. After Zhang Longyuan used his powers to reveal the spirit stone vein, he started to gather it up. He glanced at Shen Tian and said, "Tian Ger, when we get back, I'll put it in Saintly Sun Peak. From now on, Saintly Sun Peak will have 2 spirit stone veins. The one Saintly Sun Peak mines belongs to the Holy Land, but this one is yours." Hearing him say that, Shen Tian quickly expressed his dissatisfaction and replied, "Asking Shizun like that isn't right, is it?" Zhang Longyuan heard him say that and immediately asked, "What's not right? I think highly of you." Before Shen Tian could even answer, Zhang Longyuan put his hand lightly on Shen Tian's shoulder. "You're a saintly son, and the future Holy Master. If you want to be the Holy Master, you have to see the Holy Land as your home. The Holy Land's business is your business, especially since this was originally your lucky chance." While the two in front were debating, Bai Lian behind them was fuming with anger and spoke up. "Second junior brother, you're so unfair. The Holy Land is my home too. You scold me every time I take a few spirit stones from home." While Zhang Longyuan was discussing with Shen Tian, he suddenly got a call, so he quickly answered and heard, Father, it's Yunting, can you hear me?" Zhang Yunting on the other end of the line became anxious and continued. "Something terrible has happened. The day before yesterday, eldest senior brother clearly said he had an epiphany while in closed-door cultivation, breaking through to the 9th cycle golden core." Hearing that it was Yunting calling, Yunxi and Shen Tian immediately stood next to him. He heard him continue. But today he suddenly went berserk, and his golden core suddenly... He hesitated a bit, then continued. Completely exploded. Shen Tian's face paled as he heard this. Even Zhang Yunxi was extremely confused. When she heard him say that, she started thinking, the golden core is like a vital point, equally important. Once the golden core explodes, it's a catastrophe for cultivators. At best, they'll lose all their cultivation. At worst, they'll die. Zhang Longyuan's attitude remained as indifferent as before. Then he replied, "All right, I know, Yunting. First take Changer to White Lotus Peak and find White Lotus Shimei, and have her calm him down. After I take Tianhar and them back, I'll personally help Changer heal his injuries." Yunting on the other end of the line heard him say that and replied, "Yes, father, I'll arrange it immediately." After he finished replying, it was time to end the transmission. As for Longyuan, a hint of worry now flashed across his face. He suddenly stood still, as if pondering something. Then he turned his gaze to Shen Tian and called out, "Where were we?" "Ah, right. This spirit stone vein is Tian Eclair's. Tianer, don't refuse anymore. Stop wasting time. Quickly decide on the twin spirit stone, and let's go back and save Changer." He was startled when he was suddenly called, and thought because of Yun Ting's matter, he had forgotten, thinking, "Shizun, are you sure you're in a hurry to go back and save senior brother Fang Chang? You're overdoing the calmness. It feels like if I don't accept the spirit stone vein, Shizun might try to persuade me for another few hours." After thinking that, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His expression turned dark, and he lamented, "Oh heavens! For the sake of saving senior brother Fang Chang, this saintly son will have to accept." Then Shen Tian quickly bowed in front of him and said, "If that's the case, then this disciple will accept. Shizun, let's hurry back and save him." Seeing that he was willing to compromise and agree, Zhang Longyuan couldn't help but be satisfied. Patting him on the shoulder a few times, "Don't be anxious, Bilian Shimei's medical skills are no worse than mine. Now that I'm here, I might as well take you all back to the Holy Land safely." Finishing speaking, he turned around and created a spatial black hole. Longyuan took a step forward, then directly stepped into that space, saying, "Hurry and come over." Shen Tian, seeing that he himself had stepped into the black hole, could finally rest assured and followed behind. Very quickly after that, when he stepped inside, he appeared. Stepping through to another point, he slowly stepped out of the black hole. Suddenly his face showed endless surprise. His eyes wide as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. In his sight at this moment, people suddenly gathered here, welcoming him, both acquaintances and strangers. When they saw it was Shen Tian, they cheered. "The divine fortune teller is back. The divine fortune teller is finally back. It's really Shen Aoshan divine fortune teller. Your Highness, you've returned." They kept asking and cheering, calling him divine fortune teller. Then a few more curious people asked, "Doesn't the divine fortune teller wear a mask when divining fortunes? How can you recognize him?" After this person finished speaking, another person continued, "The divine fortune teller's aura can't be hidden by a mask." Continuing like that, before Shen Tian could even answer, another person said, "Divine fortune teller, the teachings of our heavenly fate organization have been widely spread throughout Frostmist City." The other person heard this and quickly replied, That's right. This old man has been promoting your prestige these past few days. And me too. Liu Mo's Immortal Fate Sutra has been published." There were even a few people at this moment who were so moved to tears just from seeing him, clasping their hands together respectfully and saying, "Thank heaven and earth and Yang, your Highness has returned." And just like that, Shen Tian's sudden appearance made the entire Frost Mist City extremely lively. He was instantly surrounded and clung to by everyone. Shen Tian was now surrounded by beautiful young women, all of whom clearly showed their admiration, continuously calling out, "Divine fortune teller Gerge, thank you so much. That's right. Far away over there." Zhang Yunxi's whole body became gloomy, not knowing why, but she suddenly became angry. She carried her anger along with the lightning that erupted. "Get out of the way, next!" Yunxi used all her strength to directly release a light of lightning straight towards them. A loud shout, "Gimme that!" Bang! A sound reverberated, and the people in front froze, then started trembling uncontrollably. Then, The previously neat and pretty maiden suddenly looked disheveled, her face blackened and smoke rising from her head. She stared intently at Shen Tian and called out, "Immortal Master, do you still remember me?" He looked at her, thinking, "This girl's face is so red. How could this holy son possibly remember?" Even though he was thinking that, he still politely replied, I seem to have a slight impression. You are Shen Tian's errand girl." His tone was like he vaguely remembered. The girl in front of him instantly became overjoyed, quickly saying, "That's right, I'm Shui Wuxia. The immortal master still remembers me." Zhao Hao, who was charred black and standing beside them, heard their exchange and immediately called out, "Shen Xiong, do you still remember me?" Shen Tian looked at the blackened figure in front of him, with messy, burnt hair, and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The girl, happy that he remembered her, stood beside them, lost in blissful daydreams, exclaiming, "As expected, the immortal master has me in his heart." Seeing her holding his hand, filled with happiness and indescribable joy, Shen Tian tried hard to remember, thinking, "Oh heavens, Zhao Hao's aura of fortune has turned pure gold. As expected, this guy is truly destined for greatness, a typical protagonist." His expression changed, becoming cheerful and jovial, while he inwardly assessed the situation. As large as Feng Chang and Zhang Yongxi, both thick, long and strong, comfortably absorbing fortune, he gently placed his hand on Zhao Hao's shoulder. "Zhao Xizhong, how could I ever forget you?" Just kidding. Then Shen Tian switched to a caring persona, asking, "How is the protection going? Following the method I mentioned, has Zhao Xiang recovered his cultivation?" Hearing him inquire about this, Zhao Hao suddenly knelt heavily on the ground, raising both hands high to show respect, exclaiming, "Miraculous! Shen Xiang, you are too miraculous! This great kindness is truly something Zhao Xiang fears he cannot repay. How about I kowtow to Shen Xiang?" Seeing his sudden excitement, Shen Tian was somewhat surprised, wanting to help him up. "Zhao Xiang, you mustn't. We became close the moment we met. I only helped you out of goodwill." He smiled sheepishly and began explaining to Zhao Hao, "If Zhao Xiang truly has the intention to repay me, then if I ever encounter trouble in the future, your great cultivation and assistance would be enough." Although he looked embarrassed, he couldn't help but worry inwardly. This righteous boy, a fortune-blessed dude like me with my unlucky azure halo being kowtowed to by him, I might get killed by him on the spot in a few minutes. Yikes. Zhao Hao looked dazed, but understood his meaning. But in fact, he has his ideas. "But I really want to repay your kindness." After he finished speaking, Zhao Hao quickly had another idea in his mind. "I got it," Zhao Hao quickly said. "I'm sure," he said it with a firm attitude, "called Shen Xiong. How about you let me be your little bro, Shen Xiong? Great kindness cannot be repaid. Zhao Mao is willing to follow you for 3 years, absolutely be able to endure hardship." Shen Tian, along with 2 others standing beside him, stared directly at Zhao Hao in front of them. He said confidently, full of spirit, "Although Zhao Mo's talent can't compare to Shen Xiang, he's still the #1 genius of Wu Ying Kingdom. If Shen Xiang needs someone to follow him as a servant in the future, you can leave it to me." Hearing Zhao Hao's words, the 3 people couldn't help but freeze in place. As soon as Zhao Hao finished speaking, the other 2 people suddenly filled with anger, glaring at him, snorting, thinking, "Another flatterer. You looked so honest, but you're this kind of person, daring to snatch the rice bowl from this old eunuch. What, if you need someone to follow you as a servant, you can leave it to me." Shen Tian hadn't calmed down yet, standing still, lost in thought. "I just wanted to rub your halo. Why do you want to follow this holy son and not leave?" Zhao Hao was anxiously awaiting his answer, reaching out and firmly holding his hand, his eyes shining. He was frozen, thinking, "What should I do? You even want me to take you in? This holy son can't do it." Zhang Longyuan looked over at the 2 of them and suddenly became surprised, staring at Zhao Hao's back, thinking, "This is the 9-yang battle physique." Longyuan pondered, thinking, the legendary 9-yang battle physique and the legendary solar holy body share the same origin, being a type of evolution within the solar holy body. Although this physique is not as powerful as the solar holy body, it is enough to suppress most spiritual bodies in the world. Zhang Longyuan stood there, lost in thought, thinking about him. Even Feng Chang's dual fire-earth symbiotic lightning spiritual body might not be comparable. Then he recalled Zhao Hao, thinking, if this physique joins the Holy Land, he would definitely be a peerless prodigy. In time, he could become one of the Holy Land's strongest guardians. He stepped closer to the 2 of them, pretending to be curious, and asking Shen Tian, "Tian Shuer, who is this?" Hearing Zhang Longyuan's question, He immediately smiled brightly and replied, "This is Zhao Hao Xiongdi, a friend-disciple made in Frostmist City." Hearing someone ask about him and being introduced by Shen Tian, he quickly turned around to face him and said, "Zhao Hao greets the Holy Lord. Shen Xiong has a life-saving grace, and Zhao Mao hopes you can give me a chance to repay it." Zhang Longyuan carefully observed Zhao Hao, remembering his words, and couldn't help but feel proud, thinking, Tian Care truly is a legend of fortune. It's one thing to casually go to Frostmist City and pick up a spirit stone mine and 2 great treasures, but he's also found a fair-skinned boy with the 9-yang battle physique. It can be said to be the very perfect fanboy prodigy. At this time, he observed and carefully assessed his entire body. And hearing Zhao Hao say that Tian Yer had only casually pointed him to a location, resulting in him accidentally encountering an opportunity to restore his cultivation, Long Yuan's face couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. This kind of fortune truly makes Tian Golaire the heavenly Tao's own son. As expected, Tian Golaire is the blessing general of the divine firmament Holy Land, but he quickly concealed it. Returning to a cold, majestic demeanor, looking directly at Zhao Hao, he said, "All right, Zhao Hao, I see you have a connection with this Holy Land and can join this sect. Are you willing to accept me as your master and become my 5th direct disciple?" Hearing his question, he was startled, then became silent, motionless, and unresponsive. Zhao Hao's mind was filled with thoughts. If I can join the divine firmament Holy Land, and even become a direct disciple of the divine firmament Holy Lord, that would be great. Thinking of this, he suddenly hesitated. But I've already accepted Shanyang Sword Saint as my master. Zhang Longyuan was silently observing Zhao Hao in front of him, looking at him for a long time, as if he had seen through someone else, and unconsciously said in his heart, "So that's how it is." Zhang Longyuan's spirit looked at Zhao Hao's spirit and said, "Fellow Taoist only has a trace of remnant soul left. If you don't mind, you can enter this sect's soul-nurturing hall to nurture your soul, including nourishing your body." He was currently communicating with Zhao Hao's spirit, but seeing that the other person didn't respond, Longyuan continued, "When your spirit grows stronger, you might be able to switch to cultivating the ghost path, or another sword path suitable for your body, creating a path to survival." Just as Zhang Longyuan suddenly turned to leave, the spirit inside him angrily shouted, "Foolish disciple! Quickly agree to him!" Hearing these words startled him. Longyuan, on the other hand, kept glancing back as he left. Just like that, the 2 big shots went through spirit communication, conducted a rather special transaction, and finally, Zhao Hao was sold to the Holy Land by Shanyang Sword Saint. After that, he came before Zhang Longyuan, knelt down sincerely, and said, "Disciple Zhao Hao greets master." He couldn't help but laugh loudly in his mind, thinking, "From now on, I can be in the same sect as Shen Xiong, to follow and repay Shen Xiong." Zhao Hao, being the cheeky little rascal he is, tilted his head back and saw the fuming guy behind him, all speechless and stuff. He goes, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west. You, with that Zhu surname, you can't even compare to yours truly, Zhao. I'm rolling with the immortal master. We're like bros from the same sect, and I'm his junior brother. Jealous much?" Suddenly, behind Zhang Longyuan, old Billion starts freaking out, clutching his head like he's having a meltdown, thinking all butthurt, "Am I just a freaking Shenxiao elder? Fake junior brother here just picked up Shen Tian, the chosen one with all the luck, and now he's got another one? A freaking 9-yang saint physique prodigy, so jelly." Billion imagined Longyuan, Shen Tian, and Zhao Hao calling him Shidi, all respectful and stuff, like, "Later when I'm old and tired and I screw up my tribulation, at least I'll have disciples taking care of me." Then he looked at himself all alone, thinking, "This old geezer's got no family, just 4 walls. My only option is becoming an immortal, or else I'm screwed." Out of nowhere, a dude walks up to Zhang Longyuan and Shen Tian, bows, and goes, "Holy Sun, immortal master, Holy Sun, my hidden kingdom wants to make a golden statue for the immortal master. The Holy Sun can receive incense from every house. What does the immortal master think?" Hearing that, Shen Tian instinctively freaks out. No way, no way. He's thinking, "Are you kidding me? I'm just a foundation establishment. I can't handle that kind of luck. What if I piss off the gods, and they think I'm stealing their incense?" Longyuan sees him not answering, and gives him a little nudge. "Tian Hair, say yes." Seeing Shen Tian about to refuse, he quickly snaps his fingers and says, "According to the ancient books, getting incense from 100 homes is totally beneficial for your cultivation." Shen Tian is totally shocked by Longyuan's words. His jaw drops and his eyes go wide like saucers. He looks all reluctant and avoids eye contact, stammering. But Shen Tian's brain is running wild. Shen Tian imagines his statue with a bunch of different masks on. Would anyone even recognize him? But then he shoves the mask at the guy, But you gotta put this mask on it, make it look as close as possible. After telling the guy, he's thinking, with this mask, no one will recognize me. The guy is super happy that Shen Tian agreed, and starts praising him. Yes, Immortal Master, no problem, I'll get the best sculptors to carve it. We'll definitely capture the Immortal Master's essence, style, charm, everything. The king imagines Shen Tian's statue holding the mask, and can't help but grin, thinking, and this Feng Yu mask, we'll just have it in his hand, showing the Immortal Master's detachment from worldly fame. Then he looks at Shen Tian and Zhang Longyuan, leaving with pure adoration, thinking, turns out the Immortal Master is the holy son of the Shengxiao Holy Land, a personal disciple of the Shengxiao Holy Land's master. I gotta tell them to make at least 100,000 golden statues of the Immortal Master. He gets even more excited. The king is getting impatient. What's a little money if he gets the chance to suck up to the Immortal Master and get blessed? After a while, Zhang Yunding calls again. Zhang Longyuan picks up. Father, it's Yunding, can you hear me? Yes, I hear you, he says. What's up, didn't I tell you to take Chang'er to Bailian Shimei? Hearing that, Yunding replies with a worried tone, I did, but Bailian Shishu said Shixiang's injuries are too severe. She did everything she could, but she could barely stabilize his condition to stop it from getting worse. She can't heal it completely. He reports the situation, remembering the moment and asking, Father, when are you coming back? Shixiang is coughing up blood. He looks like he's not going to make it. Hearing the bad news and the urgency in Zhang Yunding's voice, Longyuan tries to reassure him. Don't panic. Rushing won't solve anything. Stay calm. He continues. I'm on my way back. I'll be at Bailian Peak right away. Keep up the treatment. Soon after, Zhang Longyuan summons the spatial pathway right in front of everyone again. Everyone seems to understand right away. Zhang Yunhe steps forward first, followed by Shen Tian. When it's Longyuan's turn, as he's about to step in, he glances back at the king and says, I'm leaving now. Tian Here's golden statue is in your hands. Hearing his instructions, the king quickly bows. Holy Master, rest assured, I'll definitely do my best to complete it. After they all step into the space summoned by Zhang Longyuan, the gate quickly closes and vanishes. When they get back, they arrive at the Holy Land. After the Shengxiao Holy Master puts the Spirit Stone vein into Holy Sun Peak, he rushes over to Bailian Peak to help heal Feng Chang. Zhang Longyuan walks into the main hall, and the people standing there start whispering as soon as they see him. Feng Chang Shixiang failed his 9-revolution Golden Core breakthrough. Yeah, I heard he went berserk. After the unfortunate incident with Feng Chang, the atmosphere gets even gloomier. The disciples in the Holy Land are all watching to see how this is going to be resolved. On the other side, flower petals are falling thickly on the ground from who knows where. Shen Tian is all teary-eyed, sniffling and plucking the petals, counting. It's not my fault, it's my fault, it's not my fault, it's my fault. After counting for a while, he sighs. How is this Feng Chang suddenly going berserk, even related to me stealing his opportunity, not thinking this far? Shen Tian feels a little guilty. He sits still as a rock on the cliff. Looking around, Shen Tian is sitting in meditation on the rock in Holy Sun Peak, completely conflicted. He looks sad, recalling everything, thinking, since I transmigrated here, I've stolen opportunities twice. Shen Tian immediately pictures Qin Gao, the first time he stole Qin Gao's sunflower manual, and Qin Gao ended up getting hung upside down and beaten. Thinking of Qin Gao, he feels full of regret. The second time was just now, stealing Feng Chang's opportunity, the Nirvana holy liquid essence condensed from the life of the immortal devouring vine. As a result, Feng Chang immediately went berserk, even his golden core shattered, and he's about to kick the bucket. Remembering how he disguised himself as a thief and sneaked into other people's rooms, he thinks it's too much of a coincidence that both times he stole opportunities from people with great luck, they immediately had bad luck. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to sneak some Nirvana holy liquid into Feng Chang's room since he has some luck. He just couldn't imagine that trying to leech a little luck would lead to so many things happening. This time, Feng Chang is in the Yun emergency room at Bailian Peak, relying on Shizun, Bailian Shishu, and Bilian Shibo to use their powers to save his life. The more Shen Tian thinks about what happened, the more regretful he feels. He immediately stands up, steps onto his sword, and wants to move. No matter what, I should still go to Bailian Peak to see what's going on. After all, we're Shixiang and Shibodi from the same sect. I, the Holy Sun, have to at least meet Feng Chang Shixiang one last time. In a flash, Shen Tian arrives at Bailian Peak. Standing on his sword high above, he suddenly hears some people below talking. I don't know how it is inside, I hope he's okay. As he's listening to people talking, he sees a familiar figure, thinking, that's that little brat Zhao Hao? Oh, he and Feng Chang haven't even met before. After thinking, Shen Tian examines himself. Wait, maybe it's so I can blend in with the crowd faster. Shen Tian quickly approached Qin Yundi and Zhang Yunting. Seeing them look at him, he asked, "How is senior brother Fang Chang doing?" Hearing his question, Zhang Yunting immediately got all flustered and blurted out, "Things aren't looking good for senior brother. The situation is very serious." After Yunting finished, Yundi chimed in, his face full of things he wanted to spill. "The holy leader and Ant Master Bilian have been in there for an hour, but there's still no news. They definitely haven't healed senior brother yet." Hearing this, Yunxi couldn't help but sigh. Senior brother is just too stubborn, he has too much pride and didn't want to cultivate forbidden techniques. Shen Tian, junior brother, forced him to attempt the 9 Revolutions Golden Core, and he rushed it, causing him to suffer a qi deviation and damage his great Dao. After listening to them for a while, Shen Tian couldn't blame them and thought to himself with a worried heart, "Although I've suffered quite a few qi deviations before, I have a lot of experience, but those 3 times were just spiritual energy, scattering and damaging my dantian. They were very light and not as serious as Fang Cheng's." Thinking of this, he remembered some things. Cultivators in the qi refining stage aren't really considered proper cultivators. And foundation establishment is just building the foundation of the immortal path. Only when a golden core is formed from the Dao foundation, and the origin in the golden core is engraved with divine patterns, and the laws of the heavenly Dao, can one be considered a true cultivator. Shen Tian thought of the golden core and said, "The golden core to a cultivator is like the heart, just as important. Fang Cheng's golden core shattered. The injury is no less than a mortal's heartbreaking, even more dangerous." Shen Tian's head started to hurt the more he thought about it, and he felt utterly dejected. "Even if I wanted to help, senior brother Fang Cheng is beyond saving now. Not even the immortals could." While he was lost in thought, his mood suddenly shifted, and he looked intently ahead. Not only Shen Tian, but the 2 people beside him also looked at the person emitting a radiant glow, wearing a kasaya. With a dignified yet somewhat relaxed demeanor, Shen Tian began to ask, "Who is this?" Immediately, Zhang Yunxi replied, "That's Bitterda Buddha's friend of senior brother." Yunxi looked at Bitterda Buddha in front and continued to explain, "Bitterda Buddha is this generation's Buddha from the Layan Holy Land, and also the strongest heir of the Layan Holy Land. The Layan Holy Leader passed down to him the Great Layan Scripture and the Great Wisdom Bodhi Exquisite Goodness Scripture, which are supreme Buddhist titles." She reminisced a bit about the past and said, "However, Bitterda Buddha doesn't like sitting still and chanting scriptures, he likes to roam the world and subdue demons. The power of his supreme dragon subduing scripture is immense, comparable to those on the Golden Core rankings in the Eastern Wilderness. Ranked 2nd, his strength is even above senior brother." After hearing Yunxi's words, Shen Tian looked at the person in front and said, "So, a domineering Buddha. The entire Eastern Wilderness has countless Golden Core cultivators leaping over the Dragon Gate. To be ranked 2nd on the Golden Core ranking, this Buddha's strength must be something else." Seeing the radiant halo above the person's head, he couldn't help but calculate, "This child of Providence is a big thigh for me to hug." Then, he turned to look at Yunji, pointed at Bitterda Buddha, and asked, "Senior sister, didn't you say he mainly cultivates the Great Might Heavenly Dragon Scripture? Then what's the Bodhi tree phenomenon behind him?" Zhang Yunxi secretly guessed that Shen Tian would definitely ask about this, so she put on a mysterious look, smiled, and hesitated. "This phenomenon, junior brother will know soon." Bitterda Buddha was closing his eyes. Suddenly he realized something. So Bitterda Buddha was terrified. He waved his hands and said, "Amitabha, the golden core is shattered. This monk was punished by my master to face the wall and copy Buddhist scriptures, almost writing until my skin peeled off. Fortunately, Brother Fang Cheng suffered a qi deviation this time, giving me an excuse to leave. Brother Fang is righteous." After he finished speaking, everyone glared at Bitterda Buddha as if he were an eyesore. Bitterda Buddha closed his eyes, coughed a few times, and continued, I misspoke. After a while, he finally opened his eyes and spoke to Yunxi and Shen Tian. "Yunxi, my dear junior sister, it's been half a year, you've become stronger again. Let's spar a bit later." Bitterda Buddha started talking to him. "This brother is a bit unfamiliar. His appearance is no less than mine. May I know your name? Would you be willing to spar with me?" Shen Tian asked about his identity and what the phenomenon was. Bitterda Buddha happily replied, "This monk has never liked reading Buddhist scriptures, but I have condensed the Bodhi phenomenon." He proudly pointed behind him. "The phenomenon is all the magic of my master, containing the illusory Buddhist beads of Bodhi. The illusion looks as real as possible." Bitterda Buddha shyly raised his hand to his head and said, "Master said this monk is too willful and doesn't have the demeanor of a Holy Land Buddha." Making Shen Tian ask again, "Forcing, unrestrained, extravagant." He excitedly pointed his finger and said, yes, it's forcing, unrestrained, extravagant, but what does forcing mean? It feels very powerful, right?" Then Bitterda Buddha frowned and began to recount. "Forget it. Anyway, Master required this monk to release the phenomenon when leaving the mountain, otherwise he wouldn't let this monk leave, and even wanted to punish me by copying Buddha's scriptures. Too ruthless. Hearing Bitterdao Buddha's words, he was speechless, and thought to himself uncomfortably, Lei in Holy Land has a Buddha like this. Too tragic. Aren't you supposed to be showing off as a Buddha of the Lei in Holy Land? If you don't show off, and I don't show off, who are we telling the Lei in Holy Land's prestige to? Then Shen Tian explained that the Buddhist sect's cultivation method is the merit sarira method, which is different from the Taoist sect. The Lei in Holy Land is actually inherited from the western desert of the world of ultimate bliss. It is an external Holy Land. Because the merit sarira cultivation method can still win people's hearts, inheriting the Buddhist sect is not easy. He thought of the image of the monk and his sinister look, thinking, at this time, acting as a Buddha roaming the world for the Lei in Holy Land is also very important. A white-robed Buddha, handsome and extraordinary, can naturally bring face to the Holy Land. He frowned in annoyance, continuing to think to himself, like the Lei in sacred ground, time and time again some clueless idiot wanders the world, slaying demons and accumulating merit, yet they don't know how to show off. How can they promote the sect and amplify the Buddha's name to expand their sect? Then, Shen Tian nervously looked back at Kutuo Buddha and silently assessed him. The Lei in sacred ground master personally crafted this special Buddha chi and made Kutuo Buddha carry it when he goes out. This shows how much Lei in sacred ground is exasperated by this clueless Buddha. Looking at his handsome face, he continued thinking, however, even if Kutuo Buddha makes the Lei in sacred ground master reluctantly do this, his position is still as stable as Mount Tai, unshakable. This proves how strong Kutuo Buddha's genius is. Then, Shen Tian raised a finger in admiration, starting to compare, thinking, equally developed muscles, equally stupid brains, equally hating reading books, always facing the wall, truly amazing. This guy and Fang Cheng are definitely brothers. Suddenly, a door opened. A stranger appeared, leaving Shen Tian and Kutuo Buddha dumbfounded. That woman was Bailian Tianzun, the chief of Bailian Peak of the Shengxiao Sacred Ground, the most gentle elder Huaya, the number one of the Shengxiao Sacred Ground, and also the dream lover of countless disciples. Compared to other aloof elders, Bailian Tianzun never seems to get angry or put on airs, her words full of meaning. She mainly cultivates the butterfly dream immortal scripture and the white feather medical scripture. Proficient in the medical path, any disciple who is injured or poisoned in the sacred ground is treated at Bailian Peak. Therefore, Bailian Peak is incredibly sacred in the eyes of Shengxiao's disciples, and every female disciple there is heavily pursued by their fellow disciples. Zhang Yunting anxiously asked, Kutuo Buddha, how is senior brother Fang Cheng's injury? He replied, Sacred Groundmaster, how is Fang Cheng's injury? Suddenly, the two of them glared angrily at Shen Tian. He nonchalantly ate a piece of melon, not caring, thinking, although they both care about Fang Cheng's injuries, they don't seem to get along. No wonder. Zhang Yunting must feel that the reason the senior brother is so clueless is probably because he is influenced by bad company. And Kutuo Buddha also dislikes his mysterious appearance of reading books all day, which is irritating. Zhang Longyuan walked over and asked, Kutuo Buddha, so it's Kutuo Buddha, he politely replied. Kutuo pays respects to the sacred ground master. Please forgive my uninvited visit, he instructed. Kutuo Buddha, don't say that. I am very happy that Chenger has such a good friend as the Buddha. It's just a pity that Chenger's body has barely stabilized, so he can't receive guests at the moment. I'm afraid the reception won't be very good. Kutuo Buddha took something out and said, hearing that senior brother Fang Cheng was injured, this poor monk specially obtained a golden body elixir from my master. Holding out a vial in his hand, he asked, I hope it can be of assistance, Li Yunfeng exclaimed in shock. It's actually the golden body elixir. This is a Buddhist sect cultivation treasure, condensing the wisdom and treasure of the golden body of relics. Li Yunfeng's face changed in astonishment, because only the great power of the Lei Yin sacred ground, during Nirvana's sitting and transformation, consuming the golden body's origin, can condense a little bit. Meanwhile, he solemnly continued, for the Lei Yin sacred ground, even a drop of golden body elixir is a crucial and extremely precious matter, Shen Tian thought. Kutuo Buddha is willing to take out this treasure to heal Fang Cheng. It seems that these two scums are treasures to each other, Zhang Longyuan said with satisfaction. Kumatua's intention, I will accept for Chenger. However, Chenger's injury is the explosion of his golden core, causing great damage, and the golden body elixir is a precious item. He made a decision. So this golden body elixir won't have a big effect on Chenger's body. Buddha should keep it for yourself. Kutuo Buddha frowned in confusion and said, even the golden body elixir is useless. Then he started crying in everyone's shock, saying, could it be that Fang Cheng is about to die? Shen Tian and Yunxi thought in confusion. This clueless idiot, so straightforward, saying that his disciple is about to die in front of the sacred groundmaster, is that appropriate? He thought to himself. The Layan sacred ground has a Buddha wandering the world, spreading the Buddha's name all over the eastern wilderness, creating great karma. I'm afraid he's doomed, Zhang Longyuan sternly said. It's not to the point of death, but the golden core exploded, and it will be very difficult to maintain his cultivation. If he's lucky, maybe Changer can still rebuild in the future. If he's unlucky, he was afraid that he would not be able to cultivate. The next words of him made everyone's faces turn green. For a cultivator, especially an ultimate prodigy like Feng Chang in the eastern wilderness, not being able to cultivate is practically like becoming a cripple, which is no better than death. Suddenly, they were surprised to discover that another guest seemed to have arrived. The people outside were excited when they saw the golden spots in the sky. Look there! The people outside were excited and lively because of the golden spots in the sky. A person flew down. It was Shen Tian, the holy son of the Beidu sacred ground. He greeted. Zhang Longyuan, Shen Tian of the Beidu sacred ground pays respects to the Shenxiao sacred ground master. He looked at him with a serious face and thought, this aura, indeed, has broken through to the nascent soul stage. Zhang Longyuan said. Shen Tian of the Beidu sacred ground was originally ranked 4th on the Golden Core ranking. His talent was only below Feng Chang, ranked 3rd on the Golden Core ranking. Today, he didn't continue to polish the 8-cycle Golden Core, but decided to use the 8-cycle Golden Core as a foundation, shatter the core and form the nascent soul. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage is worthy of respect. He continued to recount. From then on his strength also doubled, not inferior to several prodigies in the Golden Core ranking. He looked surprised. Greetings, Kun Tuo Buddha. I didn't expect senior brother Kun Tuo to be here too. Kun Tukeo, the Buddha's disciple, replied with a cold expression. What about it? You can come here to stir up trouble, can't I? Shen Tian turned his head away in annoyance. This Shen didn't come to cause trouble either, you rule-breaking monk. Don't spout nonsense. He handed something dazzling to Zhang Longyuan and said, I heard that senior brother Feng Cheng failed to reach the 9th cycle of the Golden Core and is in mortal danger. It's truly heartbreaking. Shen Tian began to introduce. The jade bottle contains the Nirvana holy liquid, which senior brother Xiaoxuan asked me to bring here to heal senior brother Feng Cheng. He kept talking, making Zhang Longyuan surprised. This kind of treasure contains endless vitality and can even heal injuries to the great Dao. Senior brother Feng Cheng might be saved. Li Yunfeng's mouth dropped open when he heard Shen Tian say, Nirvana holy liquid again, truly a treasure. Zhao Hao asked blankly, Senior brother Yunfeng, have you ever heard of this thing? Yunfeng immediately replied. Of course I have. I'm the Holy Land's walking encyclopedia. Do you guys even know what this Nirvana holy liquid is? How incredibly precious it is? Li Yunfeng began to happily recount what he knew. The Nirvana holy liquid is condensed from the essence of a plant-type demon king who willingly sacrifices itself. A powerful plant-type demon king at the peak of the spirit transformation stage or higher might choose Nirvana in their last breath, waiting to be reborn again. While he was talking, describing them refining their enormous bodies into the purest source energy to supply the Nirvana, Shen Tian thought of a green-skinned woman. Li Yunfeng held up 3 fingers, babbling on. The Nirvana holy liquid only works if the plant-type demon king is willing. Otherwise, if you force a plant-type demon king to Nirvana, how can they be willing? So, to form the Nirvana holy liquid, 3 conditions must be met. First, find a plant-type great demon with profound cultivation. Second, this great demon must willingly undergo nirvana and refine its body into holy liquid. Third, the nirvana holy liquid must be collected quickly after it forms. Then he proudly continued, if any of these 3 conditions are not met, you cannot obtain the nirvana holy liquid. It can be said to be incredibly strict. Zhao Hao was astonished, while Shen Tian was skeptical. Zhang Longyuan took the item from Shen Tian's hand, and then started to open the bottle. Afterward, Zhang Longyuan thought of a girl and said, if this holy master isn't mistaken, this nirvana holy liquid is probably transformed from a peak spirit transformation stage peony demon, very difficult to obtain. Shen Tian smiled in satisfaction. As expected of the holy master, your knowledge is truly vast. Zhongshan admires you. Zhang Longyuan smiled in response. This nirvana holy liquid will be useful for Changer. The 2 holy sons are very kind. Shen Tian clasped his hands and said, Tian is just a errand boy. This supreme treasure cannot be taken out casually. Truth be told, this nirvana holy liquid was given to senior sister Yunxi by senior brother Xiaoxuan. Looking at Yunxi, who looked uncomfortable, he said, a fair maiden is sought after by noble men. Senior brother Xiaoxuan has always admired you." Zhang Longyuan looked unhappy and asked, "What do you mean by this? Holy son Shen Tian?" He frowned and angrily asked, "Why didn't Xiaoxuan come here himself to say these words?" Shen Tian was drenched in sweat, explaining in fear, "Holy master, please calm down." Senior brother Xiaoxuan was previously observing a fast and preparing for the 10th cycle of the Golden Core. He raised his hand and continued. He heard that senior brother Feng Chang had suffered a qi deviation while trying to reach the 9th cycle of the Golden Core, and worried that senior sister Yunji would be concerned. So he immediately instructed Wen Bei to bring this nirvana holy liquid to heal senior brother Feng Chang. Shen Tian said with a resolute expression. When senior brother Xiaoxuan successfully completes the 10th cycle of the Golden Core, he will definitely come here himself to propose marriage. The story goes that, within the Holy Lands, the Divine Firmament Holy Land belongs to one of the most ancient Orthodox Confucian lineages, while the Big Dipper Holy Land and the Violet Palace Holy Land are, relatively speaking, newer Holy Lands. As the major Holy Lands' peripheral forces are intertwined, there are naturally close relationships as well as conflicts. At that time, the Divine Firmament Holy Land and Violet Palace Holy Land are always trying to compete with each other to see who's the best. Now the Violet Palace Holy Land has a genius, Qi Xiaoxuan, who is said to be favored by the heavenly mandate, a genius like the great emperors of ancient times, and today he is about to surpass the limit and achieve the 10th cycle of the Golden Core. Meanwhile, Feng Chang of the Divine Firmament Holy Land, originally the #1 expert in the 9th cycle of the Golden Core, suffered a qi deviation. Gaining one thing means losing another, so the Violet Palace Holy Land will naturally not miss the opportunity to show off. In fact, the so-called excuse of using Zhang Yungxi is actually Qi Xiaoxuan's intention. But even more so, it is deliberately humiliating the Divine Firmament Holy Land. Zhang Longyuan began to ease his facial muscles and said, "I heard that Qi Xiaoxuan is a child of destiny, but in my opinion he is just all bark and no bite." He crushed the medicine bottle into pieces with his hand, saying, "And you think a little bit of Nirvana holy liquid is enough to get my daughter? Have you two holy sons not encountered any good opportunities?" Shen Tian was surprised and a little scared, repeatedly explaining, "Holy master, you're joking. This is the legendary Nirvana holy liquid. Just a drop can save a life. A bottle like this is already a priceless treasure. Who else besides Qi Xiaoxuan could be so righteous, casually giving away such a priceless treasure?" he angrily shouted. "This holy liquid is enough for senior brother Feng Chang to stabilize the injuries from the great Dao. And it's enough to save his life." Shen Tian desperately tried to explain. Senior brother Xiaoxuan said that this Nirvana holy liquid is his greeting gift to senior sister Yunxi. He looked at the angry Yunxi and said, "If senior sister Yunxi is willing to marry him, become his Dao companion, then this is not even the end." Shen Tian's next words made Yunxi even angrier, he said. At that time, even completely restoring senior brother Feng Chang's injuries from the great Dao, even shattering his core and forming a nascent soul, is not impossible. The story goes that Shen Tian figured being valued by the holy son Qi Xiaoxuan of the Zifu sacred ground was Zhang Yungxi's ultimate blessing. I mean, both are holy sons of sacred grounds, but Qi Xiaoxuan has the emperor-level potential of a child of destiny. Shen Tian chose to follow him first, and if Qi Xiaoxuan becomes the undefeated emperor, he'll be his most valued follower. A huge opportunity like this? You gotta grab it. Back then, the Nirvana sacred fluid Perni demon was something Qi Xiaoxuan got during some training, only about 50 kilograms. This bottle he gave to the Shenxiao sacred ground was just for show, you know? When he received the bottle, Shen Tian got about half a kilogram from Qi Xiaoxuan, and it was with that half kilogram of Nirvana sacred fluid that he completed the 8th revolution of his Golden Core, ranking 4th on the Golden Core ranking list. Without that Nirvana sacred fluid's help, with Shen Tian's talent, he probably could only get into the top 10 of the Golden Core ranking. In his mind, as long as he firmly latches onto Qi Xiaoxuan's thigh, he could definitely become an immortal. Zhang Yunding looked at Shen Tian, engulfed in blue flames, and thought, "This Shen Tian's kid is too scheming. The disciples of the major sacred grounds in the eastern wilderness all know that the senior brother is always deeply infatuated with Xinye." He got even more angry when he thought about it. The senior brother has always been arrogant. Losing his cultivation base is already killing him, let alone relying on Yunxi to save his life. And now this guy's saying if Yunxi is willing to become a Dao companion with Qi Xiaoxuan, he'll get even more Nirvana sacred fluid. Seriously, Zhang Yunding thought about how stubborn his senior brother was. Even if he regained his cultivation using Qi Xiaoxuan's Nirvana sacred fluid, and even achieved a 9 revolutions Golden Core, the senior brother would still have unresolved obsessions. Thinking about this, he broke out in a cold sweat. If his senior brother gets entangled with inner demons, he'll be completely useless. Zhang Yunding glared at Shen Tian, knowing full well what those two were up to. But from the standpoint of etiquette and human relations, he couldn't find any fault. Either ignore the senior brother's life or death and return the nirvana sacred fluid, or accept the nirvana sacred fluid and obediently be taken advantage of, forced to concede. Zhang Longyuan used his skills and said, "Although the nirvana sacred fluid is not enough, we must still thank you. As for the matter of Xir and the holy son of the Zifu sacred ground, let Xir decide it herself. I will not be authoritarian." Shen Tian was shocked when he saw this. Hey, this script is wrong. This holy son has been blatantly showing off like this, even belittling Fang Cheng, so as the holy master of the Shenjiao sacred ground. Shouldn't you be angry and show that you won't yield? When he took back the bottle from him, he thought, then angrily throw the nirvana sacred fluid back so this holy son can take it back. That way this holy son can bring the nirvana sacred fluid back. Then Shen Tian recalled, how could someone like Qi Shaoxuan, the senior brother, take back something they gave away? At that time, maybe they'll directly give it to this holy son. He awkwardly explained, Holy Master, this nirvana sacred fluid is a gift for Yun Shi, junior sister. Zhang Longyuan replied after hearing it, I know, I'm just receiving it on behalf of Jing Ge, okay? Does the Zifu, the holy son, have any conditions for gifts for Hini's meeting? Shen Tian suddenly became full of excitement. Senior brother Shaoxuan and junior sister Yungxi are a match made in heaven. Shen Xiao, holy master, aren't you going to consider it a bit? Senior brother Shaoxuan said. Just let him know. I dare not hide it. The little girl is already in love with someone. Zhang Longyuan called. Shen Tian, Nhi, come here. Hearing this, he was scared witless and angry. Why is this kind of vulgar woman-snatching scene happening to this holy son? Can't you make the method of drawing hatred a little fresher? Obviously you can take a disciple and directly show off, pretend to be a bee, but you just want this holy son to show up, then violently confront this guy. But Shen Tian still had to calmly walk over and, respectfully, landlord bully self-directed and acted out the plot in his head. The next scene is simply that I was humiliated by the Beidou holy son, so that the holy master is uncomfortable, the holy maiden is also unhappy, everyone is unhappy. How can I live in the Shengxiao sacred ground? Then Shen Tian thought about it. If you slap the face of the Beidou holy son and act bravely for Shengxiao sacred ground, you will definitely provoke the holy son of Zifu. At that time, from small to big, from big to trouble, Zhang Longyuan introduced Shen Tian, Beidou holy son. This is the newly appointed holy son of our sect. Shen Tian's grand ceremony for the new holy son of Bowman is being prepared, and in a few days invitations will be sent to the major holy places. When he heard him say that he was the little girl's lover, Yun Shi blushed, while Shen Tian was startled. Shen Zhongchen was left speechless after hearing that. He began to look and evaluate this guy. Is there such a handsome and extraordinary man in this world? His appearance is too shocking. Especially the temperament emanating from his body is more ethereal and transcendent than others. Shen Zhongtian was angry, even feeling that he was more like a reincarnated immortal than his Qi Shaoxuan senior brother had an immortal temperament. Zhang Yongxi likes him, no problem. He looked at this scene and asked angrily, damn it, how could the Shengxiao sacred ground find such an extraordinary successor? What exactly are the intelligence disciples doing? Shen Zhongtian secretly calculated, should I slap him in the face or not? So annoying, he continued to consider. What a Shengxiao holy son. Not only is he high-spirited, but he is also not arrogant or impetuous, and very humble. Today I brought Qi Shaoxuan's momentum here to use conspiracy to suppress the Shengxiao sacred ground. Looking at the people behind him, Shen Zhongtian noticed that the other true disciples all showed angry faces, completely without hiding it. But this new holy son did not have a trace of anger on his face, neither happy nor sad. Suddenly thinking of this, he became scared. Although I took the lead and broke through to the nascent soul stage, I still can't guess how deep his cultivation is. He is like an ocean, a mysterious and unpredictable black hole that cannot be peeped into. This person is indeed a terrifying existence comparable to Shaoxuan's senior brother. Shen Zhongchen was trying to calm himself down. No, this is an illusion. It must be some kind of trick this guy is using. How could I, this holy son, doubt senior brother Shaoxuan's authority just because this guy's got some fancy moves? He asked himself. Senior brother Shaoxuan is one of a kind, so what if this guy's cultivation is nothing special but has the aura of an immortal? After thinking all sorts of nonsense, Shen Zhongtian greeted, Senior brother Shen, I've heard so much about you. Thinking about it, in the world of cultivation it really depends on immortal fate. Only with deep immortal fate and a long destiny can one receive the protection of the heavenly Tao. Now he wasn't scared anymore and he was thinking, It's like when senior brother Xiao Xuan casually went out to train, he could get 100 caddies of Nirvana holy liquid. Does this kid even deserve it? Shen Tian chuckled and retorted, Shen Zongtian, what is it you admire exactly? Hearing that, he was scared witless. The reason this holy son said I admired you was purely out of courtesy. What's there to admire? Are you trying to take advantage of this holy son? Shen Zongxian started to justify. Senior brother Shen, what I mean is, I'm very pleased to meet you. Shen Tian closed his eyes and thought to himself, you're happy a little too early. He opened his eyes, smiled, and began to consider. If this guy was just targeting me, I could laugh it off and not pursue it. After all, the halo above his head is only light gold. No need to compete with this kind of child of destiny, Shen Tian thought. But now you're targeting the entire divine firmament holy ground, and the divine firmament holy master has specifically called me out to PK with you. If I don't handle this well, what if I get a hard time later? If that happens to him, then he will. So I, this holy son, must fight, and fight big. Suddenly, a fellow disciple ran out, and shouted the announcement. It's bad, holy master, martial uncle, master's senior brother's golden core is about to explode. Bai Lian Tianzun turned around and said to that person, Alright, I'll head over right away. After speaking, everyone started to move to see what was going on. Shen Zhongqian whispered to Shen Tian, Senior brother Fengcheng is in danger. Senior brother Shen, let's become friends later. Let's go see senior brother Fengcheng first. Do you agree? Sure, whatever, Shen Tian thought. After hearing that, I don't know if Fengcheng's qi deviation this time is related to me or not. I hope nothing happens to him. Then he hurriedly ran into the room. Shen Tian was startled when he saw Feng Cheng writhing on the bed. He looked at him and thought, Feng Cheng's luck is declining. Looks like it really is because of me. Thinking of this, Shen Tian's face turned pale, because the person whose opportunity I snatched not only has their luck reduced, but they might even encounter a calamity. Zhang Longyuan transferred energy into Feng Cheng for a while, then he stopped. After the transfer, a ball appeared on his chest. A golden ball had formed. Zhang Longyuan continued to transfer more energy and said, The injury is getting worse. 1 caddy of Nirvana holy liquid is completely insufficient. Bai Lian Tianzun suggested. Let me go ask the Big Dipper holy son if he has any left. She turned to ask Shen Zhongtian. Do you have any Nirvana holy liquid left? Bai Lian Tianzun said firmly. I'll pay double to buy it, and consider it as owing you a favor. Hearing that, he immediately thought, Bai Lian Tianzun is a famous medical expert throughout the eastern wilderness. Her favor is very valuable. It's a pity I only have a little bit of Nirvana holy liquid left, Shen Zhongtian thought, and then suggested, Tianzun, please forgive me. This junior really has no Nirvana holy liquid left. I am powerless to help. If there's still time, this junior can go back to the Four Mansions Holy Land to get some holy liquid, she replied sadly. It's too late. Without the holy liquid, Feng Cheng won't be able to hold on. Also thinking, looks like Feng Cheng is definitely going to die today. Shen Zhongtian looked dejected. After all, with his current condition, Feng Cheng's injuries are too severe. Without 50 caddies or more of Nirvana holy liquid, there's absolutely no hope of healing. But such precious 50 caddies of Nirvana holy liquid, even senior brother Xiao Xuan would be heartbroken. The divine firmament holy ground can prepare the funeral arrangements for Feng Cheng. Just at this moment, Shen Tian spoke up. Marshal Aunt Bai Lian, please help me see if what's in this bottle is Nirvana holy liquid or not. Then he took out a vial of medicine. When he saw it, his mouth dropped open. This is Nirvana holy liquid. And it seems the quality is even higher than the peony Nirvana holy liquid I brought. Seeing that, Shen Zhongtian was sweating bullets. Could this newly appointed holy son of the Shen Xiao Holy Land really have obtained such a massive opportunity? No way. That's right, this guy only has a small bottle. While senior brother Xiao Xuan has over 100 jins of it, senior brother Xiao Xuan is still stronger. Bai Lian Tianzun blushed as she accepted it and asked, This holy liquid is truly pure. The quality of the holy liquid in this bottle far surpasses the previous one. I wonder how much is in this bottle. Shen Tian confidently gave a thumbs up and replied, This jade bottle has space formation inscribed on it, so the capacity is even greater. Senior Aunt Bai Lian, rest assured, there's a lot of it. More than enough to withstand the drain. That answer made him green with fear. She began to use the medicine. Shen Zhongtian was startled when he saw this, because this Nirvana holy liquid had to be at least 100 jins. He thought of what Shen Tian said. In other words, this Shen Xiao Holy Land's holy son actually possesses 100 jins of Nirvana holy liquid. and the quality is even better than senior brother Xiao Xuan's. Shen Tian wondered if it was due to some kind of karmic opportunity, or if the Shen Xiao Holy Master was just messing with him after getting overly flattered, so he deliberately said that one jin bit, and actually, they completely don't care about even a single jin of Nirvana Holy Liquid. He picked up the bottle and thought about how he was so smug earlier, bringing one jin of Nirvana Holy Liquid to propose marriage to Zhang Yongxi. The Shenxiao Holy Land is just laughing at me, Bai Lian Tianzun exclaimed happily. So much. There's so much, Shen Tian respectfully said. Senior Aunt Bai Lian, please take it and save senior brother Feng Cheng. He had a bad complexion, thinking secretly, I've wanted to give the Nirvana Holy Liquid to senior brother Feng Cheng for a long time, but I couldn't find the right opportunity. After all, Feng Cheng has been in the process of being saved these past few days, and I didn't know before that Nirvana Holy Liquid could treat Jindan for Feng Cheng. If I had known, I would have definitely returned this opportunity to him. Suddenly, an image of Feng Cheng's karmic opportunity flashed in Shen Tian's mind, showing that only half of the holy liquid I obtained belonged to him, while the dozens of grids contained even more holy liquid. Even if I returned that portion of Nirvana Holy Liquid to Feng Cheng, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Shen Tian became even more terrified of Shen Tian. The holy liquid is incredibly precious, yet the Shengxiao Holy Sun is willing to take out all of it to save Feng Cheng. What nobility and generosity that makes people feel inferior. If it were the Four Mansions Holy Son Xiao Xuan, and his martial brother went into Qi deviation, he definitely wouldn't be treated so generously. He was suddenly enthusiastic. Enough said. Just this bit of qi luck alone. Shen Tian wanted to hold Shen Tian's hand and call him invincible under heaven. He respectfully said, Shen senior brother. Shen here is completely convinced, making Shen Tian puzzled. Huh, you're convinced. He didn't quite understand, so he thought fearfully. You're convinced of what? This holy son hasn't even started pretending yet, so what are you convinced of? If you're like this, how am I, this holy son, supposed to complete the mission and slap faces? Shen Tian said, Shen senior brother. Shen has a question, I don't know if I should ask it. Hearing that, Shen Tian also said for him to ask, and he asked Shen senior brother why. You didn't hesitate at all to take out so much Nirvana Holy Liquid. Knowing that Nirvana Holy Liquid can heal the Great Path injuries, it can truly be said to be a priceless treasure. Shen Tian's eyes shone brightly as he asked, Are you generously offering such a treasure because of deep martial brotherhood? Shen Tian replied in confusion, Nirvana Holy Liquid is medicine. Isn't medicine meant to be used for treatment? Hearing that answer, he was even more astonished. So that's how it is. Such a simple truth, yet it contains a kind of. Bai Lian Tianzun Bao said. That little stupid Feng Cheng said that he doesn't want to owe you such a big favor. He said that the Nirvana Holy Liquid is too precious, he can't repay it. And maybe you will need Nirvana Holy Liquid later. This kid is not reluctantly holding on, but also not refining Nirvana Holy Liquid, and we can't force him. Hearing what she said, Shen Tian was angry. This silly name, his life is about to end, and he still wants to save face until his death. Someone shouted a notification. Senior brother Feng Cheng is talking. He lay on the bed and began to tremble. Seeing this, his face turned pale, and he was afraid. It seems he is saying, How can senior brother's qi luck be given to me so much? To delay, Shen Tian conjured up more medicine bottles. This silly name, why are you being so polite with me? Then he opened the cap and sucked all the medicine inside, then gathered them into a huge mass of water above, and shouted, Don't worry, I still have a lot. Everyone there was dumbfounded when they saw the huge mass of water. Shen Tian raised his hand in admiration. Senior Aunt Bai Lian, there is still a lot of Nirvana Holy Liquid. Please save senior brother. He gave Bai Lian Tianzun the medicine, rendering her speechless. Shen Tian reassured Bai Lian Tianzun. Rest assured, this time it will be difficult for Feng Cheng to die even if he wants to. He looked at the others and asked them, What are you looking at me for? Shen Zhongqin was even more surprised when he heard this. Did this holy son break through to the nascent soul stage and failed, so he went into Qi deviation? What did I just see? At least 500 cubic meters of Nirvana Holy Liquid? Impossible. How can there be so much? Unbelievable. This has got to be fake. It has to be fake. He's constantly saying the opposite of what's real. Shen Zhongtian knew that cultivating immortality also meant cultivating your heart. The importance of your mental state was paramount. Whether it was qi refining, foundation establishment, or golden core, it was all about physical cultivation. But when you hit nascent soul stage, spiritual cultivation became super important, needing you to temper your heart in the mortal world. If a cultivator was absolutely firm in their path, they could progress super fast. Shen Zhongtian recalled more of what he knew. But if you started doubting the path you'd chosen, it was super easy to get a mental demon, which would screw up your vital energy big time. This Tao didn't have to be a grand one like the Tao of 5 elements or yin-yang. It could be a minor one, like the Tao of music, the Tao of qi, poetry and painting, or even the Tao of believing in strong people. Then he thought of an event. Legend has it that in the ancient Tai era, an unsurpassed great emperor established a heavenly court, unifying the 5 boundaries of endless territory. The great emperor was invincible, and his followers who believed in him could also grow strong on the path of immortality. In the end, that great emperor led all of his followers to ascend and fight in the endless immortal realm. This led to a well-known saying in the cultivation world. When a man attains the Tao, his pets ascend to heaven too. That's why many cultivators who knew they had limited talent chose to follow strong people. As long as they firmly believed in their choice, it was like walking their own Dao. Even saint sons and saint daughters are the top geniuses of the last 100 years, representing the face of their holy land. So they can't just follow any old Dao willy-nilly. It's one thing to follow a Dao that's not a good fit, but the Beidu Saint San choosing to follow the Zifu Saint San? Beidu Holy Land? Totally lost face. Even if the Zifu Saint San had the potential of a great emperor, Beidu Holy Land still wouldn't be happy. It was only because the Zifu Saint San's radiance was so blinding that it stopped Beidu Holy Land from gossiping too much. But even so, Beidu Saint San still felt awkward inside whenever he heard the rumors around him. He kept telling himself, the Zifu Saint San is a once-in-10,000-year little emperor of the eastern wilderness, one of a kind. He'll definitely reach the emperor's throne someday. Only that could barely stabilize his Dalio heart. And finally, it was about how he deified the Zifu Saint San in his heart. The Beidu Saint San endured without complaint, pursuing him with unwavering faith. Plus, the Zifu Saint San was super generous with opportunities, so the Beidu Saint San's cultivation had grown incredibly strong, making him even more firm in his belief of the Zifu Saint San. But now, today, the Beidu Saint San was starting to doubt life for the first time. Clearly, the Zifu Saint San was the true protagonist, blessed with the potential of a great emperor. He had the aura of the Zifu Saint San descending upon the Shenxiao Holy Land. How could he get slapped in the face like this? Shen Tian sat down with a thud, thinking, even the Zifu Saint San only had a bit over 100 jin of nirvana holy liquid. How could the Shenxiao Saint San have 500 cubic meters, and even better quality? Then he looked at Shen Tian and exclaimed, he followed the Zifu Saint San for so many years and only got 1 jin of holy liquid. But when Fang Cheng's golden core exploded and he went berserk, the Shenxiao Saint San didn't even blink. He just gave him 100 jin of holy liquid. So generous. Shen Tian couldn't hide the shock in his heart, thinking about how cultivators who just broke through to the nascent soul stage are easily affected by their emotions, so they normally seclude themselves to stabilize their cultivation. But he rushed out to show off. He just broke through and ran to the Shenxiao Holy Land, and this series of absurd moves by Shen Tian made his nascent soul all jittery. He felt completely unstable. Meanwhile, Zhang Longyuan was healing Fang Cheng. A halo appeared above Zhang Longyuan's head. Shen Tian saw it and thought, Fang Cheng's luck is starting to increase. That refreshing feeling. My luck is increasing too. He looked up at his own head and thought, looks like a red patch appeared. Could it be true? Luck is upon me. Fang Cheng finally opened his eyes, full of energy, and said, that's great. In that moment of life and death, I understood some principles. Confused, he looked around and then said, I'm about to break through to the 9th revolution. Suddenly, Zhang Longyuan's voice rang out as he suggested, Changzhe, let me give you a hand. He controlled the giant pool of holy liquid to rain down and engulf Fang Cheng. He began to focus his energy on his core, breaking through to the 9th revolution golden core. Seeing what was happening, Shen Tian's mouth hung wide open again. And nirvana holy liquid can even do that. This is too terrifying. So shocked that he coughed up blood from his mouth and nose. Shen Tian fell to the ground, unconscious. Fang Cheng, thank you, Zhang Longyuan. Disciple Fang Cheng is unfilial. Thank you, Master and Uncle Master, for saving me. Zhang Longyuan told him to stand up. Zhang Longyuan said to Fang Cheng, the person you should thank the most this time is Tian. He started rushing over, scaring Shen Tian out of his wits. Fang Cheng murmured, Junior brother gave me so many opportunities, but I always wanted to compete with him. Whether it's strength, temperament, or will, I've lost in every way. Fang Cheng admitted, only junior brother is worthy of Yun Shi. Senior brother wishes you happiness. After a while, he and the others left the room. As soon as they came out, everyone cheerfully shouted, Senior brother, Fang Cheng said to Shen Tian. Junior brother, no need for many words. I, Fang Cheng, will remember this kindness today. If you ever need help in the future, your senior brother here won't refuse even if it costs my life, he humbly replied. Senior brother, you're being too polite. We're all fellow disciples from the same sect, helping each other out is only natural. Monk Kuduo took out a vial of medicine and said, "Originally, I wanted to prepare this vial of golden body elixir for Fang Chang's recovery. But since Fang Chang has already recovered today, I'll gift this golden body elixir to senior brother Shen instead. Consider it a small token of my gratitude." Holding it in his hand, Shen Tian was super excited, thinking, "Because I, the Holy Sun, saved my fellow disciples in the divine firmament Holy Land with Nirvana Holy Liquid. Do I still need you to express your gratitude? Are you and that kid Fang Chang a pair of patient's family members or something?" Monk Kuduo, tearfully pushing the vial into Shen Tian's hand, said, "Holy Sun, don't mind it. The Nirvana Holy Liquid you brought out is far more valuable than this golden body elixir." With 2 streams of tears constantly flowing, he cried, "If it weren't for this Nirvana Holy Liquid, Fang Chang wouldn't have made it through. This monk would have been absolutely heartbroken." He was full of doubt as he imagined. This monk would have been absolutely heartbroken. Monk Kuduo's expression was super serious. It seems they're a two-dad combo among the heavenly talents across the entire Eastern Wilderness. Their friendship runs incredibly deep, even deeper than many Tao companions. White Lotus Heavenly Venerate said, "Golden body elixir is a supreme foundational treasure for body tempering cultivation, specifically for divine demon body refining. Although it can't heal great Dadio damage, for extraordinary cultivators, it's excellent for strengthening bones and physique. If junior nephew Shen Tian can use the golden body elixir to temper his body, his physical transformation will be even more perfect." Azure Lotus was startled when he saw the vial. But this requires a powerful Buddhist cultivator to expend their origin energy just to condense a tiny bit of golden body elixir. He silently cried, "If I had gotten a treasure like this back in the day, I'd be laughing out loud even in my dreams. Yet this kid Shen Tian is acting so polite. If you don't want it, just give it to this old Taoist." Monk Kuduo happily said, "Holy Son Shen Tian, if you really don't need it, then I, this monk, won't be polite anymore. You should just take it." Hearing this, Shen Tian didn't insist further. "Since senior brother Kuduo is being so polite, then I, Shen, won't refuse anymore." He took it and said, "But I can't just take it for nothing. The golden body elixir truly is useful for me, Shen. How about I, Shen, exchange it with senior brother Kuduo using Nirvana Holy Liquid?" Holding the vial in his hand, Shen Tian thought, "Fang Chang's fortune. My luck has also risen to the point of showing red color. From this, it's clear that building good relationships with these golden children of luck is super important. Anyway, I still have a whole pond full of Nirvana Holy Liquid in my Azure Clarity Ring." Shen Tian looked at Zhanglong Yuan and thought, Monk Kuduo's golden body elixir, even though it's just a small vial, is extremely pure, about 10 jin. If I exchange it, it's probably worth around 20 jin of Nirvana Holy Liquid. He looked at the vial in his hand. Even Martial Uncle White Lotus valued it so much. Exchanging it would definitely not be a loss. After thinking, Shen Tian asked, "Monk Kuduo, senior brother Kuduo and I have become close friends at first sight, so how about 30 jin?" He quickly stretched out his hand to refuse. "Absolutely not." Monk Kuduo thought to himself, "This is way too much. The value of golden body elixir is mainly suitable for divine demon body cultivators, pushing the limits of physical tempering to a great extent. Whereas Nirvana Holy Liquid, although its body tempering effect isn't as good as golden body elixir, it possesses powerful effects for healing great Tao damage." Then Monk Kuduo happily thought, "Having a vial of Nirvana Holy Liquid on me can save my life when needed. It's extremely useful for all cultivators. The Holy Sun is truly generous." Seeing him speechless, he handed the vial back to Monk Kuduo and said, "Monk Kuduo, you and senior brother Feng Cheng are as close as brothers, and I also consider senior brother Feng Cheng like an elder brother. So, aren't I, Shen, and you, the monk, also brothers?" Shen Tian smiled brightly. "Since you and I are already as close as brothers, what's a little Nirvana Holy Liquid between us?" But he thought to himself, giving Nirvana Holy Liquid to Monk Kuduo will likely increase his luck quite a bit. By then, with Monk Kuduo's luck growing stronger and having a good relationship with me, how could my serendipitous encounters be few? He reluctantly accepted the vial back. Shen Tian cupped his hands and said, "If senior brother Kuduo feels it's too much, you can also share some with the fellow disciples in the Thunder Sound Holy Land. Thunder Sound Holy Land and Divine Firmament Holy Land have a good relationship. It's just a little Nirvana Holy Liquid. Senior brother Kuduo, no need to refuse." He smiled and thought, one shouldn't only see immediate benefits. Continuously developing the path one should take is the true Dabio. If you want to harvest chives in batches, you gotta fertilize them first. Looking at him, Shen Tian became even more excited. "My homegrown chives are all grown up." Then he turned to look at the people behind him. "Oh right. These chives also need some fertilizing. Shen Tian took out more vials, everyone received one, and happily thanked him. Thank you, junior brother. After he finished, he proudly raised both hands. All my chives are growing healthy and strong. This feeling is truly refreshing. The ghost mother in the ring warned Shen Tian. Master, there's resentment. Shen Tian was startled. Resentment, she reminded him. Looking over, he saw it coming from Azure Lotus. He suddenly realized, oh shoot, I almost messed up big time. How could I forget to gift my superiors? Shen Tian immediately took out 3 more vials. He handed them to White Lotus Heavenly Venerate, Zhang Longyuan, and Azure Lotus, then said, Master, Senior Martial Uncle, these 3 vials of Nirvana Holy Liquid are a filial gift from your disciple to all of you. Zhang Longyuan suddenly said, Tiantian, for you to be so sensible, your master is very pleased. However, you should keep this holy liquid for yourself. When Azure Lotus heard Zhang Longyuan say, after all, this is a life-saving healing treasure, and Tianhe doesn't have much left on him. No need to give it to your master. He got angry but didn't say it out loud. If you don't need it, give it to me. Shen Tian cupped his hands and bowed in response. This is just a small token of the disciple's appreciation. Please accept it, master. He took out a bunch of jars of medicine and said, don't worry about this, disciple. I still have plenty on me, see? Big Lian's eyes twitched. Kid, will you stop already? Just how much of this stuff do you actually have? Billy Xin glared angrily at Zhang Longyuan. I really want to interview his feelings at this very moment. Shen Zongtian finally woke up and said to himself, illusions. It must have been illusions just now. It's only because I just broke through to the nascent soul stage, and my mental state is still unstable. He was reassuring himself. Son of the Purple Mansion, I have the aptitude of a great emperor, destined to suppress all enemies in this world. Shenxiao Holy Ground. Ha! But the moment he looked up and saw what was happening, his jaw dropped again. Shen Zongtian was shocked. Nirvana Holy Liquid. These dozen or so jars must be at least over 1,000 jin. He fainted again, rolling over. Shen Zongtian lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth, muttering, it's fake, it's all fake. The Shenxiao Holy Ground actually uses illusions to bewitch this holy sun, humiliating this holy sun. I will definitely come to the Shenxiao Holy Ground and make you pay, defeat you all. Billy Lian happily held the jar of medicine in his hand. Tiannier is truly the killing sun of our sect. With a holy sun like Tiannier in our Shenxiao Holy Ground, what do we have to fear about not becoming strong in the future? Then he looked over at Zhang Longyuan and commented, sensible, adorable. This kid is much better behaved than his master. Billy Lian couldn't stop grinning. That's right, Tian Belair. Our sect has quite a few elders. This Nirvana Holy Liquid can't favor one over another, neglecting them. How about this? You give this old Taoist a few more jars of holy liquid, and I'll distribute them to some of the other elders for you, putting in a good word for you. Everyone knows this old Taoist is the fairest. No elder will feel unfairly treated. Longyuan leaned close to Billy Lian and said, hey, in front of Bittergourd Buddha you should keep some shame. Tian Kadir can keep the remaining Nirvana Holy Liquid for himself. He turned to Bai Lian Celestial Venerable, reaching out towards her. The other elders of our sect truly can't be left out like this. Junior Sister Bai Lian is skilled in refining spirit pills. Use the Nirvana Holy Liquid in this old man's hands, and Junior Sister Lanfan can refine it into Nirvana pills on my behalf and distribute them to everyone. Continuing to look towards Shen Tian with the jars of holy liquid around him. This way, it might be useful to the elders in times of danger. It's all Tian Kier's filial piety. Bai Lian Celestial Venerable smiled upon hearing this, holding out her hands to receive the holy liquid. If that's the case, then I'll take out 200 jin of Nirvana Holy Liquid from my own stash. That should be enough to distribute to the elders. Bilian was annoyed. Longyuan covered his mouth and coughed dryly, while Bai Lian also covered her mouth and said nothing. Bai Lian thought to himself, these two are clearly trying to trick me. Shen Tian took out a total of 3 jars of holy liquid, but neither of you wanted them, deciding to refine them into spirit pills instead. How the heck do you plan to distribute the Shuyan class spirit pills? Isn't it up to you two to decide? Shameless senior brothers and sister, fellow disciples for hundreds of thousands of years, and you still want to trick me? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Billy Sinyan pouted unhappily, deliberately speaking, in front of these disciples, just wanting to make my senior brother lose face, right? Suddenly he broke into a sly grin. You're underestimating me too much. Does this old Taoist care about what other people think? Can't I just pretend I didn't hear anything? A thought suddenly flashed through Shen Tian's mind, and he exclaimed, that's right, our Shenxiao Holy Ground has many highly accomplished elders, so their luck must be high. They're all potential leeks in disguise. Either way, I'm fertilizing and watering a few stalks now. It's the same as watering the whole vegetable garden. It's also building relationships early. making it easier to rub off on their fortunes in the future. Shen Tian cupped his hands and bowed, saying to Longyuan Shizun, "It was this disciple's lack of consideration, not paying attention to the other elders. Shizun doesn't need to worry." Surrounded by nirvana holy liquid, Shen Tian said, "I offer all 10 jars of this nirvana holy liquid to the holy ground. Please, Shizun, distribute it to the disciples." Longyuan and Bai Lian's celestial venerable were surprised. Longyuan blurted out, "Tian Sher, you still have more holy liquid." Shen Tian smiled and scratched his neck. "Just a little bit, just a tiny bit." He said if it's just a little, then he wouldn't accept it. Shen Tian forced a smile and scratched his head again. Shizun misunderstood. He spread out his hands. "The meaning of this disciple is..." Zhang Shulian woke up blankly, touching his head. "Did I just have a dream?" Shen Tian took out a lot of holy liquid, saying, "Taking out a few jars of nirvana holy liquid is just a little bit." Zhang Tian was shocked to the point of terror, yelling, "Holy crap!" He spat out blood and collapsed on the ground again. Zhang Qin's face was pale. "Illusions. It must be illusions. Different Q deviation." Seeing this, Longyuan immediately ordered, "Send someone to escort the Beidou Holy Son back to the Beidou Holy Land. Remember to send him quickly while he's still alive. Be careful not to bump his head lest we can't explain ourselves later." Afterwards, 2 people carried Zhong Tian away in a sedan. Longyuan stood aside and said, "Bitter Dua Buddha child, you've been here all day. If the Beidou Holy Land comes asking questions, I hope you can testify." Bitter Dua clasped his hands with his eyes closed. "This humble monk is a man of the cloth and cannot lie. Today, the Beidou Holy Child went berserk. His nascent soul went haywire, and it has nothing to do with your Holy Land." Longyuan closed his eyes and thanked the Buddha child. "Your words are just," he then praised. "Shen Tian is so sensible, I am very pleased." Shen Tian, receiving a shower of praise, scratched his head. Longyuan thought, "Even though I knew Tian Shir was a child of destiny, I didn't expect him to be so lucky. Normally, the nirvana of a tribulation transcending stage spirit beast could only condense a limited amount of nirvana holy liquid, and much of it would be consumed. Yet Tian Shir directly took out a pile of nirvana holy liquid with incredibly pure quality." He chuckled to himself, marveling, "I believe Shen Tian becoming a holy child would definitely bring glory to the Qifeng Valley, but this plot is moving a bit too fast, damn. It's like I'm being forced to put on a show." Longyuan waved his hand and continued to explain. "However, the Holy Land has its dignity. How can we take advantage of you like this? How about this? I will hold these 10 bottles of nirvana holy liquid for you at the Holy Land. If the elders of our sect need them, they can exchange them for treasures, and everything received will be given back to you." Longyuan held the holy liquid in his hand and continued, "As for the holy liquid of the 3 of us, we won't take it for free either. We'll discuss it among ourselves later, and take out treasures of equivalent value to give back to you." Beside him, Bilian held the holy liquid and was furious, while Bai Lian Tianzun held the holy liquid happily. Shen Tian thought to himself, to be able to resist the temptation of so much nirvana holy liquid given away for free, there aren't many leaders like this in the world. He's fair and treats his disciples like his own children. No wonder the Shenxiao Holy Land is growing stronger and stronger under his leadership. Bilian, heartbroken, secretly cried, "This scheming second senior brother is definitely targeting me. I'm so poor that I don't have anything to give. Does he not even want to freeload off me?" Suddenly, the prayer beads on Bitter Dubala's body lit up, and the Layin Buddha Lord appeared. Bitter Duha called out, "Master, Layin Buddha Lord is said to have cultivated the true body of a Buddha and is the strongest expert in the eastern wilderness. He is best at the Great Wisdom Bodhi Miao Tian Sutra and is proficient in various Buddhist philosophies. Layin Buddha Lord often travels to other holy lands, occasionally lecturing and discussing the Tao with the holy lords. Among the 12 holy lands in the eastern wilderness, Layin Buddha Lord and the Shenxiao Holy Lord are known as the 2 sages of great wisdom. The Buddha Lord greatly admired Zhang Yunting of the Shenxiao Holy Land, believing that his wit surpassed his father's style. He always hoped that his disciple could suppress the successor of the Shenxiao Holy Lord in a Tao debate. But unfortunately, Zhang Yunting and Bitter Dua are 2 simpletons with no wisdom whatsoever. Relying on them to overwhelm Zhang Yunting with Buddhist philosophy is basically a joke. Therefore, Layin Buddha Lord sent Bitter Dua to the Shenxiao Holy Land to befriend Zhang Yunting, but he ended up hanging out with Feng Chang, constantly causing trouble. He's not only stupid but also doesn't cultivate the Great Wisdom Bodhi Miao Tian Sutra, which can brainwash people. Instead, he runs off to slay demons and exterminate devils every day. You should know that demons and monsters also have spirituality and wisdom. My Buddha is merciful and can give them a chance to lay down their butcher knives, but he slays demons and exterminates them every day, attracting hatred to the Layin Holy Land. What if demons retaliate? Should these monsters come to the Holy Land for salvation? the Holy Land has the strength to punish them. According to Buddhist tradition, these principles belong to the unspoken rules in Buddhist scriptures and cannot be spread outside. One can only constantly hint at them for their disciples to comprehend. But again and again, this idiot bitter Dua still doesn't understand the mysteries within. Layan Buddha Lord angrily raised his fist and blew bitter Dupia away, too lazy to react. A fool like you with no wisdom root. If bitter Dupia couldn't replace a special position for Layan Holy Land, he would have been chased away long ago. Zhang Longyuan saw the screen light up and secretly appraised the situation. Longyuan, seeing the Layan Buddha Lord, said, "Virtuous Buddha brother, long time no see. Your Buddhist art is becoming more and more profound." Bright light shone around the Layan Buddha Lord, and he replied, "Not at all, not at all. As a Bodhi tree, the heart is as clear as a mirror stand. It needs to be constantly wiped clean with the Buddha's consciousness, or it will gather dust." He narrowed his eyes. "This humble monk is of dull talent, and has not yet comprehended the highest meaning of the great wisdom Bodhi Miao Tian Sutra, so I dare not be lazy." Bai Lian Tianzun and Bi Lian were shocked. What? The great wisdom Bodhi Miao Tian Sutra. It is a terrifying inheritance. One day, one can comprehend 3,000 scriptures, truly becoming a Buddha, and one's body and spirit will reach the realm of the Buddha. For nearly 10,000 years, none of the Buddha lords of the Layan Holy Land have ever been able to comprehend such a realm. And the Buddha sound and Buddha vibe that Layan Buddha Lord is displaying at this moment are clearly not far from the supreme realm, only one step away. If this one step succeeds, I fear the entire eastern wilderness will see the birth of a Buddha Lord who can suppress the Taoist sects. The Taoist sects and Holy Lands will not willingly watch this situation of one side dominating. The Western Desert Buddhist sect is a branch of the Layan Holy Land and can suppress the major Holy Lands in the eastern wilderness. At that time, all the Taoist Holy Lands will lose face and be unable to raise their heads. Layan Buddha Lord asked, "I wonder how the injury of Fang Chang, my disciple's junior, is." Fang Chang clasped his hands in salute. "Thank you, Buddha Lord. For your concern, Fang Chang has fully recovered." Layan Buddha Lord was furious. Recovered? He questioned Bitter Dua. Bitter Dua knelt down. "Oh, that's impossible. When Bitter Dua came to me to ask for the golden body liquid, he cried and lamented, even promising me that he would definitely diligently chant scriptures in the future. Only then did I give him the golden body liquid." He gnashed his teeth and wondered. The golden body liquid can't fundamentally heal injuries to the great Dako. The golden core exploded. I was just doing some virtue signaling, but how could this guy recover? Bitter Dua happily held up the golden body liquid with both hands and said, "That's right, because Shen Xiao Holy Child, senior brother Shen Tian, has several thousand pounds of nirvana holy liquid. He only took out 200 pounds and was able to heal Fang Chang and even help him achieve the 9 revolutions golden core." Layan Buddha Lord's face went green and he asked, confused as hell, "Several thousand jin of nirvana holy liquid? Wasn't it said that this nirvana holy liquid is a supreme healing treasure, hard to come by even half a jin? How can this newly appointed Shenxiao Holy Son, who has no reputation whatsoever, take out several thousand jin?" He looked at Longyuan, raising his hand to ask him, "Taoist brother Longyuan, when did your sect get a new Holy Son? How come I haven't heard anything about it?" Longyuan glanced at Shen Tian. "Tian Gare is a disciple I recently accepted. His Holy Son inheritance ceremony will be held in a year, and invitation cards are being rushed." Shen Tian cupped his hands in salute, greeting the Layan Buddha Lord. In the cultivation world, the big shots can close up for a year, half a year, or even decades, or even hundreds of years. Therefore, all important celebrations must be prepared at least 1 year in advance. Layan Buddha Lord looked in a daze at the brilliance emanating from Shen Tian. What a stunningly handsome man who is shocking the world, very suitable for expounding the Dharma. If this person can join Buddhism and deceive followers, he will be invincible. Looking at Shen Tian surrounded by women, he thought, "There's no need to cultivate the great wisdom Bodhi Wonderful Goodness Sutra. Just being handsome enough, giving those female benefactors a smile and saying, 'Amitabha benefactor, you have a connection with Buddha.' At that time, the entire eastern wilderness will not know how many loyal Buddhist followers can be increased. Buddhism can grow stronger from this." Layan Buddha Lord looked at Ku Duo Buddha Son and Feng Cheng playing hand in hand and sighed dejectedly. "It's not that I'm afraid of not knowing the goods, but I'm afraid of comparing goods. This kind of handsome and talented young man will naturally not appear. If Shenxiao Holy Land were not one of the 12 Holy Lands, I would have directly used force to force Shen Tian to join Buddhism." Layan Buddha Son then saw Ku Duo Buddha Son and Feng Cheng putting their arms around each other's shoulders. Ku Duo, if there's nothing wrong with nephew Feng Cheng, then you should go back. Feng Cheng gave an apologetic smile, scratching his head. While Ku Duo Buddha-san didn't want to leave, tearfully holding Feng Cheng's hand, Master Junior Brother Feng Cheng and I haven't seen each other for a long time. Can I stay at Shenxiao Holy Land for a few days as a guest, and then go back later? Lei Yin Buddha Lord did not agree, and closed his eyes to chant scriptures. Ku Duo Buddha-san painfully hugged his head. Yes, disciple understands. Ku Duo Buddha-san had no other choice but to sob and wave goodbye to Feng Cheng. Feng Cheng, see you next time. Feng Cheng also waved his hand in farewell. Goodbye, Ku Duo Buddha-san. Lei Yin Buddha Lord turned to Long Yuan and said, Taoist brother Long Yuan, I see that your holy son has deep wisdom. If you are interested, you can come to the Bodhi tree in my sect to comprehend Tao in the future, and you will gain something. Long Yuan, Bilian, and Bai Lian Celestial Lord thought of the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree of Lei Yin Holy Land is a Wushang Buddha sect tree transplanted from the deepest part of the Western Desert Buddha sect. Bil Lian and Bai Lian Celestial Lord felt afraid. Legend has it that this Bodhi tree has long been intelligent, and is the supreme treasure tree in the top 10 of the spiritual wood ranking list. If you sit under the Bodhi tree to comprehend Tao, your comprehension can be increased several times, and you can succeed in cultivating any cultivation technique. Legend has it that a Buddha Lord of Lei Yin Holy Land once sat under the Bodhi tree to comprehend Tao for 7 days and 7 nights, and finally completely understood the great Lei Yin true scripture, and became a Buddha on the spot. Long Yuan thought with sharp eyes, Tiangxiu, oh Tiangxiu, isn't that Bodhi tree your treasure? Normally, only the Buddha Lord and Buddha Son are qualified to comprehend Tao under the Bodhi tree, but today you saw Tian care and immediately took a liking to him. Aren't you digging a hole in my wall? Long Yuan suddenly laughed loudly, thinking, too bad you don't have a daughter. Ku Duo Buddha Son came to find Shen Tian, bowed his head in greeting, and said, Holy Son Shen Tian, I've followed what you said and distributed the Nirvana Holy Liquid to the senior and junior brothers in Lei Yin Holy Land, and I will also call on them to chant scriptures and pray for your blessing. But I don't like chanting scriptures, so I won't chant. Shen Tian thought to himself, this kid is really miserable. He just went out to find companions to play with for a while, and was caught back home to do homework. Shen Tian smiled slyly, leaned close to Kun Duo Buddha Son's ear and whispered, Senior brother Kun Duo, Shen Mu presents you with a poem. You go back and read it to the Lei Yin Holy Lord. He may not punish you for copying scriptures. After hearing it, Kun Duo Buddha Son was surprised. Really, Holy Son, don't lie to me. Shen Tian pretended to think, resting his hand on his chin. However, Shen Mu is not sure if it can be done. Ku Duo Buddha Son was happy. Just give it a try, there's no loss anyway. Shen Tian put his hands on his hips, and pointed his index finger to set the condition. But you must ensure that you don't say that this was told to you by me, Ku Duo Buddha Son worriedly asked. But if my master asks, how should I answer? You can't lie if you are a monk. Seeing this, Shen Tian turned around, and waved his hand to dismiss him. If that's the case, then forget it, senior brother, go back and copy the scriptures. Ku Duo Buddha Son panicked, and quickly raised his hand to call Shen Tian back. Ah, wait a minute. You don't have to be bound by formalities if you are a monk. Ku Duo Buddha Son helplessly rolled his eyes to the sky to think, and said, Holy Son Shen Tian, can I say that I dreamed about it? Shen Tian smiled slyly again. It's up to you, just don't say that I told you. I will transmit it to you with my divine sense. Shen Tian touched his temple and said to Ku Duo Buddha Son, I don't know how the Lei Yin Buddha Lord will react after hearing this Buddhist verse. If he can comprehend it, that would be good. In this way, the realm of the Lei Yin Buddha Lord will be even higher, and he may praise Ku Duo Buddha Son. Ku Duo Buddha Son worried, but what if the Lei Yin Buddha Lord feels that this is heresy? I'm not taking the blame for this. Ku Duo Buddha Son received the Bodhi verse. Bodhi originally has no tree. The bright mirror is not a stand. Buddha nature is always pure. Where can it be stained with dust? The body is the Bodhi tree. The mind is like a bright mirror stand. The bright mirror is originally pure. Where can it be stained with dust? Bodhi originally has no tree. The bright mirror is not a stand. Originally there is not a single thing. Where can it be stained with dust? Bodhi only points to the heart. Do not strive for external mysteries. Hearing of the Western cultivation way, it is just before your eyes. Ku Duo Buddha Son was enlightened, and he praised. Great, this Buddhist verse is too great. After listening to it, it feels like even the Buddha heart is being cleansed. Ku Duo Buddha Son sadly thought. Before, I had never read many Buddhist scriptures and Buddhist verses, and it felt messy and chaotic. Don't even mention understanding the Buddhist principles and Buddhist charm in them. Even reading them made my tongue numb. But this Buddhist verse of Holy Son Shen Tian is completely different. Although I haven't fully understood it yet, reading it doesn't bring up a bit of stray thoughts, and it even rhymes. Then he happily rode the clouds back, raising his hand to wave goodbye to Shen Tian. Thank you, Holy Son. Shen Tian, I'm going back to read it to my master now. Shen Tian also raised his hand to wave goodbye. Goodbye, Ku Duo Buddha-san. Shen Tian watched him leave, seeing a dazzling light emitting from his head. The halo on top of this idiot's head is also very bright. Idiots have the fortune of idiots. Giving him the Bodhiverse should be fine. After all, fierce tigers don't eat their cubs, right? He is a Buddhist disciple and will not be designated as heresy by the Lei Yin Buddha Lord. Long Yuan came to find Shen Tian. Tian Koer, follow me to the Holy Lord Peak. I have an important matter to entrust to you. Shen Tian didn't understand, and thought randomly he thought of Yuan Shi, and was happy. An important matter to entrust to this holy son. What important matter? Could it be the lifelong major matter of your daughter? He thought of the scene of him massaging Yuan Shi's shoulders. Wife, I want to rest for a while. Yuan Shi didn't let him rest, and said to be stronger. He replied, yes. Shen Tian suddenly woke up. Why did this holy son associate it with that aspect? Strong woman, weak man, that's terrible. At this time, at the location of the Holy Lord Peak, Shen Tian was kneeling in front of Zhang Longyuan. He was very satisfied and spoke. I am very pleased. Zhang Longyuan glanced at Shen Tian below, remembering Biao Lian's distressed look as she tore at her hair. He grumbled inwardly, damn it. He couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, Tian Qir's performance today really made the Shenxiao Holy Land look good, especially that 1,000-year-old sourpuss Lei Yin Buddha. So refreshing. He recalled the helpless look of bitter Duo Buddha, and the jealous, envious gaze of his eldest senior brother. Missing out on the son of the heavenly Dabio as a disciple, keep regretting it. Then, Zhang Longyuan looked at Shen Tian and said, Tian Fair is not only favored by the heavenly Daohao and possesses unparalleled fortune, but also has a rare sense of dedication and willingness to offer it to this seat. I truly didn't choose wrong. Of all the disciples in our sect, you are the most suitable for the position of Holy Son. Shen Tian heard him say that and scratched his head embarrassedly. Master, do I sense you're just making excuses? What do you mean you didn't choose wrong, and I'm the most suitable for the Holy Son out of all the disciples in the Holy Land? Wasn't I basically abducted by your daughter? Suddenly, Shen Tian's face darkened as he mused. Usually, they choose a disciple first, then gradually nurture them step by step, and finally promote them to Holy Son. But me, I was chosen as the Holy Son first, and then I became your disciple. Are you sure you even did any choosing? He recalled his previous unlucky moments and thought to himself, besides, why do you think this Holy Son is favored by the heavenly Dadio? Not long ago I was unlucky as hell. Even now, I only have a red halo above my head. Having some green doesn't exactly make me a child of fortune. After pondering for a while, Shen Tian bowed respectfully and said politely, it's all thanks to Master's teachings. Zhang Longyuan, seeing him like this, didn't hesitate to praise him and thought calmly. Not arrogant, not conceited, not servile, not foolish, not flattering, knows when to advance and retreat, and is also so handsome. This is the one who can handle the most perfect appearance of this Shenxiao Holy Land. Then, he continued, looking at Shen Tian and saying, Tian Quer found the Nirvana Holy Dew and saved Fang Chang, making a great contribution to our sect. Our sect rewards and punishes fairly and impartially. Tian Quer, what reward do you want? Just say it. Seeing that he could choose whatever he wanted, Shen Tian was excited and stunned, thinking, is Master preparing something good for me? How can I be shy then? Just pick something random. After a moment of silent calculation, he quickly spoke excitedly, Master, can I ask for some immortal gold? If there's no immortal gold, then some profound earth will do. This disciple isn't picky. Zhang Longyuan heard that he wanted immortal gold and profound earth, and his expression became a bit awkward. He suddenly looked at Shen Tian a little embarrassedly, and began to ponder. Although the Nirvana Holy Dew is very precious, it is, after all, something to be used. It is indeed far from the rare treasures of heaven and earth. Each treasure on the ranking list of heaven and earth's rare objects is extremely precious, very rare, and a treasure that cultivators can only dream of. If the Shenxiao Holy Land had immortal gold, profound earth for Tiangor, it wouldn't be a problem. But the key is that the Shenxiao Holy Land really doesn't have immortal gold or profound earth. Suddenly he thought of a few people and pondered, one of the supreme elders has some profound earth, but I can't exterminate my own ancestor to seize the treasure. Thinking of this, Longyuan sighed. Now Tianxia is only missing metal and earth of the 5 elements rare objects. If he was missing a strange fire, that would be great. I could definitely trick senior brother into sharing a portion of the chaos azure green heaven flame for Tian Trier. The more he thought, the more heavy-hearted he felt. It's really embarrassing as a master not being able to help Tianer gather enough immortal gold and profound earth. After a long time, when he heard Shen Tian's suggestion, he coughed awkwardly a few times and said, "If there is immortal gold and profound earth in the future, this seat will definitely reward you. Let's change it up." Aside from immortal gold and profound earth, what else does Tian Gao want? This seat will grant it. Shen Tian heard it clearly and immediately said, "Master, the Sword Master token, refined by Sword Reverend Ye Kenglan of Cheng. He is very practical. I don't know if our sect has a similar treasure. Giving this disciple 5 of a substitute would also be fine." Hearing what Shen Tian said, Zhang Longyuan thought for a moment and replied, "Although this Swordmaster token isn't bad, its offensive power is too weak." He seemed about to agree to Shen Tian's request. This seat can seal 3 attacks in the Holy Sun token, but each attack can only be used once. After all, relying on external forces is not good for one's own cultivation. Shen Tian couldn't help but be even more delighted and said smugly, "Thank you, master. So how strong are these 3 attacks?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Longyuan, sitting on his seat, immediately burst out with immense power. Then, the aura from him quickly radiated an oppressive force. The power he unleashed grew stronger and stronger, and instantly figures of fierce beasts appeared in the sky, along with his powerful shout, "Below the saint stage, only death awaits." Shen Tian's eyes lit up when he saw his majestic aura, and he thought excitedly, "So domineering, so strong, I love it." While still pondering, Shen Tian's body reacted and prepared to strike. Although it's not like the Swordmaster token that can endlessly extract spirit stones, the Swordmaster token would be useless against stronger enemies. But the 3 attacks of the Shengxiao Holy Master are like nuclear weapons. Even nascent soul cultivators can only die. Sure enough, hugging the big thigh of the Holy Land is so comfortable. The Holy Sun's choice to become the Shengxiao Holy Sun was really wise. Zhang Longyuan reacted quickly when he saw him move. He cast the Holy Sun token with a wave of his hand. Immediately, the Holy Sun token slowly rested in Shen Tian's palm. Holding the Holy Sun token in his hand, the words Holy Sun on it continued to glow intensely. As for Zhang Longyuan, after the ordeal he seemed to have lost a lot of strength, and his face looked faintly pale. Shen Tian received the Holy Sun token, and he concentrated all his strength to control it, muttering, "What a strong aura, it seems even heavier." After a while, Shen Tian bowed and thanked him. "Master, please accept this nirvana holy dew to replenish your vital energy. Otherwise, this disciple will not be at peace." Zhang Longyuan sat comfortably in his seat and said when he saw that he was still being polite, "You silly child. No need. You have contributed enough holy dew to our sect. Keep it for yourself." Then he said, "Actually, there is one more important thing I wanted to talk about when I asked you to come to the Holy Master Hall alone." Shen Tian heard that and immediately became serious, kneeling on the ground, bowing and saying, "Please instruct, Master. This disciple will not refuse even death." Seeing this, Longyuan quickly recalled, "In about 10 days, there will be a joint trial for the Foundation Establishment disciples of our sect and the Yaoqi Holy Land. It just so happens that the great Yan kingdom of you all is close to the ancient battlefield." Looking at Shen Tian, he reminded him, "There, the strength of all cultivators is suppressed below the golden core stage. Therefore, Fengcheng, Yunting, and Yunxi can't enter." At this point, all he could picture was Shen Tian's majestic figure, making him excitedly say, "Shen Tian, I hope you can lead our sect's disciples to show our might in this trial. Whether you get a lucky break or not isn't important, and I'm not worried about that. The most important thing is the safety of the disciples. I'm entrusting them to you." Hearing this, Shen Tian felt a bit uneasy, thinking to himself, "The ancient battlefield is the battlefield from 10,000 years ago, born from the invasion of evil extraterrestrial beings? I heard that in the Great War 10,000 years ago, even true immortals from the heavens went to battle, fighting until space shattered and laws went haywire, and that's how these ancient battlefield forbidden zones came to be." Thinking about it, he felt like this wasn't good at all. Going there could be a one-way trip, your cultivation and essence could all become fertilizer for the forbidden zone. Every year, tons of cultivators, not knowing any better, try to sneak into the ancient battlefield looking for immortal opportunities. Suddenly, beads of sweat popped up on his forehead as he thought, "The halo above my head is only green right now, and there's only a tiny bit of unstable red light. Are you kidding me? The holy ground trial can't be somewhere a little safer? I think Mirror Lake near the holy ground is pretty good." Thinking of Zhang Yongxi and Qin Yundi, Shen Tian muttered, Wouldn't it be better to organize a spring outing at Mirror Lake? Why do we have to run to the ancient battlefield to torture each other? Continuing to imagine the dangerous scenes full of traps and demonic beasts made Shen Tian want to cry. After experiencing the dangers of the misty plains, this holy son has learned a lesson. Don't go looking for death. You only have one life. You can be an ultra-lucky protagonist and do whatever you want, but I'm just a freeloader who relies on luck. One wrong move and I'm done for. The more he thought, the more messed up he became. He covered his head with his hands, pulling at his hair and screaming, "Master, I really can't do it. I'm really not a chosen one." In a place steeped in legend, a staircase of trials made of countless gold steps tests the faith of believers to see if they are steadfast. Every year, Lei Holy Land selects those with affinity to ascend these steps. If your faith is unwavering, your loyalty unquestionable, and your heart is selfless and not seeking personal gain, you will have the opportunity to enter the Holy Land. If you lack a selfless, non-covetous heart and high aptitude for enlightenment, it means you are not destined for Buddhism. Kuda stood at the bottom of the staircase, his hands clasped in front of his chest. Buddha above. I only wanted to test my luck and join the Holy Land to get a meal ticket. Deep down he felt apprehensive and uncertain about how to climb the 10,000 golden steps. He sighed, remembering the suffering he had endured since coming to Lei Holy Land, and a fiery rage erupted. If I had known I'd have to copy Buddhist scriptures every day, you couldn't beat me into coming to Lei Holy Land. Suddenly, a voice reverberated from the inside out. Bathe and change your clothes. Kuda walked along, sighing miserably. You even have to bathe before meeting your master. Inside the Holy Land, he stood respectfully before the Leiyin Buddha, bowing and saying, Master, your disciple has returned. The Buddha stood to greet him, in front of the Buddha statue. Do you understand anything about the Shen Xiao Holy Son? He put his hands together in front of his chest sincerely. This is our first meeting. Your disciple doesn't understand. Hearing him say this, the master didn't blame him. All right, go copy scriptures. Hearing this, he was discouraged. Master, this disciple has something to say. The Leiyin Buddha waved his hand, interrupting. Copy the Great Wisdom Bodhi Shan Sutra 1,000 times, then speak. Kuda cried inside. But he quickly spoke. Master, the thing I want to say is related to the Great Wisdom Bodhi Shan Sutra. The Buddha wasn't surprised, replying, You've already understood this supreme dharma, haven't you? Kuda clasped his hands and bowed to show his sincerity. Yes, Master, your disciple has a Buddhist verse. Please listen. Leiyin stared at him. Good, recite it for me. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to remember, and recited. Bodhi verse. Bodhi is not a tree, a bright mirror, not a stand. The Buddha nature is always pure. Where can dust attach? The body is a Bodhi tree. The heart is a bright mirror. A bright mirror stand is originally pure. Where can dust attach? Bodhi is not a tree, a bright mirror, not a stand. Originally there is nothing. Where can dust attach? Bodhi only points to the mind. Seeking mystery externally is futile. Hearing this, one cultivates. The Western paradise is right before your eyes. Seeing him recite like this, the Leiyin Buddha was shocked. His face darkened, and he angrily thought, Accursed! Why didn't he copy the Buddhist scriptures? How dare he change the meaning of Buddha? His face darkened, and his angry eyes flashed red as he stared at Kuda. No wonder this master punished you to face the wall for 3 months and copy the Great Wisdom Bodhi Shan Sutra 1,000 times. Don't even think about going out until you've finished copying the Buddhist scriptures. Seeing this, Kuda quickly explained, Master, please forgive me. This Buddhist verse wasn't written by me. And then the eyes shone brightly and looked at him. Quick! Tell this master who wrote this Buddhist verse. It's truly a betrayal of the scriptures, a distortion of Buddha's intent. Seeing this angry expression on the face, he hesitated. This is what your disciple heard someone say in a dream. After hearing this, Leiyin's face darkened even more, and he asked with gritted teeth, Who did you hear in your dream? Before he could answer, he was angry when he remembered Fang Cheng and then suspectedly asked him, Could it be that Fang Cheng heard you say it in your dream? Is that right? Have you ever slept in the same bed with him? Kuda cried and replied, Master has misunderstood. My point is that someone said it in a dream. Leiyin, the Punisher, calmed down and asked with folded arms, That's right, Feng Cheng is also unique. Like you, he couldn't possibly write such a Buddhist verse. Tell this master, where did this Buddhist verse come from? Kuda then knelt down with tears in his eyes and said, Master, I promised I can't reveal it. Seeing him hiding it like this, the Leiyin Buddha guessed, Is it an elder of this sect? With his disciples, Kuda replied, No, he continued to ask. Then is it someone from another holy land? Which holy land? Before Kuda could answer, he listed a lot of names. Zhenwu Holy Land, Shushan Holy Land, Tai Chu Holy Land, Da Luo Holy Land, Jiao Qi Holy Land. Kuda's face turned green, and when the Shenxiao Holy Land was mentioned, he affirmed, "That's right, that's right." Lei Yin closed his eyes and said, "Shenxiao Holy Land. Did the Shenxiao Holy Lord give you this Buddhist verse? Has he ever devoted himself to studying Buddhist principles?" Seeing Kuda say nothing, he continued to guess. "Well, if it's not the Shenxiao Holy Lord, could it be Zhan Yunding?" Hearing the master guess more and more, he could only cry secretly, "Master, what's going on? Could it be a mental disorder? But why haven't I said anything?" And he's almost guessed it right. He then listed other names. If it's not Zhang Yunding, and it's not Feng Cheng, could it be Zhang Yungxi or Shen Tian? So it was written by the holy son of Shengxiao. Kuda hugged his head helplessly and confusedly thought, "Master, what kind of magic is this? Can you see into my heart?" Lei Yin, the Punisher, seemed to understand what he was thinking and said, "You stupid fool. Whatever is in your heart is written all over your face. It's hard for this master not to guess." With that, he folded his arms and concluded. Who knew Shen Tian, the saint of the divine firmament, would also cultivate the great wisdom, Bodhi, wonderful goodness scripture? Kun Duo immediately tried to cover for him, taking all the blame. "Master, the saint of the divine firmament isn't a disciple of our sect. Besides, it was just a dream and has nothing to do with him. If you want to punish someone, then punish me." Tears welled up in his eyes, feeling guilty inside. "Senior brother Shen Tian, do you believe me when I say I didn't reveal your secret?" The Lei Yin Buddha closed his eyes and thought of Shen Tian's appearance, commenting, "Shen Tian's appearance is ethereal, like a true immortal descending to earth. Furthermore, he can easily obtain several thousand caddies of nirvana holy liquid. Clearly he has a destiny upon him. He is a protagonist blessed by heaven." The Buddhist verse, written by this person, must have some understanding of the great wisdom, Bodhi, wonderful goodness scripture. He put his palms together and murmured a sutra. "Originally there is nothing. Where does dust alight? Originally there is nothing. Where does dust alight? Amitabha." Thinking carefully, this Buddhist verse also has great Zen principles. His face darkened as he turned towards Kuli Duo, who was kneeling, and said, "Originally there is nothing." "Good, very good." Seeing that expression, he nervously asked, "Master, is this Buddhist verse really that good?" This begin. Lin immediately changed his attitude, stood up, and firmly stated, "That's right. Shen Tian, this person, has great wisdom," he constantly praised. Without ever reading the great wisdom, Bodhi, wonderful goodness scripture, he can see through things this way and write this Buddhist verse. Even I find it fascinating. Then, Lei Yin sighed regretfully. If this person could join the Buddhist faith, he would definitely become a supreme holy monk in the future. Why did he join the divine firmament Holy Land? Ku Duo was terrified, sweating, and insisted, "Master, it was just a dream of mine that angered him." Suddenly, Lei Yin manipulated his magic, performing a ritual, and a giant golden Buddha statue appeared behind him. The statue firmly grasped Kuni Duo, causing him to panic. "Master, are you trying to initiate me at midnight?" The Buddha statue lifted him up. The furious Lei Yin Buddha Lord then took a wooden stick and hit him on the head, making his eyes almost pop out. "This master is knocking some sense into your wooden head. You haven't learned any celestial secrets or Buddhist principles, only learned how to lie, and you even dare to deceive this master." He was enraged, his anger blazing. "This master has traveled the 4 seas, seeing through all living beings and everything, with wisdom in my head. How could I be deceived by you? And you say it was your dream? Read more Buddhist scriptures usually, broaden your wisdom, and spend less time hanging out with Feng Chang." The magic from the Buddha was still gripping him tightly. His furious master kept hitting him on the head, causing bumps to form, while continuing to lecture. "The more you play together, the lower your comprehension becomes. Someone wrote such an earth-shattering Buddhist verse, and you can't understand it, and you even ask this master if it's good? Can't you figure it out yourself? How could I accept an idiot like you as a disciple? Get out of my sight, face the wall for 3 months, and transcribe the great wisdom, Bodhi, wonderful goodness scripture." Kun Duo said in pain, with tears in his eyes, "Didn't you say it was good, master? Why do I still have to write it?" Hearing him argue like that, he threatened, "If you can explain what makes it good, then you don't have to write it." Seeing Lei Yin's grim expression, he hurriedly pleaded, "Master, spare my life, I'll transcribe it, okay?" He became even angrier, forcefully punching him and scolding, "You wicked spawn, get back to facing the wall." The punch was so strong that Kun Duo flew out of the Holy Land. Now only Lei Yin was left alone in the Holy Land, and he wondered to himself, "Such a wonderful world, and I can't play around like this. No. As a Bodhi tree,
Bodhi is originally not a tree. Who is right and who is wrong?
The more he spoke, the more conflicted he became. In the end, should I stick to my own path, staying away from the dirty moral world, or should I let go of my attachments and let everything take its course? He began to doubt himself. Bodhi is originally pure. The mirror is originally clean. Where does dust alight? How to be pure? How is dust? Could it be that I have gone astray, going against the supreme Buddhist principles?
Layan's mind flashed back to Kuduo. Clinging to Buddha nature and abandoning human nature, could that also be an attachment? Could it be that Kuduo is the true Bodhi way?
As for Kuduo, he had been punched down the steps and was now lying curled up and trembling.
That hurts. 2 bumps had formed on his head, and he was both in pain and furious. Why hit so hard? It hurts so much.
Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the Holy Land. From today onwards, I will be in seclusion. If Shen Tian is not obtained, Bodhi will not leave seclusion. Furthermore, bestow upon the saint of the divine firmament, Shen Tian, a Buddha order, and have all of the great Layan temple treat him with utmost courtesy. Then, the door closed. Kuduo's eyes widened in shock.
Just as the entire Layan Holy Land was in an uproar because the heavenly pivot Buddha Lord had declared seclusion,
Saint Shen Tian was still agonizing over whether he should lead the disciples of the divine firmament Holy Land to participate in the ancient battlefield trial. Hearing the news, Shen Tian hesitated. This saint must find a reason to refuse. After all, my current luck is not good, and the trial area is very dangerous. Wouldn't I just be fertilizing the grass? He was struggling to find a reason. How about saying I was injured in the misty plains, and it's inconvenient for me to go? But just half an hour ago, I took out several thousand caddies of nirvana holy liquid. With so much holy liquid, even if I was hacked into pieces, I could easily recover.
Inside the holy hall, Zhang Longyuan sat in his chair, looking down at Shen Tian below with a calm gaze.
Reporting to the sect leader, this disciple has only just joined the Holy Land, and my reputation is still low. My prestige is not enough for me to lead the senior and junior brothers on a trial. I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince them. Hearing that he intended to refuse, he encouraged him. You are the saint. Who would dare disobey? In the past few days, junior sister Jin Lian has been making the yin-yang explosion talismans that you provided. By that time, all the foundation establishment stage disciples will have the explosion talismans to protect them. The trial will be much safer, and they will naturally be grateful to you.
He solemnly declared, Tian Shi, this master has high expectations for you. This trial is also an opportunity, and I hope you can establish your prestige. In that way, this Holy Land will become even stronger under your leadership in the future.
Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Shen Tian panicked. Shouldn't the sect leader consider strength, reputation, and leadership skills? This disciple has only just joined the Holy Land for a few days. How can you entrust me with such a heavy responsibility? He thought of Zhang Yundi's darkening face and worried. You're being so unfair. Aren't you considering your son's feelings at all? Senior brother Zhang Yundi is your real son. He thought of the tragic drama of profound love between father and son, and gave a refusal, explaining, however, the ancient battlefield is full of dangers. I'm very scared. I have no experience. What if I encounter danger and get lost? That would be one thing. But what if I die? I'm afraid that the other senior and junior brothers will suffer because of my mistakes, and then I wouldn't dare to face them, even if I died.
Zhang Longyuan was surprised that he kept refusing like that, but continued to reassure him. You don't need to worry about that. I have already considered it. You have the dragon ascending to heaven fate, and you possess great luck.
He consoled. Today, Long Tengju Zhao, blessed by fate, no matter where you go, you'll have the mandate of heaven protecting you, turning misfortune into blessings. But the more Shen Tian heard, the darker his face became.
Zhang Longyuan was enthusiastic, his eyes becoming firm. Therefore, this trial, everyone following you is the safest. If you encounter danger, your teacher wants you to protect yourself first. After all, life and death are predetermined, and training depends on fate. Every cultivator who chooses this path is prepared. Your teacher knows your kind, but some are destined for greatness, so you must aspire to it. Excessive sympathy and gratitude are not beneficial for the development of the Holy Land.
Seeing how enthusiastic he was, Shen Tian became even more confused. Come on, I just want to leech some of the luck from those with opportunities. To cling to a big thigh until I become a salted fish, immortal and ageless. He wondered inwardly. More importantly, does this holy son have the fate of a potential dragon ascending to heaven? Is Shizun sure he's talking about me, and not junior brother Zhao Hao who just ascended?
Zhang Longyuan observed Shen Tian's expression and sadly asked, This old man has said so much, but you don't seem happy at all, Tian Care.
Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could it be that Tianxia needs new equipment. Thinking this, he quickly made a decision. Tian Bruper, your strength has increased greatly. You should change to a new set of battle armor. How about this? If you agree to lead the disciples in this trial, your teacher will give you a brand new set of battle armor. What do you say? Hearing this, Shen Tian respectfully clasped his hands. Shizun, this disciple doesn't mean that. Contributing to the Holy Land is something this disciple should do.
In his mind, he imagined and panicked. Did Shizun raise turtles before? Upon joining the Holy Land, he gifted me the Xuanwu shield. When he invented electrolyzed water, he gifted me the Xuanwu helmet. Now he wants me to work hard and plans to give me a full set of Xuanwu armor. Zhang Longyuan reached out his hand and performed a spell. A set of battle armor with gold shoulders, a white fabric body, and sharp nails on the sleeves appeared in his hand. He proudly introduced, "This set of battle armor is called the Longyuan Holy Armor, most suitable for the Yang 5 Thunder Divine Body."
Seeing the armor, Shen Tian's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Oh my god! First the Xuanwu shield, then the Xuanwu helmet. Equivalent to the first 6 yuan gacha skin in the game, and this brand new battle armor is definitely the ultimate skin that players eat instant noodles for a month, gritting their teeth to buy with top-up gold."
His eyes twinkling, he hurriedly asked, "Longyuan Shizun, how strong is the defense of this battle armor?" Seeing his enthusiasm, Zhang Longyuan praised,
"If Tian Trubier wears this holy armor and defends with all your strength, even those below the transformation god stage cannot harm you, and it can also double your combat power." He reminisced about the past with satisfaction. This holy armor is also a very cool design of the Shenxiao Holy Land, very attractive to Tianxia. After all, young geniuses like Tianxia who wouldn't want to have the coolest and most visually impressive battle armor. Back then, Zhang Longyuan when I was young was also the most handsome man in Donghua. Shen Tian clasped his hands firmly, assuring, "Shizun, as the Shenxiao Holy Son, I should shoulder the responsibility of leadership," he continued. In the trial 10 days later, this disciple is willing to be a role model to lead the senior and junior brothers, uphold the prestige of Shenxiao. "I will not fail Shizun's expectations," he quickly justified. Of course, this has nothing to do with this holy armor. In his mind, he thought, trial then trial. At most this holy son will wait in the suburbs, remotely controlling everyone. I don't believe I can still encounter misfortune, he continued to think. In addition, I saw some good opportunities above the head of the Beidou Holy Sun before, relatively useful. Taking advantage of the fact that the trial hasn't started yet, I'll go harvest the Beidou Holy Sun's opportunities first. Shen Tian pondered, testing whether snatching other people's fate would really bring disaster. Anyway, they're not my people, so it won't hurt if something happens. Zhang Longyuan happily thought of the image of the Leiyin Buddha, and smugly thought, that Tianxiu clearly values my good disciple. Is he secretly thinking of snatching him away to become a monk? Dream on, this old man directly takes out a holy grade battle armor to keep him. That's how domineering I am. He handed the armor to Shen Tian and instructed, "Tian Gear, this battle armor is of a very high level, drip a drop of blood on it, and this old man will personally refine it for you." Hearing this, Shen Tian happily thought, Shizun is still the best. Back then, refining the Holy Lord's decree was because my cultivation was too low, so I had to drip a whole cup of blood to barely recognize it. While thinking, he put his finger into the helmet of the armor radiating magic. This Longyuan holy armor is overwhelming with spiritual energy. If I were to refine it myself, I'm afraid I'd have to drip until I run out of blood. A drop of blood fell. The drop of blood falling into the helmet of the armor. Zhang Longyuan then cast a spell, causing the armor to be surrounded by surging magic. At this moment, Shen Tian felt the difference in his body and admired. As expected of Shizun, you've refined it so quickly I can feel the connection between me and the holy armor. He reached out to the armor and shouted, "Holy armor, golden armor, disperse!" The magical arms from the armor quickly moved towards him, and the armor automatically put itself on Shen Tian. An extremely imposing figure appeared, surrounded by a strong aura of luck. Wearing the new armor, Shen Tian happily admired himself. Zhang Longyuan satisfiedly assessed, "Well done, a young holy king. Tianduer wearing this battle armor is peerlessly heroic, with such style and grace, enough to overturn all the holy maidens throughout Donghuang. Tianduer's appearance is not inferior to this old man, he is very suitable for this holy armor." He then asked, "Tian Gader, how do you feel? Does this battle armor suit you?" Shen Tian respectfully replied, "Thank you, Shizun. This battle armor is very powerful. This disciple feels that my whole body is full of energy." He was very satisfied with this high-end armor. Indeed, if the equipment is not beautiful and practical enough, it's because you don't have money. Who said the Xuanwu shield and Xuanwu helmet weren't beautiful? Look at this Longyuan holy armor. Isn't the golden Taiji diagram on the chest also? Xuanwu? It's cool enough, he continued to happily think. Holy artifact is indeed a holy artifact. Must praise it. Suddenly, Zhang Longyuan asked, Tian Dryer, do you want to try its power? Attack this old man. Shen Tian reached out his hand and created magic. The lights around him formed a vortex that was sucked into the magic he created.
Zhang Longyuan created a shield to protect himself. He used all his might to push the magic towards him.
His power was blocked by the shield,
causing the energy to rebound. Knowing he couldn't break through his shield, he stopped, and Longyuan's shield also dissipated. He said seriously, this move could kill a golden core cultivator.
Using your cultivation level to control the palm thunder to such a refined degree is already very good.
Even so, he asked him with suspicion. But from what I see, this move might not be your limit, right, Tianzhe?
Hearing Longyuan's sudden question, Shen Tian panicked with fear. He thought in a flurry, no way, this holy son has already shown his most serious, attentive, and all-out effort, but Shizun still sees through everything. He quickly became serious and continued to conjure magic to launch towards Longyuan. As expected of Shizun, it seems I have to go all out, as you command, Shizun.
Seeing the source of power he created, he was shocked. What the hell is this? Even for someone who cultivates both qi and body, possessing the primordial divine lightning and the yang 5 elements lightning god body, this foundation establishment cultivator's outburst of power is still too damn world-shocking. Unbelievable. The red and orange power intertwined to create a massive vortex above the holy ground. Longyuan assessed in astonishment. This one was just probing to see if Tiangar could surpass his limits and unleash even greater strength. But is this really foundation establishment? I doubt even the golden cores of the major cultivation sects can muster such momentum.
Moreover, this momentum is still increasing. Shen Tian exerted all his strength to concentrate his power, thinking as he did so, the palm thunder from before was just a normal skill, something I can handle easily, good for dealing with small fry. If Shizun has seen through me, then this holy son won't pretend anymore. Let's reveal my hand.
With that thought, he hurled the attack towards Zhang Longyuan. But he was still uncertain in his heart. However, condensing the energy of the first essence heavy water, guardian immortal vine, southern blazing fire, and primordial lightning together, and then amplifying it through extreme explosion techniques, even I don't know how strong this move is, his face darkened.
His eyes blazed brightly as he extended his hand, pouring all his strength forward towards Shizun. The power surged towards the shield enveloping Zhang Longyuan. He didn't dodge but remained calmly seated on his chair. He stared intently at his shield.
At this moment, the floor beneath Shen Tian's feet was destroyed. He thought wearily, damn, I've exhausted all my strength, I can't do any better. This level of attack should satisfy Shizun, right?
Zhang Longyuan glanced at his cracked shield and fell silent. He praised without end. Not bad. That move just now had a bit of the look, only slightly inferior to me back in my foundation establishment days. He gasped for breath, thinking, as expected, these children of destiny with golden halos are here for me, Shen Tian, to be their grindstone. Annoyed, he thought, to think this holy son went all out, even using the combined power of 3 types of exotic objects, plus the Longyuan battle armor, and it's still not as strong as Shizun in his foundation establishment days. This world is too deep, I need to keep a low profile. Longyuan carefully reminded him. But Tiancar must remember, do not be complacent. You must know that throughout the eastern wilderness, there are people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens. Even if you are invincible in foundation establishment, your enemies won't care what your cultivation level is. He recalled a past event and recounted. In the past, our sect had an invincible god transformation elder, but he was besieged by a group of sages, and even after exhausting all his strength to resist, his cultivation was crippled. He could only start training his body from scratch. He instructed him. Therefore, Tianer, you must remember, before you truly grow up, you must be humble and not be reckless. Hearing the whole story, Shen Tian questioned. Shizun's teachings are right, but a group of sages besieging a god transformation cultivator, aren't these sages shameless? Shouldn't our holy ground seek revenge? He quickly said. How to seek revenge? He explained to him. At the time when the 7 sages besieged him, they all tried their best to conceal their aura and hide their tracks very carefully. More importantly, that senior brother, in order to cover his teammates' escape, self-detonated his divine body, casting a forbidden spell, killing them all. Hearing this, Shen Tian's heart panicked. His mouth opened wide in surprise. Wait a minute. By this logic, isn't this another Holy Land showing off and bullying the divine firmament holy ground? This sect's previous genius was feared by another Holy Land and had his cultivation crippled by a sage. Then he would rise up against the heavens, enduring grievances on behalf of his elders and demanding justice? He suddenly remembered that setting.
How? How did this person turn into a god transformation cultivator besieged by a group of sages, covering his teammates' escape, self-detonating his divine body, and casting a forbidden spell to kill all 7 sages? Remembering this, Shen Tian was filled with indignation. 7 Tribulation Transcendence Stage Saints. Which cultivator who becomes a saint at a young age isn't a genius who can kill enemies above their level? For a god transformation cultivator to kill sages above their level, the difficulty far exceeds a golden core killing a nascent soul, let alone 1 against 7. This senior's talent is truly chilling. At this time he calmed down and thought more deeply. However, if you change your perspective, even such a terrifying genius can be crippled. The Holy Lands in the entire Eastern Wilderness cultivation world are not to be trifled with.
He clenched his fist and concluded. As expected, in the future, this Holy Sun must be even more careful. Either help people do good deeds or eradicate them completely. I cannot be careless.
Long Yuan observed his erratic expression and comforted him. But Tianqi doesn't need to worry. You are the son of the heavenly Dao, born with great fortune. Generally speaking, you can turn bad luck into good, turning calamity into blessings. Finally, he said to him, All right, go back and cultivate quietly to prepare for the trial.
Leaving the holy ground, Shen Tian flew on the magic sword with his sparkling golden armor. As he went, he thought, after hearing Shizun's words, I immediately feel a severe lack of security. Even a genius god transformation elder can be besieged and suffer misfortune. From this you can see how unfriendly this world is.
He couldn't help but think that the green and red combination still didn't feel safe enough. At this time, everyone who witnessed Shen Tian flying on his sword in his new armor was extremely surprised, praising him.
The heroic battle armor, accompanied by the divine beast's primordial lightning phenomenon, is too extraordinary. Such a majestic battle armor, only the Holy Sun's senior brother is worthy of it. He is truly a war god descended to earth.
They started bickering. The scene became noisy in an instant. Do you even know how to talk? What do you mean the Holy Sun is worthy of the battle armor? It's more like this battle armor is barely worthy of the Holy Sun. That's right, the Holy Sun only joined the Holy Land a few days ago, and already invented the yin-yang explosive talisman, and healed senior brother. The crowd continued to buzz with discussion. I heard that yesterday's demonic saint blood sacrifice was also resolved by our Holy Sun senior brother. Heavens! The Holy Sun senior brother can even handle the demonic saint blood sacrifice? Could he have become a saint? Shut up! Why are you talking so much? Can't you just let us admire senior brother's stunning beauty? Clothes make the man. Good fertilizer makes good rice. Senior brother looks so good in this battle armor, I can't take it anymore, I'm about to faint.
Li Wenfeng suddenly appeared, ending the clamor. Everyone, does Li have something you'd like to hear? Everyone eagerly urged him on. It's senior brother Li, hurry up and tell us. We want to hear it, we want to hear it, we want to hear anything about Holy Sun senior brother.
He began to share the latest news.
Starting tomorrow, Qi refining stage disciples on Jinlian Peak can buy explosive talismans with a 30% discount, but only for disciples participating in the primordial battlefield trial 10 days from now, and the purchase is limited to 10. Seeing everyone so excited, he continued, Besides that, I also heard another piece of news. Holy Sun senior brother established the Heavenly Favor Organization, and it's currently recruiting members. Several immortal seed disciples have already joined.
Everyone listened attentively to his news, even junior brother Qin Yundi, who, along with senior brother Zhao Hao, invented the yin-yang explosive talisman, and the 5th true disciple the Holy Lord recently accepted, also joined this organization.
I heard that if you join the Heavenly Favor Organization and sing praises of Holy Sun senior brother's domain, you'll receive Holy Sun senior brother's blessing. One person listening asked suspiciously, Senior brother Lai, what's the use of that Holy Sun senior brother's blessing? He scolded and explained. You blockhead. Of course it's useful. You get a 40% discount on explosive talismans. Got it.
Hearing him say that, everyone excitedly shouted, That's awesome! I want to join the Heavenly Favor Organization. Senior brother Lai, I want to join too. Gradually, more and more people wanted to join, and Li Wenfeng became even more enthusiastic. He pulled out a stack of papers and happily said, Don't rush! Don't rush! Lai knows that you all want to join after hearing this, so I brought registration forms for you. Come on, come on. Any junior brothers and sisters who want to join the Heavenly Favor Organization, don't miss out.
Meanwhile, Shen Tian was flying over, saying,
Holy Sun, your residence is on that piece of land next to the mountain? Steward Song saw him from afar, his eyes gleaming, staring at him. This holy armor of the Holy Sun is too majestic.
They saw him smiling and flattering. I heard this was the battle armor the Holy Lord used in his youth. The Holy Lord even passed his own battle armor on to the Holy Sun, making his intention to pass on his mantle so obvious. Gi Ba, with tears streaming down his face, sincerely praised. Speaking of your mother, Her Highness is so valued by the Holy Lord. Lan Fei Niangyang will surely smile in the afterlife. After a round of flattery, Steward Song finally got to the point. Holy Son, recently, Li Yunfeng's senior brother from Haoran Peak wants to join the organization to show his sincerity. He's been helping the Heavenly Favor organization with promotions lately. Shen Tian realized their intention, and his face darkened. He continued to flatter. We think that if the organization wants to grow stronger, the collection of information and guidance must also be strengthened. I wonder what you think. Could you give senior brother Lin a chance to show his abilities? Shen Tian realized that the Li senior brother he was talking about was none other than Li Yunfeng. He thought disdainfully. Li Yunfeng, that tight-lipped know-it-all. Having a bunch of certified bootlickers to create hype is essential. Hype and buzz must be done well. He is a talent and must be brought into the group.
All right, he praised happily. Junior brother Lai is indeed a talent. If he wants to join the organization, then let him join. But I have one condition. He made a request. You must make it clear to him that after joining the organization, he cannot spread the secrets of the organization. Noticing that he had agreed, he cupped his hands respectfully. Please rest assured, Holy Son, this old man has already told him. He then used his magic to take out the Nirvana holy dew he had prepared and threw it to them. Well then, I have to leave the Holy Land for a while soon. While I'm not here, remember to cultivate diligently. I've also prepared Nirvana holy dew for you. Use all of this dew, and you can increase your strength as much as you want.
Steward Song and the others received the holy dew and smiled, thanking him in unison. Thank you, Holy Son. Thank you, Your Highness. Steward Song and the others were originally just ordinary cultivators. Reaching the golden core stage in this lifetime was hopeless. But because they followed Shen Tian, they not only obtained the Chaos Divine Lightning Basin, the marrow cleansing from the origin and the Divine Firmament Dragon Tiger Nurturing Elixir Scripture. After entering the Divine Firmament Holy Land and becoming inner disciples, they obtained the inheritance of the Five Thunders Righteous Heaven formula. If nothing unexpected happened, they could all easily become Golden Core real people. Steward Song opened the lid of the holy dew, confirmed it was genuine, and excitedly said, The Holy Son is too good to us. Today, they were once again gifted with so much Nirvana holy dew by Shen Tian, cleansing their bodies, Tao foundations, and roots even more perfectly. In the future, even becoming nascent soul stage venerables would not be difficult. The others saw Steward Song say that and followed suit. Holy Son, we're so touched. Else, all of this fortune is bestowed by Shen Tian. Being cared for by Shen Tian is like being cared for by the heavenly Tao. This made them even more determined to walk the path of immortality, flattering the Holy Son.
In contrast to their joy, Shen Tian felt guilty in his heart at this moment. The trial 10 days from now for the Qi refining stage disciples has Zhao Hao there. This Holy Son can't bear it at all. After all, that guy is a typical sacrifice-type protagonist.
He panicked. His face turned pale as he remembered the previous outcomes of the trials. Sacrificing his mother to become a genius? Sacrificing his master to become a nine-yang battle body? Who knows if there will be some moths throwing themselves into the fire in this trial. Letting Gi-body and the others increase their strength will also be a help to me at that time. Suddenly, the armor disappeared and was replaced by a brightly shining magic, causing Shen Tian to be frightened and surprised. So this armor has a second form. He was now wearing a simpler armor than the first one. This Long Yuan holy armor also has a second form, which can transform into a simple and ordinary inner armor. Although it doesn't have the style of the first form, it wins in being low-key. Its power is not as strong, wearing it doesn't reveal talent, and it's not easy to attract hatred when in danger. He stepped out of the sword while thinking about his strategy. Revealing your trump card means it's no longer a trump card. In this crisis-ridden cultivation world, this trump card must be hidden. This time, going out alone and taking many people with me, it's unavoidable to be unlucky.
In the image, Shen Tian with a red armor was flying in the sky. Only he knew how annoyed he was inside. Taking risks together with those sons of destiny meant you'd become a stepping stone in a moment of crisis. Last time, when the binding immortal vine attacked, Zhang Yongxi and the others were all fine. Only I was captured and taken away. I can only enjoy wealth and prosperity with the European Emperor, but not share hardship.
Shen Tian flew to the Divine Firmament Holy Land teleportation array. Amidst the magnificent scenery of mountains and rivers was a golden well, strictly guarded by 2 masked soldiers. He approached the well while pondering. Although this time it's a solo adventure, this Holy Son is still very confident. Although the Northern Dipper Holy Sun still has a yellow halo, Its brightness is far less than Feng Chang's, so the danger level of this opportunity must also be lower than Feng Chang's. Those thoughts followed his footsteps to the center of the golden well. Since the halo appeared, my red light ability has increased again. Before, when I looked at other people's opportunities, I only saw images and didn't know the date. But now I can see the time the opportunity will occur. The two soldiers behind him bowed respectfully as he jumped into the well.
Under the well, dazzling golden lights appeared, shining on his body.
This Northern Dipper Holy Sun's opportunity will occur in 5 days. I can observe a few days in advance, scout the situation, make a move earlier, and seize the Northern Dipper Holy Sun's opportunity. Shen Tian quickly disappeared under the well. The place he arrived at was Northern Dipper Holy City, a city belonging to the Northern Dipper Holy Land. The city was filled with many Northern Dipper grand arrays. Practitioners of the Northern Dipper Holy Land's cultivation methods could truly work smarter, not harder. In these arrays, standing beneath the brightly lit city gate, Shen Tian could only raise his hand to shield his eyes. He appraised Holy City. Putting aside everything else, the appearance of this holy city is indeed even grander than the Divine Firmament Holy City, which is affiliated with the Divine Firmament Holy Land.
Next, he pulled out a map to find his way. The image of opportunity above the North Dipper Holy Sun's head wasn't in North Dipper Holy City, but in a city of mortals called Black Crow City, next to a desolate mountain far away.
After determining the route, Shen Tian quickly took off on his sword. It wasn't far from here, only 5,000 kilometers. This holy sun is coming. But life isn't always what it seems.
After 4 days of struggling, Shen Tian was now sitting in a carriage, leaning tiredly against the window, his face downcast as he questioned himself. This holy sun is lost again. It's only 5,000 kilometers, yet I've wasted 4 days. How can I get lost even when flying according to the map? This isn't just normal bad luck. Could it be that the 6-leaf red lotus destiny doesn't suit traveling alone? The driver turned back and told him, "Young master, we've arrived at Black Crow City." Shen Tian, who had been depressed, suddenly perked up. "Great! Thank you, everyone."
Shen Tian got out of the carriage, his expression calm and dignified as he walked. Suddenly, he spotted a bulletin board ahead. There were 3 pictures of mosquitoes posted on it, causing him to curiously approach for a closer look. He recognized that this was the mosquito demon, in the image of opportunity of the North Dipper Holy Sun. How dare this annoying mosquito demon cause this holy sun to get lost for 4 days? Unforgivable. Shen Tian recalled the subsequent developments in the image of opportunity. Oh crap. Behind this picture is actually a series of images of a swarm of black mosquitoes attacking the city, and it's happening repeatedly.
He thought while assessing the extremely large size, about several zang tall, flying up like a flying fortress, and also with a detailed size chart and a comparison table of various mosquitoes.
This is the serious attitude that creative culture should have, Shen Tian continued to ponder.
Black Crow City is still safe now, which means I haven't missed the time of the opportunity. He remembered that in the image of opportunity of the North Dipper Holy Sun, Black Crow City had turned into a city of death.
He imagined meeting this mosquito demon, his determination surging.
Although the cultivation world plays by the law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak, if this holy sun sees a human tragedy, I don't mind going ahead of the North Dipper Holy Sun and resolving this mosquito demon early.
Shen Tian turned around and walked towards the city gate
when suddenly a tall figure emerged from the city gate, with disheveled hair and cold eyes, looking towards him and ordering in a booming voice,
"Stop, I can tell you're not a local, am I right?" Shen Tian looked up at him and politely asked, "That's right, big brother, how did you know?" But in his heart he scorned. Just a rookie at the 3rd level of Qi. Refining dares to stop this holy sun. Could it be that I've encountered a contrived plot and face-slapping?
At the foot of the gate of Black Crow City, Zheng Biao, in his sloppy appearance, stood with his arms crossed and questioned the neat person in front of him.
"This lord's eyes are sharp, you little kid look so delicate. If there was such a handsome man in Black Crow City, how could this lord not know?" Shen Tian was overjoyed to be praised, and immediately gave a thumbs up, praising happily, "Brother, you are indeed resourceful."
Zheng Biao looked at him with pride, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He put his hands on his hips and seriously reprimanded him. "Stop flattering me, kid, you can't enter the city."
Shen Tian lowered his eyes slightly, looking at him with a bored and fierce expression. He couldn't help but feel secretly helpless. "Why can't I? Is it illegal to be handsome? It's the first time I've heard that you can't enter the city because you're handsome. Your face value is too low. You guys are going too far." Zheng Biao looked at his frowning face and felt a little disgusted. He reached out and slapped the wall behind him, which was pasted with 2 pictures of mosquitoes, and said angrily, "Didn't you see the pictures? The city is in chaos now. You little kid is so fair and pretty. You can tell at a glance that you're a young master from a rich family traveling around. But if you come to Black Crow City to play now, you'll be unjustly killed by the demon." His next words were advice for him, but they became a terrifying threat to Shen Tian's ears. "If you were a little uglier, this brother wouldn't even advise you. After death you can be reincarnated and drink the tea of forgetfulness. But you, little kid, don't know how many lifetimes you've cultivated to be so handsome. It would be a pity if you were caught and killed by a demon while you're so young." Zheng Biao quickly raised his hand and pushed him away, along with a word of advice. "Be good. Don't seek death. Hurry home." Shen Tian had only said a few words when he was interrupted by him. He looked back at him with a fierce look, feeling a little angry and gritting his teeth. Then Shen Tian thought in fear, "You're just a weak chicken at the 3rd level of Qi refining, and you dare to push this holy son who is a late-stage foundation establishment expert. Damn it. If it weren't for this holy son's generous heart, if it were another foundation establishment expert, I would definitely teach you a lesson." A huge azure dragon faintly appeared behind him. Shen Tian confidently raised his hand and pointed forward, saying, "Junior, you have successfully attracted this seat's attention." Soon after, a golden light emitted. The rays of light were so dazzling that Zheng Biao had to cover his eyes with his clothes. Then, 2 dark shadows flew from the building at the city gate to the ground. Shen Tian was full of momentum, exuding a powerful force. In front of him was a bald monk, respectfully bowing. 2 old men with beards clasped their hands and respectfully knelt down. Shen Tian welcomed Senior's arrival in Black Crow City. "This old one has been waiting like the stars, and finally waited for Senior to come. Senior, the city lord has already prepared a banquet to welcome you, and is ready to host you at any time." As expected of a senior from the North Dipper Holy City, his demeanor is extraordinary, like a true immortal descending to earth. "If Senior can subdue that blood demon, you will be a great benefactor of our Black Crow City. We are willing to set up a longevity tablet for you, and worship you for generations." The 2 old men continued to flatter. "Please tell us what Senior likes. Whether it's gold, silver, jewelry, singing and dancing beauties, we will immediately offer it up. Did Senior come alone? Do you need a maid to serve you? My little girl is just 18 this year, and her appearance is stunning." Shen Tian didn't answer but speculated. These people's cultivation has reached the foundation establishment stage. They should be the ancestors of some family in the city, or the guests of the city lord's mansion. It seems they think I'm a reinforcement sent by the North Dipper Holy City. That's right, this place is a dependent city of the North Dipper Holy City, and if a great demon appears, they will naturally seek help from the Holy Land. But this is the treatment that this holy son deserves. No wonder those face-slapping protagonists are so popular. Eating the tiger is the key point. Thinking this, Shen Tian smiled. "No need to be so polite. This seat is here only to eliminate demons. Gold, silver, jewelry, singing and dancing beauties are all external things. Don't be so polite." With that, Shen Tian turned to Zheng Biao and threatened, "Kid, you've got a good heart, I guess. I've been cultivating for 800 years, and today I actually got pushed down by a Qi refining cultivator. You've got some guts." Zheng Biao immediately knelt down, begging for mercy. "Immortal, spare me," Shen Tian smugly thought. "Who told you to criticize this holy son for being too handsome? Who told you to block this holy son from entering the city?" He was extremely pleased with the guy's kowtowing, thinking to himself, "You dare to push this holy son? Gotta scare you a little so you remember it. Next time, you might run into a hot-tempered cultivator who holds grudges and just blood sacrifice you." After all, he was a person of high standing. He had to set an example for everyone, so he couldn't just keep the guy kneeling forever. Finally, he spoke up and pardoned Zheng Biao. "Forget it, kid. You can consider yourself to have a destiny with this seat. Just follow this seat for the next few days, and tell me about that mosquito thing. If you perform well, you won't be short of opportunities." As soon as he was pardoned, Zheng Biao hurriedly stuttered his thanks. Thank you, immortal." The 2 bald guys who had been eavesdropping for a while were extremely surprised when they saw that he was safe and sound, just a little scared and meek. "How is this kid's luck so good? We thought he was definitely dead for offending the immortal." "Yeah, didn't expect the situation to reverse, and he can even serve the immortal now." All the gossip from those 2 quickly reached his ears, making him extremely confident. This guy is a Taoist immortal from the Beidu Holy City. If he could be appreciated by the immortal, even if he was given a little opportunity, it would be... Hearing those words, Shen Tian couldn't help but feel happy. The joy of a master is just this simple and natural. In the blink of an eye, it was night. The moon rose high to the very top of a room in Fucheng's main city, Wushan. Inside that room, silence enveloped everything. Shen Tian calmly sat amidst a pile of spirit stones, slowly absorbing them. Zheng Biao, who was beside him,
was shocked to see those stones, and had to admire in his heart, "Oh my God, when will I be able to spend so many spirit stones on cultivation? I wouldn't even dare to dream about it." He then thought that a single precious spirit stone could be exchanged for quite a bit of silver, and his heart became very restless. In the mortal world, a spirit stone could be exchanged for thousands of taels of silver. Being able to spend spirit stones without feeling any pressure must mean that you're incredibly rich. For the vast majority of sect disciples, hundreds of thousands of spirit stones was already a massive fortune. Only true disciples of the Holy Lands could spend so lavishly. Looking at Shen Tian calmly cultivating, he felt extremely inferior. People like me, born into ordinary families, have to save every single spirit stone. Although I am a mid-level Junying in Wushan City, my monthly salary is only 500 taels of silver, which is only enough to exchange for half a spirit stone. If the Wushan City army could leave the city and hunt for more gains, perhaps we could earn a little extra income. Unfortunately, now the black mosquitoes are running rampant. It's impossible to go out hunting. The large spirit stones emanated a magical power, making Zheng Biao gape. The immortal used up all these spirit stones in just one night.
I wouldn't have enough, even if I didn't eat or drink for hundreds of years and saved my whole life. After absorbing all the spirit stones, Shen Tian returned to his carefree demeanor, propped his hand on his chin, and asked, "Youngster, what's your name?" He bowed his head and replied respectfully, "My surname is Zheng, given name Biao." Thinking about the scene of him angrily stopping him from entering the city, Shen Tian felt displeased again, holding a grudge in his heart. Just a mere chi-refining third heaven rookie, daring to block this holy sun, quite bold. A lot of magical artifacts fell from the great chaos misty city that day, even holy artifacts. But this holy sun can't use many of them anyway. Giving them away wouldn't be bad. After thinking for a while, Shen Tian quickly snapped out of his thoughts. With just a flick of his hand, a precious sword appeared. This is a low-grade magical artifact long saber. Next, this seat has a few questions to ask you. If you answer well, this saber will be yours.
Zheng Biao, who had previously looked down on him, was now delighted and overjoyed, eagerly stepping forward to answer. "Senior, please ask. I will answer whatever I know." Looking at the precious sword in front of him, he couldn't help but rejoice in his heart.
This low-grade magical artifact saber is worth at least several hundred spirit stones. I wouldn't be able to buy it even if I didn't eat or drink for decades. His eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself, "Right now, a low-grade magical artifact can at least increase my strength by 50%, and my ability to protect my life when hunting will also increase."
Only then did Shen Tian continue, smugly. He sat leisurely in front of him, raised his hand, and requested, "Tell me the whole story about that mosquito demon that you know." Contrary to his appearance, his mind was constantly buzzing. According to what they said, "The last time I crashed in the misty plains was because I didn't know everything. This time I must have everything in the palm of my hand."
Zheng Biao was so shocked that he froze, even though he had prepared himself mentally a lot. But everything didn't go according to his expectations. The determination he had before seemed to vanish with the joy that had just blossomed. Just that simple? Not just gifting treasures all the time? Sure enough, I've always praised the immortal for being handsome, and the immortal is very happy. I've already said it. The handsome immortal is sure to be generous. Definitely very generous. In the end, he still needed that sword, so he couldn't delay his answer any longer. His face immediately became serious as he recounted the situation in Wushan City. Two girls screamed step by step in the mosquito forest. Wushan City dispatched a few elite chi-refining stage soldiers to go ahead to search and sweep. It was thought that they could easily solve that demon. He continued to suppress his emotions and tell Shen Tian.
Unexpectedly, the mosquito demon's methods were so powerful that it killed all the soldiers. After killing all the soldiers, the mosquito demon mysteriously disappeared, as if it had left completely. However, 2 months later it appeared again, this time right in Wushan City. Its strength had also broken through to the chi-refining 9th heaven realm. It rampaged in the city, madly sucking the essence blood of the people, instantly draining a grown man dry. Wherever the blood mosquito passed, that place would turn into a living hell.
Zheng Biao rubbed his chin while concentrating on remembering the horrific image of the skeletons at that time.
In that battle, the mosquito demon sucked too much blood from the people and advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Its strength increased sharply, and several foundation establishment stage cultivators were sucked dry of blood and turned into dry corpses. The old nascent Soul City Lord of Wushan City emerged, but in the end could only be injured and flee, unable to hold it back. The more Zheng Biao spoke, the more he couldn't help but become agitated, remembering the dangerous mosquito. He originally thought that after being injured, that mosquito demon would not come again. But unexpectedly, only 2 months later, that mosquito demon appeared again, and this time its cultivation had advanced half a step to nascent soul. In that battle, the old city lord, who had formed his nascent soul for several hundred years, could not fight the mosquito demon, and was beaten badly.
The city lord appeared in his mind, an old figure who still faced danger amidst fire and smoke. The old city lord was almost sucked dry of blood, and finally self-detonated his magical artifact to escape. In the end, that person became exhausted and passed away, causing many people to cry in sorrow. The old city lord was too seriously injured and lost contact a few days later, and there were no nascent soul experts in the city. Zhang Biao continued to explain the situation to the other party, with a serious face.
Facing the possibility of the mosquito demon attacking at any time, everyone was very afraid, and sent people to the Beidu holy city for help. He spoke eloquently to Shen Tian, and at the same time, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of entreaty. Although most people in Wushan City were afraid of the mosquito demon, they were not very worried in their hearts, because before that, every time the mosquito demon left, it would return after 2 months. There was no rush. As long as the immortal of the Beidu holy city arrived in time, he would naturally be able to subdue that evil beast. Shen Tian sat silently amidst the shining spirit stones. Looking at him, his heart couldn't help but feel bitter. Unfortunately, the next time that mosquito demon appears won't be 2 months later. But tonight, he frowned, constantly sinking into tangled thoughts. The image of humans helpless against the wind popped into his head, making him even more conflicted. Because in the vision of the Beidu Holy Sun, it was clear that by dawn tomorrow, Yuan City's Wu Mountain would become a dead city. With no one left alive, Shen Tian used some force to lift the treasured sword closer to Zhang Biao. Respectfully, he said, "This green long saber is for you, and I'll also pass on some Taoist techniques to you." He rubbed his temples, looked at him again, and bowed in gratitude, but waves kept crashing in his heart. Back in the Great Yan Dynasty, he might have often gone off the rails, but he had learned quite a few techniques, and the royal techniques were enough for ordinary cultivators to use. A huge benefit was presented right in front of Zhang Biao, making him grin from ear to ear. Thank you, immortal master." After chatting for a good while, Shen Tian, still safe among the stones, knew what he meant, and let him go. "Well, go back and cultivate in peace. I also need to adjust my condition. Enemies can strike at any time. I'll naturally have to maintain my peak state," as he expected. As soon as night fell, a swarm of mosquitoes appeared in the dark sky at a very fast speed. Those mosquitoes aggressively entered Wu Mountain City, carrying a chilling red aura with them. Shen Tian seemed to sense that aura, and said seriously to himself, "They're here." As soon as he finished speaking, he used a spell to fly straight out of the door, along with a brilliant golden red light. After flying around for a while, he settled on the roof of the room. The two bald guys heard the noise, and sniffed their way to where he was standing. "Immortal master, what happened?" Shen Tian pointed forward, attracting the attention of the bald guy, and said, "Mosquito demons are here." The huge mosquitoes, with a strange red color, floated above the heads of the three, making them surprised. The people in the city saw a red patch in the sky, and they were frightened and panicked. Hey, why are there so many?" The aura released by the mosquito demons is even scarier than some Foundation establishment experts. The three people saw the mosquitoes and ran away in a hurry. Those poisonous mosquitoes are so scary. All the cultivators in Wu Mountain City combined are only a dozen. How can we fight? At this moment, in another room, the figure of a man heard the commotion and came to the window. The scene in front of him made him stunned. No way. My father repelled the golden core blood mosquitoes a few days ago. How could this happen? This is the noble city lord of Wu Mountain City. In the dark night sky, the red colors gradually increased, covering the moon, along with the screams of people on the ground running away from death. Does heaven want to destroy my Wu Mountain City? This is too much. There are probably more than 10,000 mosquitoes. How can we stop them? This time we can only abandon the city and retreat with the people. No, our business, our family, our home are all in the city. How can we retreat? Contrary to the panic of the people in the city, Shen Tian was relaxed and at ease, folding his arms and looking at the scene in front of him. He hid himself in blue spiritual power, thinking, "This holy sun has long seen this scene in the vision of the Beidu holy sun, knowing that there will be many blood mosquitoes attacking the city, so I have made full preparations." Suddenly, he had a set of armor on his body, and a majestic image appeared. "Behold, my azure dragon godly lightning battle armor." Compared to the black tortoise battle armor that focuses on defense, the focus of the azure dragon battle armor is to help quickly recover injuries and energy. Next will be a gang fight. Endurance is very important. Then, he conjured up a treasure that looked like a stone slab. Shen Tian held it in his hand, and at the same time he raised his other hand to reassure everyone. "Everyone, don't panic. With this seat here, you can trust me." Looking at the large stone in his hand, he couldn't help but think of the lovely girl, Jin Lian. "Before I set off, I exchanged a bottle of Nirvana holy liquid with Jin Lian Celestial Venerable for a set of mountain protection array." He used his peak strength combined with the magical stone, and the map of Wu Mountain City appeared immediately. "Last night, I released the Azure Dragon Array in all directions to the east, west, south, and north of Wu Mountain City. As long as I activate the final core of the installed array, I can activate the Azure Dragon Earth Array, a blue barrier. Under his power, it quickly closed, forming a solid shield." Looking at the defense he had created, Shen Tian pondered. The Divine Firmament Azure Dragon Grand Array is a weaker, simplified version of the Divine Firmament Mountain Protecting Earth Grand Array, partly because my cultivation base is not enough to deploy the Divine Firmament Mountain Protecting Earth Grand Array. I have tried my best, and on the other hand I have to save some strength to deal with the swarm of black mosquitoes. The entire Wu Mountain City was now covered by a thick blue barrier. Under Shen Tian's magic, a transparent energy cage suddenly appeared, covering the entire Wu Mountain City, and began to absorb the spiritual energy of the world to protect the city. Then, when the barrier was completely closed, the mosquitoes flapped their wings continuously to prepare to break through the defense. They were gathering in large numbers and flying behind the leader towards Wu Mountain City, which was gradually being wrapped up. More and more mosquitoes gathered. They also quickly collided with the barrier created by Shen Tian. As soon as a mosquito touched its proboscis to the middle of the junction of the barrier, a powerful electric current was released, penetrating directly into its body. Instantly, it was electrocuted to the point of being torn apart, its body black and miserable. Looking at the increasing number of mosquito demons parked outside, he couldn't help but curse, "Holy SHT, there are so many of them now." To avenge the departure of the previous mosquitoes, a mosquito legion quickly joined forces and raced to stab into the barrier. One of the two bald guys saw this scene, then looked at Shen Tian, who was calm, and was extremely worried. "Immortal Master, there are more and more of them." It was also time for him to show off his talent, so that the mosquitoes gradually lost their strength. Now he seriously began to make a move, preparing to take action. "Everyone, don't panic. With this seat here you can trust me." Shen Tian gradually poured strength into this shield, and then loudly said to the cultivators hovering in the high, "While the Azure Dragon Grand Array is protecting us, use your swords or shoot arrows to attack them. Otherwise, once the Azure Dragon Earth formation collapses, everyone in the city will die." Under Shen Tian's weighty encouragement and guidance, everyone shouted in unison, "That's right, we have an immortal here. We don't need to be afraid of them. We'll fight them to the death." Each person regained their confidence, cheering others on, as well as themselves. Shen Tian's words awakened those consumed by fear, and hope surged in their hearts. This battle might be difficult, but it's not unwinnable. In such desperate circumstances, negative emotions can lead to chaos, but if you show them hope, they'll create miracles. In this moment of impending death, everyone is giving it their all. At this moment, Wushan City isn't just relying on the immortal, they are relying on their own strength to resist those terrifying demons. The mosquito spirits are being constantly eliminated by the people of Wushan City. Even though the power of ordinary qi, refining humans, is useless, everyone is working together. At this moment, they held their weapons firmly in hand and shouted, "We can't rely on the immortal. That's right, we'll protect Wushan City with our lives." Shen Tian stood high above, watching everyone working together to eliminate the enemy, and muttered in admiration, "Even though the strength of ordinary qi, refining humans, is useless, everyone is of one mind. These people are worth me, this holy sun, finding a way to save." Then, he took out several stacks of talismans, and thought sharply, "We gotta have a blast." Thinking this, he threw all the talismans at once, and announced the technique, "money-wasting art." Instantly, outside the protective barrier, the mosquito spirits were blasted spectacularly by his talismans. The two old cultivators below gaped at this scene, saying to each other, What did I just see?" The immortal threw out premium explosion talismans. One of those sells for several hundred spirit stones on the market. The immortal just threw out a bit much. Heavens, from that sound there must be over 100 of them, right? The two continued to admire and exclaim to each other, "This immortal from the Beidou Holy City is really rich. This isn't just wasting money, this is clearly throwing a gold mine." The others on this side felt sorry for him, even crying for him, seeing him waste money like that. They heard that the bounty for the mosquito spirits was only a few coins, and the reward for 100 mosquito spirits is worth several battles. "Aren't you hurting, sir?" Some were also deeply moved, cheering the immortal's righteous actions, selflessly saving people, truly benevolent. Shen Tian looked at the people below and was speechless, dripping with sweat.
Why are they all making these faces? There were still many mosquito spirits outside the barrier, so he had to ignore them and get back to business. Never mind, gotta quickly kill the small fries and get the boss to appear. Time waits for no one anyway. The Beidou Holy Sun is almost here, he secretly decided, a little hastily. This Holy Sun is gonna quickly beat the boss and run. Outside the protective barrier, there were still many mosquito spirits flying over. Although he and the local people had eliminated a large number, the more he killed, the more he realized how dense the number of mosquito spirits was. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Why are there more and more blood mosquitoes?" He recalled the formidable black mosquito and thought to himself, "Moreover, that black mosquito still hasn't appeared. It must be secretly observing. If it doesn't show up soon, the Beidou Holy City will arrive." Finally, he came to a conclusion. That's right. This thing is definitely waiting for me to exhaust my spiritual energy and then strike when I'm too tired to resist. A great strategy indeed. Acting on his thoughts, he started throwing out more talismans, first to make it think he didn't have many explosion talismans left. He originally thought he had a lot of explosion talismans, so he shouldn't throw out too many now, better pretend to use them sparingly. Shen Tian, while planning, was also controlling the power in his body, to make it seem as if his spiritual energy was already unsustainable. At this moment, an old cultivator suddenly approached him and advised, "Immortal, please rest for a moment." He had just spent a large amount of power, so he was a little tired, and listened to them saying, "That's right, Immortal, you are now our city's last hope. We will guard this place. Please sit down and rest." His eyes widened, and he reminded him very worriedly and urgently, "That mosquito spirit hasn't appeared yet. Immortal, you must preserve your energy." After saying that, he didn't forget to add, "Please rest assured, Immortal, with us here we will absolutely not let a single mosquito spirit enter." Shen Tian listened and had to sit down, circulating his spiritual power to regulate his body. He said very politely to them, "Then I'll have to trouble you all." After a long time, when he had recovered his strength, he still hadn't seen the shadow of the black mosquito. He was very bored and thought to himself, "This Holy Sun is performing so hard, why the heck hasn't that thing appeared yet?" At this moment, its shadow finally appeared outside. He sat far away and caught sight of the appearance of the black mosquito. Shen Tian smiled smugly to himself. "It finally appeared. This Holy Sun has been waiting for you until the flowers have withered." The black mosquito with its terrifying size appeared outside the barrier, directly scaring everyone inside. They shouted in panic, It's the black-winged mosquito, how is this possible?" It has successfully advanced to the Golden Core stage in just a few short days. These people believed his play acting just now, so they were also panicking. At the same time, "We originally thought that the Immortal could completely resist the Golden Core stage, but he just fought with the blood mosquitoes and expended too much energy. His condition is very bad. What should we do today? Is there anyone in the entire Wushan city who can resist this bloodthirsty monster?" The black mosquito said confidently to those below. "Your daddy's back," he also confidently proclaimed. "A blood mosquito always repays debts. You all must die." His weapon was that sharp nose in front of his mouth. The people in the city, seeing his huge, sharp nose, panicked and cried out, That's his natal magic weapon. Just a few months ago, he was only at the Qi refining stage. In such a short time, he not only successfully formed his core, but also refined his natal magic weapon." Without giving the people inside the barrier time to react, he charged straight up, pointing his sharp nose at the protective shield. Suddenly, instead of piercing the barrier, he disappeared without a trace. The people below, worried, looked around and asked, "What, the black-winged mosquito disappeared? Where did he go?" Then, the short-haired guy suddenly felt something, and his face twisted in pain. The black mosquito had, without anyone noticing, stabbed his weapon straight into the guy's chest, and just like that, he was finished off without even getting a word in. The others, seeing this, scattered in terror. He laughed evilly and threatened the people below. "This great formation is no challenge for your daddy," the black mosquito said fiercely and angrily. "Damn humans, daring to kill my offspring!" At this moment, the tiny mosquito spirit suddenly flew towards him. The others, seeing this, cried out in horror, "What? The blood mosquitoes are all gathering around the black-winged mosquito?" The black mosquito was swarmed by them, leaving no space. Only one sentence escaped his lips. "Today, your daddy will suck you dry." He was also frantically fighting against its massive power, and said, "The power is so terrible." A frightening and strange face gradually emerged from the swarm of mosquitoes. Finally, the black mosquito completely transformed into a human form, and smirked. The black mosquito, after transforming, pointed his spear at him and said, "I didn't expect a Foundation establishment cultivator to have such combat power." "Unbelievable." Shen Tian sat opposite him, listening without moving.
It's a pity you true disciples of Holy Lands are truly too weak. His face was full of displeasure as he gloomily looked at him and uttered insults.
The treatment he's enjoying is completely inferior to that of the demon race, and we foolishly thought we could save him.
Extremely confident in his victory, he said boastfully. You just used so many explosive talismans to blow up those extreme grade ones, all to save those ordinary people in Blackrock City. What a waste of resources. Do you know those were all your daddy's spoils of war? Unforgivable?
Finishing his words, he raised his weapon and charged at him, roaring like mad.
Shen Tian didn't show any impatience at all, and summoned the lightning treasure. Come, let me give you a taste of this. He also noticed his weapon, and said, This magic weapon has a strange shape. Before he could even approach, he was hit by a shot from his magic weapon, forcing him to dodge. He exclaimed in surprise, This magic weapon is a Qimen hidden weapon.
After dodging, he didn't forget to turn back and observe the power of the previous move. The mosquito spirit was very surprised and sighed. Just a moment ago it blew away the clustered mosquitoes. I didn't expect the power to be so great.
But he wasn't afraid, and continued to charge angrily. Damn it! Immediately, he approached him with incredible speed, but his spear was blocked before it could even touch him.
For some reason his body was tightly wrapped by thorny vines, unable to move. The mosquito spirit also yelled in surprise, Damn it! What is this? Shen Tian, sitting opposite him, smugly pulled out 2 more stacks of talismans. He was completely shocked, and thought to himself, didn't he use up all his explosive talismans? How does he still have so many?
Without giving him time to react or struggle, he threw all the talismans towards him. The bunch of exploding talismans immediately stuck to his body. The mosquito spirit panicked a bit, sweating profusely. I'm done for, I've been hit. A dazzling light suddenly appeared before his eyes.
Shen Tian's eyes were full of death, and he used the treasure next to him to attack. He said to him heroically, Justice is here, truth is within range.
Instantly, Mosquito Spirit's body had to endure the full, powerful force of that treasure. After the attack ended, Mosquito Spirit was defeated, unable to fight anymore. But the people in the city below, seeing this, couldn't help but celebrate and shout, Mosquito Spirit is dead. Blackwing was killed by the Immortal Elder. Long live the Immortal Elder. Long live. Only you realized that things weren't completely over, and secretly speculated, Mosquito Blood hasn't retreated yet, so Blackwing Mosquito hasn't died. At this moment, the city lord of Wushan City suddenly appeared behind you, constantly crying and bowing, Immortal Elder, you have solved the Blackwing Mosquito for this city, saving this city from dire straits. Please accept a bow from me.
Shen Tian righteously helped him up, and naturally said, Don't kneel, even ghosts demand payment for their services.
Hearing this, he was shocked and stammered, Payment. Immortal Elder, we really can't afford it. The city lord thought back to the number of magical artifacts you had thrown out earlier, and cried silently. Not to mention how much money this Immortal Elder's actions cost this time. Just the value of those exploding talismans alone is enough to buy this entire Wushan city.
He thought about the city's financial situation and felt heartbroken.
You saved all the people of Wushan City. We are grateful for your great kindness and virtue. Although very grateful to Shen Tian, he also felt very sorry for the property of the whole city and thought,
But we really can't afford your loss of exploding talisman. And we can't afford to sell ourselves. Seeing that he intended to renege on the reward, you angrily said, Can't afford it. Are you kidding about the 10,000 taels of silver you offered as a reward? Are you deceiving me? Hearing your words, the city lord was also surprised, and asked worriedly, 10,000 taels of silver? In his heart he felt 10 kilograms lighter, and asked you again. The reward that the Immortal Elder is talking about is 10,000 taels of silver. Shen Tian rolled his eyes speechlessly and replied, Or what? How much do you think it is? You guys use money to offer rewards. I use money to work. Is there a problem?
While listening to your words and secretly calculating the amount of money in his head. So, Immortal Elder, do you really want the reward of 10,000 taels of silver? Why do you say that 10,000 taels of silver is equivalent to a few spirit stones, not even enough to buy a single Dang Huang exploding talisman? While the city lord was disbelievingly calculating back and forth, you eliminated Mosquito Spirit for a small reward, regardless of the huge price, but you didn't understand anything, and observed him with a face full of question marks.
That's not right. Immortal Elder will definitely not be that brainless. Must have other intentions.
At this moment, the image of Shen Tian appeared in his mind like an idol. That's right, the Immortal Elder is thinking about the dignity of our Wushan city, using 10,000 taels of silver to ease the tense atmosphere. He was very touched and trembled, thinking, as expected of an Immortal Elder from the Holy Land, truly great virtue, wisdom, compassion, and joy. This is to prevent us from feeling guilty and ashamed. I understand. I understand.
Finally, he respectfully saluted you and said, "Please wait a moment, immortal elder. I will immediately go and fetch the 10,000 taels of silver." Shen Tian stopped him and reminded him very calmly, "Don't rush. That demonic monster isn't dead yet."
On the ground, there were piles of corpses of mosquito spirits, and on the wilderness, a blood mist had started to spread from who knows when. These mosquito spirits, although they have been completely defeated, still have a great use. In the body of the blood mosquitoes being killed drop by drop, the blood quickly gathered in one place. An extremely terrifying energy also began to gather in the sky.
The pressure instantly enveloped the entire Wushan city, even 10 times more terrifying than when the mosquito blood appeared.
Black-winged mosquito unexpectedly appeared in the sky in the distance again. At this time, he repeated the words he had said before. "Detestable humans, you dare to kill my sons."
His eyes flashed a very dangerous red light, he said, both violently and coldly. "Today, I will definitely suck you dry."
Black-winged mosquito floated in the air, observing, and muttered. This time, the mosquito blood army attacked Wushan city also, because they wanted to use all the blood of the cultivators in the city to nourish the mosquito blood golden core stage. "You dare to kill him, hateful." He frowned as he pondered. "I thought that Wushan city invited external reinforcements was only golden core stage 3rd transition at most. I can deal with it, and even suck the opponent dry." He observed Shen Tian below, and thought. Unexpectedly, the external reinforcements that came not only have high cultivation, but also many treasures on his body. That is, the top-grade exploding talisman. Many foundation establishment cultivators take it out as the last resort, as a life-saving trump card. But this human cultivator dares to take it out and use it directly, and even takes out a stack in one breath.
The previous attack recalled in Blackwing Mosquito's mind, using hidden weapons to distract the mosquito blood, then using vines to block the action, and then killing him. He commented, "This person is too sinister."
He carefully analyzed the situation. That vine is definitely not simple. It is likely to be the legendary heaven and earth strange object, spirit wood. If it is really spirit wood, then killing this kid in front of me can also compensate for the loss to the ancestors.
Blackwing Mosquito blasted out right in front of Shen Tian with a spear in his hand and shouted, "Stupid human, die!"
Then with a twist, he disappeared immediately. What, disappeared?
Blackwing Mosquito suddenly appeared in front of Shen Tian, attacking him with a spear.
The spear pierced into his chest.
He immediately realized the matter. Shen Tian activated his power and held the spear tightly.
Blackwing Mosquito faced the dazzling light, wondering, can't pull out the long spear. Being sucked tightly, how is that possible? He looked at Shen Tian's determined face, thinking, just a small foundation establishment cultivator, how can he use his chest to block my blood god spear? Is this guy's chest made of immortal gold?
Well, from inside his chest, Shen Tian pulled out a vine. Shen Tian was still standing firm, engulfed in flames, and he said, "Finally lured you out."
The vines shot out powerfully, tightly wrapping around Blackwing's limbs.
Shen Tian said confidently,
"This little bit of immortal vine can't restrain me." He continued to release another vine. "Try this." It wrapped tightly around Blackwing's entire body, and he exclaimed, "This firmness can't struggle free. This is a different immortal vine."
Shen Tian grinned, thinking,
this binding immortal cord was refined in a nascent soul stage, binding immortal vines cultivation ground. After being refined, it's used to bind nascent soul stage cultivators. Extremely tricky. Once each of them are bound, escaping won't be easy.
Immediately after, a series of talismans appeared, stuck tightly to Blackwing's body.
He challenged,
"Same tricks? You think they'll still work on this venerable one?" "Ridiculous!" Shen Tian reached out his hand and shouted,
"Godly blood domain." He looked at him, muttering inwardly. That defensive layer of his blocked all the damage from my yin-yang explosive talismans. These explosive talismans are just for the foundation establishment stage. Given enough of them, they can kill golden core stage cultivators, but in front of a nascent soul stage mosquito blood venerable, they're completely useless.
Blackwing said proudly,
"Human, this venerable one admits you're very cunning, and your whole body is covered in treasures. It's just a pity your cultivation is too low. These treasures are wasted in your hands." He continued, "Give up resisting, and obediently await death. Seeing that you're offering up so many treasures, this venerable one might spare your life."
He looked at Shen Tian, bursting with power, and said, "Oh right, there's also the battle armor you're wearing. It can even block a full-force attack from this venerable one. This kind of treasure deserves to be worn by this venerable one to truly realize its value. Once you're dead, This venerable one will put it to good use. He threw a bunch of talismans towards Blackwing. The talismans continued to stick tightly to him. Blackwing continued to challenge. This godly blood domain is not something you can break. Useless. He looked at him, thinking, this binding immortal vine is already weak. It's time to send him on his way. Suddenly, a light appeared. But very quickly, the mosquito blood venerable's face turned serious. Guns appeared, pointed straight at him. Behind each Blackwing were 6 pistols, all aimed at the mosquito blood venerable for a rapid-fire divine cannon attack, he exclaimed. You little punk! A series of bullets fired, creating a huge explosion. At the same time, more and more explosive talismans went off, wasted like trash, attacking the mosquito blood venerable. A casual count would be 3,000 to 5,000. Blackwing struggled to withstand the attacks, but these weren't the most fatal. They could only weaken the mosquito blood venerable's blood god domain continuously. Suddenly his eyes widened, as if realizing something. Shen Tian took out a command token. Yi Changlan immediately appeared behind him. But most fatal of all was the large, proud figure behind Shen Tian. He and his sword flew forward. Blackwing, the everlasting river sword intent cleaves the universe. That middle-aged man held a huge sword in his hand, slowly thrusting it out. Blackwing directly received the attack from Li Changlan. He became motionless immediately after. Then a piece of paper spurted out of Blackwing's mouth. Shen Tian immediately grabbed it before Blackwing could react. He thought contentedly. This is the great opportunity of the North Star Holy Sun. This trip of thousands of miles to Blackrock City was for this. Now that the treasure has fallen into my hands and the North Star Holy Sun hasn't arrived yet, this speed is still acceptable. Blackwing stared at Shen Tian in shock. He was pinned to the ground and shouted loudly, "Kill me if you want, but don't humiliate me." "How dare you, human, be so rude?" Shen Tian replied annoyedly. "Rude? A demon like you wants to talk about manners with me? Weren't you just trying to stab your spear into this holy sun?" He then cast a spell, manipulating the vines to threaten Blackwing. "Weren't you just trying to suck me dry? Now I'm letting you suck. I want to see if you suck me dry or I suck you dry." A blood-curdling scream echoed from there. A team of horses pulling a carriage was moving through the night sky. On the carriage was Shen Tian, sitting cross-legged, majestically. The North Star Holy Sun has been having chaotic nascent soul fluctuations recently. His mental state is unstable, and he wants to find a few demons to vent on. In recent days, the North Star Holy City's nascent soul stage has been taking on basic demon-slaying missions, which are mostly accepted by the North Star Holy Sun. Dude's face was all majestic and stern. And today, Shen Tian, the Holy Son of the Big Dipper, wanted to get to Black Mountain City first to hunt down this blood mosquito. He thought to himself, this blood mosquito's cultivation speed is insane. In just 3 or 4 short months, it went from Qi refining to almost golden core stage. Did this little demon get some major lucky encounter or what? His carriage rolled on towards the swarm of mosquitoes buzzing in front of them. Shen Tian got all excited and yelled, "How dare you! A demon dares to occupy a city under the Big Dipper Holy Land. Kill!" He tightened his grip on the reins of the carriage, then he pulled out his sword and shouted, "9 heavens, starry light. Become my sword, I shall guide the light for eternity." Shen Tian charged straight into the mosquito swarm, swinging his sword a few times. The majestic Shen Tian, with his Yangcheng sword, shouts to kill. He was bursting with vigor and said, "Just a blood mosquito dares to block this holy sun's path. Kill." Suddenly, both man and horse freaked out when a burst of green light appeared out of nowhere and immediately got hit, making him scream. Shen Tian fell off the carriage, plummeting straight from the sky. The Azure Dragon formation tried its best to withstand the blood mosquito's attack. Shen Tian's chariot charged towards the Azure Dragon formation with great speed and collapsed, face-planting headfirst into the ground in front of the people. The protective barrier broke, and the swarm of mosquitoes began to rush in. Everyone panicked and shouted, "We're doomed! The grand formation is broken! The blood mosquitoes are attacking! Run!" Shen Tian was dizzy, wondering, who am I? Where am I? Why is there a grand formation here? Shen Tian also realized what was happening and thought, if the blood mosquitoes come into contact with the people in the city, it will immediately become a road full of corpses. It is impossible to kill all of the blood mosquitoes right away. He turned to the black-winged mosquito and shouted, ordering, "I know you definitely have a way to make all the blood mosquitoes retreat. Hurry up or I'll kill you right now." He looked at him slyly and replied, "As long as you swear not to kill me, I will immediately make them leave." He was surprised when Shen Tian slapped his hand to make a promise. "You dare threaten me? All right, I swear, as long as you order these blood mosquitoes to leave, I won't kill you, nor will I let others kill you." He took out a hammer and smashed it directly on the black-winged mosquito's head and hurriedly said, You're talking too much. I've made a vow, okay? Hurry up and make these blood mosquitoes scram, or I'll kill you first, then kill these blood mosquitoes, and then use my trump card.
He gnashed his teeth bitterly, thinking, he also possesses heaven and earth treasures, matched with battle armor. So many magical treasures. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator can be killed by you. Isn't this your trump card? This man is too scary.
The black-winged mosquito then used his skill, causing energy to be released from his eyes and mouth. The people below were being chased everywhere by mosquitoes. Those huge, fierce mosquitoes were sticking to them. Suddenly changing direction, the people exclaimed, "They're flying away! We're saved!" The city was cleared of mosquitoes. The blood mosquitoes flew out of the city and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Everyone happily said, "The immortal master drove the blood mosquitoes away. We're saved. Thank you for the great kindness and virtue of the immortal master." Suddenly, Xiang Meng tightened his grip on the black-winged mosquito, causing him to shout, "Hey, what are you doing? Didn't you say that as long as I let the blood mosquitoes go, leave completely, then you wouldn't kill me?"
Shen Tian calmly replied, "Then I didn't kill you, did I?"
Sweat dripped from his forehead, thinking, I drove the mosquitoes away, and he didn't kill me. It seems like this is the logic. Screw it, why didn't I force this brat to let me go just now? Suddenly he muttered, "The human race is indeed cunning. Fortunately, I have preparations."
The black-winged mosquito shouted, trying to persuade.
"Great immortal, don't you want to know what that yellow paper is?" Shen Tian replied carelessly.
"I don't want to know," he continued.
"Immortal master, please listen to me. I guarantee that you will be very interested after hearing it." He began to explain the power of the paper. That yellow paper is no ordinary object. It is the ultimate technique that the Blood River Great Saint used to become famous 10,000 years ago, dominating the entire eastern wilderness. The blood god scripture. Shen Tian still showed no interest.
"Really?"
Black-winged mosquito was still thinking about the powerful man who owned the paper, muttering, "Blood River Great Saint is a freaking great saint!
Only a saint who has overcome the 9 tribulation thunderbolts is worthy of being called a great saint.
Moreover,
Blood River Great Saint is a prominent figure among the great saints. Super famous. Such a super-duper old geezer hides such a powerful technique. But this kid doesn't even care? Is he, like, a descendant of the great emperor or something?"
He struggled on the roof while still tied up,
continuing, "Great immortal, you might not know, but this blood god scripture is super magical. It can separate your soul and blood essence, creating another clone. And this clone's aura is exactly like yours, as if you have a second life. Even a powerhouse with cultivation far beyond yours would have a hard time telling the difference."
Black-winged mosquito explained the appearance.
"That blood mosquito golden core you just killed was actually a clone of my main body." While Shen Tian summoned the ghost mother, he thought, "The blood god scripture has 2 parts in total. This one in his hands is just the basic volume, and he hid another one in a place only he knows. If the immortal elder is interested, maybe he'll spare me."
He continued to observe him, judging.
"But why does the immortal elder look so indifferent? It's like he's not interested in the blood god scripture at all. Seriously."
Shen Tian chuckled.
"You're trying to tell me that the blood god scripture I have isn't complete, and if I swear to spare you, you'll give me the other part."
Black-winged mosquito panicked when he heard that.
"How do you know?" He recalled the time when Shen Tian defeated him. "How do I know?" "Because this saint has already seen this scene. In Shen Tian's destiny vision, he encountered the mosquito blood venerable, who wanted to wipe out Blackrock City, easily defeated the clone, and also got the good stuff hidden by the mosquito blood venerable. Mosquito blood venerable couldn't win, using the blood god scripture as a bargaining chip. And finally, Shen Zhongxian agreed to mosquito blood venerable's request for the ultimate technique, and spared the heavily sinful mosquito blood venerable."
Shen Tian pondered. "But this saint already knows where the second part of the blood god scripture is, so why would I easily spare you?"
Immediately after, he ordered the ghost mother, with the gun in Nine's hand, "Finish him off."
Ghost mother was ready,
gun in hand.
Black-winged mosquito screamed in panic,
"You swore you wouldn't let anyone else kill me."
A gunshot rang out immediately after. Shen Tian said sternly,
"Nine isn't a person, she's a ghost." He bitterly moaned soundlessly. Black-winged mosquito went crazy, saying, "Humans are so cunning." He secretly wondered, why? Why isn't that human moved by even such a precious blood god scripture inheritance? He looked at Shen Tian, thinking, could it be that in this person's eyes, the lives of a few mortals are far more important than a peerless immortal scripture?
Shen Zhongtian's head was still spinning, asking, what did this saint just do? He looked around in panic at the horses that had fallen over, muttering, so Blackrock City has a lightning grand formation protecting it, but this saint directly crashed into it. Not only did I lose 4 unicorn Pegasus and destroy a spirit metal war chariot, but I also caused casualties. He regretted it and held his head, wailing, Why didn't this saint use divine sense to scout the situation before attacking? If I'm sent back to the Holy Land, won't I be laughed at? Suddenly, Shen Tian saw something and exclaimed, That's Shen Tian. He was being surrounded by people and cheered on. Shen Tian's face turned green with displeasure, thinking, this glory and worship should have belonged to this saint. It's because this saint was a step late that I lost this opportunity. Shengxiao, Holy Son, why aren't you peacefully cultivating in your sect? Why did you suddenly run to a city under the jurisdiction of the Beidou Holy Land? From inside the ghost mother's arms, Nine said, Master, the resentment on that distant powerhouse is very strong. Shen Tian looked at Shen Tian, who was burning with resentment, and said, Resentment? You drove your BMW into this saint's grand formation, and I haven't even settled the score with you. What resentment do you have? Oh well, considering the faint golden halo above your head, I shouldn't make enemies. He happily remembered the golden paper, thinking, moreover, the crisis in Blackrock City has been resolved, and the scripture on mosquito blood venerable has been obtained. Now that I got the good stuff, I should retreat. Yeah, living quietly is the key. Suddenly, Liang Chen, along with his sword, swooped down from the sky, rushing towards Shen Tian, shouting, What the heck? The crisis was already resolved. You shouldn't have broken the grand formation.
His eyes were bloodshot, pointing his sword. Shameless rebel, return my mother's life.
Shen Tian was surprised when he saw this, thinking, such a young child is already at the foundation establishment stage. In this resource-poor Blackrock City, he's considered a once-in-a-century immortal cultivation genius. However, facing the Beidou Holy Son, who has already entered the nascent soul stage, it's undoubtedly throwing eggs at rocks. Immediately, he was grabbed by Shen Tian's hand, who grabbed his face and controlled him, then muttered, Damn it, this saint is in a bad mood. How dare a foundation establishment cultivator like you provoke me? Let's see if this saint dares to kill you. Liang Chen trembled, thinking, My mother and I have relied on each other for survival. It wasn't easy to get the opportunity to embark on the path of immortal cultivation, and I was about to let my mother live a good life. He recalled the scene of his mother facing the giant mosquito, and then encountering the mosquito blood attack on the city. I stood on the city gate, desperately wielding my sword to kill the enemy, patiently waiting for the immortal elder to capture mosquito blood venerable and resolve the crisis. Suddenly, a moron came out of nowhere and crashed into the grand formation, and my mother was sucked of more than half of her blood by a blood mosquito, and is dying. She can't be saved anymore. Shen Tian then pulled him up, avoiding the sword stabbing from below. Liang Chen sobbed, muttering to himself, Death it is. It's just a pity that I, Liang Chen, am useless, unable to avenge my mother. If there's a next life, I swear I'll repay this debt. Shen Tian cast a spell, shattering all the swords below. Shen Tian watched and remarked, So, the Beidou Holy Son is making a move, not giving me any face, he replied, while still holding Liang Chen's face. This guy is going against his superiors and attacking this Holy Son. Does the Shen Tian Holy Son want to protect him? Shen Tian turned to look at Shen Tian, commenting, That mini chaos palm with heart thunder of Shen Tian just now was perfectly timed. To block the sword energy mid-air, one needs to have powerful predictive abilities. Shen Tian spoke up for Liang Chen. This person is grieving for his lost loved one. His anger is understandable. Can Shen senior brother show some face and spare his life? He secretly assessed the young man's red and green halo. Considered as half a son of destiny, he can receive very good karma. Hearing this, Shen Tian released Liang Chen without hesitation, saying, Fine. For Shen Jr. brother's sake, I'll spare his life. Shen Tian immediately extended a vine to catch him. He opened his mouth and asked, May I know your name, little brother? And is your mother still breathing? Perhaps this humble one can save her. Liang Chen clasped his hands and replied, This one is Liang Chen. Greetings, immortal. My mother still has a faint breath left. If you can save my mother, I, Liang Chen, am willing to serve you as an ox or a horse to repay your great kindness. Shen Tian said, Good, quickly. Take me to meet your mother. Liang Chen politely responded, Yes, thank you, immortal. He immediately led Shen Tian away. Shen Tian remained behind, watching them go. Inside a fairly large house, standing before his mother's bed, Liang Chen said, Mother has lost too much blood. Even if I circulate spiritual energy, I can only prolong her life a little. To fully revive her, we must have precious spirit medicines. He suddenly burst into tears looking at his mother, continuing, But how can I find spirit medicines of that level? Then, he turned to ask Shen Tian, Immortal, do you have a way to save my mother? Shen Tian rested his chin and assessed, Your mother's body has been pierced by mosquito blood, causing excessive blood loss.
He smiled firmly and said, "But for me it's treatable."
Shen Tian conjured a bottle of medicine in front of Liang Chen's mother. He opened the cap and poured out the green liquid inside. The medicine was poured directly onto her forehead, and she immediately opened her eyes. Liang Chen was surprised and exclaimed, "Mother?" She sat up, rubbed her face, and said, "I feel like I'm much younger." Liang Chen knelt down, clasping his hands before Shen Tian. "For the life-saving grace of the immortal, in the future Liang Chen is willing to serve you as an ox or a horse." Shen Tian stepped forward to help him up and said, "Silly boy, it's your filial piety that moved this humble one. If you want to thank someone, thank yourself. It's all fate. Perhaps you have a destiny with me."
He secretly chuckled and thought, "Not gonna lie, this feeling of pretending to be a transcendent expert isn't bad." After settling things, Shen Tian left the house. Shen Zongtian was standing right in front of the door and said, "Shen Junior Brother, that's the Nirvana holy liquid from a Nirvana realm saint undergoing tribulation. You're letting a mortal use it."
Hearing him say this, he turned his face, puzzled. Nirvana holy liquid is medicine. Isn't medicine for curing diseases? Shen Zongtian frowned,
grinding his teeth and muttering to himself. Familiar eyes, familiar words, and hey, this holy son has seen it at the Shen Tian holy ground. Damnable child of destiny, just doing whatever he wants, so jealous. Then, a young man and a young woman came, clasping their hands before Shen Tian, saying, "Begging the immortal to have mercy and save my father, I am willing to serve you as an ox or a horse, as a slave, to repay your kindness."
Soon after, a few more people came to ask for help. "Immortal Master, my daughter is dying, please. Immortal Master, save her. I am willing to exchange my life for my daughter's life. Immortal Master, please save my Wang Kai. Wang Kai saved my life." Shen Tian cast a spell, dispensing medicine to everyone. Although there were many people, each person only needed a drop, so it didn't waste much of the Nirvana holy liquid. Consider it accumulating merits. Everyone immediately became healthy and praised him endlessly. "No wonder he's an immortal master from the Beidu Holy Land, truly compassionate," a girl spoke up, saying, No. Didn't you hear just now? The immortal master is the Shen Tian holy son. It's the Beidu holy son who stumbled upon the formation," the boy replied. "The Shen Tian holy son, which means the immortal master isn't from the Beidu holy land, yet he doesn't mind the hardship and difficulty of solving our demon calamity, not sparing so many treasures." The people praised Shen Tian endlessly, while Shen Zongtian stood helplessly aside. So touching, the Shen Tian holy land is truly a holy land with a conscience, completely unlike some sects. This time, with the dozen or so blood-sucking mosquitoes, if it weren't for the immortal master passing by the time the Beidu holy sun arrived, our corpses would have turned to ashes. Shen Tian smiled brightly, listening to everyone. "It's laughable. Half of our annual taxes are offered to the Beidu holy city, but when something happens we can't rely on them. This time, if it weren't for the Shen Tian holy sun running into the formation, not a single person would have had to die." Afterwards, everyone shouted in unison, "Condemn them!" My poor Rao heir was drained of her essence by the blood-sucking mosquitoes. Even the immortal master couldn't save her. I must go to the holy city to appeal for justice. Let's go together. I heard my master say a long time ago that the newly appointed Beidu holy sun is a straw bag. He only knows how to follow behind the Zifu holy sun. So embarrassing. Being incompetent is one thing, but he still comes to cause trouble. Half of the deaths in the city this time are his fault. Shen Zongtian listened to every word of the criticism and hugged his head in a panic. "That's right. Ugly and still likes to show off. Geez, Shen Xiao holy son is as handsome as an immortal, entering the city through the city gate, but this guy just drives his chariot straight at people. It's infuriating. And they're both holy sons. Why is our holy son so pathetic? I gotta go to Beidu holy city to protest, support the true disciple of Beidu holy land, and kick this ugly, incompetent holy son off the stage." The people, in large groups, shouted together, "My wife and children are all dead. What's the point of me living? I'll go with you. Let's go together. Shen Zongtian felt like he was being stabbed by thousands of curses, thinking, "Damn it, I feel like my nascent soul is about to explode." His face darkened. A nascent soul explosion is no small matter. The light version is being haunted by inner demons resulting in mental breakdown. The severe version is death. Shen Zongtian turned to Shen Tian awkwardly and said, "Shen senior brother, Shen Mu has some important matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first, and if there's a chance in the future, I'll treat Shen senior brother." He thought to himself, "I need to quickly find a safe place to seclude myself, calm my mind, and figure out how to heal this wound." He soared into the sky, leaving amidst the people's shouts of disdain. Get out of here, get out." Shen Tian, seeing this, commented, "It seems that the luck I've snatched, the opportunity will indeed come,
but when luck is weak, that person will soon encounter misfortune.
He rested his chin on his hand, grinned, and thought, if I give the Blood God Sutra to Shen Tian, what will happen next? Will he just continue to be unlucky? This is a very important research question. Shen Tian stood up, the flying sword hovering in the air, and said to everyone, People of Black Rock City, this matter has been resolved. I'll take my leave now, he said to himself. The important task now is to quickly get the rest of the Blood God Sutra page. Liang Chen knelt before Shen Tian and said, Immortal, Liang Chen wants to follow you, to serve you as a servant, to repay your great kindness, he thought. What kind of horse do you want to be for this holy sun? This holy sun doesn't have any food for you. Shen Tian handed him a golden token and said, You fool, take this token to Shengxiao Holy Land and beg to join our sect. If you can join the Holy Land, it proves that our fate is not yet over, and we can still be brothers in the future.
Liang Chen's face was determined, and he said loudly, Thank you, Immortal. Shen Tian looked at him, secretly calculating. Using this guy to get close to Red Aura can also be considered a talent for Shengxiao Holy Land. The prosperity of the Holy Land is inseparable from the peerless geniuses, with golden halos like Zhang Yongxi and Zhang Yunting, but it's also inseparable from the solid foundation, with red halos.
Shen Tian flew away, not forgetting to wave goodbye.
As he flew in the sky, he thought, in the image that represents the opportunity, each blood venerable holds a different page of the Blood God Sutra. In a mountain valley, I must get it quickly. A moment later he arrived, surrounded by mountains of rocks.
Shen Tian sat in contemplation before two pieces of golden paper that were burning rapidly. Shen Tian had found another part of the Blood God Sutra hidden deep in a mountain. After Shen Tian dripped blood on it, the memories within the scripture rushed into his head. The Blood God Sutra has a total of 2 pages, divided into the Essence Blood Creation Grand Art and the Essence Blood Separation Grand Art.
That piece of golden paper could almost create a complete copy of a person. The Essence Blood Creation Grand Art can use one's own blood as a medium, creating a person with the same aura, whose body is completely in tune with the original cultivation level. The strength of the body is determined by how much blood you consume when casting the spell. The more blood you consume, the stronger the cultivation, up to 7/10 of the caster's strength.
Each piece of paper has a different power.
The second page also gives the user special abilities. The Essence Blood Separation Grand Art can split the cultivator's mental power into a fragment, pour it into a separated body with essence blood, and then control the clone with that fragment. This type of clone is called a blood god spawn. Blood god spawns and the incarnations of nascent soul cultivators are different in nature. The possessor of the power will gain a powerful burst of energy. Nascent soul cultivator's incarnation is not a pure clone, even more like a Dao incarnation. Cultivators can incarnate as many as they has insights on Dao, but blood god spawn has no number limits, as long as one is not afraid of running out of blood, spirit essence depletion. In theory, one can create unlimited blood god spawn incarnations. The mark on that person's forehead began to emit an astonishing surge of energy. Cultivators must integrate each avatar back with their body to break through to cross the tribulation stage. Blood god spawns do not have this restriction. They can be merged with the main body at any time. Even after crossing the tribulation and becoming a saint, this secret art can still be used.
That power also reveals its distinct function in combat. The incarnation of a nascent soul cultivator is the manifestation of Davio. Once killed, the strength of the main body will also be damaged, while the death of a blood god spawn has no major impact on the strength of the main body. Someone once used this power to rampage in the past. The Blood River Great Sage 10,000 years ago relied on this Blood God Sutra secret art to rampage across the eastern wilderness, relying on blood god spawns who were not afraid of death to show off his power. Every time a powerhouse took action, thinking they could kill the Blood River Great Sage, but after a few days, the Blood River Great Sage would reappear and continue to stir up trouble. He even sneaked into Thunder Sound Holy Land and stole a treasure of the Buddhist sect. The Thunder Sound Buddha Lord had to take action once to end this, and finally, the Thunder Sound Holy Land's Wu Shang Holy Monk emerged, sparing no expense to consume his origin, forcefully using the essence of the blood god spawn to calculate the location of the Blood River Great Sage's main body, and directly crushed the Blood River Great Sage's main body.
Shen Tian said wearily, "So this perfect sage proves that if you don't do bad things, you won't die."
Sitting thoughtfully before the 2 hovering pieces of golden paper, Shen Tian said, "According to these 2 pages, the Blood God Sutra has more than just these 2 pages. If I can find other pages and master the remaining secret arts, I can freely transfer between the soul in the blood god spawn and the main body." He began to analyze carefully. If that's the case, even if the main body is killed, the true spirit of the cultivator can be revived in the blood god spawn, so the ability to protect one's life will be greatly increased. He began to show a worried expression, biting his hand and saying, "Forget it, Satisfaction brings happiness. As long as I increase my luck and place it above the golden halo, I don't believe the remaining blood god sutra won't obediently run into this holy sun's bowl.
Blood from the bite dripped onto the paper. A baby body was created from the flames of the paper. That body was gradually completed, but Shen Tian was surprised when he saw that the body was very small. A drop of essence blood is only enough for this. It seems that this part of blood is indispensable. Then Shen Tian took out a bottle of Nirvana holy liquid from the azure ring and drank the whole bottle in one gulp, chugging down a whole bottle of Nirvana holy elixir. Shen Tian's face flushed red. His body felt like it was about to explode, and a crazy amount of vitality started radiating from the bead bracelet on his wrist. He activated the Guillaume and blurted out, "Damn, I can't take it anymore, it's so freaking hot." Seeing him glowing with red vitality, she couldn't help but exclaim,
"Master!" Shen Tian glared and continued to drip more blood onto that tiny body. It gradually took shape and started to look like him, growing bigger and bigger. Shen Tian's blood kept flowing into the body to complete the clone. Holy crap, just a short while, and it had sucked up a whole freaking barrel of blood. He grabbed a water bottle, taking a swig while thinking, even with the Nirvana holy elixir, I still feel kinda anemic. Wiping the sweat off his face, he looked at the body and muttered, "Yup, this essence blood stuff ain't something you can just mess with. The Nirvana holy elixir can't replenish the drained essence blood fast enough. First time doing this. Didn't pay much attention. Guess it'll take a few days to refine the elixir and recover."
The body was still incomplete, Shen Tian observed. This body can only unleash, like, 5/10 of my true power.
It does have the power of a natural treasure, though. If I pair it with the Xuanwu shield, Xuanwu armor, purple gold hammer and stuff, it can barely unleash the power of a normal golden core cultivator.
He gave a thumbs up, grinning. If I want it to get even stronger, I'll have to keep feeding it essence blood later.
Shen Tian continued the next step. Next, he would start separating his spiritual power.
The spiritual power was injected into the clone's head.
Almost immediately, the clone opened its eyes, and its arms and body started moving. Shen Tian cheered. This hands-on experience is amazing. It's like playing a game, controlling a character, using my own spiritual power to freely control this clone. He pulled out a set of clothes from his bead bracelet and put the clothes on first. He immediately praised his clone as it finished dressing.
Number 1. You're definitely a peerless handsome man.
Shen Tian's clone suddenly spoke. Nah, no way. It's all thanks to the main body's good genes.
The two happily laughed and high-fived, Shen Tian said. As expected, the clone won't lie.
Guillaume's face flushed as she saw it, thinking, but Master's clone is so handsome, especially when he's not wearing clothes. She hugged her face happily and muttered, looks like besides Jumer, probably no other woman gets to see Master's body, huh? Kinda exciting when you think about it. Shen Tian withdrew the spiritual power from the body, immobilizing it, and then put it inside the ring. He said to himself,
the azure sky ring can't store living things, so I have to suck out the blood god clone's spiritual power to store it. The blood god clone is a great invention. It's like having a second body. If I form my nascent soul in the future and someone kills me, I don't need to steal another body. I can just switch to the blood god clone.
He suddenly panicked, thinking, wait a minute. Why is this holy sun thinking about getting my body destroyed?
What if someone casually destroys my nascent soul? Then I'm screwed. This line of thinking is dangerous. Gotta be more careful.
Shen Tian said worriedly, if there's danger in the future, I'll let the precious blood god clone take the risk.
That's messed up. No way, gotta get some sleep first.
Meanwhile, Guillaume kept praising him shyly. Master is so handsome.
One sunny day, at the Rocky Mountains,
Shen Tian slept soundly on a big, soft bed he pulled out of his azure sky ring. Suddenly, he opened his eyes slightly and asked, Jubersir, how long have I been asleep? Guillaume in the bracelet replied, Master has been asleep for 3 days and 3 nights.
He immediately jumped up, totally freaked out, and shouted, I slept for 3 days and 3 nights, seriously.
Shen Tian's face turned green, and he asked worriedly, does that mean this holy sun missed the ancient battlefield trial?
Shen Tian released a small amount of energy from his fingertips, saying, I wished I could skip the ancient battlefield when I didn't have the blood god clone, but now that I have the chance to play this puppet character, following those guys with great luck to grind dungeons and leech opportunities, that's awesome.
He pointed his finger at the sky, declaring dramatically, ancient battlefield, this holy sun is coming.
A moment later he scratched his head and said, damn it, this holy sun is lost again.
Shen Tian took out a golden token. From the token, Zhang Longyuan said, Tian Fair, I've heard about your deeds. Your teacher is very happy. You are in the inner city of Wu Mountain City, under the command of the Big Dipper Holy Land, saved 1 million mortals, and embarrassed the Big Dipper Holy Sun. Very good. Your teacher has already sent Yunfeng to other sects to publicize it. He cheerfully continued to instruct. Our Shenxiao Holy Land should have such compassion for the common people. You don't need to worry about the pressure from the Beidou Holy Land. Your teacher will support you. Remember, the Shenxiao Holy Land will always stand by your side.
Shen Tian's face fell as he thought, what the heck? Has the matter in Black Tortoise Mountain spread to the Shenxiao Holy Land in just 3 days? Seriously, is the speed of information transmission in the cultivation world this fast?
Then he thought of Li Yunfeng, worrying. Moreover, you even sent Li Yunfeng to other sects to spread the news. Is that really a good idea? He imagined Shen Zhongtian collapsing miserably, thinking, with news spreading this fast, could it be that the Beidou Holy Sun was angered to death, so the Black Tortoise Mountain disaster that led to his death spread in an instant? No, probably not. Otherwise, Master would have said, I'm so glad you angered the Beidou Holy Sun to death, instead of losing face.
Next, he pictured Li Yunfeng's smug face. He continued thinking, this Li Yunfeng guy is just super fast at gathering gossip. This guy is indeed a gossip genius, otherwise how could he have heard about it? No wonder he dares to boast that he's the Xinxiao Eastern Wilderness by Xiaoxing, knowing half of everything. Shen Tian awkwardly spoke to Zhang Longyuan through the token. Master, it seems like your disciple is lost again. He asked, has the Taigu trial battlefield between our Holy Land and the Yaoqi Holy Land started yet?
Hearing this, his master replied, what? You're lost again? It's all right, Tianer. You're the child of destiny, born with supreme luck, so getting lost is nothing to worry about. Zhang Longyuan gave a thumbs up and said, don't trust any maps, just follow your instincts. I believe in you. You'll definitely find the right path and might even encounter a great opportunity. Shen Tian could only helplessly listen as his master said, the Taigu trial battlefield isn't important. I'll have them wait for you. If you find a great opportunity, just contact me directly through the Holy Sun token, and I'll immediately open a spatial gate to wait for your return, no rush.
After Zhang Longyuan's image disappeared, Shen Tian said, a disciple is lost, huh, master? Why are you so happy? Following my instincts will lead to opportunities. Are you serious, master? He raised his hands and shouted, this disciple is really not the child of destiny.
At the north peak of the Holy Land, a loud voice echoed through the sky. Shameful, utterly shameful. To think a holy son, Lu, would ride his horse into a grand formation. Are you blind? The Grand Elder of the Beidou Holy Land angrily exclaimed. Causing such a disaster, killing a few hundred mortals is one thing, but to let the Shenxiao Holy Sun encounter it is a disgrace to our sect. With the help of some busybodies, the story has already spread to half of the eastern wilderness. Our sect has completely lost face. Another elder said to him, Shen Zhongshan, as our holy son, has never taken responsibility. Instead, he's always brought shame to our sect. He's not fit to hold the position of holy son. The Grand Elder agreed, saying, exactly. Today, Shen Zhongshan's nascent soul exploded. His cultivation is halved, and he's no longer suitable to be the holy son. The other elders also chimed in, constantly criticizing. While the Holy Master pondered, Shen Zhongtian's talents for Jiaoguang and Xu Tiangshuan are the best choices. The Holy Master originally wanted to establish another holy son. The Holy Master will consider. I will consider. He felt worried and bitter. Gritting his teeth, he endured their words. I will also consider it. The Beidou Holy Master observed, pondered, and then sighed. Shen Zhongtian causing trouble is a small matter, but losing face in front of the Shenxiao Holy Sun, and even having busybodies spread the news, is a big deal. Shen Zhongtian's nascent soul explosion has damaged the reputation of the Holy Land. These elders have long wanted to overthrow him, taking the opportunity to make things difficult. Suddenly a voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Changing holy lands and deposing holy sons, are these all jokes to you? Followed by an extremely loud roar, everyone began to panic and wonder. This is a dragon's roar. 6 dragons pulling a chariot. The aura emanating from each dragon is comparable to a peak nascent soul cultivator. Even a transformation stage heavenly lord could hardly achieve such a grand display. The dragon race is extremely proud and would not willingly lower their heads to pull a chariot without absolute obedience. Throughout the entire eastern wilderness, the one with such a display is the Zifu Holy Sun, Qi Xiaoxuan, standing proudly on the chariot with a large blade in hand. Behind him was a powerfully coiling dragon, the elders exclaimed. That phenomenon is the Azure Dragon, soaring to the 9 heavens. Only by cultivating to an extremely high level of the Northern Sea Black Dragon's true dragon emperor scripture can one condense such a phenomenon. The Zifu Holy Sun, Qi Xiaoxuan, has officially gained the approval of the Northern Sea Black Dragon race. In the future, he may receive a contract acknowledged by the pure-blooded Black Dragon. At that time, his protectors will not only be the Zifu Holy Land,
but also the incredibly powerful Northern Sea Black Dragon Island.
Qi Shaoxuan entered the top rankings of Eastern Wilderness's Golden Core stage cultivators. The peerless genius, Qi Shaoxuan, is honored to have the aptitude of a great emperor here. As long as he doesn't die, his achievements will be no less than an invincible saint. If he continues to win, he may even prove the Dafio and become an emperor. How can these Beidou Holy Land elders compare to such a being with unlimited potential?
He observed Shen Tian, thinking, if we fought, even the guy's mount might not be able to beat him. Accusing Qi Shaoxuan's junior brother Shen Tian is just courting death. The Beidou Holy Master spoke up, asking, may I ask why the Zifu Holy Son has come here?
Qi Shaoxuan conjured a golden scroll in front of Shen Tian and said, greetings Beidou Holy Master. Qi Shaoxuan is here today for two reasons. First, hearing that Shen Tian's nascent soul exploded, I, Shaoxuan, was concerned, and came specifically to impart the Nirvana Undying Emperor scripture to help him heal.
The Grand Elder of the Beidou Holy Land was stunned. He thought to himself, that's a huge step. That's the Nirvana Undying Emperor scripture, and a supreme inheritance that affects the prosperity of a Holy Land. To impart it to Shen Tian like this, I guess he'll only impart a little bit, not the whole thing, but even so, it's a great opportunity for Shen Tian.
He watched Shen Tian receive the scroll, muttering,
He's showing off his retainers, isn't he? Buying bones with 1,000 gold? Qi Shaoxuan is here to show his attitude so that more people will follow him in the future.
The Beidou Holy Master clasped his hands and said, the righteousness of the Zifu Holy Son. I thank you for Zhongtian. The Zifu Holy Son is truly generous, passing on an emperor scripture so casually. Qi Shaoxuan cheerfully replied, but this emperor scripture is nothing compared to the friendship between Zhongtian and I. I, Shaoxuan, most enjoy making friends, and I sincerely want to be brothers with everyone. I will definitely not be stingy with the senior brothers and junior brothers of Beidou. If you're interested, you can come to my Zifu Holy Son's residence to make friends at any time. I will definitely welcome you. The Grand Elder of the Beidou Holy Land recalled his words and asked, Holy Son, you said you came here for two things. What is the second thing?
Suddenly, Qi Shaoxuan became serious, saying, the second thing. Qi Shaoxuan suddenly became serious, while channeling his power and said,
second thing is, Qi just stepped into the 10th Revolution realm, and the realm hasn't stabilized yet. The Great Elder of the Beaming Holy Land looked surprised and asked, a 10th Revolution Golden Core? The early stage of a Golden Core is 1 or 2 revolutions, the middle stage is 3 revolutions, and the late stage is 4 revolutions. 9 revolutions is the limit of the Golden Core.
A man strained himself, muscles bulging. But this is just the limit for normal cultivators. For true peerless geniuses aiming to impact the Emperor realm, surpassing the limit is what they should pursue. The Donghuang lineage has a saying, only by completing the 10th Revolution Golden Core will one have the chance to truly touch the Emperor realm. The Donghuang hasn't had an emperor for 10,000 years, and for 1,000 years there hasn't been a genius who reached the 10th Revolution Golden Core.
Qi Shaoxuan had long understood this power. Qi Shaoxuan reached the 9th Revolution Golden Core at the age of 18, topping the Golden Core list. Spending 2 years in the Golden Core stage was to surpass the limit and reach the 1,000-year rare 10th Revolution realm.
He said with a powerful voice. The azure blade in his hand hit the floor.
Rumor has it that the Beiming Holy Land's Tianggang 7-star formation is incomparably profound, and the 7 sons of Beiming are all contemporary geniuses.
He glanced at the azure blade and continued.
Among them, the 3 junior brothers Jiao Guang, Tian Shu, and Tian Xuan are also at the top of the Golden Core list.
Shaoxuan presumes to bet half of the Nirvana Imperishable Emperor's scripture and asks for guidance on the formation from the 7 junior brothers. If Shaoxuan fails, this half of the Nirvana Imperishable Emperor's scripture will be offered to your sect.
Everyone there focused their eyes on him, ignoring everyone else, extremely arrogant. But being so arrogant, coming from Qi Shaoxuan's mouth, seemed very natural. A complacent look appeared on Qi Shaoxuan's face. Because he was invincible. The proclamation was just because he wanted to formally prove it. Shen Tian was standing on a flying sword in the sky, sighing. Flying for half a day and still not meeting any human cities.
Suddenly, Zhang Longyuan's voice came from the token. What's wrong, Tianker? Shen Tian replied. Master, I don't want to strive anymore. I found a lucky chance.
He continued gently. I'm very happy. Tianker's luck is even higher than I imagined. Just getting lost for a few hours, and you were able to find a great lucky chance. Compared to you, Qi Shaoxuan is not worth mentioning. Shen Tian held the token in his hand, listening to Zhang Longyuan say, Just stay there, don't go anywhere, I'll come pick you up immediately.
A door appeared in front of him. and Zhang Longyuan appeared.
Tianflier, come here immediately. Shen Tian stepped into the door, and he was led to him along with Bilian.
Bilian laughed mockingly and said, "You just met a great lucky chance after a few hours. What lucky chance is it? Take it out for Uncle Master to see. Uncle Master guarantees not to snatch it from you."
Zhang Longyuan immediately turned to remind him, "You, elders, must have the appearance of elders. Whatever lucky chance Tianxia gets is his fortune, and it is also his future trump card. The fewer people who know about it, the better." He thought of the pile of books and began to teach. "If you have seen the lives of 1,000 people with great luck, you will find that the children of luck all have their own secrets and trump cards. We as elders must learn to respect."
Zhang Longyuan put his hand on Bilian's shoulder and said happily,
"People who plot to peep at the secrets of the children of luck don't have good endings."
Then he turned to Shen Tian and asked, "Tian Tier, can you tell Master how big this lucky chance is?"
Shen Tian racked his brains thinking of all kinds of fruits of different sizes, and wondered, how big is this lucky chance? How should I answer? As big as a cucumber, as big as an eggplant, or as big as a winter melon? Normally big, pretty big, very big, or so big that I can't bear it.
After thinking for a while, he replied, "Roughly as big as the Nirvana Sacred Dew lucky chance."
Shen Tian proudly praised the medicine bottle and the gold paper. "Nirvana Sacred Dew can increase my chances of survival. Basically no need to worry about getting injured. The blood god sun can create many clones for me, concealing me at the eye to avoid many fatal dangers. These two lucky chances are probably not much different."
Billy Lion was so shocked that his face turned gray, and he opened his mouth in astonishment, wondering, this kid has at least several thousand pounds of Nirvana Sacred Dew on him? The lucky chance he encountered this time is also no smaller than the Nirvana Sacred Dew? Lucky chance? Immeasurable heavenly lord. After only a few days, this kid has encountered ill-gotten wealth again.
Zhang Longyuan looked at him while he whined and complained.
Could it be that he is really the illegitimate son of the heavenly Dao, as second brother said? It's so unfair. There was once a disciple who was rich enough to ooze oil standing in front of me, but I didn't know how to cherish him.
Zhang Longyuan thought of Bai Lian and said, "Tianhe, the Taiji Yu trial battlefield is led by Bai Lian Peakmaster Bai Lian Tianzun. You came back at the right time. The trial team hasn't set off yet. Go find Bai Lian Tianzun to gather." Shen Tian respectfully clasped his hands and replied,
"Yes." Disciple obeys. As he turned to leave, he turned to Bilian and said, "How about it, am I right? If it weren't for me letting Tianyer follow his feelings, how could he have encountered a lucky chance? So you must read more books. Read more books. You must read books for the rise of the divine firmament Holy Land."
Shen Tian had already gone on his flying sword, while Zhang Longyuan and Bi Lian were still arguing. "How does it feel? Do you regret it? If you regret it, call me Grandpa." "Shut up, Yu Zhang. Don't be too deceiving."
At the peak of Bai Lian Peak, hundreds of people were gathered. The 108 Divine Firmament Foundation Establishment disciples who participated in the trial were the 108 people on the Foundation Establishment list of the Divine Firmament Holy Land. Anyone who sets foot in these blessed caves is qualified to be considered a true disciple. In a short period of time, basically these disciples can reach the realm of Golden Core Real Person. Among them, the more talented ones can even reach the realm of Nascent Soul Venerable. Their talent won't be lower than Shen Tian's sixth brother Shen Akeo, including Qin Yundi,
Gi Ba, and even Qin Gao and the others. Qin Yundi and eunuch Gi led these 108 people, and are also the first high-level members of the Heavenly Chosen Organization, and the 108 Foundation Establishment disciples have also joined the Heavenly Chosen Organization. Suddenly, a guy pointed and shouted, "Look! Senior brother Shen Tian is here." Shen Tian soared through the sky to cheers from the crowd below. "Senior brother Shen Tian is here. Senior brother Shen Tian is awesome."
He grinned, feeling pretty pleased with himself.
Everyone immediately cupped their hands, channeling their energy, as flying swords zipped all around. Shen Tian was totally surprised and wondered, what the heck, have these guys lost their patience and are ready to annihilate this holy sun for being late? I wasn't late by a few hours on purpose, so it can't be that bad, right? 6 swords gradually aligned themselves into a straight line. He was utterly flustered and blurted out, "This!" He then secretly guessed, "These swords look like they're forming a character." Right after that, a character formed by hundreds of swords arranged together appeared. Everyone cheered together. "Peak of immortality, pride of the world. Cultivate diligently every day. Follow our senior brother and become immortals." Giwiba looked visibly delighted, thinking, after arranging for so long, it finally worked out. At this crucial moment, I hope this slogan from the Heaven's Favor Organization can please Senior Brother Holy Sun. Shen Tian awkwardly covered his face, muttering to himself, "A slogan that makes you cringe just hearing it can actually be shouted out loud." Why do I feel like the leader of a demonic cult? Will I be arrested by the authorities?
Bai Lian smiled happily, thinking, young disciples love to idolize. Following an idol helps the leader manage the core members of the organization and build their authority. When we were young, we also fanatically followed and idolized those two senior brothers.
She immediately recalled the appearances of Bi Lian and Zhang Longyuan from her memories, lamenting, "It's just a pity that one of those two senior brothers was heavily wounded after being ambushed, and was forced to cultivate a cursed technique, deviating further and further from the right path. The other shouldered the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Holy Land, cultivating the heaven-mending Damayo scripture, and severing his emotions to break through his cultivation the fastest."
Bai Lian smiled as she looked at the crowd surrounding Shen Tian. It's been over 1,000 years now, and those two senior brothers have long lost the arrogance and enthusiasm of their youth. With the passage of time, they've become the very people they once despised. Seeing these young disciples so enthusiastically embrace a new leader today truly shows the generation gap. After all these years, it's about time the divine firmament Holy Land got a new spiritual leader.
Shen Tian awkwardly interacted with everyone. She continued to observe him, then said, "Shen Tian is favored by destiny, and his looks are peerless. He has the qualifications to hold this position." Bai Lian approached and held out a piece of yellow paper to Shen Tian. Tian, this is a divine firmament teleportation talisman. Using the teleportation point as the center, it can teleport 1,000 disciples back. The primordial battlefield is unpredictable and dangerous. If you encounter danger, do not act recklessly. Just crush this teleportation talisman in time.
He replied, "Thank you for your concern, Martial Uncle." In addition, she took out a stack of papers and said, "And this book contains some information about the primordial battlefield. Tian Goper can read it slowly on the way."
He helplessly stared at the thick book in his hand. "Thank you, Martial Uncle." Shen Tian secretly thought, "No way. Is a travel guide really this thick?" Thankfully, after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, this holy son can use divine sense. Memorizing the important parts of this book shouldn't be too hard.
A giant airship, hovering, was ready to depart. Bai Lian raised her hand and shouted, "Board the flying ship!" After that, the ship entered a spatial gate.
Not long after, Shen Tian encountered his first difficult problem.
Two girls constantly clung to Shen Tian, saying, Senior brother, I've admired you for a long time, can I get an autograph? Senior brother, I just mastered the flowing shadow crystal secret art, can I take a picture with you?" Then, other girls also flocked to him. Senior brother, how do you take care of your skin? Can you teach your junior sister? It's so smooth. Senior brother, I heard you have a pool of Nirvana holy liquid. Do you normally bathe in Nirvana holy liquid? Is that true? What does it feel like to bathe in Nirvana holy liquid? Senior brother, I heard that senior sister Yun Shi only achieved the 8 revolutions golden core after dual cultivating with you. What do you think of your junior sister?
Shen Tian's face darkened, and he thought helplessly. Signing autographs and taking pictures together, fine, whatever. After all, this holy son is handsome, so a little loss here is okay. But what's with all the random touching? If I weren't considering how good-looking you little girls are, do you think I wouldn't report you? Shen Tian thought of himself bathing in the Nirvana pool, secretly saying, "And this holy son has a pool of Nirvana holy liquid, usually used for bathing. This is ridiculous, so who spread this rumor?" Alright, this holy son does indeed have a small pool of Nirvana holy liquid, but using it for regular bathing is completely fabricated. He confidently raised his hand, thinking, "So this holy son has decided he can't suffer this loss. Tonight, I must bathe in Nirvana holy liquid." Anyway, after bathing, the healing effect definitely won't be weaker, and it can even be used to save lives. Afterwards, Shen Tian again imagined the bewildered expression of the divine heaven holy son. Speaking of saving lives, I wonder how the Big Dipper holy son is doing now. After the primordial battlefield trial ends, I'll have Yun Feng inquire about him. He's an incredibly valuable guinea pig. I must guide him in his breakthrough experiments. In a room on the ship, Qin Yundi approached and called out, "Senior brother." Shen Tian replied, "Junior brother Yundi, what's up?" He smiled and said, "Senior brother, it's about the yin-yang demon-slaying spears." Shen Tian awkwardly asked back, "Yin-yang demon-slaying spears? Oh, my memory. Did I forget to return the 6 demon-slaying spears you lent me before?" He immediately took out 6 glistening demon-slaying spears and said, "Junior brother, you? Wait a moment, I'll return the 6 demon-slaying spears to you right away." Qin Yundi quickly explained, "Senior brother, you've misunderstood. I don't want you to return the spears to me." He draped a yin-yang spear over his shoulder, pointing as he spoke. "Senior brother,
Last time you told me about the automatic principle of the yin-yang demon-slaying spears. My mother and I have been researching it these past few days, and finally refined the first prototype, this yin-yang repeating spear. He gesticulated while explaining as Shen Tian toyed with the yin-yang spear. Inside this yin-yang repeating spear are 30 spirit core bullets, which can all be fired within 3 short breaths, and with very high accuracy. Although its power is slightly weaker than the yin-yang demon-slaying spear, it can be entirely compensated for by sheer volume. Shen Tian satisfactorily raised his index finger, silently praising, "Awesome, junior brother. In such a short time, you've even made an automatic gun. If your mother and you had more time, would you make rockets next? Truly extraordinary."
Shen Tian couldn't wait to try out the new yin-yang repeating spear. Its power also exceeded his expectations. After firing, Qin Yundi happily asked, "Senior brother, how's this gun?" "Following your instructions. My clan specifically added a soundproofing array to this gun to prevent it from making too much noise." Shen Tian showed clear satisfaction and said, "The power of this yin-yang rapid-fire gun is indeed not bad, plus the recoil isn't huge, making it totally controllable. Each shot can be fired very accurately. Compared to the regular yin-yang demon-piercing gun that needs a moment to fire the second shot, the endurance and accuracy of this yin-yang rapid-fire gun are definitely much higher."
He imagined the weapon's practical combat usage, thinking to himself, "However, this kind of weapon is only powerful among low-level cultivators. It won't affect the entire cultivation world. The attack speed of this weapon can't compare to nascent soul-stage cultivators, and if there's a venerable expert they can easily break this kind of attack."
Shen Tian immediately thought of super-powerful laser guns. "If I want to threaten nascent soul venerable experts or even higher-level celestials, I'm afraid I have to use laser guns, laser weapons, or even nuclear weapons." Shen Tian rested his chin in his hand, contemplating. It's not even certain if nuclear weapons can threaten celestials. He recalled the time Qian Yang faced Lu Ji in the Misty Valley. Seeing Qian Yang's sword venerable fighting the rattan demon Lu Ji, it could be said that he was a human-shaped missile. Whether attacking or defending, he could instantly kill nascent soul cultivators all over the place. With their methods, as long as they don't get caught in the strongest blast zone of a nuclear explosion, it's estimated that they wouldn't feel any pressure at all. As for the most terrifying nuclear radiation of nuclear weapons, it poses no threat to cultivators.
Shen Tian closed his eyes and thought, "So what's the point of researching hot weapons here? Anyway, if nothing unexpected happens in the future, this holy sun will definitely reach the god transformation stage. And venerable experts are rubbing against the chi luck of the chosen one too much. Even if I survive the tribulation to become a saint and ascend to immortality, I can do it." He glanced around and continued to muse. "Under this kind of situation, there's no need to abandon the near for the far, fiddling around with nuclear weapons or something. Anyway, these high-tech weapons are very time-consuming."
Shen Tian's eyes lit up. He immediately turned to Qin Yundi, giving him a thumbs up and praising,
"Yundi, junior brother, you've done a great job.
This yin-yang rapid-fire gun is far more practical than the yin-yang demon-piercing gun. In the future it can assist in welcoming rescue." He reminded him to make sure that Jin Lian Shishu paid attention to keeping the important technology secret. Qin Yundi grinned and cupped his hands, saying, "Senior brother, rest assured, Yundi understands." Shen Tian sat at the table and discussed with him. "Our next research direction can focus on the stability of the skills outside of the yin-yang demon-piercing and rapid-fire guns. There's no need to rush to market them. Just the yin-yang explosive talismans are enough." Qin Yundi revealed an excited expression and said, "Yes, senior brother." Shen Tian thought with some worry. The Shenxiao Holy Ground is fiddling with the yin-yang explosive talismans enough to occupy most of the low-end market value. This cake is already big enough. Shen Tian's face darkened as he imagined himself with an ultra-cool gun in his hand, then mused, "If I release the yin-yang demon-piercing gun again, it will definitely cause the cultivators all over the eastern wilderness to rebel. After all, people have painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years to reach the golden core stage, and you scumbag foundation establishment cultivators send them to the western paradise with one shot. How do you expect them to think? Won't Shenxiao disciples be considered heretics eventually?" He helplessly asked Qin Yundi. "The ancient battlefield is full of danger on all sides. Are the Shenxiao disciples all geared up?" He confidently and decisively replied, "Yes, senior brother, rest assured." A scene of a long line of people in front of a building appeared through Qin Yundi's words. The Holy Lord specially opened a loan channel for all the junior brothers participating in the trial, and everyone can borrow spirit stones from the holy ground to purchase yin-yang explosive talismans and yin-yang armor-piercing bullets. Shen Tian's face darkened, and he immediately thought of Zhang Longyuan's figure. Shizun's thinking is too advanced, even loans can be thought of.
He was completely speechless as he listened to Qin Yundi continue to boast, Now all the disciples are carrying sufficient supplies. Taking on 10 people is not a problem, Shen Tian said.
Next is this. He took out 1 milliliter of nirvana holy liquid. Xin Yundi unexpectedly asked, "Senior brother, what is this?" Shen Tian smiled inwardly, thinking, "Since Shizun has entrusted these disciples to me, then I must lead the team well. Otherwise, if they encounter danger and there are serious casualties, wouldn't I, the team leader, get a bad reputation?" From ancient times to the present, almost all the family members of the victims are very unreasonable, so to ensure safety, from his ring, Shen Tian took out a lot of bottles of nirvana holy liquid, and then said, "Yundi junior brother, you distribute this nirvana holy liquid to the junior brothers and sisters. Help me tell them that the Heavenly Affinity Organization is distributing benefits to everyone in this trial. Each disciple gets 1 bottle, no one can take more, cannot take it for others, cannot buy or sell it, and cannot give it away."
His face showed determination, and he thought to himself, the nirvana holy liquid is Fang Chang's opportunity, and the person I give the nirvana holy liquid to will have increased chi luck. Although this little nirvana holy liquid is not much, even more than 100 bottles are only about 2 taels, but for low-level foundation establishment cultivators, 1 drop of nirvana holy liquid is enough to save their lives. Now that we are about to enter the ancient battlefield, it is time to test chi luck.
Qin Yundi was extremely excited and overjoyed when he heard him say, "Violators will be expelled from the organization, and more seriously, this holy sun will report to the holy ground and expel them from the sect. We must ensure that every junior brother and sister has life-saving medicine," Shen Tian said to himself. The Shenxiao disciples who receive the nirvana holy liquid will have increased chi luck more or less. Maybe they can even find a way to survive in a desperate situation, or even encounter an opportunity.
Qin Yundi's eyes shone brightly, and his mouth gaped in admiration. As expected of senior brother, you are indeed righteous to the heavens. You are giving away so much nirvana holy liquid for the safety of your junior brothers and sisters. This must be more than 100 bottles. I must convey senior brother Shen's sacrifice to Song Shidi and the others, and after returning to the holy ground, I have to tell Li Yunfeng senior brother.
He put the pile of bottles into his ring and said, "Senior brother, please rest assured, I will definitely ensure that every junior brother and sister will get the nirvana holy liquid that you gave. Not just nirvana holy liquid, but also senior brother's care for his junior brothers and sisters." Immediately afterwards, he rushed away. Shen Tian pondered, thinking of when he went to take a bath, and said to himself, "I shouldn't have distributed the nirvana holy liquid so quickly. 1 milliliter per person is really stingy. If I had known, I would have taken the nirvana holy liquid out to bathe first, and then distributed it to everyone. At that time, wouldn't each junior brother and sister get at least a cup?" He also worried about the 2 girls fighting over a bottle of nirvana holy liquid, but some junior sisters might not accept it. After all, the junior sisters like to be clean, and of course, it is also possible that the junior brothers will not be happy because the junior sisters robbed them. The flying ship continued to whiz through the blue sky in a desolate and somewhat dilapidated village. At that moment, 3 men spoke up and said, "The trial's about to begin? The Shengxiao holy ground hasn't arrived yet. It's a bit ostentatious." "That's right. The Yaoqi holy ground has a higher reputation than the Shengxiao holy ground and has arrived long ago. This time, the Shengxiao holy ground is indeed a bit rude. There's no way around it. To enter the ancient battlefield, you need at least 2 emperor-level treasures to open the path. Is the Shengxiao holy ground not here to open the path?" The girls also blushed and exclaimed excitedly, "Hey, have you guys heard anything? Recently, the Shengxiao holy ground has a new holy son, not Fengchang, nor Zhang Yunting." "Of course I've heard. It seems to be a person without any reputation. What's his name? Shen Tian something." One of them opened his mouth to quiz. "Without any reputation? Are you kidding me? Do you know what announcement the Layan Holy Ground just released recently?" The girl asked back. "What announcement?" A girl was walking over when everyone was gathered and discussing in an uproar. "The Layan Holy Ground released an announcement a few days ago. The Layan Buddha Lord is in seclusion, and before going into seclusion, he asked the elders to prepare the Great Layan Order to give to the Shengxiao Holy Son Shen Tian something. Isn't that the treasure of the Layan Holy Ground? But they are giving it to the Shengxiao Holy Son? It seems that this Shengxiao Holy Son is not ordinary. His cultivation is, at least at the nascent soul stage, right?" Xiao Ling walked over with a beautiful and graceful feminine air, and everyone exclaimed, "It is said that he is only at the foundation establishment stage. Oh well. This time he still wants to participate in the trial with us. Look quickly, they are disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Ground, so beautiful. Especially the person walking in front, it's like a fairy descending to earth. That is Xiao Ling, the newly selected successor of the Yaoqi Holy Ground. It is said that she was born with a special spirit body,
and cultivates the Yaoqi holy grounds cultivation methods. She flashed a gentle, radiant smile, captivating everyone's attention. She's already become the disciple of Dan Yu Heavenly Venerable, who's the most powerful transformation God stage elder in the Jade Pool Holy Land. This fairy's future accomplishments are absolutely not to be underestimated. She breezed past them, and one of them said, "They're heading towards where Taibai Cave Heaven is stationed." Xiao Ling approached a man, clasping her hands in greeting. "Disciple Xiao Ling of the Jade Pool Holy Land requests an audience with Senior Brother Shen Ao of your esteemed sect." She smiled warmly and said, "Please pass on the message, Senior Brothers. Tell him an old friend comes to visit." Inside the tents of Taibai Cave Heaven, Zhu Jun Shen Ao had his eyes closed, completely focused. He was in a ready stance. With his sword strapped to his side, his hand began to execute a move, swiftly drawing his sword, his eyes filled with determination with each strike, immediately followed by a heaven-shakingly powerful slash. Zhaoyang sword art, second move, rainbow pierces the sun. As Shen Aokyo completed his slash, a round of applause erupted. He turned and said to the elder of Taibai Cave Heaven, "Master, I have finished. Do you have any words of praise for me? Not bad at all. To master the second move of the Zhaoyang sword art in just over half a month. Aduer, you truly are a fine seed for the sword Dao." He thought of Li Chenglan and continued, "Of course, it's mainly because Senior Brother Chenghe taught well. Senior Brother thinks highly of you. Come practice more behind the mountain when you're free in the future. Remember, a treasured sword is forged through constant honing, so don't slack off." Shen Aguo was so shocked that his jaw dropped, thinking, "Practice more behind the mountain in the future, you old geezer. You clearly don't want to go to the back mountain yourself, so you're looking for a scapegoat." He sighed inwardly. "Back then, I waited there for half a month. It was hardly immortal cultivation and seeking the Tao. It was practically self-torture." Shen Ao respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Yes, master." He then thought of Lin Cheng's miserable state, and muttered to himself, "But this prince isn't the most miserable. Senior Brother Li Cheng is still being abused to this day." The elder of Taibai Cave Heaven observed Shen Ao and commented, "Even though Ao has been in the royal palace since he was young, he hasn't picked up any of the bad habits of royalty. His spirit is as calm as water, and he's careful, neither arrogant nor impetuous. Moreover, he's endured quite a bit of hardship while practicing the sword. You have to know, not many young people can convince Chenghe Senior Brother to train them." He smiled with satisfaction, saying to himself, "As long as he continues to work hard, he definitely has hope of shattering the core and forming a nascent soul, becoming a nascent soul stage." Venerable, at that time he might not lose to his saintly younger brother. He continued to remind himself, after all, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. Having a background doesn't mean anything, and there are countless weaklings who rise up and defy the odds. The elder of Taibai Cave Heaven spoke up, teaching, "Alzoer, today I will impart to you some of the true words of the sword Da Dao." He circulated his energy, causing a powerful force to radiate around him. Then he boomed, "We sword cultivators of this life may be wild and unrestrained. A 3-foot sword would rather break than bend. As long as there's a sword in your heart, you can shine throughout the 9 provinces." The elder of Taibai Cave Heaven grinned at Shen Ao. "Although your talent isn't considered high, as long as you work hard, your sword Dao will definitely reach even higher, and even surpass those so-called geniuses. Do you understand this principle?" He looked at his hand, pondered for a moment, then unleashed his power, shouting in response, "Thank you for your teachings, master. This disciple will continue to practice the sword. One day, my sword will open the gates of heaven and slash across the universe." A man walked up to him, respectfully saying, "Reporting, Ziyang Martial Uncle. The disciples of the Jade Pool Holy Land have arrived." The elder of Taibai Cave Heaven was puzzled. "What are the disciples of the Jade Pool Holy Land doing here? Has someone from our sect caused trouble?" he replied. Reporting, "No." He blushed, thinking of the beautiful Xiao Ling, and said, "It's the fairy Xiao Ling of the Jade Pool Holy Land, saying that she's here to see Senior Brother Shen Ao." He turned to Shen Ao, making him blush even more. This disciple heard from a junior sister of the Jade Pool Holy Land that the fairy Xiao Ling is also from the Great Yan Kingdom. She has always admired Senior Brother Shen Ao Lao. Ever since she entered the Jade Pool Holy Land, she has been constantly asking for news related to Senior Brother Shen Ao Lao. The elder of Taibai Cave Heaven, upon hearing this, asked again, at Shen Ao's embarrassment, "Are you saying that the fairy Xiao Ling likes Shen Ao?" He happily replied, "Anyway, that's what I heard, and that's what I'm conveying. I feel it's reliable." He ordered, "Lead the fairy Xiao Ling and her fellow sisters into the reception hall. The welcome must not be subpar." The guy clasped his fist to accept the order. Yes. Shen Ao was confused, thinking, have I ever known any young lady named Zhao Ling before? But with my reputation back in the Great Yan Kingdom, it's quite normal for women to admire me, he awkwardly asked.
Elder Master, how should this disciple handle this fairy Zhao Ling?
He immediately yelled, Go! Go to her! Shen Ao still didn't understand, and asked again, Go, what do you mean? Why should I go? The elder frowned and said, Alpher, do you even know who she is? Elder Tai Bai of Dongxian rolled his eyes so hard they almost popped out of his head, exclaiming in shock,
Immortal maiden Zhao Ling possesses the innate primordial spirit, and Zhao Qi Holy Land just found her recently. She's absolutely top tier.
He immediately thought of the proud and alluring Zhao Ling and said, Her extraordinary foundation gives her a chance to compete for the position of Zhao Qi's Holy Maiden. She'll definitely reach the God Transformation Heavenly Lord realm in the future. If she's lucky, she might even transcend tribulation and become a saint. Ruling Zhao Qi Holy Land after 1,000 years isn't impossible either.
He turned around, happily patted Shen Ao's shoulder, and said, It's not easy to have such an exceptional woman be blind enough to like you. Aren't you tempted? Shen Ao immediately retorted. But master, weren't you just saying that as long as I work hard I can surpass those geniuses? Shen Ao carefully looked at him, explaining repeatedly. Back then, your master, me, also heard those words from my master. I can say these kinds of things casually. You can listen if you want, but don't take them seriously.
Elder Tai Bai of Dongbaishan wailed in despair. Otherwise, you'll be disillusioned when you meet a real genius. If I had a peerless beauty like this who was interested in me back then, why would I need to work so hard?
Both faces flushed red as he talked about a happy family for Shen Ao, urging, In short, listen to your master's advice. While this girl hasn't seen many real geniuses yet, while she's still clueless, quickly grab her. It's best to seal the deal and have a child immediately. Otherwise you'll regret it when the swan flies away. Shen Ao's eyes widened in bewilderment, thinking, A second ago, Master was brimming with ambition, saying I could surpass geniuses if I worked hard, but now he's encouraging me to be a kept man. If I work hard, I'll actually surpass the geniuses. If I become a genius and still have to work hard, then what?
He kept thinking, even after entering the tent. Or is it saying that if I choose to be with the Holy Maiden of Zhao Qi Holy Land, I won't need to work hard anymore? I wonder how tall this Zhao Qi immortal maiden is, how old she is, and if she's beautiful.
With difficulty he made a decision. If she's not my type, should this holy son still pursue her? But would that make me happy?
A gentle light shone, attracting Shen Ao's attention.
Before him stood Zhao Ling, with 2 maids. Zhao Ling gently looked up at Shen Ao, and in his heart he exclaimed, She's Zhao Ling. Shen Ao was completely captivated by Zhao Ling's stunning beauty. Why do I feel like my resolute and stubborn soul has been conquered by her? I prefer the soft approach, she's too beautiful.
Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat and said, Miss Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling gave a bright smile and said, This senior brother, Zhao Ling, has been waiting for so long, wondering when I could finally see senior brother Shen Ao. Zhao Ling happily said, Wondering when I could finally meet senior brother Shen Ao.
The 2 maids were moved and said, As expected of senior sister Ling Meyer, she's truly infatuated. As a direct disciple of the Holy Land, even qualified to compete for the position of Holy Maiden. Yet she doesn't hesitate to abandon her status and run to Taibai Dongqian to find someone named Shen Alao.
The 2 of them happily said, I wonder what kind of unparalleled beauty could make senior sister so infatuated. I'm really looking forward to it. Shen Ao's jaw dropped in shock, thinking, She's been waiting for so long, why hasn't she met Shen Ao yet? This prince is right in front of you, still the same young man from that day. What's wrong? Are you blind? Forget it. Out of respect for your beauty, this prince will put up with it.
He calmly walked up to her and introduced himself. Immortal maiden Zhao Ling. This humble one is Shen Ao.
The 2 maids exclaimed in shock. What? He's Shen Ao?
The 2 of them, somewhat disappointed, whispered among themselves. Is this the unparalleled, peerless beauty that senior sister Linger praised? Even if beauty is in the eye of the beholder, you can't exaggerate like that. This person is clearly just average. Zhao Ling didn't even look at him, saying, Senior brother says you are Shen Ao. Shen Ao firmly confirmed, I don't change my name or surname, I am Shen Ao. She continued to ask, The 6th Prince of the Great Yan Kingdom. He blushed shyly and replied, That's right, it's undeniable. Zhao Ling stubbornly stood up and looked at him, shouting, No, you're not him, you're not Shen Ao. Where is Shen Ao? Taibai Dongshen is being too disrespectful. Lingzhi just wants to see an old friend again. Why must you hide senior brother Shen Ao? She became bewildered and wondered. I know. It must be that brat Li Lianhe. Ah, does Li Lianhe not want me to see senior brother Shen Agao? Bullying people too much? Today I must meet senior brother Shen Agao. Shen Agao helplessly tried to confirm. Immortal maiden, I really am Shen Agao. Xiaoling thought of Shen Tian, and she angrily said directly to Shen Ao. Are you worthy, my senior brother Shen Ao, divined in the Wanling garden, guiding those with fate, a flower of supreme elegance, making countless young maidens infatuated? Please, senior brother, look in the mirror and see your face. See if you are worthy to impersonate senior brother Shen Ao.
Shen Ao realized something, and asked, divining in the Wanling garden, guiding those with fate.
Who recognized the person being mentioned as Shen Tian? He gnashed his teeth in anger, thinking, it's him, it's 13 again.
A loud sneeze resounded from the flying ship. Shen Tian was soaking in the nirvana holy liquid, feeling extremely comfortable. He thoroughly enjoyed it, saying, thanks to the brother who spread the rumor that this holy sun uses nirvana holy liquid for bathing, so that from now on this holy sun has opened the door to a new world.
Shen Tian held up his hand and looked at it, saying, using nirvana holy liquid to bathe not only increases strength but also washes away impurities, transforms the marrow, and sublimates the essence. I can feel my foundation and aptitude improving. The spiritual energy and magical power are circulating more and more smoothly in my body, making them easier to control. He kept his eyes tightly shut, slowly savoring the feeling. Not only that, but the Dao foundation, etched with the images of 5 divine beasts in his dantian, was also slowly expanding. His cultivation steadily increasing. Thinking about the spirit stones, he proudly said, as expected, arduous cultivation is completely unreliable. Using money to buy resources is the true kingly path. Some people cultivate diligently for decades to improve their cultivation, while others can break through while relaxing and having fun. Shen Tian looked at his hand and said with a smile, however, the nirvana holy liquid's power has weakened. After I bathed in it, I wonder if diluted nirvana holy liquid can still heal wounds when applied to the skin of others.
He suddenly pondered, I'll try it when I have the chance on the ancient battlefield.
Anyway, it's not poisonous. At most, the effect will be weaker. Or maybe I should keep it. After all, this nirvana holy liquid was obtained by risking my life. It would be a real shame to waste it.
The sound of drums rang out, and Shen Tian guessed, that's the sound of drums on the airship. It seems we're approaching the ancient battlefield. Time to assemble. He stepped out of the bathtub, then put on his robe.
Shen Tian said as he stored the bathtub in his ring. I wonder if little spirit fairy is still there. I wonder if that little rascal Lian Jir and 6th brother are coming. It's been a while since I've seen them.
He opened the door and went outside, really missing them. The flying ship stopped right above the village. Strategic resources like airships are quite precious. Only sacred grounds can casually take them out to save face. Most disciples from blessed lands and heavens use teleportation formations to reach the nearest city, then fly the rest of the way on their swords, braving the wind and rain along the way. It's actually not too bad.
Everyone there exclaimed upon seeing them. The divine firmament holy ground has finally arrived. We thought we'd have to wait forever. Just because they are disciples of a holy ground doesn't mean they can make us wait,
a young man said, then added, I wonder what kind of saint that divine firmament holy sun actually is. I hear he's extraordinary. The person next to him replied with a laugh, they're all foundation establishment stage. How extraordinary can they be? It's just overblown hype. Everyone rushed out to observe the flying ship. Let's go see what the divine firmament holy sun looks like. Lai Lianhe, with a pot of flowers on her head, ran out cheerfully. She happily said, I can meet Shen Gej again.
Right behind her, Xiao Ling was chasing after her and shouting, Li Lian, share, hand over Shen Ao's senior brother.
From the ship, one person after another stepped down.
Giba, shopkeeper Song, Qin Gao, and many others followed.
The 2 young men frowned uncomfortably and said loudly, why are there so many old folks among the foundation establishment disciples of the divine firmament holy ground? I don't know where the divine firmament holy ground dug up these old geezers. Are they that short on people?
Shopkeeper Song and Giba stood stunned, listening to everyone's discussion. These old disciples were all trusted aides of the new holy sun from the great flame kingdom, directly brought to the holy ground as inner disciples. When a man achieves the Dabo, even his chickens and dogs rise to heaven.
They began to angrily shout in horror. Really? Now even the related holy ground units are doing such blatant things? What are you talking about? Being extraordinary, isn't it just fostering cronies and forming factions? Now it seems that the so-called holy sun is just a vulgar person. A man was extremely excited, clenched his fists, and said clearly, A genius young master like me didn't succeed in entering the divine firmament holy ground before. Today, the divine firmament holy ground is disregarding the rules and recruiting these old geezers. It is really hateful.
The 108 Foundation Establishment disciples of the divine firmament holy ground stepped off the airship and stood in a neat formation. Qin Yundi, Zhen Xijia, Shopkeeper Song all stood in the front row. Shen Tian did not appear. Shopkeeper Song wondered. Holy Sun's senior brother is slow to appear. Could it be that senior brother dislikes the hype not being big enough? Another person in the group speculated. Probably so. Should we make it bigger?
Shopkeeper Song gave a thumbs up, agreeing. Okay. Everyone began to enthusiastically wave flags and shout, "Disciples, form a formation to welcome Holy Sun's senior brother." Everyone began to cast spells, controlling short swords. The swords formed words, and they all pointed their hands to the sky and shouted. Standing on the top of the immortals, dominating the world, working hard to cultivate immortality every day, following senior brother will surely become an immortal.
Some people in it were very uncomfortable. Originally, many divine firmament disciples were unhappy with this kind of behavior. After all, shouting in the sect is fine, but doing this in front of other immortal cultivation forces is really embarrassing.
Everyone lined up neatly in front of the huge ship and shouted, "The heavenly beloved disciples of the divine firmament holy ground welcome Holy Sun senior brother." Everyone in the group was extremely happy to receive the nirvana holy liquid. But at this moment, all the divine firmament disciples carried out the orders without hesitation. The reason is very simple. Because Holy Sun senior brother gave them a lot. Just now, senior brother Yun Di, on the orders of Holy Sun senior brother, distributed some nirvana holy liquid to each disciple. Although there was only a little, it was still very precious. A sparkling bottle was held tightly in everyone's hand. That was the legendary Great Dapio healing treasure. Holy Sun senior brother gave it away for free, indeed a benefactor of the heavens. This kind of leader, it's not too much to lick his boots.
Qin Yundi then threw a golden pill into the sky
immediately after it exploded, creating an extremely spectacular effect. Everyone around stood still, gaping at the display just now. Look at the disciples of the holy ground, understand. The spirit of self-sacrifice actively helps senior brother build his reputation. One of them was crying bitterly, thinking about their own junior brothers who didn't know how to coordinate with their senior brother. So admirable, so envious. Others chimed in with their opinions. Just a foundation establishment disciple, and he's showing off more than a nascent soul-honored one. The Shengxiao Holy Land has been declining for thousands of years, and there's a reason for that. These disciples don't know what they're thinking. Two other women also shook their heads in disappointment. Even the Holy Sun is so fond of showing off. The Shengxiao Holy Land is truly disappointing. This Shengxiao Holy Sun seems to be nothing special. Right after that, a person slowly walked down the stairs, step by step.
Shen Tian confidently appeared. People around were shocked and exclaimed, "He's the Shengxiao Holy Sun."
And the girls were all captivated by his beauty and started screaming. A girl blushed and said, "This handsome man has such a mysterious fragrance, it's intoxicating." Shen Tian confidently walked out, radiating beauty that attracted all eyes.
He slowly walked amidst the admiration and discussion of the people around. Flowers bloomed as he passed, butterflies followed, like an immortal descending to bring life to all things. Who is this peerless beauty?
Suddenly, someone jumped out from the crowd. Li Lianhair dashed forward, throwing a pot of flowers into Shen Tian's hands. She said with great joy,
"Shen Tian Garage, you're finally here. Lianhair missed you so much." She secretly chuckled, thinking, as expected of the love child between Lianhair and Shen Tian Garage. It's so close to Shen Tian Garage.
Lianhair blushed and giggled to herself. I was worried that this 7-treasure immortal gourd seed, having always been with me, had never seen Shen Tian Garage and wouldn't welcome him. I didn't expect it to like him so much, directly throwing itself into Shen Tian Garage's arms.
Two guys observed Shen Tian and exclaimed in panic, "Shen Tian. Could this person be the newly appointed Holy Sun Shen Tian? Damn, he's too extraordinary. This appearance and temperament, is this something ordinary people can have? Isn't he a reincarnated immortal?" They admired him to the point of tears, saying, "His whole body is enveloped in a mysterious fragrance, attracting butterflies to follow. Every step seems to bring flowers and spring. I've never seen anything like it." I thought the disciples of the Shengxiao Holy Land were exaggerating too much, but now it seems like I was a frog at the bottom of a well. Thinking of Feng Chang and Zhang Yunting's failures, he said, "The Shengxiao disciples revere the Holy Sun so much there's a reason for it. It's no wonder Feng Chang and Zhang Yunting lost."
A girl blushed and told him, "Seeing Shen Tian, other men in the world pale in comparison. From now on, this fairy will only marry Shen Tian."
She shyly continued, I'd rather be Shen Tian's concubine than marry anyone else. If anyone dares to persuade me, I'll sever my meridians on the spot.
Another guy sighed complacently. Wang Taigi dares to proclaim himself the #1 beauty in the eastern wilderness. Today, seeing the Shengshao Holy Sun, I realize there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. From now on, Wang Taigi is willing to be the second most handsome man. Those bastards are still competing for rankings,
fighting for positions with each other, me third, me fourth, me 1006th. Shen Tian smelled the fragrance on his hand,
and thought to himself, this holy sun only used the nirvana holy liquid for a bath. Why does my whole body smell like the holy liquid after the bath? Animals and insects are also constantly flying around him. It's fine if these spirit butterflies are flying around this holy sun, but what are you big horses staring at? Do you want to cling to this holy sun? Do you believe that one strike of this holy sun's chaos divine lightning will cripple all of you?
Shen Tian looked at the flowers under his feet suspiciously. Also, what's with the flowers and grass under this holy sun's feet? I really didn't intentionally step on them. He walked and observed. The problem is, wherever this holy sun steps, grass grows there. Can being handsome automatically come with a greening function?
He clutched his chest in confusion and regret. Could it be that the power of the nirvana holy liquid hasn't been fully absorbed by this holy sun, and it's automatically leaking out now? If that's really the case, it's such a pity, it hurts my heart. The girls around him looked at him with fascination, praising.
This handsome man is frowning. Why is he frowning?
As expected of the Shengshao holy sun. Not only is he handsome, but his heart is also so kind. I love him so much. It's said that the Shengshao holy sun can see through the secrets of heaven and see a part of the future. Could it be that he saw that many disciples will be in danger during this trial, and he's blaming himself and pitying the people? Lian Care excitedly showed off to Shen Tian, Shen Gage. Lian Care has taken good care of. Look, now has small vines. It has really grown quite a bit. It's so green and cute.
He took out a small bottle and looked at the tree in his hand.
That's right. Let it try some diluted nirvana holy liquid. The nirvana holy liquid I bathed in. A drop of glowing green liquid fell onto the leaves of the tree. The tree immediately glowed brightly, shocking Li Lion. He happily held the glowing tree in his hand, praising softly.
How interesting. I didn't expect that this little goblin would be the first to enjoy the nirvana holy liquid this holy sun bathed in. Shen Tian quickly brought out the bottle, explaining to Lian Care.
This nirvana holy dew in the bottle has been specially processed. It can be used to treat external injuries and also to nourish spirit wood. This little gourd vine seems to like it a lot, Lian Care Shimei. Please accept it, but remember, don't drink it. Lian Care excitedly hugged the bottle, and the bracelet on her wrist seemed to glow brighter. Shen Gage is so good to you here.
Seeing this, Shen Tian happily thought, the opportunity above Lian Shir's head is probably related to this upcoming Taiji Yu battlefield, but it's not as precious as this 7-treasure immortal gourd seed. The opportunities Qin Yun and Di Gui have, that I saw at the Taiji Yu battlefield, those are more precious for sure. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Leander's mind. That's right, if I help raise Leander's luck, maybe she'll encounter even greater opportunities during this trial.
He felt satisfied when he thought of Shen Zongtian lying face down on the ground.
Ever since Shen Tian took out that jade bottle containing hundreds of kilograms of nirvana holy dew, Xenia Arctic Star Holy Sun had a life crisis and specially ordered a batch of jade bottles to divide the nirvana holy dew. He imagined the scene. 10,000 green bottles were prepared, each containing half a kilogram of nirvana holy dew, and each bottle was carefully placed in a box. There were 1,000 white jade bottles, each containing 5 kilograms of nirvana holy dew, and the green bottle emitted a dazzling light amidst the brocade box. 100 gold-inlaid jade bottles, each containing 50 kilograms of nirvana holy dew, and the white jade bottle was specifically used to connect with young talents with great luck. Shen Tian again thought of the satisfied look on Kutuo Buddha's face as he held the box, and calculated, after all, with gifts you can go anywhere in the world. Without gifts it's hard to meet a heavens chosen with great opportunities above their head. The simplest and most direct way is to just bury them with nirvana holy dew. Xiangqi held the bottle in his hand to the point that he treated Shen Tian like a long-lost brother. He can just safely harvest it. The people behind him were also very excited and cheered for the great luck.
He then thought of the scene of Zhang Longyuan, and the woman holding the precious box. The gold-inlaid jade bottle is the highest level of packaging, and it's only used on truly grand occasions, like the sect leader's birthday, or when visiting the future in-laws. Shen Tian excitedly held the bottle and thought of Bai Lian. After sorting out these 15,000 kilograms of nirvana holy dew, the remaining 10,000 kilograms are stored in specially crafted pure jade treasure dharma bottles. These pure jade bottles are spirit artifacts of the highest quality given to Shen Tian by Bai Lian Heavenly Venerable. They are extremely suitable for storing spirit pills and spirit wine. The large bottles were covered with talismans, emitting a strange blue light, which could effectively preserve the medicinal properties of the Nirvana Holy Dew to the highest degree.
Shen Tian awkwardly instructed Lian Shi, "This bottle contains 5 kilograms of Nirvana Holy Dew. It can heal wounds." Lian Shi Shimei quickly accepted. "Remember to be careful on the Taiji battlefield." He looked at the red bracelet and the light on her head with great satisfaction. As expected, the halo on Lian'er's head had expanded, and many yellow spots were faintly appearing. She was feeling shy in her heart, blushing, realizing that Shen Garage had specially prepared a gift for Lian. This gift and this bottle are so beautiful. Shen Garage must have put a lot of effort into preparing this gift, right? It's just that I don't know why Shen Garage keeps staring at the top of Lian's head. Could it be that he sees the Kitsune manifestation of our love?
Suddenly, the ghost mother's voice echoed from the bracelet on Shen Tian's hand. "Master, there is resentment coming from the little spirit fairies and Shen Ao's person."
He looked at Xiao Lingxian and Shen Ao in a panic. Yin Feng Flame. This holy sun just gave out water for plant care and also Nirvana Holy Dew to Lian'er. Meanwhile, Lian'er was still happily hugging the bottle in her arms. Shen Garage really does love me. It's normal for them to feel a little unhappy and sour, since they don't have anything good about them. Xiao Lingxian turned her head away in a huff, snorting coldly. Seeing this, Shen Tian was discouraged. This little spirit fairy, although she has a few intentions, is still something extremely important in this holy sun's heart. Helping her improve her luck is beneficial for the future, to capitalize on her opportunity. He then generously took out 2 large boxes and gave them to the 2 of them. Sixth brother, Lingzir Shimei. These are things prepared for everyone, and they are also 5 kilograms of Nirvana Holy Dew for this trial in the Taiji battlefield. I hope you all pay attention to safety. To Shen, everyone is extremely important. The 2 were shocked. Shen Tian carefully observed the suspicious Shen Ao and thought, "As for sixth brother Shen Ao, ever since this holy sun transmigrated here, besides my father Shen Xiao, the closest person in the Huangshen kingdom is him. Blood ties are connected after all, and cannot be severed no matter what."
Xiao Lingxian happily hugged the box, gratefully saying to Shen Tian, "I didn't expect that Ao Tian Garage's real name is Shen Tian. Thank you, Shen Tian Garage." The surrounding people were so jealous that they started crying, "Damn it! This divine firmament holy sun is already wooing Linker Fairy, but he's also trying to snatch Linker Fairy. But why don't I feel any anger? That's right, why do I feel the same way? Linker Fairy and Linker Fairy should belong to someone like that. Oh, this rebellious soul of mine, why do I just want to bless them at this moment?" A girl, hearing this, rolled her eyes. "Because you're ugly. You're too ugly to be angry."
She dreamily blushed and thought, "The divine firmament holy sun is truly romantic and generous. I admire Linger Fairy and Linger Fairy so much, I want to rush into the arms of the divine firmament holy sun with them."
Shen Ageo held the box in his hand with a puzzled look, thinking about Li Chang'e and Li Lianier with admiration. "I am clearly a once-in-a-century genius of the great Flame Kingdom royal family, and I have been the pride of everyone since I was young. But after joining Taibai Cave Heaven, I discovered that my talent is actually not outstanding at all. The talents of Li Chang'e Xixiong and Li Lian'er Shiji are stronger than mine."
Among the senior and junior brothers who came to the Taiji battlefield for the trial this time,
I am only ranked in the upper middle level.
He gloomily watched Shen Tian, surrounded by everyone in the distance.
And the unlucky 13th brother that I avoided from afar had actually transformed into the holy son of the divine firmament holy emperor. And all the attention was drawn to him, and they were all surrounding him. FCKU, Shen Tian Garage.
He clutched his fists tightly,
thinking sadly about Xiao Lingxian Fairy, who is highly respected by the master, whose nickname is relying on her, "You don't need to struggle," is actually a very loyal fangirl of 13th brother. I feel like my Daosho foundation is about to explode.
Shen Tian looked at him with a puzzled look.
Why is sixth brother's face so gloomy? Could it be that he thinks the holy dew I gave is too little?
Shen Tian hesitantly walked towards Shen Ao with the box. "Sixth brother, you and I are connected by blood. I hope you won't hold any grudges about the misunderstandings in the royal palace and the 10,000 spirit garden before."
Hearing this, Shen Ao vaguely thought, the 10,000 spirit garden? What misunderstandings? It was all erased by the amnesia pill. He hastily waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. It's not important. Let the past be the past."
Suddenly, he thought of Xiao Lingxian scolding him and became furious. That's right, because 13th brother called himself Shen Tian in the 10,000 Spirit Garden, so Zhao Lingxian fairy mistakenly thought that this prince was Shen Tian, and then came to scold this prince for being ugly. Damn it. This prince has never suffered such humiliation in his life. He awkwardly handed the box back to him and explained, 13th brother, this little misunderstanding, this brother has never held it in my heart. As for this healing holy dew or something, 13th brother should still take it back. This brother still has quite a few spring-returning pills on it. Shen Arrow angrily gritted his teeth and continued, moreover, I am currently cultivating the sword path, and the sword has its resoluteness. Not again. Suddenly, a voice yelling curses startled him. You unfilial disciple, you unfilial disciple, my stupid disciple. Take it, hurry and take it. Elder Tai Bai from Dongshishan appeared out of nowhere, angrily lecturing, you brat, do you even know how precious this holy nirvana elixir is? You couldn't even buy one bottle, even if you sold your master. Back in the day with the divine consciousness harmonizing bell, if I had a disciple like this, why would I even need to work hard, huh? You're wallowing in good fortune without realizing it. Hearing this, he trembled, thinking, 10 caddies of holy nirvana elixir, you couldn't even get a glimpse of Buddha if you sold him. When did Shizun become so worthless? He fearfully looked at the box in his hand, spitting on his mouth. No, it's this holy nirvana elixir. Just what kind of treasure is so valuable? They're all sons of the Shen family from the great Yan kingdom, and the gift that 13th brother casually gave away can actually buy 2 fill-level Shizuns. This is humiliating. Suddenly, he remembered an image of his mother, and was terrified. But I remember that my mother wasn't as favored as Lang Consort, but she was one of Lang Consort's biggest fans. He pondered and compared. Looking at it this way, it's normal for this prince to be inferior to 13th brother. Yes, very normal. Shen Tian spoke in a dispirited tone. 6th brother, this is my heart. The brothers looked at Shen Asao crying, confused, thinking, isn't it just giving you 2 bottles of holy nirvana elixir? 6th brother, you're being too polite, do you really need to show that much emotion? Hearing this, he immediately felt relieved and accepted. Forget it. Since 13th brother is so insistent, this brother can only accept. He sadly hugged the box and affirmed, there are always a few people in this world who are darlings of the heavens, protagonists of the era, and ordinary people can't compare. Constantly competing with these people is just asking for trouble sometimes. Shen Ao immediately changed his attitude, looking at him with admiration. Instead of secretly comparing myself to 13th brother, I should see him as my goal, as my role model, chase after him, learn from him, help him, bootlick him. Maybe I can become friends with him and run fast together on the path of cultivation. He arrogantly thought of the image of Elder Tai Bai of Dongtian. I have finally comprehended the sword intent in Shizun's words. Li Lianhe looked at the box in Shen Ao's hand, thinking in confusion. Aren't these beautiful bottles and boxes gifts that Shengage prepared specifically for Lianhe? Why are there so many portions? She suddenly realized. Could it be that Shengage also conveniently prepared some for them? Suddenly, a brilliant pit of light appeared in the sky, and a series of dark shadows emerged from nowhere. 18 powerful honored ones from the 12 blessed lands, from the 6 great Dongshishan, along with 2 absolute female venerables from the Holy Land, exuded powerful auras, with dazzling and brilliant lights, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. The crowd's faces were obscured by the dazzling light. This wasn't some kind of Dao rhythm manifestation, but a special kind of divine light art. The style is extremely high, the application of this spell is not strong, but in very high places, many venerables have both cultivated this spell, which is the so-called beauty doesn't matter spell. Lian Yu, full of doubt, asked, Bai Lian, didn't senior brother Chu He come this time either? Dan Yu, heavenly venerable of Yaoqi Holy Land. Bai Lian, heavenly venerable of Shenxiao Holy Land. Bai Lian thought of the image of Bean Lian, shyly suggesting, Senior sister Dan Yu, if you really can't bear to come down, why not go directly to Shengxiao to find him? Dan Yu dismissively replied with pride. He once said that he is a dragon in the sky, destined to ascend to the immortal realm and become a lord. I also swore that I would never bother him until I transcended the tribulation to become a saint. She smiled gently. It's really hard for her. She thought of the image of Dan Yu fighting alongside Bi Lian, her heart heavy. Back then, senior brother, nicknamed Chu He, went down the mountain to travel, defeated all the powerful enemies in all directions, sweeping away the heavenly geniuses of the 5 regions, and was truly famous. At that time he captivated the hearts of many celestial maidens, but in the end, only Dan Yu, heavenly venerable, was qualified to follow him. She thought of herself as a child and continued to think, But unfortunately, senior brother was too arrogant back then, clearly having this Shimei of Yaoqi Holy Land in his heart, but stubbornly claiming that only a peerless heavenly venerable with the possibility of ascension was qualified to possess Chu, finally forcing this Dan Yu Shiji, who was externally soft and internally strong, to swear that she would not look for him until she became an immortal. Images of Bailian in rags, surrounded by misty dark energy, appeared in Bailian's mind. After that, senior brother self-detonated his divine body and switched to cultivating the new fire scripture. His luck and integrity both plummeted. The immortal maidens who once admired him basically turned from admiration to disgust. She thought silently of the image of Dan Yu, gentle and complaining. Only Dan Yu, heavenly venerable, has never given up on senior brother. In addition to inquiring about senior brother's news every day, she is only in closed-door cultivation.
An image of Dan Yu appeared, full of majesty, surrounded by strong light. Among the many heavenly venerables of Yaoqi Holy Land, Dan Yu Heavenly Venerable's cultivation is considered to be top-notch, and it is said that she is not far from transcending the tribulation to become an immortal.
Most of the eastern wasteland doesn't understand her devotion to Bailian Heavenly Venerable. She sighed softly in her heart. Perhaps only I am moved by Dan Yu. Heavenly Venerable, she awkwardly affirmed to Dan Yu, if I have any news about senior brother in the future, I will tell senior sister Dan Yu. Then I'll trouble Shimei. She continued to think of the image of Zhonglong Yuan and continued. Speaking of which, the current Shen Xiao Holy Son seems to have some connection with senior brother. He also cultivates the inherited new fire scripture, and recently senior brother has been propagating that Shen Tian is a disciple jointly taught by the Holy Lord and him. Bai Lian thought of the image of the giant pit of light, and continued. The 5-yearly primordial trial battlefield is here again. Dan Yu earnestly instructed. I'm sure your elders have already told you about the things to pay attention to on the battlefield. I won't say much here. In short, you must remember one thing. In the primordial battlefield, danger is everywhere, and safety comes first. Bai Lian spoke to the crowd below. Everyone has a teleportation jade amulet, refined by the sect on them. A green jade amulet appeared in front of everyone, and her voice continued. If your body is seriously injured and you lose the ability to continue training, you can be teleported out by inserting mana into the jade amulet. She changed her expression and reminded. But you must remember this. First, if you activate the teleportation jade amulet, it will automatically be considered the end of this trial, and you will not be able to enter again. Second, activating the teleportation jade amulet requires you to remain still for 3 breaths. Therefore, if you encounter danger, remember, first find a safe place, and then activate the jade amulet. Dan Yu quickly added, as usual, this trial will still have rewards. Everyone heard this and repeated in surprise. Rewards? A giant ball appeared, containing precious items. Dan Yu continued. The loot obtained from hunting monsters such as skull demons and blood demons, as well as the spiritual herbs and treasures found, can all be taken out to exchange with the sect. In addition, the 2 disciples who hunt the most monsters can receive the rewards offered by the Great Holy Lands and Blessed Lands in turn. Treasures appeared in mid-air, and Dan Yu enthusiastically introduced them. The first place in this trial will receive the Violet Firmament Heaven-Piercing Hammer, a top-grade spiritual artifact from the Divine Firmament Holy Lands. The second place will receive the Mysterious Spirit Orb, a high-grade spiritual artifact from the Jade Pool Holy Land. The third place will receive the Amber Vermilion Clasp, a low-grade spiritual artifact from the Dangxia Cave. The disciple in fourth place can go to the Taibai Cave to study the Zenith Sword Dao of Sword Venerable Zheng He for 3 months. The disciple in fifth place. The crowd buzzed with excitement upon hearing this. From what the seniors said, for so many years both Great Holy Lands usually offer middle-grade spiritual artifacts. Not only did the Jade Pool Holy Land offer the high-grade Mysterious Spirit Orb for the first time, but the Divine Firmament Holy Land even brought out a top-grade spiritual artifact. A muscular man affirmed. You must know that a top-grade spiritual artifact is practically a pseudo-saint artifact. It's almost as good, and in many cases, the value of a top-grade spiritual artifact is no less than that of a mediocre saint artifact. Someone behind him chimed in. That's right, in the hands of a low-level disciple, the power that a top-grade spiritual artifact can unleash isn't any weaker than that of an ordinary saint artifact, he continued. For the Divine Firmament Holy Land to actually offer a top-grade spiritual artifact as a reward in the Foundation Establishment trial, it shows how much importance they place on this ancient battlefield trial. He then suspiciously pondered. Isn't it because Shen Tian, the newly appointed Holy Son, is participating this time? The muscular man exasperatedly told the crowd. Do you guys think we have a chance of snatching the first place from the Holy Son? It's clear that the Divine Firmament Holy Land is absolutely certain that Shen Tian will get first place. After all,
Only if Shen Tian wins the championship can they get the violet firmament heaven-piercing hammer back. Upon hearing this, the crowd sighed dejectedly. So it's just a trick. This reward is just being transferred from one hand to the other. It seems we can't underestimate the strength of this divine firmament holy sun. A long-haired man scratched his head in confusion. The divine firmament holy land is too decisive. Actually taking out a top-grade spiritual artifact as a reward, playing it so big, aren't they afraid something unexpected might happen? Someone ridiculed. Unexpected, brother, what's wrong with you? With the skills he just showed, what do we have to compete with him? He clenched his fist and advised, That's right. Forget about fighting for first place with the divine firmament holy sun. Let's go for the mysterious spirit orb in second place. The crowd echoed, I heard the amber vermilion clasp in third place is also pretty good. It can control the Bing Firestar. Its power might not be comparable to a strange fire, but it's still quite terrifying. Suddenly, a man with a flushed face asked loudly, Why doesn't anyone hope for fourth place?
Thinking of Li Kanglan, he suggested, I heard that Sword Venerable Zhang He of Lingxiao Pavilion has the nickname #1 Sword under the Saints. Isn't it great to be able to study with Sword Venerable Zhang He at Taibai Cave? The crowd's faces darkened as they refused. Brother Jillian, you can go try, just as long as you're not afraid of dying. The trial hadn't even started yet, but it seemed all the disciples had given up on competing for first place, because the way Shen Tian appeared just now was too OP. Suppressing everyone? We're all at the foundation establishment stage, and you show up more impressively than a nascent soul cultivator? How are we supposed to play with you? A cruel battlefield emerged. The ancient battlefield was full of yin spirits left over from the Great War, extremely sensitive to the living. Therefore, once the number of people in a team is too large, it is easy to attract a large number of yin spirits to surround and attack, and even powerful yin demons will appear.
Inside the battlefield were countless, terrifying monsters. The laws of the ancient battlefield were incomplete, the void unstable, which would restrict the strength of immortal cultivators. But all kinds of strange demons, which were conceived from the combination of the corpses of ancient powerhouses and the evil spirit aura born and raised in this place, were not affected. In the ancient battlefield, there were no less combat powers than the Golden Core stage, Nascent Soul stage, and even terrifying existences above the Transformation God stage. Affected by the laws of the ancient battlefield, these demons were completely dominated by the killing desire of bloodlust, constantly killing and devouring each other. Everyone was frightened by the monsters and ran away. Although the intelligence of the demons was low, their combat power was definitely not something that human Foundation establishment cultivators could compare with. For these demons, the human immortal cultivators formed in groups were definitely an excellent source of blood. If these Foundation establishment cultivators really went together by the hundreds, their yang qi would be soaring to the sky, and they would be eaten clean in less than half a day. Every 5 years, those terrifying existences above the nascent soul stage would disappear from the vicinity of the ancient battlefield. This was the best opportunity for immortal cultivation forces to practice.
A scene of a monster directly killing many people appeared. It must be known that in the world-shaking war 10,000 years ago, even the immortals who descended from the immortal world died a lot, let alone the cultivators below the saint level, like leeks being cut off. The man collapsed, lying on the ground, and the evil spirit blood essence and souls of them fell on this battlefield were absorbed by the battlefield, from which the trees grew full of vitality. After tens of thousands of years, blood demons, bone demons, and killing demons were born. And at the same time, there were also precious spiritual herbs and unparalleled true treasures that were difficult to find in the outside world. Were conceived. Images of a bleeding red fruit and shining Qing swords appeared. For example, only by obtaining the essence blood of the dragon race and the blood shield dragon can the dragon blood fruit grow. After the unparalleled Sword Dao powerhouse fell, the Sword Intent manifested and conceived the Sword Heart Grass and many precious treasures, such as armor and swords, to the immortal world. After being killed and leaving, the peerless hidden gods left behind along with those things were buried in the dust, self-destructing into world-shocking saintly fruits. The spiritual ore Shixia, like Lian Hare's 7 treasures gourd and Zhang Yongxi's divine firmament dragon tiger jade, were all items unearthed outside the ancient battlefield. The divine firmament dragon tiger jade, like the 7 treasures gourd, the ancient battlefield, is definitely one of the most dangerous forbidden lands in the eastern wilderness, and at the same time, it is also the most opportunistic treasure land in the eastern wilderness. In the middle of the forest is a tall tower. In the middle of the blood moon night, even a supreme immortal artifact once appeared. It is an invincible immortal artifact,
which autonomously produces spiritual energy. Although the Holy Land would also covet this kind of immortal artifact, it is a pity that this immortal artifact has not been collected by people. It has been hiding in the ancient battlefield, changing its position from time to time, waiting for the destined persons. Only with the approval of the spiritual energy can one truly grasp this immortal artifact. It is a pity that in 10,000 years, many people have encountered the immortal artifact, but no one has been recognized by the immortal artifact. And this is also the biggest opportunity for the ancient battlefield to recognize.
Shen Tian looked at the crowd in front of him with regret. My small team now exceeds 10 people. According to the notes on the ancient battlefield notice, it's considered overcapacity. Can I still join? It's a pity I can't bring so many people along. This is such a waste. He glanced at the bright golden halo above Zhao Hao's head and pondered. Fortunately, the providence above Zhao Hao's head is quite useful, as expected of someone who uses their master to offer sacrifices to the heavens. This kind of providence values quality over quantity. Quality is always more important than quantity.
He solemnly stepped out in front of the crowd and commanded, "Let's go!" The crowd stepped into the shining gate together. He closed his eyes to feel the surroundings. And as the formation was activated, everyone only felt a burst of dazzling colors before their eyes.
Suddenly, Shen Tian's eyes snapped open, full of worry. Once his vision cleared, they realized they were smack dab in the middle of a freaking huge battlefield. Before him lay a desolate wasteland, the sky all blood red. This was a super desolate and silent area, with a hazy red color everywhere you looked. Even the sun was a faded red, like everything had been dipped in blood. No pretty flowers or weeds here, just nothing but barren land for miles. He silently surveyed the group of people below. Down below were the skeletal remains of soldier statues, and on each skeleton, there were traces that weren't quite human. Most of them were beasts, who had cultivated into human form, their demonic nature not fully refined. This human-demon hybrid thing is one way for demons to cultivate. They shove their bodies into human shells, and cultivate and transform. If they succeed, not only does their aptitude get a boost, but they can even cultivate the golden core qi, refining methods of humans. He furrowed his brows, looking worriedly at the skeletons. These undead skulls were the main targets for the disciples of the 6 great blessed lands and 12 fortunate lands in this trial. They were the bones of those who died in the Great War during the Archaic era, combined with the fierce energy that spawned demonic creatures. Because their divine essence had faded so much, their combat power was much weaker than when they were alive. These fierce bone soldiers were attacking some dude, but even for Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, they were still seriously brutal. One slip up, and you could totally get your butt kicked.
Qin Yundi frowned, totally confused. Why are there way more skeletons here than the sect mentioned? Unless we've been transported to the 700-mile-deep area of the archaic battlefield.
Shen Tian, looking super concerned, glanced downwards but said nothing.
Usually when a cultivation sect enters the archaic battlefield for a trial, the range is within 1,000 miles of the outer edge, and that's considered the safest area. It's a special occasion, happening every 5 years. Once you step outside that 1,000-mile zone, that's the real inner region of the archaic battlefield. Rumor has it that it's packed with terrifying remnants from the archaic era, and almost no cultivator who ventures in there ever comes back out.
Shen Tian frowned, thinking about the terrain.
The teleport location onto the battlefield is random. Usually, stepping into the archaic battlefield through the teleportation array will teleport you to a range of about 100 to 500 miles from the edge. However, due to the chaotic laws of the battlefield, small teleportation deviations are pretty normal.
Qin Yundi shouted frantically, "Senior brother, we're in deep trouble."
He stared at him, thinking, this Qin Yundi is also a genius. Not only can he control so many yin-yang demon-piercing guns at the same time, but he can also speak to me while distracted.
He observed Qin Yundi controlling the guns.
The ability to control distraction is really amazing.
He raised the hammer and instructed everyone, pay attention to vigilance. Danger may happen at any time. Shen Tian glanced at Zhao Hao behind him and calculated. Originally thought that with my joining, Zhao Hao and others would have a butterfly effect, and the teleportation would be wrong and miss the opportunity. But now it seems that the picture of the opportunity on their heads is even clearer, and the direction is clear. Their opportunity has been used by this holy sun.
Shen now asked worriedly, 13th brother, should we retreat now?
He glanced at the people below and speculated.
There are more than 100 bones below, which is equivalent to more than 100 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, and they look like they are just small soldiers. Maybe there will be a real leader if they get closer.
He painfully covered his face and cried, I really regret going with 13th brother. The luck of our 13th brother doesn't seem to be getting any better. If we are spotted by the monster and hunted, wouldn't it be a complete failure?
He thought for a while and continued, don't worry. Everyone wait for me on that mountain first. In a place full of dangers like this, it's best not to make too much noise unless there's no other way."
He turned his head and told Yun Di, "Your yin-yang demon-piercing guns should first carefully engrave the sound-eliminating formation, otherwise don't fire a single gun. The same goes for the True Will Armor Yin-Yang Thunder Explosion. Talismans on everyone, don't use them unless you are desperate." Suddenly, he grabbed the shield and flew into the sky. "As for the skeletons at the foot of the mountain, everyone just wait for me to pave the way." Shen Tian rushed towards the skeletons. The archaic battlefield is due to chaotic rules, and the speed of Imperial swordflight will be fast and slow, unstable. More importantly, the void above this battlefield is also unstable, full of space gaps. If you fly with a sword, you can easily fall into the space gap and be transported to an unknown place. If you teleport to the depths of the battlefield, even the true venerable will have only one way to die. Yun Di shouted in panic, "Holy Sun, Senior Brother, just rush down like that," Song Treasurer continued worriedly. "Although Holy Sun Senior Brother is the Holy Son of God's plan, and his strength is strong, but this place is, after all, the archaic battlefield," he continued, or said, "everyone's cultivation is suppressed to the foundation establishment stage, and it's really okay to rush into such a large crowd of skeletons alone." Shen Tian rushed into the middle of the skeletons, and he shouted angrily, "You guys gather enough, what am I afraid of, Shen Tian?" Lightning bolts fell from the sky, causing the soldiers to fall. He landed on the ground, in the smoke. Looking at the bone soldiers approaching, he worried. "There are too many bones. Just knocked down one group, and another group came." He immediately thought in his mind. Just now, when the hammer fell, the soul fire on the top of these skeletons was extinguished quickly, and the skeleton monster became an ordinary skeleton. They were buried underground for thousands of years, and they knew how to light the soul fire again and recover. A strange light emanated from Shen Tian's hand, pulling the broken bones into it. "But if you encounter me, this holy sun, how can I give you a chance to be reborn? Take it all back," he smiled triumphantly. These remnants are the bones of the great demon of the archaic era. Although more than half of the divine spiritual energy has been lost, the remaining divine spiritual energy is still very powerful and extremely valuable. The diamond hammer is attached to 1 yuan heavy water. Even diamond stone can be knocked into pieces. It takes so much effort to knock it open, you can imagine how strong it is. He thought of the pile of bones just now and was satisfied. Whether it is used for refining weapons or buried in the sect's spiritual medicine garden as fertilizer, these bones are the most top-quality materials. Shen Tian rushed to fight with the skeletons again, and in a short period of time, more than 100 skeletons died without a whole body under Shen Tian's diamond hammer. Qin Yundi excitedly cheered. "Is this the true strength of Shen Tian, Senior Brother?" Song Treasurer continued. "Even if Shen Tian is in the archaic battlefield, and his cultivation is suppressed to the foundation establishment stage, the immortal master is still invincible in the world." Shen Tian seemed to realize something. "Wait a minute. Just now, after going all out to wipe out those demon spawns, I clearly felt the power of the 5 Thunder Divine Beast armor drop. Could it be?" He panicked at the thought. It ran out of mana. I was all cool and mighty for a few minutes, but it couldn't hold on. 3 points for being a real man. Bad points. He struck a pose. Dazzling light radiating from him. The 5 Thunder Divine Beast armor sucks up spirit energy way too fast. Time to switch to Azure Dragon Lightning armor. The horde of ferocious skeleton soldiers charged towards him. Shen Tian suddenly widened his eyes, cast a spell, and giant vines attacked. The guardian immortal vine skeletons wrapped tightly in the vines emitted red smoke. With each vine strike, several skeletons shattered, and even their soul flames were devoured by the immortal devouring vine. Massive attacks exploded continuously, and Shen Tian completely cleared the eastern region of the eastern wilderness very quickly. Li Lianjie excitedly exclaimed, "Shen Tiange is really amazing. Plus he has vines too, so pretty. Is this Shen Zhang's true power? So strong, so domineering." Qin Yundi chimed in, enthusiastically. Senior Brother's battle is also full of artistic flair. Giba and Qin Gao were crying tears of joy. "Your Highness has finally grown up. If Consort Lan Fei could see Your Highness so powerful, she would surely smile in the afterlife." As for the likes of Shopkeeper Song and Liu Taiyi, they had already taken out their spirit crystal recorders and started recording Shen Tian's image. "Are you kidding me? We absolutely have to record this unparalleled battle scene and this heroic figure of our divine firmament saint," Shopkeeper Song said proudly. "We can admire and learn from it any time in the future. It's definitely a great help for cultivation. This is also a perk for the senior brothers and junior brothers who join the Divine Favor Organization, especially the senior sisters. If they could see the unparalleled demeanor of senior brother in this battle, wouldn't they be overjoyed?" On the ancient battlefield, 500 miles away from the border region,
5 non-human cultivators stood on a cliff. They were golden core stage experts or higher, and they entered the ancient battlefield with a special plan. Jin Yu stood atop the mountain, angrily cursing. I didn't expect that even breaking through the border region road, I still haven't found the disciples of the divine firmament. The rules of the ancient battlefield are hard to grasp. Even my insight ability is affected.
Bai Ling calmly reassured. No need to rush, Jin Yu. To win, the divine firmament Saint Child will eventually head towards the depths of the battlefield. She then explained. This 500-mile area of the ancient battlefield is blocked by the Tianyuan Ridge, and to enter the depths within 500 miles, you must pass through the Blood Demon Valley. We just need to guard outside the Blood Demon Valley and wait for the divine firmament Saint Child to take the bait. She grinned cunningly. Then you can tear the divine firmament Saint Child apart however you want, Jin Yu excitedly replied. Bai Ling is right. The people of the divine firmament Holy Land are too oppressive. Our southern border feather clan is not so easily bullied either. This time, we'll kill the divine firmament Saint Child first, then bathe the other disciples of the divine firmament Holy Land in blood, so that these humanoids know that the feather clan cannot be bullied by anyone.
He turned to Kong Meng and ordered, Immortal Kong Meng, we'll have to trouble you this time, she replied arrogantly. Easy peasy. So the 5 young prodigies from the allied tribes of the southern border feather clan set up an ambush in the Blood Demon Valley, 500 miles away from the ancient battlefield. They watched groups of humanoid cultivators pass through the Blood Demon Valley and head towards the depths of the battlefield. Paying no attention, they firmly believed that the divine firmament Holy Land's trial team would appear sooner or later. But at this moment, Shen Tian and his group had arrived, 800 miles before a deep chasm.
Shen Tian was controlling the vines to wrap around the skeleton soldiers. Shen Avfio looked at him, puzzled. Is that really Shen Tian, the 13th brother? He thought of Shen Tian's former image and felt strange. More than a month ago, this guy was clearly just an ordinary person without any cultivation, right? Unless, the 13th brother has always been hiding his talent, concealing himself, and in reality he already possessed unmatched talent. He thought of Consort Lan Fei, dejectedly thinking, no wonder he is Consort Lan Fei's son, he is truly not someone that ordinary people can compare to. Shen Akio realized that after he let go of his obsession with comparing himself to Shen Tian, everything became much easier. Suddenly, he thought of the 2 Nirvana holy liquid bottles, mentioning it. The Nirvana holy liquid is a peerless treasure, and yet the 13th brother was willing to generously give it to this prince. Considering it all, he cares about our brotherly bond very much. In the future, I must become closer to 13th brother, and care for him like my own brother. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in front of him, and was immediately wrapped tightly by the vines. Shen Io panicked and cursed. Holy crap, Shen Tian shouted from afar. This guy's strength isn't considered too strong, 6th brother. Go ahead and use him to warm up. He clenched his teeth in anger when he heard that. What do you mean this guy's strength isn't too strong, so you're throwing him to your brother to warm up? Are you implying that I'm too weak? He angrily drew his sword, aimed at the soldier. From a young age until now, I have been a recognized cultivation genius. How can I endure this humiliation? He proudly exclaimed. I want to fight 10. The soldier swung his sword at him, injuring him, and he screamed loudly. He fell from the sky to the ground, moaning in pain. Shen Ao struggled to get up. Why are these damn things as fragile as tofu dregs when facing 13th brother, but when 13th brother throws them to me, they all act like they've taken steroids? He roared furiously. You bullying softies! This prince will fight you with my life today. He continuously used attacks towards the soldier. Luo Chen swordplay, Xuan Feng swordplay, Fu Liu swordplay, Tai Yu swordplay, Chao Yang swordplay, Chang Hong passing the sun. He looked at the soldier without a scratch and panicked. Is this annoying guy really just a regular soldier from the ancient battlefield? After being dead for so many years, how come this prince still can't beat them? Is my foundation establishment cultivation fake or something? A surge of black aura enveloped the soldier, and he swung his sword towards Shen Io. He held his flaming sword in despair. Is this prince going to die like this again? Getting killed by some small fry soldier in such a humiliating and ridiculous way? Suddenly, the soldier was sliced in half, collapsing in front of him. Qin Gao worriedly turned his head to ask him, 6th Prince, are you alright? Shen Ao was stunned, his mouth agape. One strike and this monster's taken care of. Qin Gao, after following 13th brother for only a short month, you've gotten this strong. He suddenly realized something, filled with confusion. Just now, Qin Gao's attack was definitely more than just a sneak attack. A month ago, Qin Gao didn't have any cultivation at all. 13th brother, what kind of magic do you have to turn bad luck into good? Qin Gao seriously explained to him. 6th Prince's swordsmanship is incredibly refined, it's just that your cultivation is still a bit weak.
13th Prince gave 6th Prince 10 caddies of Nirvana holy liquid. It's best if you refine some,
he continued, babbling. After your cultivation is raised, these skeletons will be as easy as clay chickens and tile dogs to you, done in one move. He stared intently at the bottle in his hand. So the reason Qin Gao's and Giba's strength suddenly increased so much is thanks to the Nirvana holy liquid. He thought about Qin Gao's bulging muscles and speculated. That makes sense. A peerless treasure left behind by a saint-level powerhouse. Having this kind of effect is perfectly reasonable. Shen Tian turned his head to glance at Qin Gao. The image Shen Tian saw above Qin Gao's head belonged to the opportunity of the great luck practitioner Hong Huang Jinban. Following the guidance of the image, Shen Tian quickly found the entrance to this deep crevice. The moment everyone truly stepped inside the deep crevice, an immense pressure instantly descended, so much so that everyone seemed to hear deafening dragon roars in their ears. Li Lingxie fearfully said to Shen Tian, "Shen Gage, this sound is so creepy," little Lingxian exclaimed in panic. "Damn it!" He looked ahead and ordered, "This roar is the sound coming from the bones of this giant dragon. Let's go inside." Shen Tian's group ventured deeper inside, and beneath the great dragon were densely packed red spirit herbs. These spirit herbs are called dragon blood grass, and only where the pure blood of the dragon race has fallen, and the essence blood has soaked the land, will this spirit herb appear. A mighty man with a sword appeared. This kind of spirit herb is extremely valuable, and can be used to assist cultivators in alchemy and body refinement. The effect is enormous, especially for close combat cultivators who practice god-fiend body refinement. If they can obtain dragon blood grass and refine it, they may even have the chance to obtain the power of dragon blood within them. For example, every gesture, every action will be accompanied by the might of the dragon race. Whether in strength or speed, there will be a huge upgrade. After all, the physical body of the dragon race is recognized as incomparably powerful. The man sat beneath a deep red flower, engrossed. Spirit medicines like dragon bloodgrass are most effective when used by foundation establishment cultivators, golden core chi refiners, and transcendent stage god-fiend body refiners. After using dragon bloodgrass to cleanse the body, one can forge the strongest foundation, which is extremely beneficial for the future development of the cultivator. Shen Tian's group gradually ventured deeper, and even throughout the ancient battlefield, this type of spirit medicine is considered a very precious opportunity. But in this valley, dragon bloodgrass seems to be everywhere. Qin Yundi excitedly praised, "Senior brother Shen Tian, as expected, you are the favored child of heavenly fate. Just entering the ancient battlefield for half a day, and you've found such a treasure land." Shen Tian stared intently at the skeleton soldiers in front of him. "Now is not the time to be happy. We have to clear out these ancient ghosts first," he analyzed worriedly. Soldiers are approaching. These skeletons are stronger than the ones outside the valley. The aura of each one has reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. And there are even a dozen crimson skeletons, whose auras are even stronger than the golden core stage powerhouses of the human race. They have been nourished by the dragon Shi in the valley, and are not easy to deal with. He turned to look at Qin Gao next to him. In the opportunity image above Qin Gao's head, what Shen Tian saw was that, in about 2 days, a group of undead knights would rush into this dragon blood valley and fight with these dragon blood skeletons. The image of Qin Gao holding 2 bundles of spirit grass and running away flashed in his mind. Qin Gao relied on his super-fast speed, took advantage of the chaos to uproot a dozen dragon blood grass, and then desperately ran away. Shen Tian seriously propped up his chin and pondered. In other words, if Qin Gao and the others hadn't followed me, they would have been separated by monsters in the next period of time. After following others, everyone encountered their own opportunities, and Qin Gao came to this valley. He continued to calculate. In the ancient battlefield training, no one can guarantee that they can stay together with their teammates from beginning to end. When you really encounter terrible danger, escaping alone always has a higher chance of survival than running with the group. He lowered his eyes to observe the pile of spirit grass in front of him. In Qin Gao's initial opportunity, he only secretly took a dozen dragon bloodgrass and left. How can this holy sun take all of this dragon bloodgrass away? This stuff, even the leaves and roots, are very useful. It's really worth a lot in the immortal cultivation market. He solemnly clasped his hands. The skeleton soldiers continued to approach him. These dragon blood skeletons in the valley are strong, but their intelligence is completely inferior to humans. They don't have any goals, and don't even react when they bump into other skeletons, and seem to have no ability to think or judge. Instantly, a blue sphere enveloped everyone, a concealment illusion formation. With the buff from the formation, Shen Tian and the crew successfully hid their auras, sneaking past the dragonbone soldiers. Shen Tian turned his head, instructing Qin Yundi Shidi, dish out the yin-yang demon-shattering guns to everyone, assign firing lanes, amp up the sound-dampening formation, We absolutely have to make sure not a peep escapes.
Thinking of those bony goons, he reminded them, "These dragon bone skeletons are tough cookies, but they've got a fatal flaw. Zero magical defense. We're catching them off guard with a plan, so we gotta nail their weak spot, which is attacking their soul fire. Aim for a one-hit KO."
He slung the gun over his shoulder, telling everyone, "First, we pick off the weaklings, then we deal with the big boys." "Got it," everyone eagerly replied. "Got it." Qin Yundi thought to himself, eyes sparkling with admiration. Ranged sniping, no aura, no sound. These boneheads won't even know where the attacks are coming from. Brilliant. As expected of the holy son Shixiong, he comes up with these killer strategies on the fly. Shen Tian solemnly instructed everyone to get ready to rumble. Shen Agio stared at the gun in his hand, totally baffled. Just a little pea shooter like this can pop heads from 1,000 steps away. That can't be right. Friendly shopkeeper Song helpfully offered.
"Sixth Prince, allow this old one to give you a demonstration." He nimbly grabbed the gun and channeled spiritual energy into the yin-yang demon-shattering gun.
He quickly aimed at a skeleton head, using his divine sense to lock onto a light red, dragon-horned skeleton outside the valley. The gun rapidly lit up, activating the lightning detonation array inside the gun. At the same time the sound dampening array activated, he squeezed the trigger, and the bullet pierced straight through the skeleton's head.
High-level sneak attack, one shot, headshot, and the bone soldier went down like a sack of bricks. He beamed, asking, "Sixth Prince, did you get all that?"
Shen Ao gawked at the gun, eyes wide. "This is some serious voodoo. I spent ages honing my swordsmanship, and I can't even beat the common bone grunts outside the deep crack. These are amped-up, super-powered dragon-horn skeletons thanks to the dragon energy in this misty valley, and they're getting one-shot by a demon-shattering gun." He got mad and shouted,
"What's the point of me practicing the sword?"
Soon, everyone was blasting skeletons left and right. Led by Shen Tian, the crew hid inside the formation, having a blast battling the dragon-horn skeletons. But the other dragon-horn skeletons didn't seem to notice their comrades getting whacked.
In other words, their IQ was rock bottom. They basically had no clue what suddenly losing a head meant. They just heard the sound of spirit metal bullets and bone skulls colliding, glanced around, and then went back to whatever they were doing, seeing their derpy reactions.
Shen Tian breathed a small sigh of relief. In fact, these dragonhorn skeletons weren't even the true masters of the valley. This colossal dragon valley had a stronger presence. It's just that every 5 years there's a special period, and those scary nascent soul and higher level beings all scram back to the deeper parts of the ancient battlefield, so the colossal dragon valley was only left with these dimwits. Just in time for Shen Tian and his crew to show up.
Otherwise, their formation really might not have been able to hide them from the higher level undead. Anyway, everyone just chilled up on the mountain, going crazy attacking these dragonhorn skeletons. Shen Tian relaxed his shot, sighing a little. All the red dragonhorn skeletons have been wiped out. Next up are those golden core dragonhorn skeletons, he continued to calculate carefully. The strength of these golden core dragonhorn skeletons is way stronger than normal skeletons. They can vaguely predict the trajectory of the spirit metal bullets through the sound of the air being disrupted, blocking or dodging them.
He turned his head and instructed the group. Sixth Bro, Song Fugui, Liu Taiyi, Zhen Zhijia and Xiangmeng. You 5 aim at the bonehead scratching its head in the east. Zhao Hao, Xiao Linglian, Qin Gao and Giba. You 5 aim at the bonehead beating its chest and looking around in the west. He continued ordering Qin Yundi.
Yundi Shidi, you aim at the bonehead playing with bones in the south, he quickly reported respectfully. Shixiong, target locked. At his words, the bullets instantly flew out. With Shen Tian leading the charge, even the golden core dragonhorn skeletons who were dodging like crazy fell one by one. He excitedly bragged, "You can't see me, can you?" "What can I say? I'm just that awesome," Shen Alio eagerly asked. "Senior brother Song, where can I buy this magical treasure?"
Shopkeeper Song quickly and happily explained. But the yin-yang demon-shattering gun was invented by Holy Son Shixiong and Yundi Shixiong together. If Sixth Prince wants one, you just have to say the word to Holy Son Shixiong. I'm sure it wouldn't be a problem.
Shen Adio studied the gun in his hand with interest. The strength of the dragonhorn skeletons isn't weaker than a golden core cultivator. A Foundation establishment cultivator can use this yin-yang demon-shattering gun to kill a dragonhorn skeleton in the blink of an eye. If it's a golden core cultivator using it, the difference probably wouldn't be too big.
13th Bro actually invented such a powerful magic weapon. How awesome! Shen Tian turned his head to praise and instruct everyone. You all did great. This was a perfect team effort. This time, we relied on Yundi Shidi's yin-yang demon-shattering gun to wipe out all these skeletons. Therefore, Yundi Shidi gets half of these skeletons. Does anyone have any objections? Qin Yundi frantically denied. How could that be? How could I take so much of Shixiong's opportunity? If not for Holy Sun Shixiang's great heavenly fortune, how could we have found this colossal dragon valley? He continued to suggest. Moreover, it was Shixiang who commanded us so well that we were able to solve all these dragon horn skeletons without harm. I think Shixiang should keep half of these skeletons and the dragon bloodgrass, and the rest will split equally. What does everyone think? Zhao Hao agreed. Continuing, Zhao Hao thinks Shen Shixiang doesn't need to be polite. This is what you deserve. Shopkeeper Song also agreed. This old one also feels that the Holy Sun Shixiang's contribution to this harvest is the greatest. Just take half of it, don't feel bad. Li Lianhuir and the little spirit fairy also agreed, raising their hands. Lianhuir agrees. Linger agrees. This old servant agrees. Me too, Shen Tian tearfully cried, thinking with annoyance. This is the suffering of a leader with too much charisma. This holy son wanted to try his best to distribute the good stuff, but everyone disagrees. How annoying, Shen Tian happily instructed. All right, everyone's being so polite, I won't hold back either. Let's all gather the dragon blood grass together, but remember, be gentle. Don't damage the roots and leaves. A complete dragon blood grass is worth way more. He held a handful of soil with glee, saying, Also, the soil here has been infused with the essence of the dragon's blood and has transformed into top-grade spirit soil. Everyone can collect a bit more to take back. Xin Yendi chimed in excitedly. That's right. If Senior Brother Holy Child hadn't reminded us, we almost missed this spirit soil. Shen Ao, deep in thought, muttered, Soil that can produce dragon bloodgrass must be a top-tier spiritual land, the perfect choice for cultivating rare and exotic plants. Everyone started working together with boundless enthusiasm. Some gathered dragon bones and horns from the ground, some harvested dragon bloodgrass, and others used iron shovels and hoes to dig the soil beneath the dragon bloodgrass. Shen Ao and Shopkeeper Song happily hugged the piles of spirit herbs. A light emanated from Shen Tian's ring, quickly sucking the spirit herbs inside. This training trip's harvest has far exceeded my imagination. For the vast majority of cultivators, 3 or 5 ordinary dragon bloodgrasses are enough to strengthen their bodies to the limit. Even for geniuses, 8 or 10 are basically enough. Even more than enough, he thought to himself, pleased. But this prince has harvested at least 180 dragon bloodgrasses, enough to strengthen my body to the extreme. I bet there will still be plenty left over. Following 13th Brother is awesome. Shopkeeper Song, recalling Shen Tian's past exploits, exclaimed, I'm impressed. Senior Brother Holy Child can just set up a fortune-telling stall in the Myriad Spirit Garden, earn a little on the side, and snag a 7-treasure immortal gourd and a divine firmament dragon tiger jade pendant. Take a stroll in the misty plains, and you can get a ton of nirvana holy liquid for bathing. And now, how long has it been since he arrived on this ancient battlefield? Dragon bloodgrasses are like wholesale goods. With Senior Brother Holy Child in the divine firmament Holy Land, what's there to worry about in conquering the eastern wilderness? The man, tears streaming down his face with happiness, furiously wrote in his notebook. I remember there was once a very talented and powerful woman who doubted and questioned us, asking if constantly following and bootlicking the heavenly venerable could really make one stronger. Now, I can tell her with the truth. Sorry, but of course it can make you stronger. Not only can you become stronger, but you can also get rich and prosper and rush towards the path of immortality together. He and Qin Gao cried out with pride. The best decision we've ever made in our lives was to believe in and admire the heavenly venerable. Shen Tian held the mirror in his hand, completely satisfied. Oh my God, that feeling is back again. The joyful feeling of increasing luck. The blue halo above my head is turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Red and blue, it looks so beautiful. He glanced happily at the golden halos above Qin Gao's head. Their halos of luck are also brighter, especially Qin Gao. According to the initial opportunity images, Qin Gao was only supposed to snatch a few dozen dragon blood grasses during the chaos. But now he's getting 180. A huge harvest. He smiled contentedly. Qin Gao profited, I profited, my companions profited, so who's losing out here? He looked intently deeper into the canyon. It's this guy who's losing out. Dragons. Truly one of the most powerful races in the world. Even after 10,000 years of death, with its essence seemingly all gone, it can still emanate such a great pressure. He looked at his trembling hand, feeling the pressure. Just being near these giant dragon remains makes you feel a heavy pressure of dozens of kilograms. If we didn't all have cultivation levels of foundation establishment stage or higher, we might not be able to withstand this kind of pressure. He thought about the pot being cooked and wondered, I wonder if these dragon bones can be taken away. After all, they're from a pure-blooded dragon. If made into soup, the taste might not be bad, right?
Why am I, this holy child, thinking about eating bones from over 10,000 years ago? They're probably long rotten, right? A large sword was stuck in the giant dragon's bones. The sword was ancient, covered in dark red rust, and a small tree grew out of the blade.
Crimson wooden swords grew out of the bones. Those are sword heart fruits. They normally only grow where an unparalleled sword immortal has fallen, Shen Tian thought in astonishment. Although there wasn't an unparalleled sword immortal who fell here, there was a divine sword that severed an era, and once slashed a pure-blooded giant dragon. Nurtured by sword intent, it can indeed produce sword heart fruits. He stood before the sword thinking. It's just the head bone of the giant dragon that the large sword pierced, causing it to be firmly stuck in the ground. If you want to pluck the sword heart fruits, you have to endure immense dragon might. Climbing onto the giant dragon's body. Just being near the giant dragon remains makes you feel a pressure of several dozen kilograms, and even breathing becomes difficult. If you want to climb to the top of the giant dragon's head to pluck the sword heart fruits, the pressure will naturally increase several times, even several dozen times. Let's take a gamble. Shen Tian started climbing up from the tail of the giant dragon alone. Everyone was still immersed in the joy of harvesting dragon bloodgrass. Shen Tian had already reached the dragon's back. He was tensed by the dragon's energy. Miscalculated. Besides the immense dragon might, there's also a sharp sword intent attacking. Every step is like carrying a mountain, feeling like your body will explode in the next second. He immediately cast a spell, and divine beasts appeared around him. 5 Thunder Divine Beast Armor activate. He felt around and thought. Under the blessing of the 5 divine beasts phenomena, the suppression of the sword intent and dragon might has clearly been reduced a lot. He quickly rushed forward, must act quickly. At this time, Shen Tian had reached the nape of the dragon. The pressure around him increased, making it difficult for him to move. Damn, am I at my limit? It feels like I'm being weighed down by 1,000 kilograms. He picked up the bottle and drank the Nirvana holy liquid. The power around him increased, and he shouted seriously, "You dragon, this holy child is definitely getting up there. Charge! Charge!" After replenishing his stamina, Shen Tian charged up to the dragon's head in one breath. Shen Tian stood silently, observing the giant sword in front of him. Dude, that's confusing. Weird vibes. This dragon's body is overflowing with dragon might and sword intent, but why is there no pressure coming from its head? He's staring up at that giant sword, thinking, is it because this sword is jammed into its head, like broke its brain or something? He reaches out to touch the sword, super surprised. This is a sword heart fruit. Just a light touch, and you can feel the sword energy. Totally different level. If I can refine a sword heart fruit, it'll definitely give my cultivation and sword talent a massive boost. The vines from Shen Tian's body are quickly pulling the swords down. There are 35 sword heart fruits on this big sword, a total of 35 sword heart fruits, and thanks to the help of the devouring immortal vines, the collection is done in a flash. I wonder if these sword heart fruits are edible. What's the taste and medicinal effect like? He's checking them out, all serious. They look fragile, like a gentle breeze could knock them over, but they're surprisingly sturdy growing on a sword. Suddenly, a voice echoes from above. "Young man, do you desire me?" Shen Tian freaks out, yelling, "Holy crap, what the heck is that?" Shen Tian immediately casts a spell, shouting, "Who's there?" Sounds like a woman's voice. The voice from above continues, "Don't get worked up, it's me. I am the sword spirit of this azure heaven sword. Young man, you were able to find this place, so it can be said that you are destined to have a relationship with me." He's thinking, confused? Azure Heaven Sword has a connection with me? Seriously, the name of this sword doesn't sound like a good sword. He smirks, skeptical. "You're the sword spirit of this heaven azure sword." The voice from the sword echoes again. "That's right, this sword was ordered by its master to kill the evil dragon 10,000 years ago." It continues to ask. "Now I can feel that the master has been gone for many years, and you have the bloodline and soul from the same school as the master. Young man, do you want me? Then drop your blood on the sword. If you have unparalleled talent, I will follow you into battle." Shen Tian, hearing this, is totally confused. Drop blood? How much blood? This seductive voice feels kinda sus, like someone's trying to screw over this holy son. The sword continues to explain. "You have a special body and extraordinary aptitude. You should be able to get the approval of the Azure Heaven Sword. 1 drop is enough?" he asks, weirded out. "You're sure that with my aptitude, 1 drop of blood is enough to get the recognition of the Heaven Azure Sword? Young man, you are very talented. You must be confident in yourself." He says, casually showing off, "I am, of course, confident in myself." Suddenly, he becomes serious and glares. "But I don't have any confidence in your identity." Shen Tian is immediately surrounded by a strong light, and he angrily questions, "You're not a sword spirit at all, are you?"
The sword doesn't say anything, and just remains silent.
It asks,
Confused, "I thought I pulled the sword light fluctuation without revealing any flaws. How did you see through it?"
He explains
seriously. Very simple. Because when this holy sun called this sword, I deliberately said the name backwards, calling it heaven-cursed sword. The sword spirit cherishes its entrusted object. The name of the object is like its second name. How can I say it wrong several times, and you don't realize it at all, and you don't care? The sword forces a laugh. Just based on this point. That's ridiculous.
Shen Tian continues to mock.
Just based on this point is definitely not enough to confirm, so I just asked you. I didn't expect you to admit it so readily. The sword got angry when it heard this. He smiles and continues. Hey, why are you silent again? If this holy sun's guess is correct, you are not a sword spirit. He examines the sword carefully and speculates. But the remnant soul of the giant dragon that was sealed by this sword, right? He thinks of the little spirit fairy and continues. Before entering the primordial battlefield, the little spirit fairy gave me a copy of the heaven-peering spiritual vein record. Although my current level is still low, I can vaguely see that this canyon is not simple. It must be a special landform formed by the large sword seal. He continued to explain. There are some demonic beasts that cultivate the body-refining technique of gods and demons, and their vitality is extremely tenacious. Even their bodies are immortal. Therefore, most of the cultivators have special formations, and in the attack it is sealed to weaken it. This giant dragon was suddenly pierced by the divine sword, and the seal fell into the primordial battlefield. But it has been 10,000 years, but its body and soul have not been destroyed. He feels quite messed up in his heart at this moment. This giant dragon is indeed not simple. Suddenly, a vortex of light appears brilliantly, and a strange voice comes out. Oh my, how impressive.
Suddenly a figure appears, and that person speaks. You wicked, cunning brat, I can't even fool you. It's really nothing. Such a seductive girl, with horns on her head, praising with interest.
This human kid doesn't look bad, does he?
She continues to babble. How about signing a contract and becoming an honorary dragon knight?
Shen Tian was surprised to see this. It turns out to be a female dragon. That seductive chick gets all up in my face. Just nod your head and successfully free this queen. And this queen might consider agreeing with you. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Shen Tian stares at her intently, thinking, rumor has it dragon race is the strongest species in the world and one of the most arrogant. Becoming a noble dragon knight. Why do I feel like this she-dragon is messing with me? Too bad, no proof. His expression darkens. Senior suddenly making such a promise to this junior is really making this junior feel both happy and worried. Dare not believe it. What if this junior really is lucky enough to be acknowledged by the divine sword and releases senior, only for you to kill me to silence me? Ao Bing erupts in anger, scolding.
This queen is Ao Bing, the eldest princess of the North Sea Black Dragon Island. 10,000 years ago, my North Sea Black Dragon race was known for honoring its promises. Would we go back on our word? If you can truly help this queen escape, this queen can sign a dragon god pact with you, granting you the power of a dragon god. She continues happily. You have to know. For hundreds of thousands of years, the number of powerful figures and geniuses who could sign a dragon god pact with our race are extremely few.
Shen Tian immediately imagines himself riding a dragon and panics. Saving someone's life and you can sign a dragon god pact with them. If just saving her life could let you sign a dragon god pact, there's no reason why there are only a handful of legendary dragon knights in hundreds of thousands of years. She leans closer to him, continuing to explain, of course not. The North Sea Black Dragon Island has countless treasures. If it's just saving a member of the race will naturally be grateful and reward them with a real treasure. Only those who are destined to save members of the race, whose appearance, temperament, talent, and character are all good, are qualified to be recognized by the race and sign a dragon god pact. She continues proudly. This queen observed. You in the foundation establishment stage can withstand dragon might and climb onto the dragon's head, proving that your foundation and talent are not bad, and with so many people protecting you, I think your character will not be bad. Ao Bing seductively strokes her hair, suggesting, therefore, this queen is willing to give you a chance to become this queen's human pact partner, bestowing upon you the glory of a dragon knight. In return, if it were an ugly person whose talent and character were unstable, there's no way they could sign a pact. Shen Tian is speechless, saying nothing. What do you mean, seeing that my talent is not bad and my character is not bad, so you are willing to give me a chance? It's definitely not. Because this holy sun has unparalleled appearance and ethereal temperament, so you see my beauty and develop the desire to sign a pact with me. Right? He continues to suspect. But this reason is indeed sufficient.
After all, human beauties after being rescued are all like this. If you're handsome, they will repay with their bodies. If you're ugly, they'll be your cows and horses in the next life. From ancient times to the present, demons and foreigners all share the same virtue in terms of rules. He suggests in boredom, then please swear first. Even if I can successfully acknowledge this sword, whether I save you or not, you are not allowed to take your anger out on me and my companions. Abio Bing happily agrees.
Rest assured, this queen is not interested in making things difficult for those weak humans, he said solemnly to her. Please swear seriously, Senior. She had no choice but to raise her hand to the sky and reply, I swear. Okay, Shen Tian enthusiastically suggests. Please swear, Senior. Even if I can successfully acknowledge this sword, whether I save you or not, you are not allowed to take your anger out on me and my companions.
Ao Bing angrily points at his face and scolds, You are doubting this queen and the dignity of the Black Dragon Princess. If it weren't for you being handsome, this queen wouldn't bother wasting words and would have killed you already. Shen Tian hesitated and asked, Does Senior mean you absolutely cannot? He immediately thought of the image of Zhang Yongxi and Ao Bing and guessed, Even that fiery tigress Zhang Yongxi, this holy sun has not yet settled, and now provoking another black she-dragon? If she can't beat this holy sun to death, I don't dare to release her. After all, it is an existence of the saint level. Even if it is just a wisp of remnant soul, it is not something I can resist. Ao Bing indifferently raised her hand to the sky and said, In the name of the dragon god, I swear, even if this kid can't successfully save this queen will not take out her anger on him and his friends. He continues to push. What if you do? She glared angrily. If I do, then this queen will never be able to escape imprisonment. Okay, Shen Tian indifferently asked. Isn't that a good thing, Senior? How do I refine this sword? Is it just dripping blood? She explained solemnly. This sword is a quasi-immortal weapon and has given birth to faint intelligence. It is stuck here sealing this queen for 10,000 years, and its master has long died. This queen can feel that this sword is also very hungry. Oh, you have the Yang 5 Elements Thunder God body. Your cultivation is very weak. If it were 10,000 years ago, it might not be able to gain the recognition of this quasi-immortal weapon. But now, as long as you drip blood, I guess it just hopes to immediately acknowledge you as its master. Hearing this, he was dejected. His face darkened. Could this be the market demand affects the price? When countless geniuses pursue this quasi-immortal weapon, it can raise prices and choose the one that pleases it. When it can't contact a better existence, it can only find an honest master to acknowledge. The images of two swords appeared in his mind. After all, swords also have their needs. They need caressing, they need wiping, they need maintenance, and they always need collision and combat. Shen Tian hesitated and extended his bleeding finger towards the sword. A hole of light immediately absorbed his blood. The two stood silently, looking at the sword. Without the slightest reaction, he angrily asked, Senior, it doesn't agree to acknowledge me as its master. Ao Bing angrily scolded the sword. You damn sword! You're still acting pricey? Do you insist on consuming us both to death in this place? Kid, try dripping a little more blood. I don't believe this sword can hold out forever, without acknowledging a master in this remote place. Missing a master like you is enough for it to wait another 100,000 years. You spirit that is not yet fully completed, try again. He frowned angrily, thinking, Drip a little more blood. Is this holy sun's essence blood not worth so much? He glanced over and suggested, Senior, we agreed from the beginning. I only drip one drop of blood to try to acknowledge. Now this junior's essence blood has already dripped. And it is this Qingxian sword that does not agree to acknowledge me as its master. Shen is helpless. How about this? After Shen leaves this place, I will search for a peerless genius with even stronger talent to come and save you from being trapped. How about that? After he finished speaking, he jumped down. Ao Bing panicked and stopped him. Hey, don't go! As soon as he landed, he thought to himself, taking advantage of the fact that Ao Bing has just sworn not to cause trouble, I must quickly leave this place. Otherwise, what? If she finds some loophole in the oath, wouldn't that be the end of me? Qin Yundi anxiously asked, Shen Tian senior brother, what is the background of that woman? He just replied briefly and commanded, That's the remnant soul of an ancient dragon. We need to get out of here. Quick. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared, with swords surrounding the source of the light. He angrily glared at the hovering swords and cursed, What's the deal? Fine, you don't want to acknowledge me as your master, but now you want to chop me up. Suddenly, the swords flew over and lined up in front of him, quickly forming a long staircase leading up the mountain. Qin Yundi excitedly praised, What's going on? This unparalleled divine weapon from 10,000 years ago is actually taking the initiative to welcome Senior Brother Holy Sun.
Shopkeeper Song enthusiastically chimed in, it's sparing no supreme sword chi, transforming into thousands of swords for Senior Brother Holy Sun to step on and conquer it, and Senior Brother Holy Sun doesn't even want it, turning around to leave the valley, as expected of Senior Brother Holy Sun, so domineering and unrestrained. Qin Gao and Gia Ba proudly added, such a powerful, unparalleled divine weapon actually wants to dedicate itself to His Highness? Lady Lan Fei's soul in heaven must be smiling down from the 9 springs. Qin Yundi and Shopkeeper Song pressed him. This sword's power is unmatched, a perfect match for Senior Brother. Although it's still not worthy of Senior Brother Holy Sun's status, considering its sincerity, please accept it, Senior Brother Holy Sun.
Shen Tian stared intently at the steps before him. What the heck is this? Is it that this Holy Sun doesn't want this azure immortal sword? It was clearly the one that didn't accept me earlier. Now that this Holy Sun is about to leave, it suddenly does a complete 180 and desperately wants me as its master? Do you think this Holy Sun would still need your lousy sword? He clenched his fist in anger, muttering, I'm the dignified Shen Xiao Holy Sun, don't I have any face to lose? Ao Bing mockingly taunted, still acting all high and mighty. Regretting it now, little sword. You barely even have a complete consciousness, and you already want to play hard to get like those melodramatic damsels in distress. Serves you right for being rejected.
She glanced at the sword beside her and asked, Hey, getting angry over just a few words. Suddenly, another burst of light erupted, and the rays of light merged into a single sword. The crowd was astonished to see this. A burst of energy shot out from within the light, and a sword flew toward Shen Tian.
Seeing the sword pierce through his body, everyone panicked. Senior Brother, Your Highness. Feeling the light piercing through his body, he worried. This energy, is it sword chi? The primordial fire scripture is frantically devouring and refining this sword chi, and it's rushing into my limbs and meridians.
He stared wide-eyed at the sword in front of him, speculating,
I can feel my understanding of the sword rapidly increasing. Every inch of my skin seems to be able to emit sword chi, sharp sword light.
Shen Tian quickly formed a Dharma seal, and a fiery red aura radiated around him.
At this moment the sword is me, and I am the sword. You, sword, and fire are one, like a sword immortal.
Shen Ao gasped in shock, thinking, this phenomenon, is it 10,000 swords ascending to the 9th heaven? Master once said that only those with an unparalleled sword physique, or an extremely deep understanding of the sword Dao, can condense this phenomenon.
He stared at him, mouth agape, while standing amidst the floating swords.
Since ancient times, those who possess this kind of phenomenon could all become supreme sword immortals in the Tai Bai Grotto heavens. So many people cultivate diligently their whole lives, and still can't cultivate even 1% of this phenomenon's power. But 13th Brother just casually entered the valley, and can already receive such favor from a quasi-immortal artifact. Using a sword heart that has nurtured sword intent for 10,000 years to help him become an unparalleled sword physique, he compared himself to him, and tearfully lamented, is this the difference between people? This cultivation world is so cruel.
Ao Bing also slumped down in shock. Dragon God above. What is this kid? The legendary supreme sword Dao physique, just like that? If those sword Dao freaks from 10,000 years ago saw this little brat, they'd probably doubt their entire lives, right?
She thought about Shen Tian, guessing, what's this guy's background after all? Looks like it's not just about being handsome. She quickly smiled with satisfaction. Good. With this, the Dragon God pact that I signed with him might make the voices of opposition within the clan much quieter. No, 10,000 years have already passed. Now those immortal geezers of the Black Dragon Island should be mostly dead by now. In other words, once I escape the Black Dragon Island I've decided.
She laughed happily. I haven't wasted these 10,000 years.
Shen Tian concentrated silently, and suddenly he opened his eyes, his bright eyes radiating light.
A beam of light shot out from his eyes. That beam of light radiated out, destroying everything around.
He intently looked at the scene before him. Shen Tian was very pleased, feeling that every part of his body could emit sword chi with considerable power, especially his eyes. He thought about the scene of him fighting against enemies with satisfaction. Like this, when facing strong enemies, suddenly glaring with my eyes and shooting out a ray of sword chi, the enemy will definitely be terrified.
The sword stuck in the dragon's skull trembled slightly. Yo, check it out, the giant sword's moving. The sword's out of the skull.
Shen Tian gazed wearily at the colossal sword before him. This thing's huge. Even a nascent soul cultivator could get squashed by it.
In a flash, the sword suddenly shrunk, and it zipped right in front of him. He exclaimed happily, nice sword. This is a damn fine sword. The sword hovered at face level, and a strange flame flickered on its surface. He was puzzled, saying, What's up with this Jinhuo Sutra in my body craving this immortal sword? This weirdo technique wants to snatch even a near-immortal weapon. Ain't it afraid of getting a hole punched in its gut?
Shen Tian grabbed the red-hot blade. Holding it, he felt as if he and the sword, the fire, were one. He swung the sword, creating a dazzling crimson arc. With a whoosh, the power slashed across the mountain in front of him. Qin Yundi and Zhao Hao were taken aback. That power's terrifying. This sword could totally kill a nascent soul cultivator, right? This sword is scary powerful, no wonder it is a near-immortal weapon. Is this the terrifying sword intent of the benevolent sword god physique? Shen Xiong didn't even use a proper sword technique, and still got such terrifying power. Zhang Longyuan was also bummed out, shouting, "That's too OP, is that 13 dies sword attainment? Say, what's the point of me practicing swordsmanship?" Lianier, eyes full of adoration, covered her face. Shen Gage's sword skills are so amazing, worthy of being the man Lianier has set her sights on.
Shen Tian smiled, pleased, looking at the sword in his hand.
That slash just now didn't even use the full power of the Crimson Sword or the Heavenly Sword God physique, but even unleashing just a tiny bit of its energy is enough to wipe out regular nascent soul venerables. So this is the power of a near-immortal weapon, huh? Freaking awesome. Freaking awesome. If I practice a few more powerful sword techniques, this holy son, will be the most handsome swordsman in the eastern wilderness. He held the sword up, shouting, "I am Shen Tian. From now on your name is Tian Chu Sword. I hope one day I can successfully raise you to immortal weapon grade, so that you can be famous throughout the 5 regions." The sword suddenly flew out of his hand, pointing its tip at him, making him panic. "What's the meaning of this? You don't like the name I gave you? And you're gonna kill me first." Suddenly, streams of energy converged into his hand. The crimson sword transformed into the sword Qui Origin, tempering my lungs so that I truly experience the realm where man and sword become one. If needed, I can unleash Tian Chu's sword from within my body to slay enemies at any time. He gave a thumbs up, grinning. "So, it makes me a sneaky guy." "No, it's the ultimate trump card to protect my life." From afar, Ao Bing frantically shouted, "Kid, I'm about to break the seal, you guys get away from me." The group quickly moved away from the glowing dragon head. She continued yelling, "Get further away." A massive beam of light shot up. 10,000 years. I'm finally free from this imprisonment. That damned flat-chested woman, she actually sealed me for 10,000 years. Does she even know how I got through this 10,000 years? Now that I have regained my freedom, let the 5 regions tremble. Shen Arrow looked at the light in front of him in a panic. "This dragon girl's been sealed for too long. She's gone crazy from being cooped up," Qin Yundi said fearfully. "This commotion is too loud. I guess countless human cultivators within a few hundred miles must have sensed it." He thought of the images of those figures full of sternness, and continued. "Those proud geniuses with strong self-confidence must be hurrying towards this place right now." Zhang Longyuan heard this and was scared, and his face darkened. "What did you say? They are all coming here." At the same time, after signing the treaty, the dragon god, the human race, and the dragon race will have extremely high tacit understanding and can cultivate special combined attack techniques. Once the 2 sides cooperate in combat, whether it is the human race or the dragon race, the strength will create an extremely large blessing. Shen Tian looked at the black egg floating in front of him in a panic. The dragon girl turned into a black egg. So, for powerful dragon knights, fighting beyond their level is truly as simple as eating and drinking. A woman's voice echoed from the egg. "Consider yourself smart. From now on you are the man I, Ao Bing, am protecting. If you encounter any trouble that you can't solve, just say my name, and no one will dare not give me face." He looked at the black egg flying towards him in a panic. "Dragon, is it trying to smash me, this holy sun, to death? Should I dodge or not? What if dodging causes the dragon egg to break? Will the dragon girl's spirit crush me?" He conjured up some vines to defend. I wonder if the immortal devouring vines can hold it in this posture. The vines formed a net, and the egg landed straight into it. Ao Bing praised with satisfaction. "Very good. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You didn't dodge." Ao Bing, blushing, issued a command. "Congratulations, young man. You have passed my 2nd test. Next, drip a drop of essence blood onto the dragon egg, and then read after me." Shen Tian asked wearily, "Do I have to shed blood? Can't we do it another way?" Strange words floated out of the egg. She commanded tremulously, "Next I'll read something, and you, kid, repeat after me. Got it?" He had no choice but to reply. "Okay." Ao Bing then recited loudly, and he solemnly clasped his hands and repeated, "Dragon God above, today Ao Bing and Shen Tian willingly enter into an agreement to become comrades fighting side by side. Dragon God above,
Today, Ao Bing and Shen Tian willingly enter into an agreement to become comrades fighting side by side.
The recitation continued. From this day forward, whether in prosperity or adversity, whether rich or poor, we shall help and cherish each other, until death do us part, he asked, puzzled. What, Black Dragon Miss, are you sure this is the proper Dragon Knight pact? He frowned and questioned. Senior, isn't this agreement a little off? She angrily scolded. Off! You dare question the dragon god. Believe me, one sneeze from me and you're dead. He looked at her in her egg form, constantly scolding, and panicked. Oh my god, she's barely out of confinement and she's already cursing? This dragon style? It's not my cup of tea, is it? He quickly waved his hands to stop her. Senior, you just swore you wouldn't hold any grudges against me. Ao Bing said, I did swear that if you didn't save me, I wouldn't take my anger out on you or your friends, but now you've saved me, so the premise of the oath is gone. Does the oath still hold? He was instantly petrified. Shen Tian thought angrily about smashing the egg. You're supposed to be a proud member of the dragon race. Is it really appropriate to pull such a fast one? I really want to smash this egg so you can't pull any more tricks. The egg suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, and the voice continued. Relax. I, as the eldest princess of the dragon race, wouldn't stoop to tricking you. Quickly make a vow to the dragon god, and after the vow, you can become a dragon knight that appears once every 1,000 years. With me and Black Dragon Island protecting you, no one in the entire 5 regions will dare bully you. This treatment is something many people wouldn't even dare to dream of, he continued. But, Senior, Ao Bing angrily interrupted. We're about to sign the pact. Why are you still calling me Senior? Call me Big Sis Bing. He was furious and questioned. Big Sis Bing, you're at least 10,000 years older than me, right? Aren't you ashamed to tell me to call you Big Sis? She retorted. What about it? Got a problem. Although I was sealed for 10,000 years, I was always in hibernation, and I used a secret method to enter a state of seated meditation. Blushing as she thought about her true form, she continued. In these 10,000 years, my lifespan has only passed for 1,000 years. In other words, my real age is still very young. Shen Tian teased her slyly. A few thousand-year-old big sis, huh? Ao Bing threatened irritably. You little brat, you're going too far. Forget it, we haven't signed the pact yet anyway. I'll just wipe you out right now. He panicked and recited the incantation. From this day forward, whether in prosperity or adversity, whether rich or poor, we shall help and cherish each other, until death do us part. A small ball of light flew out of the egg and quickly enveloped his body. The pact is complete. This so-called dragon god pact is actually a kind of symbiotic relationship, like the bees and flowers of the natural world, living together for mutual benefit. Humans who sign the Dragon God Pact can obtain a portion of the dragon race's origin dragon power and can even cultivate the true Dragon Emperor scripture. At the same time, after signing the Dragon God Pact, the human race and the dragon race will have a very high tacit understanding and can cultivate special joint attack techniques. Once the two sides cooperate in battle, whether it is the human race or the dragon race, their power will receive a huge boost. Therefore, for a truly powerful Dragon Knight, fighting above their level is as simple as eating and drinking. Then, Ao Bing happily instructed, consider yourself lucky, kid. From now on, you are the man I, your queen, protect. If you encounter any trouble you can't solve, just drop my name, and no one will dare to disrespect me. Shen Tian hugged the egg, and she continued. All right, I have to prepare for Nirvana. In the following period, you must protect the dragon egg that I'm using for Nirvana transformation well, she instructed. Rest assured, once I successfully revive through Nirvana, I will definitely not treat you badly. You should cultivate this Emperor Scripture, the true Dragon Emperor Scripture, first. Shen Tian thought of the true Dragon Emperor Scripture and broke out in a sweat. Only those who have been recognized by the Black Dragon royal family are qualified to cultivate the true Dragon Emperor Scripture, the dragon race's supreme inheritance. This is a pure body refining art, and its contents are all about how to refine one's body into the body of a supreme war dragon. It also records many extremely powerful ancient dragon race combat techniques, such as Azure Sky Dragon Claw, Proud Dragon 9 Steps, Cave Heaven Dragon Strike, Scarlet Dragon Breath. Each ancient combat technique, if cultivated to the highest level, can evolve into a great divine ability that will shake the entire 5 regions. Shen Tian took out a beautiful piece of brocade from his spatial ring and tied the dragon egg to his back. He turned his head to look at the egg on his back and pondered, Didn't you say you'd let me become a dragon knight? How come I haven't even gotten to ride the dragon yet? But instead I've been ridden by this dragon first. What a loss. Forget it. For the sake of the true Dragon Emperor Scripture, this holy son will just suffer a little. I'll think of a way to ride her back later." He then instructed the group behind him. Just now, Ao Bing broke the seal to get out, causing too much noise. It's bound to attract the attention of many people and monsters. We need to find a safe place now. On the way to find a safe place, Shen Tian's group experienced wave after wave of monster attacks. He stood gleefully amidst the smoky battlefield. The archaic era is indeed a good place to kill monsters and level up. It was only then that he noticed the sun had already set behind the mountains. He turned his head and said to the group, "It's getting dark. Let's quickly find a relatively safe bone valley to rest for the night." It was now the Xu hour, and dark night covered everything. The group was sitting by a bucket of water, surrounded by fiery red spirit herbs. Qin Yundi happily reported, "Senior brother Shen, we've cleaned up all the wind spirits in the mountain valley, and we've also used a sealing formation to seal the entrance of the valley." Shen Tian was grateful and said, "You two junior brothers have worked hard. Everyone can rest assured and relax now." So he tossed the spirit herbs into the tub, thinking, "I signed the Dragon God Pact, so I already have the source power of the dragon race in my body. And dragon bloodgrass is born from the aura of Ao Bing's source power, so this dragon bloodgrass is the only choice for me to strengthen that source power." He raised his hand, and the leaves floated in the air. Dragon knights have always had the wisdom of humans and the invincible physique of dragons. That's the main reason they become legends. "I've successfully gained the power of the dragon race, so of course I have to cultivate this ability to the highest level." Zhao Hao looked at the tub of water and guessed, "The dragon bloodgrass that senior brother Saint Child put in this bath must be at least 100 plants, right?" Shen Ao also worriedly added, "An ordinary person can only refine 8 or 10 dragon bloodgrass at most, any more and they'll easily explode. Will 13th junior brother be okay?" Qin Yundi smugly reassured them. "If it's senior brother Saint Child, there won't be any problem." Shen Tian glanced at Lian Fierce standing behind him and instructed the group. "I'll have to trouble you guys to protect me," she quickly responded. "Senior brother, rest assured." He stepped into the tub of water. As he soaked, he thought, "This spirit spring water looks incredibly hot, but when this Saint Child steps in, I don't feel any pain at all. Instead, I feel warm all over." Shen Tian clasped his hands, and a surge of power enveloped his body. He began to absorb it. Suddenly, a light flashed, confusing him. He looked at his body covered in a black veil and rejoiced. "This is the ancient dragon race's god-devil body refining technique, the myriad dragon divine armor. Awesome. This Saint Child's defensive skills have increased again, making my life-saving abilities even stronger." From somewhere in the hills, a curse echoed through the night. "You bastards, you dare rob treasures from my hands. Are you tired of living?" A terrifying white turtle flew past, moving quickly and arrogantly, saying, "You little punks actually dare to chase after this emperor? Back when I roamed the 5 domains, your ancestors were just snacks in my bowl." It paused and cursed. "I didn't expect a hero to fall on hard times. Now these little brats dare to be insolent to this emperor. Wait until my cultivation recovers. I'll definitely stew you despicable beasts." Jin Yu jokingly ordered it. "Scared now, huh? If you're scared, then retreat here and leave quietly," the turtle continued to suggest. "In the future, descendants will, after this emperor is spared, give you a way out." He angrily swung his sword and cursed, "You damned old turtle!" An explosion quickly occurred. Jin Yu thoughtfully looked down below. He gently landed on the ground. As a genius of the southern border golden-winged rock clan, Jin Yu secretly invited his friends into the archaic battlefield this time. He originally intended to vent the anger in his heart and settle the score with the divine firmament holy ground, but they waited in blood demon territory for a whole day, without seeing Shen Tian, the Saint Child of the divine firmament. Instead, they waited for a powerful blood devil. The strength of this blood devil was not to be underestimated. It was formed by the fusion of archaic powerhouse's essence, blood and evil energy, and its power seemed to far exceed nascent soul cultivators. Although the 5 of them were all outstanding talents in the Golden Core stage, and could easily kill ordinary nascent soul cultivators in the outside world, in the archaic battlefield, their strength was restricted. One-on-one, they were simply no match for the Blood Devil. The 5 of them exhausted a large amount of their prime energy, barely managed to kill this Blood Devil, and obtain the Blood Essence Orb within its body. It was the life source of the Blood Devil, containing an extremely powerful life force. After demonic cultivators refined it, they could extract their own bloodline and increase their strength. If they were lucky, they might even have the chance to awaken the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Just as the 5 of them were preparing to divide the spoils, a flash of lightning appeared, and a white turtle suddenly appeared. It swallowed the blood essence orb into its belly, right before everyone's eyes. Seeing this, Jin Yu's face darkened with anger. He'd been half dead fighting monsters for so long, and just when they finally dropped a treasure, it got snatched away. Who could endure this frustration? He angrily roared. You damned beast! He stared intently at the turtle in front of him. Jin Yu cursed angrily. Damn, you stupid turtle. If I, Jin Yu, don't kill you today, I'm not a man. You're so shameless. Are you even human? Just a feathered beast. The turtle, not backing down, also threatened. But your golden-winged rock meat is really delicious. The old ones are good for stewing soup. The young ones are perfect for grilling. Thinking back to those extraordinary years, it's terrifying. Once this emperor ascends the throne again, you'll be the first one I stew. Hearing that, he went mad and charged. Damn you, the turtle just kept running. Seeing that, he stammered. Is that even a turtle? Kong Meng frowned and explained. I see it now. That's the legendary divine shadow flash steps. Jin Yu was shocked. Isn't that movement technique supposed to be lost? She continued. The so-called lost just means there are no more successors in the world. Don't forget we are in the ancient battlefield, she continued to explain. The divine shadow flash steps were created by the Shengxiao Holy Master 10,000 years ago, known as the ultimate speed under heaven. Mastering this technique allows one to transform into lightning and traverse the world. Its speed is almost impossible to catch. This Shengxiao Holy Master also successfully cultivated the Grand Five Elements Chaos Thunder Divine Body, and wielded the Shengxiao Thunder Emperor flag, one of the strongest holy masters of Eastern Wasteland. She thought of a figure and continued. In his prime, he reached the quasi-emperor realm, relying on the divine shadow flash steps to enter the ancient battlefield, slaughtering extraterrestrial devils. It was just a golden flash, and the heads of extraterrestrial experts would fall, blood flowing like rivers. In that campaign, the Shengxiao Holy Master established a fearsome reputation. A lone figure stood before the horde of rampaging extraterrestrial devils. Fearing that the Shengxiao Holy Master would achieve true emperorship in this war, which would create a subversive influence on the war situation, a conspiracy to bloodwash the Shengxiao Holy Land was plotted. Sharp swords pierced through his body. The Shengxiao Holy Master perished in an assassination plot, causing the divine shadow flash steps to be lost ever since, Kong Meng said with surprise. Who would have thought that in this ancient battlefield, we would encounter an old white turtle that knows the divine shadow flash steps? Jin Yu clenched his fists angrily and cursed. It's the Shengxiao Holy Land again. You Shengxiao Holy Land are really bullying people too much. He then cast a spell with his hands, and a golden glow enveloped his body. Celestial Rock Blood Cry Technique. The Celestial Rock Blood Cry Technique is a type of spell where the golden-winged rock race uses their essence blood to enhance their power. He quickly charged forward. I don't believe that using the Celestial Rock Blood Cry Technique won't let me catch up to you, Jin Yu growled. Let's see where you run. He chased after the white turtle in front of him. The turtle was startled and questioned. You damn thing, I only ate one of your pills, you chicken. Do you have to be so angry? It ran and screamed for help. This sick, crazy rooster is after me. Will the juniors of the human and turtle races not come help this emperor? Seeing him flying up with his sword, it fearfully cursed. Don't chase anymore, little chicken Dan. A man can't be too fast, people will laugh at you. Jin Yu continued to chase, while threatening. You damn bee. When I catch you, I'll definitely skin you and stew you in soup. The turtle quickly dodged his sword strike. It ran and exclaimed, Ouch! I smell human cultivator. It continued to rush into the mountain ravine, quickly running towards that direction. It happily thought. The entrance to the mountain valley is actually set up with the Shengxiao Holy Land's thunder formation. How wonderful. Jin Yu continued to chase, angrily shouting, Wanna run? If I let you escape today, I'll write my name backwards. An explosion suddenly occurred in midair, and he charged into the mountain ravine. Let's see where you can run. Qin Yundi was sitting and cultivating at this moment. He suddenly realized something, and his eyes widened. He stood up, full of surprise. Someone broke into the mountain valley. Zhao Hao was also surprised when he heard this. He stood up, looked at him puzzled. Who dares just barge into our valley? The two of them looked back at Shen Tian and said, Saint San's senior brother is still absorbing the essence of the dragon blood herb. Everyone chimed in. No one can interrupt him. Kim Yu was fuming, chasing after a turtle. You damn thing, get out here. He looked down and spotted Qin Yundi. Is this a southern border demon race member? He frowned, totally baffled. 10,000 years ago, the southern border demon race, under the immortal empress's orders, always kept to themselves. So why would a demon race member suddenly appear in this ancient eastern wilds battlefield? And their bloodline seems super unusual too. Qin Yundi whipped his head around and shouted to the others, Everyone, Guard Saint Sun's senior brother Zhao Hao junior brother and I will go check this out. Got it? He quickly flew up, introducing himself as he did.
I'm Qin Yundi, a true disciple of the divine firmament Holy Land. He and Zhao Hao stood properly facing Kim Yu and asked, "Mind telling us your name, fellow cultivator?" He snapped back, "None of your business. The one I'm looking for is that damned guy." As he was ranting, he suddenly asked, "Wait, what did you just say? You're a true disciple of the divine firmament Holy Land?" Qin Yundi calmly replied, "That's right. Is there something